Good morning, everyone, and welcome to beautiful Malibu, California, as we check out the famous Malibu Pier, and we'll be surfing a wave that has maybe influenced more surfers globally than any other on the planet. It's finals day here at the Jeep Malibu Classic, presented by Havaianas, with world titles on the line for the men and women today. All it comes down to this from Noosa a very long time ago, from the Surf Ranch event, and now the world titles will be decided at maybe everybody's favorite longboard wave on the planet. Joe Turpel alongside Shannon Hughes and Troy Mothershead for the morning call this morning. Shannon, you're always smiling no matter where you are around the world, but more specifically here at Malibu, especially when you know what's on the line today.
Oh, there's so much on the line, Joe. I can't help but smile, and knowing that we've got such an iconic wave, such a beautiful longboarding wave for these surfers to showcase what we want to see in traditional longboard surfing, but also to know that we're going to be crowning world champions today is incredible. Well,
we know there's perfection, Troy, but also with a lot on the line, there was a lot of surprises, maybe upsets yesterday coming into finals day. What surprised you the most?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Edouard was in the hot seat, right, in the relegation round, and unfortunately wasn't able to get out of it. So we've got a wide open race now for the world title on the men's side.
Also on the women's side, Kaylis Kaleopa'a just fell victim to maybe her biggest mentor, going down to Kaylia Moniz yesterday. But what about the big news for the local hero? Soleil Erico, devastated yesterday.
It was just a heartbreak loss for her. Unable to find even a wave that gave her the potential to get that score. We weren't able to see Soleil showcase what she's capable of here at Malibu.
Now Honolua Blomfield has a chance to maybe be the youngest three-time world champion ever. We'll keep you posted on that as she's into the quarterfinals. I can't get past to what she did at the Surf Ranch. I've watched that 10 over and over again. I don't know how you beat someone like that, Troy.
Yeah, I mean, Hano's been switched on for sure. I feel like we saw in her last heat, she really came through it in the end and turned on her surfing. So one more heat, and she's crowned a third time for world champ.
On the men's side, it's a bit more wide open. We can't narrow it down as much on the women's side. There are a lot of potential world champs today, with the big news of the Frenchman, Edouard Del Perro, going down yesterday. Now Harrison Roach, a guy that was always expected to have a world title, might finally realize that today.
And he is such a competitive longboarder. We know of Harrison, the classic style, coming out of Noosa, relaxed as ever, but when it comes to competition, he is devastated when he loses. A world title is his #1 goal.
A lot to talk about today here on Finals Day at the Jeep Malibu Classic, presented by Havaianas. Now let's catch up with Kaipo Guerrero with Jesse Miley Dyer.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Jesse's big day today. We're going to crown men's and women's champs on the longboard tour.
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, it's a beautiful day and beautiful morning, so happy to be giving out 2 world title trophies today.
And thoughts on this just iconic venue that we have here at Malibu? It seems so appropriate to crown a men's and women's world champ right here in an iconic longboard wave.
For sure. I mean, you know, when you think of longboarding and Malibu, they really do go together, and there's nowhere else I think that we'd rather be today giving out these trophies.
Well, there you go, Joe. It is a beautiful morning, and let's kick off finals day.
So exciting. Thank you, Kaipo. Thank you, Jesse. Jesse kind of had that world title look on her face. She's a world junior champion. She knows what it's like to come into a finals day with a lot on the line, with so much talent coming around the world. With waves looking like this, they're absolutely perfect. I mean, Shannon, why do we call this the most epic longboard venue in the world?
It just facilitates everything for beautiful longboarding. There's perfect nose riding sections. I mean, you could nearly nose ride the entire wave, but with those little soft areas within it, it really causes a surfer to put the board on rail, and it really showcases that balance within longboarding.
Troy, looking at this matchup to kick things off, we will be overlapping this round, but the first heat will have a little bit more space as we get this one started. It is Harrison Roach representing the Sunshine Coast. Grew up with a guy named Julian Wilson. He was actually very talented on a shortboard as well growing up, and kind of made the move to really ride anything he wanted on any given day. He now has a true shot at a world title. How is that going to come to play today?
Yeah, I mean, Shannon hit it well. Harrison is a beautiful surfer and such a relaxed style that it's hard to believe that he's competitive. But I will tell you, as a friend of his, that he definitely wants to win this world title. That is for sure his goal. And it's really exciting to see him in the spot to take it out. I think his approach has been heat by heat, which is kind of maybe not normally how Harrison would approach it, because he's such a surfing savant and probably wants to just have fun. But I think, he's like, this is my chance. Let's take it.
And taking on a competitor like Jefferson Silva, a lot of high energy, really spontaneous type maneuvers. I love just hearing from Jefferson. He loves surfing. He's very passionate about competing, and he can play a great spoiler role for Harrison Roach's dreams today.
And he's the perfect person to play that role. He's got all the talent, and he's got that drive as a competitor as well. Like you mentioned, his excitement in competition. He's also starting to have that breakout within his career. We've seen him on the championship, or the World Longboard Tour, the World Longboard, Championship Tour for a long time. And we've just started to see some really solid results coming out of Jefferson in the last couple of years. So now he's really in that prime position to start taking down someone like Harrison.
And as we start, we're waiting for a wave to really open this one up. With a point like Malibu, Troy, how hard is it to control the heat? Because you probably have the tendency to just want to run people around the corner up to third point if you wanted to.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think right now with the way the conditions are, positioning is going to be really important. It looks like Harrison and Jefferson are sitting close to each other, so they're taking kind of a similar strategy of where they want to be. But it's, we've still got that kind of wind swell in the water, so things may be a little funky. You are likely to need to pick off the right wave. It's not going to be some, as much as we want this to be perfect classic Malibu, I think there's a little trickery to it, so wave selection is going to be really important.
As we think about how Malibu can be dreamy and perfect when it can get tricky, boards changing from yesterday, or do you feel like they're just trusting whatever they rode in yesterday's competition?
My gut feeling is that they're going to be going with what they rode yesterday, especially because we don't see a big difference in size. If we saw some changes in size, maybe some of those overhead sets starting to roll through, we may see a little bit of difference there. But I think given that, it's fairly similar, it'll probably be similar equipment.
It's always fun to look at big longboards because you always look for the little subtle differences that you may have. I mean, going back to the surf ranch, it might have been Taylor Jensen, maybe the only one using side fins at that event. We'll see how it plays out today for Control as everyone's getting pretty excited in the competitors area, Shannon.
Yeah, they're just frothing. Justin Quintal, the 2019 world champion, there in the middle, cheering on his friend Harrison Roach. Imagine if the two of them were, one world champ right after the other.
Special day here for pro surfing, and we will crown 2 longboard champions later on today. A lot of scenarios on the line for the men's side, so we'll keep you posted. Harrison Roach with the closest shot to take a world title, but he definitely has to get out of this heat with Jefferson Silva as we continue on. I mentioned Taylor Jensen's name real quickly. He's a multiple-time world champion, and he's surfing against one of the legends of the game, if not at the top of that list, named Joel Tudor. That's one of the heats that popped out to me when I woke up this morning, Troy.
Yeah, no question. I mean, Joel and Taylor have been battling for a long time, even though Taylor's a little younger, so that's going to be a huge heat, especially with Joel in title contention.
Quick 5 to start for Jefferson Silva. Nice composure, 5, and pulled it a bit tighter now, but once again, paddling back to the tail, and he will straighten out, finally getting the first score on the board. And we'll see if positioning gets a little bit easier now. But Silva decided to control the start, had some good footwork, and now Harrison Roach will look to control the next set wave, and that's probably just the most special moment for these guys, knowing that they have priority at Malibu. Any wave they want, it's theirs. That's a pretty special factor, Troy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that ever happens. You have to. I think Alan Sarlo might be the only person on the planet that gets to experience that, other than these guys right now. So, I think it looked like they had kind of a little paddle battle there to try and get out to the point. But Jefferson's wave sort of closed out early, so I think in that sense, Harrison's probably stoked to be in priority, waiting for something.
As we look back at the opening wave of the morning, Shannon, what do you think of the footwork here?
Yeah, so great footwork, gets that quick hang 5, but it wasn't really in the pocket until this moment here where he gets that nice 5 to 10 combination. You can see him just dig that nose a little bit coming out of that first hang 10. So, good footwork, good composure, but that wave really let him down, and he didn't quite have the board in the pocket the entire time.
Backside nose riding, Troy, compared to front side, big difference in the degree of difficulty?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting because sometimes on your backhand it's a little easier to hang 10 and get in the pocket, but it looks like with this wind there's probably some navigating that may be harder on your backside.
Well, up again is Silva. Great control. Nice calm approach for that 10, back to a 5. And now just a fading turn just to set up the pocket again. Silva holds back and now finds the 5. Starts cheating up to that 10 real quick. Plenty of control on the nose for Silva. 2 scores quickly. Opener at 2.67. And now Silva backing it up, and Roach staying patient here at the beautiful point in Malibu. You can see on gigantic days, some guys getting waves all the way through close to that pier. You see a lot of people hanging out on that pier as the sun starts warming up. Still pretty early in the morning here on finals day. Back-to-back waves for Jefferson Silva, Shannon.
Yeah, back-to-back waves. This is definitely, you know, the better of the two within that exchange. Great footwork once again. Finds that nice locked-in hang 10. I love the way that you can see those shoulders even positioned over his knees and his feet. Not a crazy critical pocket that entire nose ride, but, you know, good positioning regardless, and then gets back to that nice hang 5, and that wave steepens up just a little bit here for him to get another nice classic kind of hood ornament style hang 10 through to the inside.
It's really interesting when you think about putting together a wave on a longboard and the idea of using the entire board from start to finish with flow. There's so many elements that make longboarding so special. To get a 10 is something that's rare, and you start thinking about it when a world title's on the line. You know, we mentioned Hono's 10 at the Surf Ranch. Those moments are so special. As we break down the criteria, you kind of have to do everything you can on a wave to even get near that number. It's not like you can only be a good nose rider. It's got to be the entire package, Troy.
Yeah, I think the flow piece of it, you know, the flow, style, flow, and grace rider, those 3 words that we're kind of keying in on, and the flow piece is really important because you can definitely stand up on the nose or get back on the tail, but if those are not in connection and synced through the wave, then you're kind of missing, there's just that disjointed nature of it, and longboarding, the art of it is kind of that soulful piece that differentiates it from shortboarding, where you kind of, you know, you might pump and create moment for a big maneuver, a big air, and longboarding is not necessarily that.
It's something I suppose you can work on, the idea of flow or grace. You know, if you get to watch tape back and you can realize how you can really impress the judges with that word grace. You don't hear that a lot in other realms of pro surfing, but it actually could help you in a lot of different facets. Shortboarding, longboarding, that's a special thing to have in your game.
Yeah, it's really incredible. I mean, especially within longboarding, it's more of a dance than it is the athletic approach to, you know, what we see out of shortboarding specifically. With longboarding, it's really this dance that we see coming through, and that grace element is within it. But then we also see surfers like a Steph Gilmore. To me, Steph has so much grace within her surfing on that shortboard side, and we see that coming through so, you know, traditionally on the longboard side as well.
As we look at overlapping heats today, we've got Jefferson Silva, Harrison Roach kicking things off. Rodrigo Sphaier and Kevin Skavarna will be coming up next. And the overlapping format will move very quickly. Before you know it, you'll see guys like Kai Salas in the water, who also is looking for his first world title of his long career. There's certain surfers like Kai who you go, okay, how many titles does he have? And then you go, oh, wait, this is his chance and opportunity. It's really a household name. You'd expect him to have quite a few titles to his name by now, Troy.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Kai has been in the running for a world title quite a few times, and for whatever reason, you know, just hasn't been able to clinch it. I feel like, too, I mean, one of the things that maybe is unfortunate for a guy like Kai, he came up in a time of longboarding where things were pretty uncertain. We didn't have a world champion at one point for a year, and so I think, you know, it's just really cool actually to see Kai kind of hanging around and in a really solid spot in his surfing. He had the highest, I think, heat score yesterday. So he's surfing amazing, and no question has a chance here to take it out.
So looking at a 4.17, 2.67 for Jefferson Silva on his start. And remember, it is an overlapping format, but if you can get in your mind that you do have 40 minutes to catch 2 waves, sometimes you can kind of be a little bit more patient and selective, which is what Harrison Roach is doing. And I think one of our favorite parts about pro surfing is getting to know these characters. And Harrison Roach, I think the first thing I ever heard about Harrison was how he had a smart wit. He wasn't afraid to say what was on his mind. He had big opinions about surfing. And in a world where some people might be shy to say what they think or what their interpretation of surfing is, it was very refreshing to have Harrison Roach as a young teenager saying, I've got an idea about this. And he was very open about it, which made it really fun to just enjoy his journey of this pro surfing lifestyle.
Yeah, it's been really incredible to see that come through in that honesty with Harrison. He kind of classifies his own longboarding as modern longboarding, and it's, you know, it has those flares of the past, but it also has some progression within it, and it's kind of coming together in its own style. And I really have appreciated seeing that that sort of approach within his surfing now being brought into the World Longboard stage, you know, starting back in 2019.
It seems like maybe that's a healthy part of the longboard family and culture of having an opinion of why you decided to ride these types of crafts. And you've spent time with Harrison, Troy. It's got to be pretty cool to get these conversations going about what's happening next.
Yeah, for sure. No, yeah, Shannon nailed it on the head. Harrison is he's such a classic dude. I love him mostly for going and getting a literature major. That was one of the things we were hanging out with him at his house, he and Edie, a few years ago, and he's like, hey, I'm getting an English lit. And I was like, wow, okay.
Cool.
Sounds great.
Oh, we love that. And he's finally on his first wave of the morning. Beautiful fade. Nice clean style groomed on the beautiful points of Noosa. Nice stylish usage of the tail. Those wrapping turns are looking really nice. Back into the 5 to the 10. Ton of control on the nose of that board. He'll fade one more time. Nice balance of maneuvers. A ton of variety. And now he'll fade out. So opening ride, I feel like maybe the first thing I'm noticing is maybe a bit more work off the tail than we saw from Jefferson. More dynamic turns and setting up the tip quite well. Shannon, what'd you think?
Yeah, very different from the approach that we saw from Jefferson on those first few. Of course, he goes for that nice little tight 5 to start off with. And he just, you know, real patiently working that footwork, not even having to force it all the way to the tip of the nose. I really appreciate that, kind of using that middle third and then getting himself back to the tail over and over again. Troy, he's really doing a great job of engaging that rail and getting that board to be really loose while being in the pocket.
Yeah, I think that one of the things that Harrison does that is really keeps his flow together is that step off of the nose. He navigates the board from there. You can see it there. He does this little bottom turn pump. He really sets himself into he gives himself almost a moment to figure out what his next maneuver is going to be, but there's no break in it. So that's a huge advantage for Harrison, especially at a wave like Malibu, likely because he's spent most of his time at First Point Noosa, which is probably in contention for the best longboard wave in the world with Malibu itself. So yeah, really, really great way for Harrison to open it up after sitting for quite a while there.
It probably feels so great just to get the nerves out of the way and just relax a little bit, knowing that you've had a nice complete ride. As we look at Rodrigo checking out conditions, a little bit of morning glare from the sunrise, but they definitely were probably very impressed with the footwork of Roach. He'll probably be turning in the best score of the heat so far. In fact, it is a 6.5 for Harrison. Silva still out in front with 2 scores. Harrison needs a .34, and now with all that patience, you're saying that did pay off. You'd much rather be in second with a 6.5 at this moment, Troy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's, you know, if we base it on yesterday at all, that's a solid score. We didn't see, you know, too many scores up into even that kind of over 6.5 range. So I think Harrison's got to feel good about 25 minutes left, you know, probably waiting for another kind of set wave to come in, and or even maybe in second priority get a little busy and just try to put something on the board to put Jefferson in more of a hot seat, because he gets a 4 here and then Jefferson's looking for a 6.5. So I think there could be some strategy in just picking off a small insider.
Jefferson Silva setting this one up. The goofy footer from Brazil, great footwork, backside 5 to 10. And will get lost in transition. So getting a little hung up there. That score is not going to affect his top 2. And now Harrison Roach will have priority. calling that a mistake for Silva, now losing priority and control of this heat.
Yeah, that's definitely a mistake for Silva, so he'll have to just wash it off. He's, you know, nearly at backline again already as we take another look at it here. So just that little kind of back and forth rail work to gain some speed, goes into that hang 10. So you can see for Jefferson, he's really committed to those nose rides, and then he just gets a little hung up there behind the pocket and falls out of it. But where I, you know, at the moment, looking at that 6.5 for Harrison Roach, he got that mostly by tail surfing. He hardly got to the nose on that wave. He got that hang 5 at the start, but the judges rewarding very smooth transition work, excellent footwork through that middle third to back third of the board. I love that they went that high with a score that didn't have much nose riding, knowing that if we see Harrison connect together a really critical couple of hang 5s or throw a hang 10 in there, he's easily going into the excellent range.
That's a great read, Shannon. And I guess your first thought in a longboard event, you're thinking, okay, you've got to ride the nose the whole time to get big scores. Overall performance, judges really loving that footwork and that control, that big surfboard. And we'll see how creative he gets. I mean, for Troy, we'll see, you know, soon enough if he's going to completely change to a very committed nose ride to back up the 6.5, but plenty of time to see how that's going to go down in the first heat of the round of 16. Jefferson Silva with a small lead over the Australian. We'll take a quick break. More action in Malibu after this.
I have 24 hours left.
WSL would like to formally recognize that Malibu is the traditional homelands of the Barbareño.
We are thankful for this journey. May we be blessed with good health and happiness, and we call in the rain.
Ventureño, band of Mission Indians who are one of several bands of original Chumash people of this area. Malibu is the anglicized version of the Chumash word, Humalo, which in the Chumash language means the place where the surf sounds loudly. The Chumash people have been here over 14,000 years and are still here stewarding the land alongside surfers, environmentalists, and others who care about our shared coastline. We thank them for their ongoing presence and participation in this event. Joe Turpel with Shannon Hughes and Troy Mother says, we're so happy to be here at this incredible point break called Malibu. It's a surfer's dream just to first look at the place. It definitely takes you back. Like, you know, how many times you've traveled around the world and seen a wave for the first time. You remember seeing Malibu and the feeling of the parking lot, the famous wall, the characters that are down here on any given day looking to get the ride of their life. It's just a jewel of the coast here in California, and it's a hotbed of talent for longboarders. Shannon, how have you seen the scene change, or has it stayed the same with young longboarders wanting a piece of the point here?
Well, I mean, the young longboarding crew has really just shown up. I mean, looking at the level of talent that we've already got in this event alone speaks to the quality of youth in longboarding worldwide. But what we're seeing at Malibu nowadays is just that traditional surfing coming together so beautifully, and a lot of those young surfers really looking to the legends of the past here.
Remember, we had the 6.5 for this man before we went to break. Harrison Roach on wave number 2. Just needed a .34 to take the lead off Silva. That's already happened. Also introducing a new heat with Rodrigo Sphaier and Kevin Skavarna. Great style. Halfway up that board just to beat that section into that classic tail whip into the pocket. Clean footwork, controlled 5 for Harrison Roach. And now fades out, so a different type of surfing from his first wave, which was great to see. And now we'll see the second heat get started. Kevin Skavarna, runner-up at Noosa, to kick off this very long season. And great seeing the act from switch foot surfing, great 5s, great technique. And now fading out on the inside. Big start for Kevin to kick things off against Rodrigo Sphaier here in the non-priority heat. We'll stand by for scores of Harrison Roach. Breaking down overlapping format quickly. Remember, Jefferson and Harrison started things off, so they're the priority heat. They have right-of-way over Rodrigo and Kevin, who just started. But Rodrigo and Kevin, they're allowed to catch waves if they've got some space, and they'll get things started. We can really capitalize on a great swell. We've seen it introduced at a lot of levels in pro surfing, especially the championship tour. And so we are about to see a lot of action. Kevin getting a quick start there, Shannon. That was fun to watch.
Yeah, great to see Kevin get things done early. And yesterday, Joe, what we realized with the women's heats is that having this overlapping format, a brand new thing for the longboard tour, you know, it's really exciting to see that being brought in. It really allowed those surfers, especially in the first half of their heat when they're in the non-priority, typically sitting under, you know, sitting a little bit closer inside and really finding the rhythm so that they could pick out those good quality waves in that back half.
It just makes so much sense, especially for certain minds that like to kind of move around the lineup. I noticed a lot of surfers all of a sudden feel like the pressure's off when they have 40 minutes and they're not expected to wait for a set wave, and all of a sudden it just completely changed the game plan, Troy.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like I've actually never surfed in an overlapping heat, but now that I see it, I'd like to try it. It feels like it just, especially on a longboard where you know your wave catching ability is so much higher than even on a shortboard. I think it's a good opportunity for us to get more time in the water and then potentially pick off a good wave. I mean, we saw a few sets yesterday that, you know, were 4 or 5 deep, right? So just giving people more opportunity.
Beautiful start here, 5 to 10 quickly, and a great wall, Troy.
Yeah, Jefferson's getting some nose riding, got a little far out in the flats there, and I think that's where, you know, we differentiate what he's doing to Harrison. Is I think Harrison's really trying to keep himself in the pocket. Jefferson's doing some solid maneuvers and getting some trickery going with his nose riding, but maybe a little far out in the flats on that to kind of, I think what the challenge with that is more going to be just that it's being compared to Harrison surfing, right? So I think as long as Jefferson can find those sections and hang 10 and perch and get through it, then he might be able to match Harrison's scores. But that right there is beautiful. I mean, Devin Howard and Harrison, I feel like, do this very well, where we talked about earlier, the middle of the board, that flow is so critical. And Shannon mentioned modern longboarding. I feel like Harrison, in a lot of ways, that's the epitome of it right there.
Great to see that critical section you identified, Troy. And Shannon, I know you love that too, of being committed to nose ride in the most critical part of the wave. I guess that's the biggest difference in their approaches right now.
Yeah, I mean, even having that little comparison between the two, everything Harrison was doing was keeping himself in that critical section. He was constantly in the pocket. And then we saw Kevin get this nice little wave just to start off on. I mean, this is a great looking start for Kevin. He's one of those surfers that's had that kind of traditional / modern approach also within his surfing from a young age, and it's really starting to pay off now as he's just been making it through some really incredible heats on the World Longboard Tour. And I love this style from him. I love that he's able to put that board on rail. He gets that, you know, variety of nose work and using that back third of the board as well.
Really cool to see those backside wraps as well, how he kind of plays with the water a little bit with that backhand. That just a little bit of style to change it up from what everybody else is doing out there. And, you know, there's so much room to be creative, to kind of create your own kind of signature approach. Troy, when you were growing up competing, what was the most important element to make sure that your flow looked right, your style looked right? Was it always about reviewing the tape?
Yeah, I feel like it is super helpful to see yourself surf. That is a big piece of it, because you can feel something and then you see it. Sometimes maybe it's actually better than it felt, and other times it's not. But generally on a longboard, if it feels good, it looked good, and it is helpful to see yourself on video and get to break that down a little bit.
It's amazing when you look at all the different parts of Southern California and what creates great longboarding, because I feel it's kind of strange if you don't have a longboard in California, because there's so many perfect points and even beach breaks that are fun to hone your skills in. When you look at the crew that hangs out at San Onofre, down at Cardiff, I mean, we could go on and on. Pleasure Point up north, Malibu, Rincon. There is so much talent of people that you might have never heard of, and you take a trip up the coast, and they'll blow your mind on what they're doing on a longboard these days.
Yeah, it's really incredible to see, obviously the history of longboarding within California and how that's trickled out throughout the world. And, you start to see flares of that within Australia, maybe within New Zealand as well. But for California longboarding, it's been so iconic, and it's really set the stage, and it's just dominated the competitive scene for so many years, because there's such great waves on offer here to really get those skills up to scratch.
You could see that priority screen that the surfers have in the water to look at, and they could see that Harrison Roach has priority, and they also can see that Harrison and Jefferson are the priority heat in the water. For all you viewers out there, you can tell by whichever heat has the least amount of time is the priority heat in the lineup. And so Sphaier and Sphaier have to just give way to Roach and Silva for the next 12 and a half minutes, and then they will get the priority for the back half of their heat. Just one wave for Kevin so far, the 4.93. The backup for Harrison Roach, a 5.5. So judges still counting Harrison Roach's start as the best wave of the heat so far. And picking up another wave under priority. Beautiful 10 for Kevin Sphaier. So much commitment there. Quick 5 and controls the drop well. There's that clean sweeping fade to set up the pocket again. Nice opportunity to switch. And ends up grabbing a rail on that change up to switch foot. And so there's a lot of opportunity there to show off your skill set riding goofy and regular the same way. That's, I think, what's blowing my mind more right now. I think in all elements of the surfing world, people that are that comfortable, really standing both ways, Shannon, I feel like that seems to be a very important movement right now, especially in this event.
Yeah, I mean, being ambidextrous is literally like, it's almost like part of the requirement now to make it onto the World Longboard Tour. You've got to be able to do both. And to be able to do both with functionality, so that it's not just throwing it in there for the sake of trying to wow the judges a little more, but it's actually showing that you can functionally stay in the pocket. Your cross-stepping and footwork is hopefully just as good, or it's very good compared to, just riding whatever you're most comfortable on.
How is this wave? The thing really set up well for him here, Troy.
Yeah, I mean, that is the hang 10 that you want to see at Malibu. Perfect speed and positioning. Gets another little 5. I feel like Kevin's going to be really, really, really stoked on this wave as he's paddling back out, especially getting it under priority. Kevin throws switch stance in his repertoire. I don't know if that was, I think falling there at the end is maybe not the best call after getting such a good nose ride out the back. But, again, I think this is what we were talking about, of kind of having the opportunity to build a little bit of score and house underneath priority, and Kevin picked off a good one.
It's so true, because it was a disruption of flow. He didn't look as comfortable in that switch in that moment, and the 10 was so brilliant, which I want to identify real quick, Shannon, because I guess there's a lot of ways to hide a 10 a bit. I mean, that was committed. You could just see it all day long. But there's probably those moments that judges are really trying to look for to see how committed your 10 actually is.
Yeah, well, for me, that 10 from Kevin really stood out as the best of the morning because of the levitation that he was getting out of it. You could literally see the space between the bottom of the board and the face of the wave growing, like getting bigger as he was literally projecting higher into the air out of it. That was a really critical, you'll see that out of a hang 5 as well. So that speaks to me as being really good nose riding because he's literally levitating higher. But also that criticalness of that committed 10 toes over the nose. You'll get some of those really tight 10s. We see that a little bit more on the women's side where you literally see knees and ankles locked together. Those are really beautiful, really stylish. But you would also consider those hang 10s where, you know, there's a little bit of gap still between the knees and the feet as a full hang 10 as long as those toes are fully locked over.
It's an impressive maneuver. You'll be rewarded for it from the judges, but maybe the feeling you get the most rewarding when you feel weightless like he probably felt there.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's probably the most special feeling of longboarding, especially in contrast to shortboarding, right? Is this like moment of cloud floating where you've locked yourself in. The tail, and a lot of that too is the tail, right? The tail is deep in the pocket. It's being sucked down and held low so that you can be high and riding deep there.
As we look at the scores for the priority heat, Harrison Roach, a 12-point total out front. Remember, this guy won a state title in Queensland on a shortboard and a longboard, and ended up doing a bit of both along the way. Grew up with a big name like Julian Wilson, who's actually very talented on a longboard as well. And at the moment, he's chasing down his first world title of his career. The big news yesterday, Del Perro out of the event, which was a big shot as he came in to Malibu world #1 after an incredible win at the Surf Ranch. Just watching Sphaier, quick to switch. Small insider, remember the non-priority heat, and switches back into the 5. That was classy. Small little wave. Why not when your heat doesn't have priority, Shannon?
Yeah, you can really see that approach from Kevin, utilizing that first 20 minutes under priority, staying active, where Rodrigo in the same heat, we haven't seen him actually catch a wave yet. It's about 13 minutes into that heat, and he's just been patient, waiting it out, maybe waiting for one of those sets rather than wasting his time on the inside ones. Very different approaches from both of these surfers.
So now Jefferson, who opened up catching a lot of waves. 6.23 was his last. Still needs a 5.78. Back to Kevin's wave here, Troy.
Yeah, see, that was a really functional way to go to switch stance, and then he takes it back to regular to get that tight 5 and kicks out. I mean, probably not going to, you know, at a 2, it's not going to do much for a score line, but keeping the feet moving, surfing Malibu.
That's what it's all about. Both of you are originally from down south. Shannon, what was that journey like? Was it always like, hey, we got to get up to Malibu anytime there's a solid south swell? And do you remember those first early sessions when you'd hit the road and head up here?
Yeah, so I didn't really grow up coming up to Malibu all that often. Our big journey, I grew up in Huntington Beach where, you know, longboarding on a shortboard wave most of the time. It gets a little fatter there occasionally, and Bulls Chica can be really fun. But we grew up with my dad going down to San Onofre as like a big journey down south. It's obviously not that far. It's about 30 minutes. But we were very local surfers stuck to Huntington Beach. But as I got a little bit older, you know, into my college years and started coming up to Malibu, it was like, wow, how have I not been doing this my whole life? Like, it's that close, although it's a little bit farther. But I know for so many surfers, it's been that thing that really solidified for them in those early, maybe middle school to high school years, and really started to shape their surfing.
And Troy, for you, I guess you had Sano in your backyard being from San Clemente, but did you feel a pull to check out the scene here in Malibu?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like we spent a lot of time at Sano. We spent a lot of time surfing lowers, but those are not that same style of point break that you get out of Malibu, so it was always fun to come up here. And then you would get to come up here and surf with Dane Peterson and surf with Chad and Trace Marshall and some of these guys that were really like pushing the boundaries, or that you even saw in some of the films, right? So it was kind of cool to get to come up here, a little more melting pot, a lot of incredible surfing going on.
That is so cool. 5 minutes on the clock in our first heat of the morning. The priority heat led by Harrison Roach, and second is Jefferson Silva. As we dive into the Jeep heat recap, Harrison, very patient to start, but definitely paid off, Shannon.
Oh, it's absolutely paid off. And again, just look at, you know, the use of keeping that board in the pocket. Everything he's doing there, each of those turns, each of that use of that rail work and the nose ride is just to keep himself engaged in that critical section of the wave. He's riding that Harrison model board from Thomas and a shaper out of Noosa. And that board, Harrison has literally designed to be functional in any condition. So it can handle in the point breaks clearly so easily here. It sits really well in the pocket. It really struggles in the flat section. So I can see him wanting to stay in the pocket because this board specifically won't handle the flats very well.
And then on Jefferson Silva's side, he opted for that quicker start and definitely built to a 6.23, which got him a bit closer to Harrison Roach, Troy.
Yeah, Jefferson actually ended up getting a pretty good score on this wave, and it's kept him in the heat, no question. Solid nose riding out the back, and he was able to really get another stood-up section in the middle. I think the big part of this wave was its size and its run down the point. Harrison's had some good ones, but this one kept going and going and going, which is your normal Malibu wave. So he did well here to pick off probably the better wave of the heat.
Action continues. Now out the back, stretching the 5 and now getting back into it. Holding it for a moment, now back to 5 again, Harrison Roach. Bottom drops out, he'll look to stay low. That's a big section though, and that's gonna shut down Harrison's ride. And behind him here, Jefferson Silva, 3:15 to go. And he hops out, so 2 scores coming in for the priority heat, 3:10 on the clock. It's interesting, we talk about Malibu, perfection, 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 but there are times that you can definitely be too deep on a section, especially with the conditions we have today, Shannon.
Yeah, and for these guys, you know, really making sure that they're in the right section of the wave is so important, as we see Jefferson now with another opportunity.
Quick tap 5, and we'll kind of delay the next 5 there quick. Really active in his tip time throughout this matchup. There's the fade and holds it down again. Dances with that last nose ride a bit and will grab the rail and step off. 2:30 remaining. Silva trying to find a 5.78 to turn this one around. Harrison Roach, remember, trying to earn his first world title of his career. A ton of scenarios on the men's side. We'll keep you guys posted. But what a critical time in the matchup. Silva knows how close it is. You can almost taste it, Troy.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be an interesting thing to hindsight and see if that was the right decision. Harrison was further inside after their last exchange, so Jefferson could have actually gone out the back and sat there. But he's probably thinking, without a lot of swell on tap, that he wanted to at least give himself a chance.
As we check out the replay, how was that save there from Harrison, Shannon?
Yeah, that was impressive. I thought he was going to go down with the pearl, but, you know, manages to hang on. And just look at how this section opened up for him. So really nice 5 to tight 5 combinations back and forth. Stuck it out on the nose for so long and then just got caught behind that section.
And then the comparison to Jefferson Silva, Troy.
Yeah, so Jefferson got the second wave there. A little bit of an insider, but he does get a nice wall to get some nose riding. Solid footwork stepping back. Jefferson's definitely done well to get that extra step in his cross stepping, and he just gets that little inside section kind of hung him up. He got a little hung up on that last nose ride, so I'm not sure that that's going to push him over that 5.78. But again, I think that what he was probably thinking taking off was that he just needed to give himself a chance.
When you look at his save that we saw with Harrison Roach, where it almost looks like he's purling and then recovers, you know, it's really fun to see that drama. How do you react to that? You know, it kind of reminds me of, say, someone doing a huge air on tour and they lay back and recover. Sometimes the judges go, oh, that's kind of a fall and you're recovering. There's a glitch. Sometimes there's some dramatic heroics and a big score comes in. In a situation like that, is it a situation where, oh, that was brilliant, or is that a little disruption of the flow?
In my opinion, within longboarding, that was a disruption of flow. So we saw him make the recovery, which is great. He found that next section, but he could have maybe not pushed that nose ride in the start, seeing that that section wasn't going to facilitate a good critical pocket for him, and stayed in that middle third of the board and just rode cleanly through to find the next right section. So I feel like that's also been reflected within in the score line as it's just come in. You know, it hasn't gone into his top 2 scores, somewhere in that 3-point range.
As we run out of time with the heat with Harrison Roach and Jefferson Silva, 6.5 and a 5.5 for the Australian to take the victory and move on into the next round. And Silva will be eliminated here in the round of 16, losing with a high score of a 6.23. So incredibly close. 2 completely different approaches. obvious, regular, goofy, but even the way they're setting up, that was a really fun one to watch, but a lot of action now as we focus on our priority heat, Kevin Scavarna and Rodrigo Sphaier. Taka Inoue and Kai Salas are entering the water as well to get started in the non-priority heat. And Rodrigo covering some serious ground here. Backhand tip time. Great wave selection, a ton of time on that wave here at Malibu, and we'll be getting that one started. But big congrats for Harrison Roach with dreams of a world title today. We'll see if it can come true for Roach here on Finals Day. I'll be right back.
Welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
I don't want to say Mick's getting comboed.
For me, going to Chopu, I kind of say bring it on.
Billy is being treated in a hospital.
You look famous.
I look famous.
Yeah, you don't.
You're ruining my vibe, man.
Oh, yeah.
Show you guys some of the secrets.
Come check it out.
Welcome back. You are watching the Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas. We got down here this morning. I thought it was going to snow, but now it's warming up. The sun feels incredible. And this right-hand point break is showing some beautiful sections to work with. If you're just joining us, Harrison Roach won the first seat of the morning, and Jefferson Silva lost with a 10.4 total. And now we're getting into heat number 3 with this overlapping format. Kai Salas and Taka Inoue looking for a spot into the next round. First thoughts entering this matchup, Shannon. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the two of these match up again between Kai and Taka. They matched up back in 2019 in the semifinals at the Galicia Longboard Classic in Spain. And for that event, now Kai Salas has made plenty of finals. He's been the runner-up to the world title, you know, at least once back in 2018 to Stevie Sawyer, but he's a very well-rounded seasoned competitor. Taka Inoue, a young competitor coming out of Japan, for him to make it into that semi-final against Kai Salas, it was so overwhelming to him that he actually had a panic attack before the heat, made the recovery moments before the heat started, got that jersey on, literally bounced back to his feet, and had a phenomenal performance, went down to Kai in the semis. But for me to see Taka have that opportunity to now go back against it and try and take one to Kai is really exciting.
That's a beautiful story. You're kind of inside of your dream all of a sudden, and you've got to go, hey, this is real life. I've dreamed of this. Now I've got to actually settle down and perform. Can you relate to that feeling, Troy?
Oh, for sure, yeah. It's the competing part of surfing is brutal in that, like most sports, you can't play them outside of the game, right? But surfing, you can just go surf and hang out for 3 hours, catch whatever waves you want. In this scenario, we're like, hey, here's 40 minutes, go do your best, and by the way, like you could potentially win a world title. So the nerves have to get to you. So yeah, I mean, the huge ups for Taka to take that on and get out there and perform.
Let's now hear from Harrison Roach with Kaipo.
Thank you, Joe. Harrison, you're in the quarterfinals. First win, first thing in the morning. How you feeling?
Yeah, good. It's always nice to. I love being in the first seat actually, but at the same time, it's nice to get it out of the way.
That was a well-constructed heat. It seemed like you were very patient at the beginning of that heat and really took your time before you took a ride, and it was a keeper score.
Yeah, I suppose we've got 40 minutes out there, and we were lucky with the first heat. We had priority the whole time, so I'd been watching all morning, and I knew there were sets coming, so I just had to be patient. And you know, it's a 40-minute heat, but you still only need 2 waves, so did that.
Big question in the scope of today. Someone's going to be a world champ. It could be you. How do you keep in the moment?
Just keep repeating like a little line to myself and trying to stay calm and, you know, catch the wave and do what I do. I realized that when I was at the ranch that I can get scored for what I do, so I'm just going to focus on that.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you in the quarterfinals. Harrison Roach.
Thank you, Kaipo. Harrison probably thinking about the 9.33 that he had at the Surf Ranch, which a huge benchmark for Harrison Roach and really that longboard event, which gave him confidence. We talk about maybe a turning point in an event, or maybe it can be your year where it gives you everything you need. It could be a magic board, it could be one wave, even outside of the jersey, that gives you that belief that you can go all the way, Troy.
Yeah, that feels like a huge unlock. I mean, if Harrison's going out there and believing that he can just surf the way he wants to and get a score, doesn't have to manufacture anything, doesn't have to put an extra 10 in there or whatever, that you're then he's going to get to surf the way that he feels is right, and that's going to be so comfortable and what he needs to win.
As we look at a great set pouring through here at Perfect Malibu, Rodrigo Sphaier and Kevin Skvarna in the priority part of their matchup. And now back to the bottom. Rodrigo turned in a 4.43 start. More tail work to finish. Rides away clean. Behind him, guy he's battling with, Kevin Skvarna. Putting a lot of weight on that back foot for that 5, and even gave him an assist with the hand there, and will kind of style his way out. Goofy right on the sand. Trying to improve on a 4.9. Rodrigo also in that 4 range, so they're trying to get out of that little traffic jam of 4s at the moment to really make things exciting. We'll get the runaround back up to the top of the point. And the exchange continues with this great non-priority heat just getting started. Taco with a 5.9 combined total now. 5.33 was his opener. And what a way to get back into position on the tail. And ends up right on the beach. Fun to see just a different approach that we haven't seen this morning. And he'll be building on that score line. He definitely has to take advantage of a quick start against a guy like Kai Salas, Shannon.
Oh, it's so important. You know, he's a very tough competitor to be coming up against for Taka, and great for Taka to be able to just get that first wave under his feet, find some rhythm out in the water, you know, start to build on those score lines. He opened up with a 5.33, which is a great way to start. We've got another score now dropping in for him. So, I mean, looking at that 5.33 and the conditions we've seen, you know, the scores dropping throughout the last couple of days, that could be a score that stays in his score line. And now he knows what he needs to do to build on that and get something even higher.
Thinking about surfboards today, Troy, would you be surprised if everyone was not just on a single fin? Do you think anyone will be playing with a different setup today?
Yeah, I'd be surprised. I feel like with the size of surf we have, I would want something with a little more weight, and you know, that single fin generally lends to surfing this type of wave.
This wave, 5.33, Shannon.
Yeah, great opening nose ride. 2 nose rides connected together, really long, hooked in, hang 5 on that second one. And you can just see him glistening through the sun there. Goes for like a little bit of a layback almost, right underneath the lip. And then again, kind of getting that nose ride on that upward trajection. He gets a little bit hung up on it at the finish there, but a really solid start for Taka. And I think that would build in with his confidence as well heading into the rest of this heat.
So cool to see that heat building. What a great story. Taka and Kai Salas once again, this time at Malibu. 5.9 total. You see some arms raising, looking for an update on the situation. 10:40 on the clock. Skvarna, who finaled at Noosa, which feels like a lifetime ago now. Run one event, Joel Tudor ends up taking it out, and then the world went on hold. So this still is counting those points from that event way back when. Also with the Surf Ranch event, and now the finale here at First Point Malibu. So Kevin in a great position as well in the title race.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see Kevin getting rewarded finally. He's been competing on the World Longboard Tour since 2015. And speaking of, you know, that question on the single fin versus the 2+1s, Kevin, from 17 years old, getting onto that World Longboard Tour, was the only surfer for a number of years that was competing on a heavy single fin board for quite a while. And him and David Argonda, who's down there on the beach actually working, kind of buddy up with him, coach a little bit. And so for Kevin to now be able to find those rewards and getting some of those really solid results is really exciting, and I think gives him that opportunity to just surf to the best of his ability.
Kai Salas in motion. from Waikiki. And showing off that classic Hawaiian style 5 to 10. Small wave on the inside, but a lot of room to throw that tail right into the pocket. Has the lip breaking on most of his board to hold that last nose right in place, and he'll run out of water. Great start for Kai Salas. Had the 2.83 before that. And now his better ride will be factoring in a moment, along with last of Taka. So a lot of activity so far from this non-priority heat.
Yeah, it's been really active so far, a little bit different to what we saw with Rodrigo, you know, in the priority heat at the moment. He's been really quiet. He's only got 8 minutes left, and he's actually only had 2 waves where, you know, Taka's already on 3 waves in the non-priority heat.
Let's now hear from the man in charge. Devin Howard is with Kaipo.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Devin Howard, the Longboard Tour Director. Devin, we're going to have a men's and women's world champ crown today. Your thoughts on that?
Hey, it's pretty exciting. You know, we've been, we had to go on pause with COVID and we got started again. Had a great event at the Cuervo. Things started shaping up, a couple surprises, and we had some surprises yesterday already. So today we're looking at the women's scenario that's going to be coming up later this morning. I don't know if I'm allowed to let any cats out of the bag. May I?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, so if Honolua Blomfield wins, it looks like she's going to be world champion today. So that's something to definitely keep an eye on. The men's a bit trickier. Right now we've got one of the contenders in the water, Kai Salas. Harrison Roach already got through. Joel Tudor's coming up. Those are the 3 front runners. But the crazy thing is hypothetically they all lost, which well, obviously Harrison didn't. There's like 5 or 8 other scenarios. So you're literally going to have to go, we're going to be watching heat by heat, and almost, you know, every heat in the quarters could possibly be a world champion heat.
Another conversation, the evolution of the longboard tour and the criteria, which is welcome, seeing some classic longboarding now on tap.
Yeah, you know, we've been doing this criteria a few years now, and people are kind of maybe just catching on to it. But it's really simple. We're just celebrating the tradition and the beauty of longboard surfing. And it's a really nice point of difference for a WSL fan. We have a lot to offer now. You know, we have the CT Tour, men's and women's, the best surfers in the world doing the craziest stuff. And then when, you know, downtime in that, you still love surfing and you're really into tradition, history, culture, all that. I think the Longboard Tour has a lot to offer. And the men's and women's are really like neck and neck, setting the performance. Like Soleil last time set the bar, remember? And so you never know what you're going to get with these surfers. And yeah, we're having a lot of fun with this tour. It's evolved really nicely.
Well, I'd like to congratulate you and the whole crew for all the work that you've done this year.
Yeah, thank you. And let's thank all the surfers. You know, a lot of the longboard surfers have day jobs. They're delivering pizza or they're working in a surf shop. And, you know, they save their hard-earned money, come over here to Malibu and put on a good show.
There you go, Joe. Let's celebrate the day.
We're right there with you, Kaipo. Yeah, and we're right there with you, congratulating Devin Howard and the WSL for putting together another great tour with a lot of action in the water right now. But as Devin said, a lot of action on the line in the world title race. Rodrigo Sphaier battling with Skvarna, getting some nice backhand work in as he is trying to chase down his lead with 6:10 on the clock. The big thing he mentioned there, though, which is really easy to get our head around, I think the men's one he'll have to keep us posted on. There's a lot of scenarios for the world title today. But if Honolua Blomfield wins her quarterfinal, she will be a 3-time world champion. However, she does have a world champ to deal with in Lindsay Steinreity coming up in quarterfinal number 3 today. So she doesn't seem to have nerves, Hono. She actually says she doesn't have them. But we'll see how that ends up unfolding, knowing that she could clinch in one more heat win. Getting caught up with some great footwork on the back end of Rodrigo Sphaier, Troy.
Yeah, Rodrigo got a good hang 10 out the back there, and is kind of weaving himself into the inside. He was the one yesterday who had waited patiently and got the bomb to take out Edward. So he's kind of shown that that's a strategy, wait for the best wave and try to perform on it. That one looked pretty good. He might get a decent score there.
And also Kai Salas, Shannon.
Yeah, so it gets that quick 5 to start and then a really solid locked in, very clean hang 10 for that second maneuver. And then here he's just doing a really good job to kind of negotiate and control the entire board from the nose. Gets a good bit of flow and speed. That's just such a fun feeling coming through to the inside section like that, and then just puts the board on rail to finish. I mean, that was a really fun, critical looking wave from Kai Salas.
I wonder if you ask Kai how many events he's won at Queens, if he could actually remember, because it feels like he's won so many Duke events there throughout his life. He now acts as a mentor to the next generation that are in this event, like Kelia Moniz, Kelis Kaleopa'a, Kaniela Stewart. The list goes on and on. I think he felt like that was always the way he was going to be doing it, because he was mentored by the people that came before him. Here comes Kai. Ooh, that felt weightless right there in that critical part of the wave, but just out of control to ride away clean. He should be able to grab his board pretty quickly here. Everything looked perfect there. That was a bit heartbreaking seeing him go down, Troy.
Yeah, he was in a pretty solid spot for a minute there. He may have just kind of misnavigated the oncoming section and didn't step back soon enough.
With now some down carves to fade incredibly deep. Is it too deep? Kevin trying to hang in there and still trying to earn some open face, and that one is not going to let him back in until now. And now he'll just get a little wrap. That was a long way to go for that turn on the inside, Shannon.
Yeah, that was my feeling exactly, Joe. It's just, was it worth hanging on? I like that we could show, you know, he's got that control kind of coming through that frothy section, which is actually really difficult to do. You see it from a lot of longboarders when you get a little bit of a closeout section in front. They'll crouch really low, like down on their knees, down, you know, bend their knees really low and grab that outside rail and actually lean back into the foam. And the foam helps to keep them balanced and pushing forward and keeps that board projecting. So great to see him, you know, show that for us, but not anything worth hanging on for at the end of that wave.
Troy, take us into the competitor's mind for, you know, the Kevin Skvarna heat with Rodrigo Sphaier. Right now, they've had a bunch of scores. They know what the judges are telling them. They know where they are in the heat. You know, for Rodrigo, needing a 6.37, is he thinking, okay, I can't do anything what I've done so far? I mean, how do you look for improvement, even though you've been surfing this entire matchup?
Yeah, I think that the main thing for Rodrigo at this point is just the waves that he's been on. He hasn't had one of those ones that really ran through the point and kept consistent. He's had a little bit of shiftiness in his waves. So Rodrigo got a decent score yesterday. I think kind of just doing the surfing he normally does. So I would feel like he's probably just waiting for the right wave. But under 2 minutes now and kind of a flat lineup, he may not get the opportunity he needs.
It's crazy when you look at the time clock when it starts and it says 40 minutes. You're like, oh, I've got a couple of weeks out here. And then now it feels like pressure's on, 90 seconds to go. The ocean's looking relatively flat, and you're thinking, where did my heat go? And Rodrigo's had, you know, 3 rides in the matchup. Kevin's been much more active, you know, kind of took advantage of that non-priority part of his heat really well, Shannon.
Yeah, he did a really good job to put himself in control, especially coming against Rodrigo. You know, Rodrigo's chasing like a 6-point-something to take the advancing position. Only a minute left, but we have to remember the results behind Rodrigo's name. He won the 2019 Taiwan Open World Longboard Championships, which bumped him up in the rankings to be the runner-up to the world title behind Justin Quintal. That was an entirely different format and kind of different style of judging to what we saw in previous years when we saw Rodrigo get the runner-up to the world title to Piccolo Clemente back in 2013, kind of that more tail surfing rewarded, different style of board. He's also had multiple third-place finishes in the rankings on the Longboard World Tour in his career. So I think for Kevin, specifically to have started early, to be active against a competitor like Rodrigo who has many more accolades to his name than Kevin does, was a very smart way to approach this heat.
And probably a feeling for Kevin going, this guy has accomplished a lot. I have to make no mistakes and take this thing very seriously. And Skvarna has definitely done that. Low score of a 4.93, but his big number, a 6.6. And we are running out of time. Closing out another classic here at Malibu. Kevin Skvarna taking the jump into the quarterfinals with a 6.6 as his high mark to get to another matchup in the quarters with perfect Malibu heading his way. We'll introduce Stevie Sawyer, a world longboard champ, against Ben Skinner, Coming up next, we'll take a quick break. More to come right after this.
Back at Malibu for the Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas, and we have quarterfinal number 1 all set in place. Harrison Roach will be going against Kevin Skvarna. That is going to be a great matchup. Australia versus California, and we're just whittling away in this round of 16, setting up more quarterfinal actions. Taka Inoue, just a quick up and out in the priority heat in the water. We're having the overlapping heat format, of course. 40 minutes in the water, 20 minutes you're in the non-priority heat, and the last 20 minutes of your heat you are in the priority heat where you have priority over the rest of the lineup. I'm Kuiper Guerrero. I'm joined by Chad Marshall.
How's it? Good morning.
Chad, you had a little warm-up this morning. How's Malibu feel?
Pretty fun. Little some stiff offshores, but yeah, man, pretty epic out there. Some good energy. A lot more energy than yesterday.
Got new heat in the water. Stevie Sawyer out of South Africa versus the surfer from Great Britain, Big Ben Skinner. That is quite a matchup, Chad.
This is going to be some heavy hitters in the water right now, and the waves look pretty sick. So this is going to be a good battle.
In the priority heat, we have Kai Salas over Taka Inoue at the moment, but 16 minutes and 55 seconds still in that matchup, so a lot can happen there. Kai Salas, Chad, runner-up a number of times for a world title.
Yeah, he's looking to solidify his first world title today. We'll see how he goes. So far, so good. We got Ben Skinner out the back.
Big Ben Skinner from Skin Dog Surfboards,
Beautiful
getting some
10.
tip time.
Beautiful 10 right there.
Known as a powerful surfer again. Working the board. Nice snap. And again. Great footwork.
Great little run and wave, too, for him. Tons of opportunity. Look at that beautiful 10. Just perched.
And a great start for Ben Skinner in his matchup.
Yeah,
why not?
Heels right onto the sand. That's how you want to start a heat, huh?
He's fired up.
Yeah, he should be. That was sick. Good surfing, buddy.
Large tail block on that longboard.
Large man.
Large man as well. Talk us through the replay, Chad.
Nice little fade straight to the nose. Look how beautiful these conditions are. Great little setup work right there for just a beautiful 10 right there. Super locked in. Love that. And then kind of seeing this section getting a little bit of drive. A little quick 5. I just love that his positioning. This whole wave, he's been in the pocket, right? Just weaving his way back to the power source. Here we go. Back up to the tip on this inside section. Beautiful straight leg 10. Back to the tip. Right in the pocket. Right in the critical section. Love it. And then I like this little hang heels right here. Run back onto just dry docking it on the sand.
That's actually been a theme of competition where we're seeing the surfers take their waves all the way through and oftentimes just scrubbing the fin on the sand for the finish.
Yeah, I think some people damaged their fin boxes out here yesterday. So you got to be careful on that inside.
Take a look there. It looks like Stevie Sawyer wanted that wave, but
had to give way to Kai.
Yeah, had to give way to Kai in the priority heat, and Kai's going to trim through this section with a beautiful hang 5. Great control on the nose of that Kai Salas Longboard Co. Weaving through, and there.
Beautiful cutty.
The point of difference, the power hack from Kai Salas. Again, back up to the nose, showing variety, use of the entire board.
Ripping. It was funny when he was driving through that section, I could just see him eyeing that turn, waiting for that right section.
And a wipeout outside. We'll try to ID our surfer there. Looks like it was Taka Inoue.
And then here's Stevie Sawyer.
Stevie Sawyer goes down right there, grabs a rail. That was really unfortunate. Luckily, he was able to get a hold of that board.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be swimming in right now.
And that's another point of difference, right, Chad?
Yep.
I'm saying 100% of our competitors are leashless.
Yep.
So there's a consequence to falling if you're not able to grab that board
True.
right away.
But then, you know, the positive is for your cross steps, you're not getting a leash tangled up in your legs. So, you know, it's the price you got to pay. You got to, you know.
Yeah, it's a risk first reward thing. And I think the reward of clean footwork is much higher, especially you don't need a leash unless you fall. So you don't fall, you don't need a leash.
True that.
Yeah, well, you know what? The last heat was won by a young man from Dana Point, California. I'm a big fan of Kevin Skvarna. I want to hear what he has to say. He's with Shannon.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Kevin, great win this morning. You got started early. You had that overlapping heat with a ton of time on the clock. How did you approach it?
Just started trying to get waves early, like kind of normal Malibu style. Just getting waves when you can, you know. There's so many people out there normally. You can't pick and choose the one you want because some other guys on that one for sure. So just kind of starting off early and getting a couple little ones under my belt and maybe trying to like put a little pressure on, I guess. And then waiting for that priority in the second half and using that more to an advantage.
Now you had that phenomenal result, that second place to Joel Tudor at Noosa last year. How much confidence do you have coming into finals day at a wave that you know a little bit better here at Malibu?
Yeah, I feel good. I mean, I try to surf Malibu as much as I can. When there's waves, I'll camp out here, you know, and surf the whole entire swell usually for the last couple summers. So it's fun to surf a good right point, you know. That's what we flew to Noosa to do, but we ended up surfing like a left rip bowl beachy kind of thing, which is fun for me too. So it's nice to have a wave that's a little closer, didn't have to travel anywhere, just drove up. So it's fun, you know. It's Malibu, no one out. What could you ask for? That's much better than that. So.
Yeah, I love that. Couldn't ask for anything better. Back to you, Kaipo.
All right, thank you, Shannon. Congratulations, Kevin. We'll see him in quarterfinal number 1. Back to live action here.
Stevie Sawyer.
And the South African with a nice wall, but unfortunately, again, wave runs away from Stevie Sawyer. He's got a challenge. Ben Skinner opened up with a 7.17 as we turn our attention here to Taka Inoue, who's surfing against Kai Salas. Inoue looking for a 6.11 to take the lead off of Kai Salas. Doing a good job of getting on the nose and creating that trim, perched on the 10.
Nice long nose ride.
Works a hook in there.
See how he'll finish this wave off on the inside. Up. Little.
How much is that going to cost him?
Ooh, I mean, you know, you don't want to fall at the very end and leave that in the judge's, you know, mouth. That taste. You want to finish on your feet and finish strong. But I mean, it was a great start of that wave. That nose ride was sick that he got, but he just got a little too greedy.
Take another look here at Taka.
Beautiful setup work right here. Just kind of waiting for that wave to stand up, and then right here, you know, a little stretch 5. Well, all right. Here we go. So you can see him kind of waiting, being patient for the wave to stand up. Little stretch 5, stalling out with his hand to slow himself down, waiting for that wave to stand up. And then right here, straight into the 10. Beautiful control. Nice nose ride. And then right here, setting it back up. And then he kind of gets a little too greedy and a little wild and pearls.
Taka Inoue, one of the youngsters in the competition, the new blood out of Japan, just 20 years old, out of Miyazaki.
That's right, in the southern island of Kyushu. Beautiful place, great waves. Shows in his surfing, man. Little ripper.
Well, Taka's going to remain chasing that 6.11 in his challenge against Kai Salas. 9 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock for that heat. 29 minutes, 30 seconds on the non-priority heat with Ben Skinner in a big advantage. A 7.17 for his opener. Big Ben Skinner has already put Stevie Sawyer against the ropes.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you want to come out swinging, apply pressure right away. He's stoked. So now he can kind of just sit and wait, be patient and wait for another set. You know, now he's sitting on that score. He knows he just needs a backup, and then, yeah, put his back up against the wall even more.
Yeah. Well, we talked a lot about Kai Salas and his opportunity to win his first world title today. He's on point, and he's had some great surfing. Let's take a look at a great ride from Kai Salas. This was yesterday. This was a 7.93, and Kai Salas was able to put this wave together, Chad.
Yeah, he was ripping. He's been ripping this whole event. Just really good style, really good patience, and then look at this nose ride. Yeah, he was. And that's, you know, that's a bumpy wave. That's hard to surf. And his positioning's just pretty much perfect. That turn right there, that's just signature Kai.
Just poised and the variety. You have the traditional longboarding. You got a nice hang 10, but just that front side gouge that he's able to perform off the tail.
It's such a you know, difference from the other competitors, man. It's crazy. He's just got it all. He's ticking all the boxes, which we love to see.
Here we go.
We got Taka.
Taka Inouye.
Back to the tip. Oh, little reverse walk back.
Classic Malibu this morning.
Oh,
and again, another reverse walk back. So the footwork.
Yeah.
Really impressive.
Maybe a little redundant from my, you know, blood, but oh, he's going in for it again, and then
again
getting a little too wild.
You talked about getting greedy before.
That's it.
Yeah, you got to compose yourself, right?
Yeah.
It is a performance from takeoff to finish. Kai Salas now on stage.
Beautiful. How was that silhouette shot? Gorgeous.
The lines that Kai Salas is able to draw, just classic with contemporary mixed in.
Yeah.
That combination.
And I'm loving the pace of how he's surfing, right? Like,
okay,
ripping.
This is beautiful, beautiful surfing. Kai Salas likely going to improve his score line. He's got a low of a 5.47. My gut feeling is he's going to raise the bar.
Yeah, that was beautiful. And we got Ben Skinner coming out the back. He's got it on a beautiful wave.
Big Ben Skinner.
These conditions are unreal, huh?
It's a beautiful classic morning and a classic surf break with some just wonderful surf. I mean, we couldn't wish for a better finals.
Yeah, this is perfect login waves. I mean, like you just said, classic, the Malibu Classic.
And we'd like to thank Havaianas as well for their support.
For sure.
Okay, down to 6 minutes, 15 seconds. We're waiting for quite a few scores. Most importantly, the last score of Kai Salas and Taka Inouye to set the situation in their final 6 minutes.
That wave was so sick from Kai. He was ripping.
Well, let's start with Ben Skinner on the replay.
Yep, so beautiful nose ride to start this wave off. Look at those just like light offshore conditions. And then back to the tail for these beautiful drop knee cut back up to the tip. And then kind of getting a little behind the section right there, but doing a good work to make it around that. A little setup here, letting the wave stand up, and then opts to kick out. Not much left there, and then this one from Kai is just mental. Beautiful nose ride right there. Look at that. Hands down, beautiful style and grace. Nice cut back. Another just perfect position nose ride from Kai. Just gorgeous. I mean, you kind of couldn't surf that wave much better, right? That's pretty insane.
I think he ticked all the boxes when we look at the criteria on this. Variety, nose riding, rail surfing. He was in the critical section.
The whole wave, basically.
Speed, power, commitment, control, and footwork.
It was all there.
Check it.
Check it.
We're still waiting for that number. Taka Inouye, his last wave keeps him still in the second place, seeking a 6.11.
Yeah,
likely Taka's going to need a bigger score than that 6.11 once the number for Kai drops.
And Taka's going to have to finish a wave on his feet. He's going to have to just kind of settle down, relax a little bit, and you know, stop forcing the issue. Where Kai just dropped a 7.83 on that last one.
There
well
you go.
Deserved.
And the bar has been raised for Taka Inoue. 8.47 is what the surfer from Japan wants. Here's the overall unabridged version of that score of 7.83. We take that high number of an 8, we throw that away. We take the low number of a 7, we throw that away, and we average out the remaining 3 scores, and that's how we get to that 7.83.
Yep, well deserved. I was feeling around an 8 for him. Really good surfing.
Yeah. And you know, when we go north of an 8, that's what we consider excellent surfing and excellent scores. So Kai Salas, you know, just teetering on excellent there, but I think we're going to see a lot more today.
Totally. And, you know, in my opinion, the surfing was definitely an 8 or higher. I feel like it would have gone higher if he was on a bigger wave.
It was the wave.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. So.
And the judges actually early in competition leaving some room in that scale, because as the day transpires, we're going to see them break down all of these criteria: variety, nose riding, rail work. Of course, you want the footwork. It's longboarding. You want to be in the critical section, not all the way on the shoulder. Speed, power, commitment, and you always want to be in control, Chad.
Totally.
I feel like you're always in control, Chad.
Yeah. Totally.
There's a scale. 8 and up, you're excellent. 6.5, 7.9, very good. That'll get you through most heats as well. You don't want to be in that fair range, because fair is usually have you packing your bags.
Yeah. Agreed. Well, these waves out here are pretty mental. Here goes Skin Dog.
Skin Dog, Ben Skinner from Skin Dog Surfboards. Beautiful trim, beautiful 5 hanging there. Oh, just camped out on the nose. Why not 10?
He's feeling it out there. Up, little pearl right there. And the wave before that for Ben dropped in at a 5.83, so he extends his lead over Stevie Sawyer.
Yeah, he has a commanding lead over his opponent, Steven Sawyer.
He actually has Steven in combo land right now.
Combo meaning that Steven needs 2 scores to catch up to Ben.
Here's Kai again. Beautiful nose ride.
Oh, my gosh.
Mental 10 right
Just
there.
absorb that hang 10 and the control on the nose from Kai Salas.
He is putting on a clinic out there. Ripping.
And Kai Salas probably just sealed the fate of Taka Inoue. I know I'm speaking soon. I know there's a minute 30 left on the clock, but I can confidently say that Kai Salas with that ride may have just shut the door.
Yeah, I mean,
I
think he's going to, you know, extend his lead and drop that 5.97 with that ride. That 10 was mental. Talk about getting locked in and just holding it. Can't wait for that replay.
Seeing Taka Inoue on your screen, scratching out to the horizon and hoping for the Hail Mary to come through. Right now he needs an 8.47. The feeling in the set is that it's going to be more. Let's take a look at this ride, Chad.
Yeah, this is the one from Kai. Look at this beautiful setup and positioning right here, and then just right there, hanging 10, locked in so high in the pocket, and just holding that. Beautiful positioning, beautiful surfing. That was super impressive. But damage was done. That 10 out the back was sick, and then a little nose ride to just step off onto the sand. That was impressive.
Here we go, last swing for Taka Inoue. A nice start, high line trim for the 5.
Beautiful little bigger set wave for him. Nice little grab rail cutty.
Oh no.
Throwing himself a little
too far back, and that is trouble. He's going to hang on, but that's a lot of downtime there for Taka Inoue. Remember, he's looking for a big number. Oh, got the hood ornament there on the 5.
Soul arch. He just sold out.
Nice snap. Oh, he's going down swinging.
That was a great ride. That wave is beautiful. Still going.
And a roller coaster to finish.
Whoa.
And
What a
struggles,
recovery.
but gets the finish. Steven Sawyer, live action. The goofy foot out of J-Bay, South Africa.
Malibu has just come alive.
We got some great waves, beautiful surfing, and Stevie Sawyer doing his thing. Talking about dancing with the waves. Stevie Sawyer, just graceful as ever.
Yeah, he's just looking super calm. Great positioning, being super patient. Nice nose ride. Locked in, bud.
That'll get him back in the game against Ben Skinner, but who's on screen right now?
Out the back.
Ben Skinner leading this matchup currently.
Everybody getting tons of opportunity here. Tons of waves going down. Nice nose ride. Good recovery right there. Let's see if he can make it around this section. Nice nose ride. And then throwing it up on the lip. Just looking at the judges like, what else could I be doing?
That was a great finish. He came late to it. That was a lot. It shows the power of Ben Skinner to be able to pull that down and go complete on that ride. Kai Salas on the beach waiting for his score and results. Looks like he's feeling good, though, as he should be.
As he should. I mean, that last wave of Taco was a really good wave, but I think, like we talked about, I think he's going to drop that 5.97, extend his lead. So Taco's going to need, I think, a little more than an 8.47. We'll see when that score drops. They're just waiting around, waiting for.
All right, well, the score drop for Kai Salas, a 6.7. Taka now needs a 9.2. A 9.2 is a requirement for the surfer from Japan. We're still waiting for that number.
That would have to be the highest score of the event so far, and I just don't think that wave is a 9.2 in my opinion, but I'm not a judge.
Yeah, I think it's going to come up short as well, but we got to make it official right now.
Yeah, but excellent surfing from Kai, man. That was super solid, really consistent. He was ripping.
In the back of Kai's mind, he's got to be thinking, no way. I mean, I got this. But, again, it's not official until we have that last score in. And then Kai can breathe a sigh of relief knowing that he's in the quarterfinals.
And we're still waiting on some scores from the last rides from Steven and Ben. The heat after them in Heat 4 with 17.08 left in the heat.
And still waiting. Hey, let's put the numbers on the paper, punch them in the computer, and move on.
It's, you know, not only is just the heat on the line for him, right, but it's also the world title. So
okay, it's in for Taka Inoue. Not enough, and it is going to be Kai Salas moving on into quarterfinal number 2. There's the official numbers. We're going to be back with more action here from Malibu. It's the Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas.
The Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas is brought to you by Jeep, official vehicle of the World Surf League. Havaianas, official partner of the World Surf League. U.S. Army, official partner of the World Surf League. Athletic Brewing, official non-alcoholic beer of the WSL LB Series.
Welcome back to the Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas. New heat in the water. Heat number 5 of the round of 16. We have Justin Quintal, the 2019 world champ, versus the Brazilian Augusto Olinto in their matchup. Quintal coming in number 7, Augusto number 15. Priority heat switches to Ben Skinner and Stevie Sawyer. If you're just joining us, I'm Kaipo Guerrero, joined by Chad Marshall to talk you through all the action today. It's finals day here at Malibu, Chad.
Yep, the waves are firing. The conditions are unreal. What a mental day. Beautiful Malibu. Yeah, we had some rides during that break, which looked very impressive. Excited to see the replays on those, and we're still waiting on some scores for Steven and Ben. I believe a few.
Here you go, Justin Quintal.
We got Justin coming from the East Coast here on his first ride, opening up his campaign this morning. Beautiful nose ride here. Looking super poised. Nice little wave right here, a little downtime, back up to the tip on the inside section. Holding the nose there, right on the shore break. Nice opening ride.
Augusto.
We got Augusto. Beautiful nose ride here. We got this heat battle of the goofy foots. Getting a little behind the section here. Let's see if he can make it around, which he does. Back up to the tip. Nice little sole, little switch stance, bottom turn. Back up to the tip. Bringing this thing all the way into the inside. Nice ride, stepping off on the sand. And here we got Ben Skinner. Beautiful nose ride. He's putting together a super solid heat right now. Just picking off these beautiful little set waves.
Oh,
nice
how's that turn,
dude? He's just full man turn. Nice nose ride. And like we said, the criteria, man, he's really, demonstrating what they're looking for. Tail to tip, beautiful nose rides, and super power gouges off the tail. Nice wave from Ben.
Yeah.
Looking at the judges saying, like, what, dude? Give me the score.
Stevie Sawyer got a wave too during the break.
Yeah, he did. He actually got several, I believe, maybe 2. Look at that beautiful silhouetted 10. Nice speedy nose ride. Malibu just kind of looking like Rincon right here. I'm liking it. Yeah, beautiful nose ride. Nice drop knee. Super steezy, huh?
That's why they call him Stevie Sawyer. And he's taking this one all the way down the beach. So we'll be waiting for a number of scores from the judges and more waves pulling in here with just epic conditions.
Unreal. And I believe not that last ride from Steven, but the one before that, it came in at a 5.10.
Okay.
So.
Well, quick break right now, and this is going to give us a chance to check in with Kai Salas, who checked all the boxes, and he's on the quarterfinals.
That's right, Kaipo. Kai, you checked all the boxes out there. Perfect clinical hang tens. How did it feel to get such good waves at Malibu and to be making it through into the quarterfinals?
Oh, I'm super stoked on making the quarters. That's awesome. I just got to surf Malibu for 40 minutes with 4 people, so that's a dream for some people. So I'm super happy on that, and the waves were perfect. And every heat I go into, it's just like a goal of a goal of mine, just to place a couple high scores. So yeah, I had fun. I got to surf empty Malibu and got a couple good scores. So I'm excited for the next heat.
And where are things sitting at with you today? You showed up early, you've got the whole family with you, which we don't typically get to see because we're traveling so far away from home. But you've got everyone here in California with you, and you've got a world title on the line today. Are the nerves there, or are you just feeling the support?
Yeah, I guess the hardest part about today was just getting my 8-year-old and 12-year-old out of bed at 5 in the morning. So I accomplished that, and then got down here and then had to reset my mind to try and surf. But yeah, it's awesome having my family down here. It makes traveling a lot easier than a lot of times I'll just travel by myself. So it's nice having them here.
And world title, is that in your mind?
I try not to think about it. Sometimes if you think about it too much, it can make you nervous. So I know everybody says this. I'm just trying to take it heat by heat.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. And right behind Harrison and Joel on the ratings. We'll see if you can walk away with the world title. Back to you, Kaipo.
Thank you, Shannon. And I enjoy the reality check also for Kai Salas. Family man, taking care of his family. Now he has to put his competition hat on. But, he's not just the head of the household, in the Salas family. he's kind of the head of the household in Waikiki at Queens as well.
That's
where
right.
He's really mentoring the crew, that whole bubble of Queens right now, and these young surfers coming up. A lot of them have benefited from Kai Salas, from his mentorship, and even down to equipment with his own board company.
Yeah, I mean, he's making boards for all those Groms and, you know, showing them the path. It's really cool. It's good to see, man, giving back.
Hi again, I'm Kaipo Guerrero. This is Chad, Night Snake Marshall. And we're enjoying finals day here at Malibu. And thank you for joining us. And I promise you, we're going to have an exciting day today. And I also give you another promise. We're going to crown world champs today.
2 of them.
Both men's and women's. So thank you for joining us. And Malibu has come and rose to the occasion,
Yeah,
Chad.
this is pretty unreal. Surf's good, waves, tons of waves on hands. It's pretty amazing. We're actually so stoked.
Well, you're a Malibu local.
Yeah.
And so Malibu locals get a little bit of a special treatment here at the Jeep Malibu Classic. There's a locals heat this morning. And you know what, Chad? I think you got a couple waves.
I got a couple. What?
Let's take a look at it.
No way.
Let's talk through your own wave.
No, you talk through it. It's
Well,
illegal for me to do it.
Well, this is the Night Snake in action, and this is what he does. Beautiful trim there. Gets to the nose. That cross-stepping and the beautiful footwork. Chad Marshall, he can talk, but guess what? Probably surfs even better.
Oh, I don't know about that. But yeah, look at that. It's beautiful. That was fun.
Beautiful sunrise this morning, Chad, and look at the silhouette. You just take a screenshot, print it, put it on the kitchen wall.
That's it.
And that is some classic Malibu.
Oh, that was nice. That was fun. And yeah, I mean, conditions are unreal today. There's tons of waves, like we said. I mean, dude, this is going to be a heck of a day.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only thing that we should discuss right now is the personalities of Malibu and how it may change today. We may see a little bit of an onshore flow later. For sure, we're going to see a higher tide this afternoon.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's going to be like yesterday. Yesterday it was I felt like every half hour, every heat, it was a different face of Malibu. So looks like it's, you know, probably going to stay pretty clean all day. If we do get some onshore flow, west wind, it still won't have, you know, much effect on this inside section. So we should be good.
And to your point, their typical California winds,
Yes.
the wind pattern,
Yep.
actually doesn't affect Malibu as much
No.
as a lot of the neighboring breaks because of the bathymetry here and
Yep.
because of the way we're facing on this coastline.
That's exactly right. It's not like your typical Huntington Beach or something like that that gets blown out at 9, 10 in the morning. The predominant west wind here is kind of like side offshore, so it stays good. Luckily, us Malibu locals are pretty stoked that we don't have to wake up at 6 a.m. to go surfing. We can kind of surf all day.
That's Hawaiian style, you know?
Right?
We got the morning sickness over there. You
That's
sleep
right.
in.
That's
It's
right.
only going to get better as the day presents
See?
itself.
That's right. Warm up and get those trades going.
Yep. Well, now Malibu's taking a little bit of a breather. And I want to ask you, Stevie Sawyer is trailing Ben Skinner right now in this heat. Both of them with some great scores, but that dual score of a 7.17, 2 times for Ben Skinner.
Yep.
Stevie Sawyer with priority. How's he going to steady his mind, and what's he need to do to take that lead off of Ben Skinner? He's only got 6 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, he's just got to be patient and wait for the right wave, right? Yeah, Ben with those pocket 7.17s, you know. At least Steven, he pulled himself out of that combo land that he was in. So he's sitting on a 6.03 and a 5.10. He's probably going to want to get rid of that, probably both scores, I would say. But, you know, with 6 minutes on the clock, it's going to be kind of iffy. We'll see. Hopefully you get a little flurry of waves.
They're sitting in a pack. You think there's any chatter out there, or is it dead silent?
I think they're talking about each other, to each other, getting in each other's heads. I think that's what's going down. Full mind games.
I love it. Hey, art of war. Sun Tzu. It works.
That's right.
Oh, here we go. So that's a signal right there. That's Stevie Sawyer saying, hey, how much time is on the clock? He's making a signal to, actually, that was Ben, making a signal to our on-site announcer saying, give me the time.
He doesn't have his Casio watch on?
He may not.
Dude.
But Ben Skinner is pretty interesting in that he's been living in his van building up to this event.
Really?
And not like a conversion van. Just the normal
Like
passenger
minivan?
rental van. Yeah.
Wow. And
Commitment.
He's a big cat, dude.
With big boards.
Yeah, that's what I commend him. That's amazing.
5 minutes, 35 seconds in the priority heat, and it's going to be some tense times for Stevie Sawyer. But whatever can be in his favor is in his favor in that he's got priority. So he just needs Malibu to serve him up.
Yep.
Clean, shoulder-high wave.
Yeah. And then, you know, heat 4 is the battle of the long hairs. And then heat 5, you got the battle of the goofy foots. So I like it. We just we need a little set coming. I see some lines coming in. Let's see if they pull into the point here. Looks like everyone's starting to paddle out and see these waves coming.
There you go. Repositioning right now. Out in the lineup. Stevie Sawyer furthest out in that he has first priority. All the rest of the surfers are going to watch what decision that Stevie Sawyer makes, and they may be able to pick up some waves under his priorities. Sawyer needing an 8.31 at the moment to advance into the quarterfinals. No decisions there.
Yeah.
Nobody pulls a trigger. It's going to be an insider here, and
looks like
even Augusto decides not to go.
Nobody's swinging for that one. Kind of a little insider pushing on the point. Yeah, that wasn't the one that they wanted. We got somebody out the back.
And it's going to be Ben Skinner.
Beautiful little fade up to the tip. Nice 5 to 10 combo. I love that little straight leg 10 he does. And just opts to kick out.
So that won't change the situation in the heat. And Stevie Sawyer will still remain with a need of 8.31 or better to move into the quarterfinals. Clock ticking down. We're at 2 minutes 45 seconds in that heat. Stevie Sawyer with his legs up. You can see him paddling. Looking real casual for such a tense situation.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot on the line here for everybody. It just, like you said earlier, the Malibu kind of just went quiet for a second there. We had that last heat was just nonstop waves, and then the beginning of this one. So we'll see if the next heat, Justin and Augusto get some more opportunities.
Well, it is the rhythm of the ocean, and you're going to have these lull periods. We saw the swell fill in yesterday of the south-southwest, which was a welcome sight to us. Coming through this morning, my first sight, I thought, oh, maybe the swell dropped off. But then once I saw the sets, which did take a while to come, it's set up for a classic Malibu. Now, Stevie Sawyer on his feet, just being a meerkat at the moment, trying to peer over the waves and see if there's anything outside.
That's right. He's just trying to get a higher perspective and see if something's out the back, which I see some lines, but I just don't know if they're the ones because he's going to have to swing for the fences here as he's only got a minute and a half.
Ben Skinner signaling for time right now, and the beach announcer is going to tell him you got 1 minute and 20 seconds left in your heat. Sawyer on the move, but we're going to stick with Augusto Linto on the non-priority heat.
A little micro machine. Nice little switch. Kind of a wonky little line on that one. Nice surfing.
That was an interesting cross step off the top that he did for the finish.
Yeah. He's got all those little tricky moves.
Here we go.
His arsenal. Nice. There's Stevie Sawyer.
Important wave.
Beautiful nose ride.
Needs that 8.31 and needs to perform to that quality. It's an excellent need. Great trim on the 5. Beautiful fade to the tuck knee bottom turn. A little bit of footwork there for Stevie Sawyer. That's going to cost him.
Yeah.
And the fall is going to be the end of the journey for Stevie Sawyer here at the Jeep Malibu Classic.
Yeah, that was
presented by Havaianas.
Super beautiful surfing by Steven on that wave, but there just wasn't anything really dynamic to really, raise that score up into that excellent range which he needed. So, yeah. Good surfing from Steven, but pack your bags, brother. And Ben Skinner off to the next quarterfinal.
Well, Ben Skinner can paddle in and hit the beach and prepare himself for his matchup with Kai Salas, which will be quarterfinal number 2. When we come back, we're going to have a new heat in the water. It's going to be Tony Silvani versus Luca Garrido Lecca when we return. The iconic Malibu Fishing Pier, the backdrop for the Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas, where we have our men's final bracket all set. The first half all set. Quarterfinal number 1, Harrison Roach, Kevin Skvarna. Quarterfinal number 2, Ben Skinner versus Kai Salas. We got another matchup in the water to establish quarterfinal number 3. Augusto Linto is against Justin Quintal. Tony Silvani and Lucas Garrido Lecca have also entered the water in the non-priority heat. That's going to fill in quarterfinal number 3 with those results.
Yeah, those first 2 quarterfinals are stacked.
Ben Skinner with the download.
Yeah, he's stoked. Coming in from that heat, he was ripping. He got some solid waves. He must feel pretty darn good right now coming in after a performance like that. He's all fired up.
Tony Silvani versus Luca Garrido Lecca in the non-priority heat. East Coast USA versus our young Peruvian standout so far in competition, Chad.
Yeah, Lucas has kind of been blowing my mind. At the surf ranch, he was totally ripping, getting super pitted and epic nose rides and super styly guy. And yeah, I'm excited to see him out here right now and surf against Tony.
What can you tell me about Tony Silvani? I think you know Tony for a while. He's quite a personality.
He's a good dude from the East Coast. He comes out here and competes in, like, obviously the club contests up and down the coast. And yeah, really good surfer, well-rounded. A little more of a performance-y guy, but still can, you know, nose ride pretty well. Just your East Coast ripper.
He's got a surf school, right?
He does, I
Beach
believe.
rental is just like...
He's got the whole package over there. The full experience. And looks like Lucas dropped in a 4.33 on his first wave.
Nice start for the Peruvian. We got a vision of Luca Garrido Lecca right here. So nice start, 4.33. Let's turn our attention to the priority heat with Augusto Linto, who's currently in a lead over 2019 world champ Justin Quintal.
Yeah, there's only, they've gotten a few waves, but nothing of real consequence.
Wow.
As we see Justin
on
paddling
cue.
This one. Beautiful nose ride to start. Look how clean that little wave is. Nice nose ride here, holding it through that whitewater section. Nice little check turn. Setting it up for this inside. Looking a little flat and slow though. See if you can get another little quick nose ride on this inside section. Nice clean footwork from Justin. Nice wave just to stay busy. Looking out the back, see some lines coming in.
Do you think that's...
He surfed it great.
I mean, he just needed 2.73 to take the lead. You think he got that?
I think he got that for sure. But, after the next 4 14:42. I don't know if you'll want that score to be in your score line. Definitely want to improve upon that as we see some lines rolling down the point. Let's see who we got out the back.
Scratching into this one feverishly.
Tony Silvani.
And this is going to be our first look at Tony Silvani. Nice 5, nice trim line. Gets a cross step back to the tail where he's able to redirect the board with a nice little cutty. Again, bottomed out there. And decides to kick out a little bit early as the two waves kind of
he should
stack
have gone
upon
for
each other.
He should have gone for the ollie into the next wave. Would have loved to have seen him sent it.
Augusto Linto from Ubatuba, Brazil. The goofy foot with a beautiful switch stance. Switches back to his normal goofy foot stance. Cheater 5 on the inside. Little ode to Paul Strau.
Nice.
And just kicks it out. Little donkey kick on the inside.
Nice. And then a little switch, crossover, hang heel.
Well.
Nice surfed wave, technically sound. We got to set out the back with Lucas.
Opting
to kick out of that one.
And he's going to hand it over to Justin Quintal.
Because Justin has the priority in the heat before them. Look at this set out the back. Beautiful waves coming through the point. Nice nose ride from Justin. Beautiful surfing.
And Quintal showing the poise as well as just the style on the inside here. Again, difficult section on the heels with that hang 5. Is able to pull it through. Finishes with a nice maneuver right on the beach. And Silvani, Tony, outside with a big snap. The silhouette. Just beautiful morning here. And Silvani, again, wanting to utilize the entire board, up and down, tail to nose.
Beautiful hang 10 right there. Look at these pristine conditions. Unreal. Super picaresque. Stepping off on the sand. Nice ride from Tony. He's going to be fired up after that one.
I love it. You know what also? I love the surfing of Big Ben Skinner, and I want to hear from him. He's with Shannon right now.
Ben, you must be ecstatic to make it into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's what a dream come true, really. Just to go back surfing out there with one other person is insane. So, I'm stoked. Can't really believe it, but yeah, on to the next round, that's for sure.
And you matched up against Steven. The two of you have had so many heats together. And your next matchup in the quarters is against Kai Salas. What's it like to surf against those competitors that you're so familiar with?
Well, obviously, both are really good friends and great competitors and surfers. So it always sucks surfing against your mates, but I'm here for one reason. It's my turn to take Kai this time. So yeah, we'll see. I'm going to give it my best shot.
And talk to me about your equipment on your Skin Dog surfboards.
Yeah, I'm riding my Cherry Picker model in the Thunderbolt technology. Feeling super good out there today. Just really lively on the tail, nice and solid and lifty on the nose. So yeah, so stoked, and got a nice big 10-inch fin in the back to hold me in on the 10s. It's good, super good.
Stoked. Well, it looks great. Congratulations on a good result so far, and keep up the decent work.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Love you, kids.
Yeah, Ben Skinner. Kind of looking like a wrestler, and kind of sounding a little bit like a wrestler with like his challenge against Kai Salas. He says, "It's my turn."
Yeah,
bring it.
He's a big boy. That dude would. He could bench press. I think he could bench press 500 pounds.
And interesting with the equipment, we have some support here from Firewire Surfboards. They have activation on the beach. He's got a model there. With that Thunderbolt technology from Firewire, which allows the boards not just to be durable, but actually have a real natural flex to them as well. Because you need some flex in your board. So check that out. You got the.
I was going to say the flex pattern, right? That's what they're going after. Nice.
10 minutes, 20 seconds, and Augusto Linto continues to lead over Justin Quintal. The judges do owe us a score, however, for Quintal. 4.31 or better, and Quintal will flip that lead at the 10-minute mark. We're still anticipating that number.
Yeah, and I think we have some scores that should be dropping for the heat number 6 as well. Lucas and Tony both should be getting some scores dropping any second now.
Again, as the tide is filling in, we are having a little bit of a push.
Yep.
We have a swell that is leveling off, if not on the decline for a little bit. It's certainly changing a little bit of its direction as it's hitting the coast.
It is.
So we're anticipating some of these lully moments and then kind of flurries of multiple waves hitting the point all at one time.
So that's why you just got to make sure you're out the back and ready and waiting. As we had a score drop for Justin, which is his best wave of the heat so far, at a 5.40.
Here's a replay of Lucas Garrido Lecca.
Beautiful little wave here. Nice little setup turn here. Going for a little rebound. Back up to the tip here. Little speedy section there. Nice control, and then kicking out right on the shore pound.
And another look at Lucas.
Nice. Little smaller wave here. Beautiful nose ride. Super locked in. I just love his casual style. Hands down. Making it look effortless. Good footwork there. Nice control.
And Tony Silvani on the replay.
Beautiful 10 right there. Nice little cut back. Get back to the power source. Trying to set up a little nose ride action on the inside. Nice 5. Nice 10 here. Yeah, good little wave right here. Connecting it all the way to the inside. Just some smooth jazz. Just feeling that sexy sax, you know?
Well, we talked about the new generation that we're seeing throughout longboarding, and it's all over the world. A surfer from Japan, part of that new generation, put on a show here at Malibu. Taka Inouye is with Shannon Hughes.
Thanks so much. Taka put on an incredible performance here in Malibu. He's standing here with Yuri, his mom, affectionately known to us in the longboard community as Taka's mom. Yuri, can you just share with Taka how special it was for him to be at Malibu? How did he feel being able to compete out here on the World Longboard Tour?
I see. タカのライディングとても素晴らしかったです。このマリブ、ここのサーフポイントでサーフィンできたことについて感想を言ってほしいのでお願いいたします。
はい、日本ではねロングの聖地として有名なマリブを貸し切りで、そしてまた素晴らしい会とか素晴らしい選手と戦えて最高に嬉しいです。
I'm very happy to be here because Malibu is very famous and popular in Japan as a good surfing spot for especially longboarding. So I'm very excited to have such a great hit with Salas and others. So anyway, I'm very happy.
Amazing. And would you like to say anything to your friends and family back home in Japan?
日本の皆さんに応援してくれたことに対しての言葉とかメッセージありましたらお願いいたします。
夜中にね皆さん応援ありがとうございます。そして今回このサーフランチとマリブに来る機会を与えてくださったシュータク、ユーサーフ、そして WSL の皆さん本当にありがとうございます。また次もここに来れるように頑張りますので引き続き応援よろしくお願いいたします。
Thank you so much, Taka. We love having you and Yuri as part of the longboard community. Back to you, Kaipo.
All right. Well, omedetou gozaimashita to Taka. Congratulations on putting a great performance and making a name for himself here in 2021. I can't wait to see him on the 2022 tour. And I love the rise of surfing, both shortboarding and longboarding from the land of the rising sun.
Yeah, so much talent coming out of Japan. And yeah, it's really bitchin' to see. Really good surfing. What a great representation of Japan. That little ripper.
Well, I mean, look we had surfing introduced into the Olympics, Tokyo, this year.
Yep.
Embraced there.
Yep.
That's just put fuel on an already burning fire of surf stoked in Japan.
Yeah, I mean, dude,
and a great surf culture for decades.
That's what I was just gonna say. That like California longboard culture in Japan is huge.
Yeah.
It's like they just eat it up. So Malibu and all, the heritage of, of this beach is just, yeah, the Japanese love it.
And we love Japan.
Yeah, we
it's
do.
One of my favorite
One of my
places to visit.
Same. Same. I love it there, man. It's the best.
A great culture there. We got a great culture here at Malibu. As you see, the beach starting to fill up here. Finals day at the Jeep Malibu Classic, presented by Havaianas, with some help from Aviator Nation as well. Quiet times out in the lineup. Justin Quintal, with his last score, did flip the heat on Augusto Olinto.
Yeah, everyone, they're kind of sitting down the point a little bit in the bay. Oh.
Here's our Jeep Heat recap, Chad.
Yeah, beautiful surfing here from Justin. Nice speedy nose ride. Nice locked in nose ride right there. Loving that. Just quintessential Quinny. Being super patient here. Setting up this little inside section. Little twinkle toes. Nice. Little cut back right on the beach.
And Augusto Olinto.
Beautiful hang 10 right there, locked in. Showing some flashes of Joel Tudor. Nice nose ride there. Complete control. Nice little switch foot. Yeah, like you said, a little Paul Strout stretch 5 action with a little kick 5. He's just getting super techie on the inside.
And that's what led us to the situation in the water. Oh, here we go. Reverse takeoff for the Skeg reverse.
There it is.
Olinto getting fancy.
Nice backwards paddle in.
And
into that. Beautiful
gets a nice
surfing.
arch there on the hang 5.
Just completely sold out. There is my little ollie into that. There it is. Yeah, going for a little tube time. Helicopter fin slide. And just looks like he's going to fade out of that. But super technical start to that wave.
I really enjoyed the
backwards paddle in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I called the Skeg reverse.
Nice.
But that would have been a Skeg reverse if you were actually facing forward. So thanks for the backwards paddling.
Yeah, that's
Skeg reverse.
That's my jam.
Is that one of your jams?
It is. It is.
Confuse people that way, huh?
It is,
Chad.
especially if they're paddling out.
People don't
you.
know if you're paddling out or,
It's
paddling
it.
into the wave.
Yeah,
that's one of your Malibu tricks, huh?
That's it. My bag of tricks out there.
2 minutes and 10 seconds, and we're going to be seeing that score for Augusto Olinto. Not enough. He's still chasing a 4.84.
Yeah, I wish he had had a better second half to that wave. It kind of shut down on him. But, yeah, beautiful start. Ripping.
Well, now, in the final 2 minutes, Justin Quintal with the lead and first priority over Augusto Olinto. That's going to really start closing the door on the Brazilian surfer at this point and his hopes of making it to the quarterfinals.
That's it. With only 1:30 remaining in the heat, as we see Joel Tudor running up the beach to get into the next heat.
Ooh, that's going to be a great matchup coming up next. We're going to have Joel Tudor versus Taylor Jensen. So it's going to be the battle of multiple world champs.
That's it.
In that heat number 7 coming up right after this. .110 on the clock, and Malibu doing Augusto Olinto no favors at the moment, and not even going to give him a chance. He's already under priority. The clock's down to 1 minute, and I believe, Chad, that this is just a formality of who we're going to see first to move into quarterfinal number 3.
Yeah, Justin's such a smart competitor that it's going to be almost nearly impossible to try to sneak a wave underneath him right now. So great surfing from Augusto, and we'll see you next year, bud. Seems as if the offshore winds kind of backed off a little bit, and just now it's just super glassy.
California dreaming, Chad.
Dude,
California
just
dreaming.
Full autumn in full effect. Just full.
Over Augusto Olinto.
It's a little victory lap.
Here he goes.
Let's
He's going to
see.
possess this wave. He's going to give his competitor absolutely no chance. And it's official. Justin Quintal moves into the quarterfinals. Augusto Olinto exits competition here. We're going to exit this live just for a moment. We're taking a break, but when we're back, Joel Tudor and Taylor Jensen will be in the water.
Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas is brought to you by Jeep, official vehicle of the World Surf League. Hydro Flask, official insulated drinkware of the World Surf League. U.S. Army, official partner of the World Surf League. Aviator Nation, official apparel partner of the event. Firewire through California as we watch the best in the world compete for a world title today here on Finals Day. Taylor Jensen hitting the lineup with Joel Tudor. A ton of world titles in this heat. Taylor Jensen, a 3-time world champ, and Joel Tudor looking for a 3rd world title today. It was maybe one of the most anticipated matchups that we saw in this round of 16 this morning. And now it's right in front of us with Silvani and Lucas, Garrido, Lecca still having the priority part of the lineup this morning. Joe Turpel, Shannon Hughes, and Troy Mothershead for the call. What a treat we have in front of us. Kind of a tale of two cities, if you will. There's just two different kind of lines that you might expect to see from Taylor and Tudor. Two worthy world champions going head-to-head in perfect conditions in Malibu.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see these two actually meet up in a head-on-head matchup. That's one of those things that really, is going to be an exciting thing to witness as we see.
He will kick out of that end section. And more action as well as we have the priority heat still underway. Backhand 5 for the Peruvian. And he'll run out of water there quickly. And Lucas, Garrido, Lecca, Tony Silvani with a matchup a long time ago now. Back in 2006, there was the Jeep World Longboard Championships in Hainan Island over in China. And I think you always expect Peruvians to dominate going left. Sometimes it's hard for them to find a right. We'll see if Tony can even up the matchups, now going the different direction. During the break, we also had to get caught up with some action here, Troy.
Yeah, here's Lucas. This is a good little hang 10, more aggressive turns we've seen so far.
And also swinging into action to get an early start here, Shannon.
Yeah, Taylor Jensen just up and riding out the back. Nice, big nose ride to S-turn to nose rides again. Taylor also just going a little bit more aggressive, hitting the lip on both of those last two turns, but doing that while keeping such good flow throughout.
And also the light-footed Tony Silvani in the mix with Lucas in their priority heat, Troy.
Yeah, right on. Tony's getting some tip time. Solid 10. He's got that little that he throws around a lot of the time. Yeah, and this wave offered him an inside, which it looks like a lot of the waves right now are kind of hitting the end section and closing out. So Tony doing well to find one that took him to the beach.
So many different ways to get there, and then the timeless classic style that tries to be modeled by everybody in the world. Joe Tudor, how good was that to watch, Shannon?
Yeah, that was beautiful. I mean, such graceful footwork coming through from the GOAT of longboarding.
Troy, do you keep up with Joel Tudor's Instagram and the amazing conversations that happen there?
That's great. I like that setup. Yeah, Joel's Instagram, definitely one of the better follows in the surfing world.
I love it. We see him dancing his way to this beautiful section. Kind of started that nose ride high and then brought it back into the pocket. That was incredible. Another 5 in that beautiful footwork. He spent so much time of his career on this very wave. And nice clean 5 to 10 again for the master himself, who started off with a win at Noosa, the opening event of this very long season. And he said at the time he was actually on a scouting mission to pick up talent for his events he was having at the time. And he told his sponsor that, ended up winning the event, and then he officially said that he was going for a 3rd world title. Shannon, how'd you like this one?
Yeah, I love it. I love everything about Joel Tudor surfing. Lovely little drop knee, just to reset up that line as well. You can see that board doesn't have a lot of rocker in it. It's just really nice and flat, and it's just keeping him right in that pocket so easily on a crumbly wave. That board's really facilitating great surfing for Joel Tudor, and I love that call, Joe, that he is going for that 3rd world title, but didn't have that in his sights initially.
And I love that he's this close to it at this point of his life and his career. I always am so interested with Joel and surfboards because like opinions with everything, he's so deep into building boards, what he may ride at Malibu. Troy, any insight there?
Yeah, I saw are made by a few different shapers actually, so I'm not sure who built this one specifically, but he said it's kind of been his go-to in most of the events so far.
I think it's really cool about Joel as well that he's a historian and a very proud one as well. You know, he'll take the time to tell you about the greats that came before, his influences, who they were influenced by, and so on. And he always made it very important. And it might have been king information from Donald Takayama. He learned to just fall in love with the history of the sport of surfing.
Yeah, it's really amazing to see, you know, how he's carried that into this older stage of his career as we see him just putting on, you know, an absolute clinic for us all.
Positioning absolutely perfect from Joel Tudor. And now just soul arching switch. Back to his normal stance is the backhand 5. There's the fade. Just that timeless style. Never looks like he's rushing anything because he's not. He's always in the perfect part of the wave. And just going straight. It looks good, Troy.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Joel could just stand there the whole time and he'd probably get a 4. That was a solidly put together wave. I think that Joel is probably trying to tune in and just find some clean lines for himself.
Back to the priority heat. Lucas Garrido Lecca from Peru. 1-0 and head-on-head match. Sections, though, are attacking him. Now laying low. Let's see if he can cover some ground here, and that one's going to leave him behind. Back into some nose work from Tony Silvani. Inside closeout section. Floats that one on top of the lip, and still looking to hunt down some open face. Does well to earn another section. Quick 5, but a bit out of control. And that board will be dry docked in a moment. Tony down to 10 minutes in the priority heat against Lucas Garrido Lecca. Looking for a spot into the quarterfinals. A pretty common thing to see. Just a quick swim into the beach to grab your board. I think maybe the most challenging part of the surf ranch for a lot of longboarders is actually using a leash, especially when you're going switch and back and forth. I was so impressed of how they managed it at the last event of the season.
Yeah, I mean, you just trip over your leash on a consistent basis. So for so many of these surfers, I think that they would even have had to like drill a little hole in to be able to put a leash into their board because they don't even have leash plugs actually most of the time.
Probably had to run to the local surf shop and get some extra equipment that they normally don't have with them. Let's now catch up with the world champ. Justin Quintal is with Frankie.
Hi, Justin. So that was an amazing heat. It was really close, kind of a lot of walls. What was going through your head, and how did you make it out of that?
I don't know. I think I got a little lucky. Before the heat, I was watching it, and there was a lot of waves, and everyone was killing it, and I was really excited to get out there and kind of just catch some waves and get it on. But, yeah, when Augusto and I paddled out, it kind of started to slow down at the tail end of the last heat, or the previous heat, and then we were both kind of sitting there looking at each other like, when's it going to turn on, you know? So we really only had one real set, it seemed like, in that heat once we had priority. So it was kind of a weird one. I don't know, low-scoring heat, but, yeah, it was fun. It's obviously amazing conditions out here. Just saw Joel get an insane one. But it was a nail-biter for sure.
I was nail biting for you too. Yeah, what do you want? What are you going to plan on for the next round? I mean, you're obviously going on, moving forward. What's your plan next time?
I honestly just want to catch more waves. Like to be out here and only have a couple people, you kind of want to capitalize on that and get as many waves as you can and put on a show. So hopefully I get one of these heats where there's a couple more sets and I can kind of get the momentum going and really turn on and, yeah, get comfortable.
Well, you're definitely going to have that opportunity, and I'm excited to see you surf later. Back to you guys at the booth.
Thanks so much, Frankie. Justin Quintal saying he felt lucky in that last heat. Obviously a little bit wave-starved from some of the other heats. That happens a lot of venues around the world, no matter how world-class it is. Sometimes you just have a heat that doesn't get a ton of opportunity, but he's got a lot of experience with kind of saving himself in heats. Being a world champ, growing up in Jacksonville Beach, Florida, he understands the game well, and I think that really played out well in that last matchup, as we'll get caught up to a dream matchup. Joel Tudor versus Taylor Jensen. That's how Joel started off for us, Troy.
Yeah, Joel got a good nose ride and then just casually trimmed switch through the kind of crumbly section, and he spent a good amount of time just cruising, which looks beautiful and is in the criteria of the style and flow we're looking for. He probably wanted another nose ride or more critical turn on that wave, but nonetheless, keeping it moving. And then here was Lucas.
Looking comfortable. Remember, he's in the heat with Tony Silvani, and he's chasing a score to take the lead here, Shannon.
Yeah, he did, well on that first part of the wave, and then it really just started getting away from him. Again, you see him do that little crouch down, really classic of longboarders to do that to try and make the sections, but he wasn't able to.
And the big man, a 3-time world champ, Taylor Jensen, 3.77 on his opener.
Yeah, I think he and Joel kind of sharing just a little bit smaller waves and not as much on offer. I mean, Taylor is leaning into that. Pretty solid looking surfing. I think the scores are on the lower end, probably more because of the wave selection than the actual maneuvers he's putting down. I think Taylor, although, had rode more performance boards, his flow has always been incredible. So psyched to see him out here.
Also back to the priority heat, Tony Silvani hanging on to his lead, still in first with footwork like this.
Yeah, just really commits to that hang 5, gets a lot of length out of that ride. You can see there's a bit of spray coming off the front of the nose, which means that it wasn't really on that nice open pocket. It's a little bit of pushing water underneath it. And then here, I was shocked, honestly, to see him make it around that section. I didn't see it coming. I thought we were going to lose him the way that we lost Lucas in that last one. And then it didn't really amount to anything for him because he went down with it. That real scoring potential coming out of those first long nose rides that he had.
So a little lull in the action if you're just joining us. We've had some incredible heats. Harrison Roach got past Jefferson Silva in the first heat this morning. He'll have a matchup with Kevin Scavarna in the first quarterfinal as Kevin got past Rodrigo Sphaier. Kai Salas got past Taka from Japan in heat number 3. He's also going to be taking on Ben Skinner. Ben Skinner beat a world champ named Stevie Sawyer in heat number 4 just a little bit earlier this morning. And then we just got caught up hearing from Justin Quintal. Got past Augusto from Brazil in that last heat. So this overlapping format proving itself once again. We've gotten a lot accomplished in a short period of time. And we still have 4:30 to go with Tony win the lead over Lecca, who just needs a 5.27. Promising for Lecca with priority. And now Joel Tudor and Taylor Jensen have a lot on the line. I think we kind of opened up this heat. I was really focused on Joel Tudor a bit. Let's go Taylor Jensen at the moment. Shannon, what do you love about Taylor Jensen that he brings to the longboard tour?
Yeah, he certainly has his own approach, right? He's got 3 world titles for a reason. He's a phenomenal competitor. He's really brought a lot of kind of speed and power into his surfing, but we cannot discount the fact that he is as graceful as ever when he cross steps. It's mind-blowing every time I watch a man of that size, how tall Taylor is, standing over probably 6'4". The girth of him to be able to cross step with the light-footedness, it's an amazing kind of balance between the power that he brings to his rail surfing as well as the fit, yeah.
No, that's well said. I think that's brilliant. I mean, paddling past Taylor when he's going down the line, I'm intimidated. I mean, the guy goes fast 100% of the time, but like you said, Shannon, with grace as well, which is always great to see that combination. As we check out the Jeep heat recap, we've got Lucas and Tony Silvani going head-to-head. Lucas got off to some great footwork. A 6.5, his best score so far in this heat, Troy.
Yeah, he was styling through that first section, hanging 5. Lucas has been wrapping back into the pocket more than a lot of the other surfers, actually using the whitewater to get himself back into his next section. Little top turn and a kick out, so doing well on that wave.
And then also the footwork of Tony Silvani, a guy who's represented USA across the world and has won a lot of major events. I love how controlled he was with that last 5, Shannon.
Yeah, really nice and controlled, and then you kind of see him doing that little top to bottom maneuvers, gets in a really beautiful wrap back into the froth, not really a pocket there on that wave, and then connects into the nose ride again. Joel, he had a great win in Oceanside just last month, and he said that it was one of the career highlights for him to be at this stage of his career, competing in the club events within California. The fields are so stacked. It's similar to entering a world title event, and he walked away with a big win.
And it is so cool that you said that. You always wonder, what will this mean to you at any stage of your career, and when it still means that much. You know, he's still got a lot left in the tank as we catch up with some great footwork here on the clock. Priority still with now Tony Silvani out the back.
Kevin Scavarna listening to some tunes there, getting ready to paddle out in his next heat.
Pretty classic guy. I just saw him after that last win, and I was just talking about switch, and he's like, you got to try it. It's the best thing in the world. I was like, I don't know how, Kevin.
Cool.
Yeah, he was just so positive, so happy. He's just enjoying how perfect it was. And I think when you're at an event where surfers are coming in, just knowing how lucky they are to have a lineup like that. That's what I really felt from Kevin coming in. Also, that he's a class act. I mean, he made me laugh.
Yeah, Kevin's an awesome dude. I've loved getting to know him better over the last few years, and I think that the switch dance has actually been good for him. He seems to have been surfing out here a lot over at least this last summer, and that switch dance has come on pretty hard.
As we can see, a nice setup there for some tip time. Remember, Garrido Lecca looking for a 5.27 to take the lead off Silvani, down to 50 seconds. Lining up the inside wall, just a quick 5, just tapped it back into that fade. 30 seconds. I mean, he wants to prove to the judges with that wave that they'll turn the heat. Do you think he's feeling confident that that's the score, or is he kind of hustling to try to get another chance, Shannon?
Yeah, I mean, you can already see him on the paddle back out to the lineup, actually looking as if he doesn't have that confidence. I thought that was a really beautifully surfed wave. Excellent footwork. It was maybe a little bit small, just on the size of things, but I mean,
as they'll look at that wave from Lucas Garrido Lecca just one more time on the video replay, just to make sure they didn't miss anything. They always write down the score first, and then they have a chance to double check that first reaction, but they never want to lose that first reaction, so they'll write it down, and then the head judge will say, hey, look at the screen, let's watch yellow one more time. They always just use color references for jerseys. They're not talking stats, past history. It's all about the performance right in front of them. Tony Silvani, 6.10 and a 5.67, is hoping that he keeps that momentum alive up the coast here in Malibu from that last win in Oceanside. And now judges officially making their decision. Coming up short is Lucas Garrido Lecca, 3.53 on the last. Silvani takes the win to move on into the quarterfinals here at the Jeep Malibu Classic, presented by Havaianas. More action to come. Caniela Stewart takes on Cole Robbins after this.
I have 24 hours left.
You are looking at the Malibu Pier. We're happy to be here, but we're checking out some heavy action with a world title on the line for the men here as we check out the quarterfinals. Harrison Roach waiting for that first title. Will it happen today? He takes on Kevin Scavarna in that first quarterfinal. Quarter 2 features Kai Salas. He's a household name. Also a guy looking for a world title. Ben Skinner was epic as he took out a world champion named Stevie Sawyer to earn that spot in the quarters. It'll be Justin Quintal, the 2019 world champ, taking on a fellow East Coaster and Tony Silvani in quarterfinal 3. One more quarter to fill in. Will it be Tudor and Jensen, or will it be Caniela Stewart and now Cole Robbins, who just paddled out? Caniella Stewart, part of that Waikiki crew. Cole Robbins from Santa Barbara, California. Pretty close to where you're living these days, Troy.
Yeah, that's right. Surf with Cole a bunch. It's fun to have him. Fun to be up in his hood since he grew up there. So yeah, it's been cool to get to know Cole a little better now that we are adults and live close to each other.
I love seeing that as we get caught up with early action. Footwork into the tip time. Robbins taking on Caniella Stewart. Remember, non-priority heats, they can get started. There's a lot of room out there, Shannon.
Yeah, there's a lot of room up there, and we would very much expect Cole Robbins to look comfortable at a little right-hand point break. And there we go with just that classic style. Gets like 3-4 hang tens on that wave, steps out on the sand. He's going to have a smile on his face without a doubt as we see Joel. This last one from him as well. Nice bit of kind of that S turn to start off with, and just starts to set himself up here. He went for that little switch stance as well. And was he able to make it around the section? Well, look at that. Perfect bit of surfing. Very poised. I love when Joel gets to the nose, just how comfortable and relaxed he looks. Like his whole body is just there in that moment.
It just makes sense. It teaches you to be patient and wait for those moments to show up, and then that's when it's time to shine. Joel Tudor setting up 2 5s, holding that one a bit longer. That was a critical pedal back as he switched his way through. There's the float switch, then back to his normal stance is goofy. Backside 5. And another beautiful controlled nose ride for Joel Tudor, who already has a 7.10 and a 5.6. Taylor Jensen needs an 8-point ride to catch up with a 2-time world champ at the moment. But all about timing, positioning. On the last break, Troy, we were talking about the footwork specifically. And there's ways to get to the nose quickly, but there's ways to do it with grace and actually showing a much more technical ability to walk the entire board. And I think Joel gave us a fine example of that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Joel's been the footwork technician forever. And like we've said, he is the GOAT from that perspective. So I think, and a lot of that plays into the equipment. Joel's riding a heavier board. It's a little flatter, and so you can kind of stand back on the tail there and sort of seesaw, slowly get your way to the nose, versus on a lighter, maybe thinner or more rockered out board where you don't have the time to spend in the middle. You've really got to get up to the nose as fast as you can. And kind of that difference between that 3 or 1 step, or sometimes we refer to it as 2 or 4 steps. But yeah, Joel is a multiple step to the nose kind of surfer.
As we look at 13:55 on the clock, let's hear from Tony Silvani, winner of the last heat, is with Frankie.
Hi everyone at home, Tony Silvani. You always have a smile on your face, good energy. How did you bring that into the water?
Well, today I just woke up and just wanted to stay stoked out there and catch some good waves. And, you know, I've been having some good energy around me recently, and, you know, it's really nice to have my girlfriend and her friends come down and support me yesterday and lead into today, into the final day. It's been great to be able to surf at Rincon and just keep good energy around me and eat good, healthy food. And now it's on the final day right now.
You've been doing so well throughout this event, and you mentioned Rincon. Has Rincon actually helped you prepare for this event?
It's just really fun to be able to go up there and surf, because I haven't surfed there before, but only like one other time. And, you know, to bring my girlfriend and my friend Griffin and eat some ramen last night and keep good energy. I'm around my aunt and uncle and their family, so it's been really fun to be able to spend some good quality time here.
Sounds like you have a really good crew and a great support system. I'm excited to see you in the next round.
Thank you so much, and thanks for Bill Stewart and all of the crew from Stewart Surfboards coming down here to support me today.
All right, you heard it from the man himself. Back to you guys.
Oh, thank you, Frankie. That was one of my favorite interviews of the morning. I feel better about my day because of Tony's stoke, and even when it comes down to what he had for dinner, ramen house, that's a great thing to do before a big game day. He just has so much positivity around him. I know, Troy, you've hung around the Stewart family for really the beginning part of your career. That probably brings you some good memories as he gave him a shout out.
Yeah, for sure. Bill is a legend. Definitely one of the best shapers in the world. He's put some incredible surfboards under people's feet, most notably Colin McPhillips when he won his 3 world titles, and now Tony. So really stoked that Tony's been able to develop a relationship with Bill.
As we see Connie Stewart fade out of that inside section. Speaking of Colin McPhillips, a 3-time world champ, he's upstairs right next to the judges doing all the beach announcing. Hearing his voice was pretty special this morning, Shannon.
Yeah, it's great to have Colin on the ground, and we've seen Colin also represent Team USA on the longboarding side as a coach for the ISA World Longboard Championships in the past, and it's just always good to have Colin down on the ground.
Going back to this, the start for the Hawaiian, Connie Stewart. What'd you think, Troy?
Yeah, Connie, I mean, he's a nose riding savant. We've seen him do some crazy hang tens out here at Malibu the last few years. That one petered out a little early, but he did work with what he was given for sure.
I was down at Sano recently just posting up, and I just saw the silhouette of a figure just trimming, and I was like, I think that's Connie Stewart. He just looked like royalty going down the line. I was just mesmerized by how controlled he was, and then all of a sudden he'd do something real aggressive. I just decided not to surf for a while because it was a better show, just taking it all in. I think, you know, he's always been amazing to watch as a young kid from Waikiki, but nothing was more special than to see him win that event in New York. It was almost like his coming-of-age moment, the board swap with Joel Tudor. That was really special, Shannon.
Yeah, that was actually an incredible year all around for Kaniela back in 2019. He was 17 years old. He won the Mexi Log Fest that year. He won a duct tape invitational event in Portugal, and he won the New York event. Took out Joel Tudor on the way to that. Obviously, we saw that great moment of the two of them swapping boards, but I actually felt like Connie proved that he was no longer just the kid growing up under Joel in that moment. He took him out. He made it through, and he walked away with a big win at that event.
And I think that's what makes, you know, the Joel story so special too, is he was ready to honor that moment as kind of a passing of the torch, if you will.
Yeah, for sure. That was a huge year for Connie. It was really fun to be there in Portugal with him. I was actually in the final. He and Kaimana. I want to say Connie had probably been in a final before that, but it was cool to be with two what felt like kids to me, although Connie towers over me. And then I got to spray Connie in the face with some champagne, so I got him good.
That's what you're supposed to do. We love it. 9:10 on the clock in the priority heat. Connie Stewart dealing with Cole Robbins, and they're taking advantage of this start. Connie so poised, controlling. Some beautiful tip time. Looks back casually, and then we'll lose the rest of that board underwater. Robbins opened up with a 4.17 early. Connie's start 3.10. But I think the major takeaway, too, beyond the ride, was the reaction that Connie just got. A lot of support for Stewart here at this event.
Oh, there's so much support for Kaniela down on the shoreline. So many friends and family from Hawaii to be able to watch him just trim through the wave like this, drawing such a beautiful line. I love that little S turn, and then perfectly perched on that hang 10. So this wave's got a little bit of pocket that opens up for him, which is great. Connie is so skilled at just hang tenning through literally anything. We saw that in New York. We've seen that in Noosa. In sections that aren't really facilitating it, he's really able to put his board in those spots to be able to get really long hang tens.
I mean, they really make it look too easy. There's no rolling up the windows. There's no trying to get your balance. That's incredibly hard to do. Managing a 10 when the pocket's changing. You're always looking for that critical part of the pocket to set that up, but then the wave will change. You get to a different section down the line. Mastering nose riding and being able to move on the fly and not look like you're trying to escape out of the fire, escape when you might pearl, Troy. I mean, how do you become a master of that?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a combination of board under your feet and then body positioning. And I think there's people take it from kind of all kinds of different approaches, but a lot of it is like that waist down and even in your feet, right? Like just a little bit of pressure points on the toes to try to keep the rail in the right spot and not either get kicked out the back of the wave or not get too far down and have to pull off the 10. So yeah, Connie did a great job there of setting himself up to just be able to stand like a statue as he does. Really, really solid surfing there.
Yeah, Connie Stewart, grew up surfing again next to one of the most famous statues in the world of surfing, the great Duke Kahanamoku. As we see the 5 to 10, back to 5, back to 10, Connie Stewart mastering that first section. Love the fading cutback, drops that back knee with some style. Here comes some quick 5, just a tap there. And will fade out so beautifully. Back to the priority heat, which has been a bit quiet. Standing 6'5", big Taylor Jensen, a 3-time world champ. Kind of that check fade, swinging right back up to the 5. Has a series of signature boards that he's been working on for a long time with that Firewire Thunderbolt series. Nice fade, a lot of water coming off that rail for Taylor Jensen. And identifying a wave that really gave him a lot of opportunity. Dry docks it on the sand. Remember, Taylor Jensen, a 3-time world champ, but what makes this matchup so special, it was sort of after Joel's retirement from full-time competition. So Joel had 2 world titles. Taylor Jensen then went back-to-back, got his 3rd more recently in 2017. So this is the matchup that we kind of wanted to see happen in Malibu.
Yeah, this couldn't be a better setup to see if Joel can overtake Taylor Jensen in the 3-time world champion and try and get another notch in Joel's belt. I also love that story behind Taylor Jensen. You know, he's married to Nava Young, daughter of Nat Young. Nat Young is the only longboarder with 4 world titles to his name. Taylor Jensen is knocking on that door as well.
How do you get a spot at that dinner table? You know, when the holidays come around, I guess you have to have a world title to walk through that door.
Yeah.
I mean, with Nat Young being Taylor's father-in-law and a 4-time world champ, interesting to note one of Joel Tudor's heroes, you know, in Nat Young. There's a lot of titles sitting there. And like we were speaking before, Troy, you know, Taylor's wife has got some competition behind her as well.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Nava has competed in a couple WLT events and did pretty well. I think, you know, making a few quarterfinals, if not a semifinal here or there. So I think she hung up the rash guard, a couple injuries, and then obviously having some kiddos. But it's always fun to catch up with Nava. She's a great human.
Let's check out the Jeep recap. 2 legends of the game. Joel Tudor versus Taylor Jensen. And the stylish start from Joel Tudor got us all excited to watch. Just poetry in motion. What a quick start for Joel. 5.6 early to take control of this heat, Shannon.
Yeah, I mean, really just showing us that he's so comfortable here at Malibu, and he's feeling good coming into competition. At that stage, too, his hair was still dry.
And that is the best compliment you could ever get when you're ripping. Head's not even getting wet. Taylor's answer here. Still working on his total, but his best so far, 4.7 at the moment, Troy.
Yeah, Taylor's hair is always dry, but solid variety. I think that's the thing that we're seeing the difference in between, you know, Taylor and Joel surfing is Taylor's going to attack the wave and take it apart. Joel is going to do the same, but in a more casual approach. Not that, I mean, Taylor's flow through that wave was incredible, but it is fun to see kind of those 2 different. Taylor's drawing a bit rounder line on the wave, whereas Joel's doing a little more of the kind of the parallel and poke, right? And standing real tall and cruisy.
It's interesting when you look at matchups, there's always a million things you're thinking about when you're trying to make predictions. And one of the big factors is how big is it? You know, you always wonder, well, what are the waves like before you answer any questions? And, you know, you think about if, you know, we had an extra few feet on this swell, you know, where that would lead a guy like Taylor, who's so powerful. And I feel like anytime it's big, punchier, where he can really lay that rail down, all of a sudden the advantage goes really greatly in his favor.
Yeah, absolutely. Remembering back to when Taylor Jensen took his 3rd world title, it was in a surf-off against Edouard Del Perro in Taiwan.
Wow.
back in 2017.
That's right. They ended up with the same points.
They ended up with the same points because Taylor had won the opening event of the year in Papua New Guinea, which was a wild experience in itself. And then Edouard came back to win the final event in the series, which was Taiwan. The two of them tied for points at the end, had a 3-heat surf-off. Edouard was very ill. The conditions were as opposite as what we could ever see to what we're looking at in small, clean Malibu. It was massive, onshore, well overhead. Very tricky, kind of cobblestone, bottomed, pitching all over the place. And that's how Taylor Jensen walked away with a third world title. Very different to what we're seeing him have to battle with in these current conditions.
And it's so interesting because the surf-off in pro surfing history was very rare. It's really what we see now with the new WSL finals, because we want that energy, the title to be decided in the water. But back then, it had to just be a tiebreaker situation to earn that surf-off, which as a fan, you always want to see. I love that backstory, going back to Taylor's third world title just a few years ago, to see how these surfers can handle a pressure moment going, this heat decides everything. And who knows, maybe we'll see that today.
Yeah, for sure. I think with the men's race so close right now, it feels like there's a chance that we get a heat for the title. I think especially we've got Kai and Harrison on the same side of the draw. So it looks like they would potentially meet in the semifinals here, which could be a world title decider.
And remember, Shannon mentioned the story with Edouard. That was tough news when he lost yesterday coming into this event, world #1. Definitely a feeling for the Frenchman as we showed up on finals day with his name out of the draw so early. Meanwhile, the Tudor Jensen heat, 40 seconds, and Taylor has gone to second point, it looks like.
He's paddled way up the point. He also changed his board. So he went from that heavy single fin that he was riding early on. He's now changed to his 2+1, and he is looking for an entirely different wave now.
Very interesting strategy for Taylor Jensen. So finding a ton of space. Tudor does have priority. So typically in these situations, at times you'll see the priority surfer kind of chasing the other one down. Not the case this time. Taylor has some water to himself, but just doesn't have the time going with him here. We're going to have to close this one out. I like the way Taylor was thinking, just try to rewrite a way to try to pull a comeback against one of the all-time best. It will be Joel Tudor, still with the dream of becoming a 3-time world champion at this point of his career. 7-1-0 is the high mark as he moves to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, great work for Joel Tudor. Excellent surfing. A good clinic now heading into the quarterfinals.
Really impressive showing there as we have more action to come here at the Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
I don't want to say Mick's getting comboed.
For me, going to Chopu, I kind of say bring it on.
Billy is being treated in a hospital.
You look famous.
I look famous.
Yeah, you don't.
You're ruining my vibe, man.
Oh, yeah.
Show you guys some of the secrets.
Come check it out.
You're looking at one of the most famous piers in the surfing world, as Malibu has influenced surfers for decades and decades, and it's a fun place for our competitors to kind of walk on this pier in between heats, kind of calm themselves down and see really one of the most special views you could see. That perfect right-hand point break, hang out there on the end of the pier, get some food, and relax. A lot of fun things to do in this part of Southern California. Back to action with some great tip time to start. Remember, we've got the quarterfinals starting, but also the priority heat with Cole Robbins and Coniella Stewart. Robbins from the Santa Barbara area with the 5, then to the 10. controls it right in the most critical part of that wave. Well done for Cole. Into this inside little double up. Bonus section for the 5. Snuck that back foot in there. And a great traditional ride from Cole. Well done, stepping off on the sand. Right behind him in the non-priority heat, Harrison Roach with a title on the line. Harrison, nice stretch 5. Pedals back right on that critical part of the wave and then goes down. So remember, Harrison's in the heat that just started against Kevin Skvarna, and then Caniella Stewart and Cole Robbins now have priority. Getting into action now with the 5 on the mid-face.
That switch.
It is sometimes hard to tell because they're so strong. Both directions. And now getting to this final part of the wave, Kevin Skvarna in the heat with Harrison Roach. 5, there's the 10. And rips it back forward towards the sand here at Malibu, as this one is just nonstop. Great work up from the 5 to the 10 again, and waiting for a way to finish this one off. Harrison Roach from Noosa on the Sunshine Coast of Australia, with hopes of a world title here today. And really cool, we're actually overlapping 2 different rounds. So the round of 16 is the Connie Cole heat. Quarterfinals already starting with Harrison Roach and Kevin Skvarna. Troy, there's a lot to take in on that last exchange.
Yeah, that was a solid exchange. Starting it off with a banger, especially for Harrison and Kevin, both getting, well, Harrison got 2 waves out of that exchange, but yeah, kind of interesting that they would have popped out there and gotten actually some, what looked like some pretty solid waves coming through. And then Cole, woo, dropping a 7.83. I kind of felt like that was going to come through at a higher score. He was fortunate. One of the things I feel like that's key, like the criteria, we want variety, but if the wave is presenting you a maneuver, take it, right? And so Cole just got the one that just, he was just perched on the nose, hanging 10. That was beautiful. I'm really excited to see that score kind of get up close to the excellent range.
Something we've seen for a while from Cole Robbins. You guys had to have had a lot of heats together growing up, Troy.
Cole and I have had some epic battles, especially in the NSSA. Probably my favorite surfing photo ever is me tackling Cole in an NSSA final at Huntington Beach. Yeah, we were vying for that regional championship. You get a cup. I really wanted the cup. For whatever reason, Cole took off on me, and I decided to tackle him.
I love that we can just, share it now. We moved on, and no hard feelings.
No, Cole and I have been buddies for a long time. We've been roommates at events and stuff, so there was never any hard feelings. Just one of those heat of the moment things.
How special is that? You can share it in the water. You're both fighting for the same goal and have some good laughs for the rest of your life. That's a great moment.
Yeah, it was solid.
There was such a great crew, those finals back in the day, from yourself, Troy, Cole, Christian Walk. It was such an amazing generation, with still a lot of room to move here with the quick 5 to 10. Harrison Roach looking inspired in the first half of his heat here. Very patient in his heat this morning. Opposite approach in the quarterfinals. And another great turn towards the beach. You can kind of tell that's his signature kind of fade. Really far back on the tail. A speed burning turn to get back into the pocket, Shannon.
I love the fact that Harrison and Kevin are matched up against each other in this heat. Troy, I would love your take on this. Their styles, to me, they're very similar. They have a similar approach, and they tend to kind of surf similar boards. Would you think, because I think that end section, maneuver from Harrison, like Joe mentioned, it's really something that we would also see coming through from Kevin surfing.
Yeah, I think that they kind of take a similar approach. Harrison, I mean, it's hard, them being obviously different stances here, but Harrison kind of a little bit more of the fling in his turn. But yeah, not a bad way to look at it.
As we see the fade from Caniella Stewart, who had a brilliant start from the takeoff. The 5 to 10, he can control that with so much style. Caniella with the wrap into the pocket, representing Waikiki. Through the backwash, trims it so beautifully. maybe the most support we've heard from any competitor here at Finals Day.
Yeah, we got the Hawaiian contingent down here right next to us, so we can hear them going off. They've got a good crew for Connie and the rest of the team. Seems like most of the Waikiki folks, so good to hear their excitement.
Coming from humble beginnings, Kaniela Stewart lived in Kalihi and then moved into an apartment with his family. He said there was a lot of his family in there and just started surfing Waikiki every single day to learn how to do this, Shannon. What a treat to watch.
So beautiful, such a treat, and perched perfectly on the nose, but then he goes for those big wraps, really silky smooth S-turns, which are so critical within that conversation around what the judges are looking for, taking into account that variety, being able to get back on that tail and then find that beautiful nose ride again, really able to sink into the pocket, and that's the critical surfing that we're looking for.
There's such a tempo to Malibu, isn't it? It's a song.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we hearing there, Troy?
That I feel like that was the wave that you expect to see from Malibu, right? It's like waist high. He's given all of the canvas he needs. I think the only thing that he may have missed on that wave was that first nose ride. He kept 5, and if he had gotten a little deeper and done his normal Connie 10, he would have had a couple of them on that wave, and then I think we're like way in the excellent range. But I still feel like that's going to come in at a great score.
Quick one there from Cole Robbins. And now a nice controlled fade on the inside. Remember, Scavarna's in the heat with Harrison Roach. Harrison Roach needing a 4.17 to catch up to Scavarna. However, we have a lot of waves to catch up with. It's been nonstop action. Nice clean fading cut back to that stretch 5. Holding it well. Roach leans back on the tail for that beautiful fade. And he'll get out of there. So judges just writing down all the scores first, catching up with a lot of action in these overlapping format. Priority heat still has 10 minutes to go. That's Cole Robbins versus Kaniela Stewart. Both these guys have really talented surfers in their family. Cole Robbins would always show up with his brother Brett to a lot of events up and down the coast. Kaniela, Ayala Stewart, his brother, who's incredible at Pipeline and Rocky Point and doing crazy big airs. And I don't know, I think more than ever, you just are always reminded how much of a family affair surfing really is. Passing it down to next generations, everyone hanging at the beach all day. And when you have a sibling to surf with, it often turns into some world-class talent.
Yeah, it's really an incredible thing, getting those friendships that are siblings as well, to be able to push each other from a really young age, to be able to hone in those skills, even just, what to do when they're bored as children. Instead of watching television, take a board out, get in the water, push each other in their surfing. Mom and dad know they're both out there together, so hopefully it's a little bit safer and a little bit more fun for both of them. And I love kind of, looking at that family dynamic but behind Kaniela Stewart and that feeling of family that we have from the entire Waikiki crew. We still have Kaylia Muniz in the draw on the women's side, and we've got that family dynamic down there as well.
Oh, it's so cool. Kaylia's son here to watch her mom compete. She's a 2-time world champ. Back to the replay. Troy, what are you loving here?
Yeah, that was an impressive 10 from Cole out the back. Super casual. And then kind of looks like this wave just slowed down a bit for him and didn't offer that inside section, which he probably needed to push the score up. Then we got Kevin.
So unique with the way he sets up every section. When he gets in front, the types of fades he does from a drop knee style to even a switch when you least expect it. Really enjoying his performance.
Yeah, I really love what he's bringing to things today. He's so hungry also to keep his name in the mix and be advancing to that semi-final position up against Harrison Roach as well. I feel like for Kevin, Harry's 31 years old. Kevin's, still in those kind of early 20s. He's got a hero that he's looking at right here. And to be able to see surfing like this from Harrison it's just incredible to know that this is what Kevin is up against.
Really cool how much control there is in the pocket. I think decades ago, a lot of times you'd see the fin slide out and sometimes surfers would go around with it. Is that a thing of the past, Troy?
I think so. Harrison sometimes chucks that thing so hard it looks like he's losing the fin, but that mid-wave cutback that he did was beautiful. I think that's probably one of the better turns that we've seen today, just in the consistency, the speed that he had, and the drive through it. That was impressive.
As we see the look back there from Cole Robbins trying to control this lead over Caniella Stewart. 7:30 on the clock. People are starting to scream because there's more waves coming through. Quick to the 5 and then to a fade. Now setting up a nice tip time there in the critical part of the wave. So much control. Fades it again and setting up another stretch. 5 to 10. Very inspired approach from Harrison Roach. Now another solid 10. Countless maneuvers on this wave with variety. He's feeling incredible after that wave. Starting switch then to a 5. Svarna, he's got that quick little sneaky jab down carve where he can just burn his speed and get right into the pocket. That always just takes me by surprise. I like that move. He can just out of nowhere just down carve, burns his speed, and he's setting up another great section.
Yeah, you can really see that power coming through it. And I think in longboarding too, that bottom kind of down carve to bottom turn is such a critical maneuver, and it's such a good maneuver to have in a surfer's repertoire. Kevin brings it out with a lot of kind of pizzazz as well.
I suppose it's a turn where you know when you want to burn all your speed and when you actually want to carry it so you're not getting left behind.
Yeah, for sure. I like the sneaky jab. I think that's a great way to put it, though. He does do that turn often, and it is that he's coming off of a nose ride, and he's got a lot of speed on the rail, and so he's burning it to try to get back into the pocket and then figure out what his next move is.
Even on a 1 foot section, just the way his body positioning is, it gives him almost more room. It's like his back shoulders drop, and he can actually extend a section for himself. Really creative approach from Kevin Skvarna here in Malibu. Battling with Harrison Roach, though, and I think Roach is maybe feeling the energy of competition, knowing that, you know, Eduard Del Perro out yesterday, realizing this shot in front of him. From this morning to now, I feel like he's giving us even a bit more at the moment, Shannon.
Yeah, I mean, he's sitting at number 2 in the world. He's now basically number 1 in the world because Eduard Del Perro is out of competition. And at the moment, the world title is his to lose. Rather than him chasing after it and having that pressure and that, you know, that kind of strategy that he has to take into it, if he can just continue to surf the way he surfs, we heard that from him in the post heat as well, that he just wants to, I can't remember what the phrase was that he said, but it was like, you know, he knows what he can do, so do it. Something along those lines. Keep it really simple. And if he continues with that sort of strategy, that sort of ease through these heats, we're going to be seeing Harrison Roach as a world champion today.
It's like that effort to take the pressure off of you because your dream is on the line. So if you almost look at it too closely, you could psych yourself out and you could be your own worst enemy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that last wave of Harrison was amazing. I feel like that was him coming into his surfing and feeling super comfortable. He threw most of everything he's got at it, and I'm excited to see that score come in. But yeah, Harrison looks on point. He's surfing well.
I think when you think of Harrison Roach, he kind of defines what it means to be a surfer of all craft, because I think sometimes people might watch a longboard and think, oh, they only surf when it's 2 to 3 feet. And then you realize that there's so much depth to these surfers on the tour where they love giant waves. They love getting really big barrels. They love huge surf trips to locations where they might actually have shorter equipment. So I love there's always much more to the story to tell. As we see that rhythm continue right out in front. Harrison Roach searching for a 6.31. He has 2 scores to come in this quarterfinal.
In a couple of my recent surfs out here at Malibu, late summer, big swell coming through, it's worth the trip up, even with the 100 or 300 other surfers that we'll be out with. Kevin Skvarna has actually been paddling out on a knee board and getting some crazy waves. Like I had to do like multiple double takes to be like, is that Kevin on a knee board right now? What on earth?
That might have been the coolest update I've ever heard. And that's what makes everyone so unique. They're changing up equipment. Whatever feels good on that day, ride it. I'm inspired. Speaking of Skvarna, he'll just style his way out of that inside corner. 12.13 combined total over Harrison Roach. 2 important scores to lock in for the Harrison-Kevin heat. The priority heat is still Caniella Stewart and Cole Robbins. Stewart, meanwhile, did get the lead change from that 7.03. It was clearly his best wave of the heat. 8.23, right before that. to all of a sudden take control. Cole Robbins now 2:30 to go. Has to get his lead back, Troy.
Yeah, that was that exchange where Connie got those kind of 2 set waves almost back to back and surfed them nearly to perfection. So I feel like, I mean, Cole right now 7.44 tall order, but he's got a 7.83 and a score line, so he knows what he needs to do. If we get another few waves here in these last 2 minutes, he can definitely put that score up. I mean, Cole hasn't fallen off the board from what we've seen, so I think if he gets the right wave, he'll make it happen.
This was the 8.23 that really had Stewart take control, Shannon.
I mean, just look at the depth between the end of that nose and the surface of the wave. That levitation you got out of the first nose ride. And then here we go, that perfect 5 to 10, very long, committed, held on nose ride. And that perfect flow. He's really encapsulating style, flow, and grace throughout this wave. And I'm so stoked to see that the judges rewarded him with that excellent score.
Just so cool to see what an excellent score really looks like. The wave itself was absolutely beautiful. The tempo for Connie Stewart just made so much sense, Troy.
Yeah, I mean, that wave just stood up for him. It didn't really, get the kink in it that we've seen on some of them. So he was stoked on that one. Probably one of the bigger waves we've seen as well. And like I had said before, I mean, that's what we expect when we come to Malibu, is waves like this, where there's an open canvas and Connie can sort of just do whatever he wants. Few little moments where he was navigating just what his next maneuver is going to look like, but that was it right there. I mean, setting himself up for that 10, that inside section, I have to believe was a big part of it going into the excellent range. Great surfing by Connie.
Just so well read throughout that entire wave. He did everything perfectly. He matched what the section was offering him.
And he was able to take control on the very next wave as well. 7.03, 8.23 back-to-back for the Hawaiian. Robbins with priority, 30 seconds to go. Now needs a 7.44 for a spot in the quarterfinals. Remember, whoever makes this heat will be taking on Joel Tudor in quarterfinal number 4, Troy. I mean, just to say that out loud for these younger surfers that have looked up to Joel, will it be another Connie Tudor matchup like we saw a couple of years back, or can Robbins come back with 10 seconds?
Yeah, well, Joel wants to get Connie back if he's in the quarter there, so that'll be kind of fun to see in a good storyline for sure.
He's ready to take the torch back from Connie.
Yeah, let's switch boards again, back in his favor. Obviously, Tudor with a 3rd world title on the line. It will be a rematch with Connie Stewart and Joel Tudor in quarterfinal number 4. As he took the lead off Cole Robbins, and Robbins eliminated here in the round of 16. Much more to come here on finals day at the Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas.
We are back at the Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas, and the quarterfinals are in the water. Priority heat with Harrison Roach and Kevin Skvarna, and Kai Salas with his challenge against Ben Skinner has just entered the water. Visions right now of Connie Stewart coming in victorious in his round of 16 matchup. He's going to be in quarterfinal number 4 in a classic duel with Joel Tudor. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, joined by Chad Marshall, as well as Troy Mothershead to talk you through this action. Gentlemen, look at these beautiful waves.
Yep, and here comes Harrison Roach streaking down the point. Beautiful nose ride. Harrison just putting on a longboard clinic out there. Just and right now leading the heat with a 7.07 and a 6.63. So trying to improve on that 6.63. Beautiful surfing from Harry.
And right behind him, Troy, it looks like we got Big Ben Skinner.
Yeah, Ben's coming through this little midsection here. I think we missed the first part of the way, but a nice cutback, trimming 5. That's the moment there where you want the solid nose ride. Gets back up to the tip. He's cruising through the inside section, trying to set himself up for hopefully 1 or not even maybe 2 more. We're starting to see Malibu turn on here. This is amazing. World's best longboarders surfing, pumping Malibu. Oh, and Ben just loses his footing there at the end.
And catching a vision here of white. That's Kevin Skvarna. Kevin a little off axis there and struggled through that wave, I felt, Troy.
Yeah, I think we probably missed a little bit at the beginning of it, but compared to some of the other waves we've seen that are actually offering, some nose ride or turning potential all the way to the beach, that one might not do it. Pretty cool to see some of these scores come in for Harrison and Kevin. We were waiting for a while. There's a huge flurry of waves from Connie and Cole's heat down to Harrison and Kevin. Harrison dropped a 7.07 and a 6.63. Like Chad alluded to, I think we could probably take 3 or 4 of his waves out of this heat, and it is the formula, the longboard clinic, so to speak, of what you want to do out here.
Yeah, Chad, it seemed like Harrison was just really in the moment coming out of his round of 16 matchup, and is very focused. He knows the goal is a world title today.
Yeah, he told me this morning, he was like, well, actually yesterday, he was like, okay, just have to win 5 heats, win a world title, basically, win the contest. So he told me this morning he was just like 3 to go. So
there you go, keeping it simple in his head.
That's it.
That's what I'm taking from Harrison Roach at the moment.
But he's got the eye of the tiger.
Yeah, I think after his interview, it was kind of solid insight into his thing where he was like, look, at the surf ranch, I got a 9. It gave me the confidence to know that if I just surf how I want to, I'm going to get the score. And I think that's what he's been doing out there this heat for sure.
Well, we're waiting for scores of Harrison Roach, Kevin Skvarna, Kai Salas, as well as Ben Skinner to set both of the heats. Overlapping format continues into the quarterfinals. We have 40-minute heats. The first 20 minutes of the 40-minute heat, you are in a non-priority position. That's Kai Salas and Ben Skinner. The last 20 minutes, you are in your priority portion of your heat, where you have unimpeded control of the lineup between the two surfers. More waves coming in here, and this looks like it's going to be Kai Salas.
Beautiful hang 10 to start this wave. First wave of his heat. Kind of fading this back into the pocket, waiting for this wave to stand up.
And Kai has been showing us variety throughout all of his waves ridden so far this morning, as well as yesterday. A classic hybrid between classic longboarding and footwork, nose riding skills, but then he has the X factor of those powerful turns he's able to execute off the tail of the board.
At the ranch, we had discussed that he kind of has some flashes and flares of Bonga Perkins.
Ah, I like the comparison. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kai is an incredible surfer. He has been doing it for a long time. Always, he's a control master. He for sure, when we look at the criteria from a control perspective, I feel like Kai is always on his board where he wants it to be.
And when we talk about Bonga Gregory Perkins, we're looking back to a 2008 world title for the Hawaiian, and that's when power surfing was really on display.
Yeah.
And Bonga Perkins knew how to dial that in.
Yeah, not only did he display that raw power, but he did it with finesse. That was why I loved watching him growing up.
Here we go with some replays, starting with Big Ben.
Yeah, beautiful hang 10 to start this wave. Sets himself back up for another little nose ride out the back. And then there's his signature power carve back to the pocket, straight back to the nose, utilizing all of that surfboard from tip to tail to showing the beach that he rips. Love the positioning on this nose ride right here. Right in the critical section of the wave, locked in. That's a good feeling right there, huh, Troy?
That is. That's what you want, that little 10 float. He finally kind of got that moment there. And, yeah, both feet over.
Wide shot here shows just the beauty and perfection of Malibu and the multiple sections that are able to deliver these waves to the surfers. Kevin Skvarna on the shoulder here in the replay, Troy. Oh,
Yeah.
back to Kai Salas.
This was an interesting one for Kai because we had a set come through. He's still out the back. I think he took this one just kind of knowing that he needed a score. Got a good 10 on the outside, and then it went a little weird. It kind of cornered off, and he had to kind of S-turn his way into the inside. And for a second, I thought maybe it would just be worth kicking out, but he actually found the inside run and was able to put some nice tip time together, which was probably worth it in the end, just to see if he couldn't get a few more points out of that ride.
Well, from one Hawaiian to another, I want to say, oh my, congratulations to Kaniala Stewart. He is with Frankie getting into position right now. Take it away, Frankie.
Hi, I'm with Kaniala Stewart. You won that heat. Your style is amazing. I know that you guys were going back and forth on that heat. I was just wondering, how were you able to differentiate yourself from your competitors?
When I'm in the heat, I like to just, try to hold my nose rides longer. And right out of the nose rides, I try to just put in nice turns in the pocket, And yeah, that's probably the main two right there.
And we could definitely see that from the beach. What are you hoping for later when the conditions are changing?
Hopefully I get some more waves in my heat. I think I have Joel in my next heat. That's going to be a fun one. Clash number 2 right there. But yeah, hopefully there's more waves, and I think it'll be a good heat.
All right, back to you guys.
Yeah, Kaniala Stewart, and has his lucky sunrise seashell around his neck, and we're looking forward to quarterfinal number 4. It's going to be a clash. We've seen that clash before between kind of the master and apprentice, if you would, the new blood, the old veteran, Joel Tudor, Kaniala Stewart. Quarterfinal number 4, Troy.
Yeah, I think Joel wants his torch back. He passed it to him in New York, but it was almost too soon because then Joel showed up to Noosa and he won the event.
That's true.
Became a world title contender, and yeah, I think that'll be a fun one. Exciting to see 2 incredible surfers go at it. One from the Grom Hood and the other kind of at the in legendary status already. With Joel.
Or Joel Tudor Forever Grom.
Forever Grom, for sure. Yeah, for sure. And especially Tosh giving him I feel like Tosh has given him even extra Grom Hood as Tosh has gotten older.
Yeah, Tosh Tudor, Joel's son, is a chip off the old block, wonderful surfer in his own right. The heat that we're alluding to, you can find it on YouTube. It was 2019 in New York, where Kaniala Stewart and Joel Tudor clashed, and at the end of the heat, they traded boards, which was a really touching moment.
That was really cool. I love when Joel came in and he was sort of like, "That's how you lose," That was his "This is how it is, guys. You gotta, and it was obviously, that's a big thing in the duct tape, sharing waves and jumping on each other's boards and having a good time. So it was kind of fun that Joel sort of took that and brought it into his heat with Connie in the WSL.
Yeah, I gathered from Connie, too, in that interview that he's just kind of taking everything a little lighthearted. He seems in good spirits, right? He's not getting too intense. I like it. Keeping it light.
Yeah, Connie impresses me with his, I think his mental fortitude. He's a pretty mellow cat. He's tall and relatively intimidating because he's just a strong kid, but super loving dude, and I always love chatting with him.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk us through some replays, guys. This is Kevin Skvarna, Troy.
Yeah, Kevin on his backhand. He's had a couple great waves in this heat so far. Looking for an 8.67 though, because Harrison has just been putting the pedal to the metal. But some nice swooping. Joe coined it the quick jab, which is, I think, a great way to put it. Kevin is really good on his backhand of getting himself back into the pocket quickly and resetting up for a nose ride. And Chad, we got Harry out the back.
Ripping. Beautiful start to this wave. All set up work. Quick trip to the nose, cutting back to that power source, back up to the tip. Good patience, great footwork, super clean, keeping those rails super clean. Little caught behind the section right here. Coming around, back up, nope. Oh, sick turn. That was all rail. That was a beautiful turn. Another little cutty from Harry. And I love just the consistent movement of his feet, right? He's just not stationary, didn't have one hiccup on that wave.
All right, well, that score just dropped. It's 7-2-7 for Harrison Roach, and he's extended his lead over Kevin Sphaier, now needing an 8.87 live action with Ben Skinner in quarterfinal number 2. Just a quick testing of the wave before
just
kick-out.
trying to just stay busy, you know? Get your feet in the wax, bro.
Get your feet in the wax. Man, Harrison is surfing lights out.
Yeah.
Those turns are perfect. I don't know if you can put the board on rail any better than what Harrison just did on those few waves.
He's putting that Thomas Bexon log to work out there, just showing us how it's done.
Yeah, Harrison had to correct me. I kept trying to say that his board had wide point back and some hips, and he's like, dude, the wide point's in the middle, okay? So just for reference, Harrison's board, but it is a beautiful outline, really well balanced, and I think that that's what lends to his ability to kind of move the board the way that he does.
And can you give me a little bit more insight into his boards? Who's shaping his boards right now?
Yeah, Thomas Bexon is shaping his boards out of Sunshine Coast there. They've been working together for a long time. Thomas is an incredible surfer himself, and I think right now he's riding his Harriet model, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think he is. And fun fact, a lot of Thomas's templates came from Dane Peterson when he was living over in Noosa. So when Dane moved back to California, he had left a bunch of his templates with Thomas. So that's where he got a lot of his templates.
There we go.
Coming back to Malibu, you know what I mean?
There you go, dude. Yeah, shout out to Pito. Pito's a legend. Would love to see him out here shredding what is pumping Malibu at the moment.
Yeah, and this is his little trash can peak on this inside, so he'd just be living the dream out here.
The close. I feel like I have this picture of Pito's like close-up 10 on the inside section of Malibu.
This is his zone.
Here's the beach scene today at Malibu. It's a beautiful Southern California day, perfect for the finals here at the Jeep Malibu Classic, presented by Havaianas.
Yep, you can see Justin Quintal getting ready to paddle out for the next quarterfinal, number 3.
Yeah, Justin Quintal. He'll be facing Tony Silvani, I believe.
Yeah,
nice.
Jagger on the beach, playing with the beach ball in front of the umbrella. This is a classic Malibu scene.
It is. It's pretty amazing. Yeah, we're going to have the battle of the East Coasters.
I'm psyched for that one.
Dude, these guys probably have been competing against each other their whole lives. So.
Oh, easy. I mean, at least since they were 10. Probably
the shimmer on the water, you guys. The way that the day has presented itself. I mean, we couldn't ask for a more perfect day.
We're just so blessed.
And we are. Another conversation, though, before we get to rides, Troy, is endurance is going to be a factor today because these are 40-minute heats. And we have semis and finals to go as well.
Yeah,
it's going to be a long day in the water for the surfers.
Yeah.
Totally.
I actually, when I went up to the parking lot a little while ago, I actually saw Quintal shotgunning a Monster Energy drink.
Well, I don't know. Everyone has their own. Everyone has their own technique.
He's just trying to get fired up.
All right. Well,
Harrison did tell me that before coming here, he was in the best shape he's been in. He started running. As part of his. I think Rourke inspired him, so he might have it in him.
Wow, this is a beautiful wave right here for Kevin.
Kevin Sphaier looking for a comeback. Needs an 8.87 on this ride if he wants to take the lead off of Harrison Roach.
Yeah, this wave looks phenomenal for him. Beautiful surfing right there. I love that switch stance. Switch stance crosses up to the nose. Beautiful switch nose ride right there. And then there's that down carve you were talking about earlier, Troy.
This could be the comeback, Troy. What do you think so far?
Yeah, I mean, a solid wave. An 8.87 is a tall order. The wave for sure presented itself.
Yeah.
He maybe needed like one more really significant nose ride or something.
Yep, and then we've got Harrison out the back with his answer.
Not to be left out of the conversation, heat leader Harrison Roach continues on his tear here at First Point Malibu.
He's like, I heard you guys saying Kevin's name way too many times. I better get one just so you guys talk about me. Keep me relevant.
He's relevant. 15.2 so far, two-wave total. Keeps Harrison Roach extremely relevant. Kevin Sphaier, we're going to wait for that score. Tall order, an 8.87. That would have to be the highest single wave in this heat that Kevin Sphaier would have to stitch together.
Well, with the 2:30 left, he can get out the back and get another one if if a wave comes. So he could, not have to get the full score. Just have to improve on one of his 6.33s and then chip away at that lead that Harrison has.
Yeah, I mean, if Kevin doesn't take Harrison out somehow, he's definitely going to have a score that would have won, a couple of the other heats. So he's surfing great. It's more, I think, just been Harrison is so on right now, and that's kind of. I feel like sometimes you can, you look at the draw and you would say, hey, if Harrison gets the best waves, it's going to be really hard to beat him, and that's kind of what's happened here.
Well, we can analyze this one more time, Troy, to see if this is going to get close to the number that Kevin Sphaier needs.
Yeah, I mean, he gets to the nose, out the back, and then swoops down. It was really pretty. That turn was solid. I like the technical switch dance, and then keeping it to a regular footed nose ride. That was a big turn. That'll be, definitely something that the judges are looking at. Almost gets back up to the nose. That may have been a little flow disruption, but still pulls the maneuver in at the end. I mean, yeah, I think that's going to come in at a great score. What do you think about this one, Chad? Harrison?
Great start to this wave. This was the one behind Kevin's last wave. Beautiful nose ride right here, and then nice signature Harrison cutback. Another one. Just racking up the points. And then as he comes into this inside section, kind of gets a little bogged out right here, a little running down the line. So opts to kick out and paddle out.
Updating the situation, 7.33 was the last for Kevin Sphaier. He's lessened his requirement to a 7.88, but Harrison Roach on your screen right now has been relentless in his attack in quarterfinal number 1.
Yeah, he's just staying super busy. Look how beautiful that wave is, man. That is
he's just
all
having
you
fun
want.
right
I
now,
know, dude.
man.
He's so
It's
fired up.
Harrison's out there surfing, which is really fun to watch. And to Kevin as well. I mean, I think we knew that was going to be a big score, but just 8.87. I don't think the judges were going to send a wave into a 9 unless it was the best wave of the day.
Yeah.
So it makes sense. Definitely hard one for Kevin with 10 seconds left. I don't know if we see anything coming in. But
yeah, it looks like Harrison Roach just rode his way into the semifinals just now. He's on the beach looking confident. Look at the swagger walking up. He knows he got the job done.
Yeah, Harrison was feeling that. I mean, I don't know if it's the same. I don't know if we can talk about like him peaking too early, because I don't think that was what was happening there, and I don't even know if Harrison thinks about his heat strategy that way. But if Harrison does that, he's going to be hard to beat.
I agree. So Harrison Roach on into the semifinals. Kevin Sphaier is going to walk away with Malibu with a 5th place finish. When we return, we're going to have quarterfinal number 2 and 3 in the water here at Malibu. Stick around. I'm here at Malibu, one of California's most iconic surf spots. I know what it looks like from the land. I know what it looks like from the water. I wonder what it looks like from a bird's eye view. Luckily, I have my travel companion, the Expedia app. Let's see what's available in this area. Helicopter tours? That sounds like the ticket, and it's booked.
start seeing the side of the Hollywood sign right in front of us?
That is incredible.
And then this is all like downtown Lois. That's Beyonce and Jay-Z's house.
Whoa! This is the really cool stuff right here. That's the cool stuff. When we get up there to Malibu, we're going to get a real idea of what makes Malibu work and why it's such a classic point.
Here's the Malibu Pier right down here.
This is the shot, baby. Look, it's not even that crowded today.
This is our spot right up here.
No way. Are you kidding me? This is the best view of Malibu. We landed on the peak here. We have a yummy picnic lunch, Malibu, bird's eye view. What more do you want? Thanks, Expedia. And we're back. Thanks, Expedia. That was a great view of Malibu from high up above, and see why this wave is so perfect, both in geography and bathymetry, and why we have peeling waves that can allow Ben Skinner to spend a lot of time on the nose, Troy.
You were living the dream in that helicopter ride, bro. You just blew my mind.
That was incredible. Yeah,
Life is good.
Ben got a good one here. He had some like solid deep tip time, which I think they've definitely given him a few points for on his first few waves. He's probably gonna be stoked. Little wobbly in some of those cross steps back to the tail, but for sure a solid wave. It looks like we're got a couple scores populating in, maybe similar to the first two waves he has.
Yeah.
But
Ben Skinner, that cherry picker model from Skin Dog Surfboards, looking good under his feet. He's a surfer. He's a shaper. He's got no one to blame but himself if he catches a rail. But it looks like he was able to stitch together a really nice ride that way.
yeah, it's cool that he makes his own equipment, and I'm sure with any shaper who surfs, right, it just makes them so in tune with their board.
That's the thing that's super cool about longboarding, right? You got a bunch of competitors that shape all their own equipment, like Kai, who's in the water. Yeah, Ben, both those guys, they shape all their own blades. So.
And another interesting thing is both of those shapes you can get replicated in Firewire Thunderbolt technology as well. So those shapes are available for the general public. The new matchup in the water, quarterfinal number 3, like you said, Chad, the Battle of the East Coast.
That's it, dude.
Yeah, Justin Quintal, Tony Silvani.
It's just going to be a hurricane out there.
Love it. I think this is a great one. I know Justin he wanted to get back out there after that heat that he had was with Augusto, where they only had, I don't know, he had a 3 and a 5 or something.
It was
they
a pretty
kind of
slow
got
heat.
skunked. Yeah, so he's probably stoked to get on some waves, and would have been totally fired up watching Harrison get some good ones as well.
Well, let's talk about Tony Silvani. Up on the nose, a nice hang 5 through the section. Aggressive turn back into the whitewater again to the tip. Let's say 10 all the way through there. Switches back to a 5. A nice trim line for Silvani. Veteran competitor. He's surfed quite a few heats, so he also has a very high heat IQ. Getting started right at the beginning in the non-priority portion of this quarterfinal. And finishing off complete.
That was a nice solid ride from Tony. Liking his blonde locks in the wind. Yeah, that was a solid wave. What do you think about that one, Troy?
Yeah, that was a good one. I think Tony getting 10. Tony is a competitive master. He really knows how to surf a heat. And sometimes when the waves aren't great, that's definitely what pushes you through. So what you got here, Chad? Tony out the back. A little cutty, hang 5.
A little styly 10 right here. Just extending that nose ride through that little flat section, waiting for this thing to stand up. Little midboard pump, seeing that this section's standing up, making it around this little white water. And then sets up for this inside nose ride section right here. A little Tony the Tiger action.
Throws a little soul into that last little 10.
Hands up, no big deal.
Yeah.
Nice wave.
Great wave. We're waiting for the score of Tony Silvani to set the pace in heat number 3, quarterfinal number 3. It's going to start as a mid-range score, but Silvani's smart to get a number on the board in his matchup against Justin Quintal. They got 32 minutes on the clock. 12 and a half minutes, however, for the priority heat, where Ben Skinner is in the lead with a couple of 6s and change.
Yeah, that last one that he rode, Ben's, came in as a 6.10, so it doesn't go into his top 2. But, you know, getting all these 6s, you know, to keep the ball rolling, you got to roll the dice. So let's see if he can build and, yeah, extend his lead over Kai.
Just a couple of small scores for Kai, Troy. And this is an important heat for Kai Salas. He's been a runner-up to a world title a number of times. You know that's in his head. I mean, I feel this is turning into a mental game right now for Kai. This is pressure.
Yeah, for sure. I know. It's part of me is like I really want Kai to get through it, only because of that. He's been in the position so many times to potentially have that world title, and he fully deserves it. Such an incredible surfer. I think at the moment, I mean, Kai is fully capable of getting an 8.5, but I would probably say from what we've seen in the past, he's probably looking for 2 waves.
I agree. And he's got the time, 11 and a half minutes, but Kai's going to have to cut that into bite-sized chunks, if you will, to get that score.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if we see a little pulse and Kai gets on a set wave, yeah, Kai's getting a, you know, he can get a 10. But I think that for, you know, realistically from what we've seen, the only thing that's probably going to be hard for him is to pick that wave because he's in priority.
That's right. And Ben Skinner, surfing under Kai's priority, is free to roam and free to catch more waves, which he's doing right now. And it looks like he's actually freed up in his surfing with a combination of great turns, nose rides, poise, a lot of flow through here, and some great footwork to finish off. Ben Skinner looking to better his low of a 6.2. Regardless if he does that or not, it's really good to see Ben utilizing keep on surfing under priority.
Yeah.
Keep the pressure on.
And his surfing's looking really sparky. He's looking really, you know,
yeah,
froggy, gonna leap style. Like it.
Well, I think the difference is, Troy, is Ben's got nothing to lose.
Right.
This is all upside for Ben Skinner right now. He's in the quarterfinals. He's looking down. He's looking at the semifinals. Kai Salas, on the other hand, is sitting on his board thinking of, oh, no, I need a wave.
Yep.
Oh, no, there's 10 minutes left. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
for
start to
sure.
feel that weight on your shoulders.
Yeah, and I think I like that you said Ben kind of looked like he loosened up on that last wave, and it's probably that same thing. He's sitting on 2 6s. You know, Kai needs an 8.5, and so it'll actually be really interesting to see he gets another set wave if he takes that opportunity to kind of surf a little bit more loose and potentially give himself an opportunity to go in the excellent range.
Yeah, and the surf's kind of gone quiet since that last heat with Harrison. You know, we really haven't seen a set since then. So Kai's just sitting out the back and being patient, which I think he's going to need to do if he's going to try to get that 8.46 in one wave. He's going to definitely need a pretty good-sized set wave and surf its brains out.
Well, as the clock ticks down, the opportunity for Kai Salas to do it in 2 waves is diminished with every second. And we already seen, Troy, the ebbs and flow of this lineup. And sometimes classic Malibu with multiple set waves, but then these breathers happen.
Yeah, for sure. Kind of the nature of South Swell, too, with that long period. You sometimes get a nice little flurry, and then, you know, you've got an 18-second swell or whatever, and so it takes a while for that next run to come.
And when you talk 18 seconds, what are you talking?
18 seconds in the swell period. So from peak to peak, as they measure it on the buoys, that would be the time in between swell.
Yeah, exactly how we measure swells and as well as the direction. So when we say 18 seconds, that's a longer period swell. But what would be the character of a longer period swell?
Well, generally speaking, I mean, those longer period swells are coming from far away. Like our south swells come from a long ways away.
Yeah,
so
usually New Zealand.
Yeah, so you know it's traveled 3,000-4,000 miles to get here, and there's all kinds of little nooks and crannies of the coast that can kind of bump it or push it. The angle's obviously important, but generally, you know, when the peak of the swell, it's going to be a longer period, and you're going to get some solid pulses. But like we're seeing now, you're going to wait for a while, and then that's as the swell tapers off, the period will drop, and then when you see a little more consistency. So sometimes that like second day of a south swell can be really good.
Yeah, and we're also looking at, you know, we're at like a 4-foot tide right now as the tide kind of fills in. We got high tide around 2 o'clock. It's up in like the 5.5 foot range, so the tide's going to get pretty full, so that can kind of slow down Malibu as well.
And Chad, as a Malibu local, what kind of period does Malibu favor, especially first point?
I mean, it kind of just depends on. It's more direction, you know, like 280, because you also have the islands off the coast that block some swells. So usually angle, and all that good stuff.
Yeah. And when we talk about direction and those degrees, we're talking about looking at the coast and having a compass, if you will, north to south, and having all those degrees like minutes on a clock. And that's how we measure the degrees in which, or the angle in which swells hit the coast. And that matters, right, Troy?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I was looking at the 9-band this morning, and that kind of just shows all of the different swells in the water. And it looked like it was that. We had 6 feet at 18 seconds, but it was interesting because there's still a ton of wind swell out there, which was, we saw yesterday, massive, like, northwest wind. It was white capping out the back. So I think that was kind of, we had to get through that morning section, and now we're starting to see maybe that back off a little bit and just the south swell pulls through.
Yeah. Great conversation about surf science right here. We've had enough time, to illustrate these lulls, to have that conversation about surf science, and not a wave being ridden within those 2.5 minutes so far. The clock's down to 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Wow. So now the pressure, I mean, if it was a pressure cooker for Kai Salas, you'd kind of start hearing the whistle pretty soon, Chad.
That's right. You're going to have to alleviate some of that pressure. But it's funny talking about all the science and things like that. It's like surfers have the stereotype that they're, dumb. But, we're all our own meteorologists. I love it.
I consider myself extremely intelligent, actually.
That's right, bro. As you're demonstrating right now.
Under 6 minutes in quarterfinal number 2. And we talked about the different scenarios, and one of the front runners in that world title scenario is Kai Salas, and we'd hate to lose him right now. Because Kai Salas,
is major. This is major.
He's number 4 on the rankings coming into here. So he's right on that list of potential world champs, but he's got to get through this quarterfinal.
Well, he's got 5.5 minutes to get it done.
I think that if Kai was to lose, it just comes down to Joel and Harrison. I think that's sort of where we get to here.
I concur. As we look at our leaderboard right now, Harrison Roach still in the competition. Joel Tudor, we're going to see him quarterfinal number 4. Kai Salas, 4th in the rankings, behind Ben Skinner right now, needs to get out of this heat. Justin Quintal is down in 7th place, and Ben Skinner, who's over Kai Salas right now, in 9th in the rankings coming into Malibu.
Yeah, well, you got to consider too. So Harrison's sitting at 2nd, right? But he has made the first. He's the first surfer. Yeah, he's in the in the semis. So not only is he points leader right now, that's still surfing, but he's already made it to the next round.
Yeah, I guess I got to take that back. I shouldn't even be giving out anything based on trying to look at the spreadsheet here. But it looks like, because if you win, you get 10,000 points. Yeah. So that's a huge piece of it.
Yeah. So I mean, that's what's making this really exciting, because we have so many different scenarios.
Right.
But we know one thing for sure, simply, that Kai Salas needs to make it out of this quarterfinal if he wants a world title.
Yeah,
that is for sure.
And it's coming down to this last 4 minutes. Talk about, like you said, pressure cooker.
Yeah, and this is one of the frustrating things about surfing, right? It's not like in football. You don't get another snap to make a play. It's like Kai's just sitting there waiting for a wave to come.
That's it. It's up to Mother Nature.
Yeah.
Well, let's check out the Jeep Heat recap and some wonderful surfing from Ben Skinner, who's in the lead right now in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, great nose ride to start this wave. Another little 5 for him, and then that signature drop knee gouge that he does, redirecting that board back to the whitewater, and then just sticking a really solid, well-positioned nose ride all through this inside section, making it look really easy. Nice little redirect there to pull himself back into the pocket, and a beautiful 5 to 10 combination right there in the section. Another little quick 5 as he comes into the shore break, and then a little cartwheel action.
Got a little dink. Here goes Kai. I think this was that one. Yeah, he gets the 10 out the back. I think this one kind of was the one that petered out on him and didn't really give him that extra opportunity. And that's really just been the thing here in the heat with Ben, is Ben's just been on the better waves. That's really been the story. It hasn't been Kai surfing at all, but more that Ben was able to find the ones that ran all the way down the point. Kai did get another little end section here, but the flow was so broken in the middle of that wave that he just didn't have the opportunity.
That's right. Ultimately, you want style, flow, and grace. SFG, if you just need an acronym on when you're on the board to get a score, that's what you got to think in your head all the time. SFG.
I'm going to get a T-shirt, SFG.
You should get it tattooed on your forehead.
Here we go. 2 minutes, and Malibu is just holding Kai Salas captive at the moment. He's sitting on priority. He's been sitting on priority for about 10 minutes right now. Yeah. And no opportunity. Is he finally going to go for it? And here he goes. Salas with some mid-board trim and turns. Not a lot happening here for Kai. And this is just his best effort, but this is not going to be the number. This is going to be a ride in, and he's going to kick out with 1:40. So he just gave up priority, 1.5 minutes on the clock. Ben Skinner with the lead and first priority, Troy.
Yeah, it's easy to sit here in the booth and be like, oh, Kai, you maybe should have kept waiting, but he was probably just at that point, like you said, he'd been sitting there for 10 minutes. He's like, I got to catch a wave here. But yeah, that one wasn't going to do it.
Yeah, that's easy to say when you've got 20/20 hindsight vision, you know? But
well, when you're on the set calling surfing, guys, you're actually the smartest surfer, not in the water. And so that is the advantage of being an analyst here. Yeah. But of course, now it's pretty elementary heat strategy right now with 1 minute left. Ben Skinner with priority and the lead. And I'm surprised that Ben's not making a move toward Kai Salas for the block. I think Ben Skinner's going to play the English gentleman that he is and just stay put.
Yeah. He might also be thinking that, like, even if Kai was to get a wave down there, he's in priority and in position on the point that he can just take off and kind of block Kai from further up. But,
yeah, he's going to need a pretty good, he needs an 8.46. Yeah. So it's going to take a significant wave for him to get that score.
We needed a proper set. I don't think, it would have been hard for Kai to manufacture something, on a tiny little wave here. But Ben going.
Ben.
Kind of interesting.
Wow. Okay. Deep up the point. Nice little nose ride there. Beautiful 10 coming in. So now he left Kai out the back with 10 seconds left to see if a wave's coming.
I'm telling you, Ben Skinner's gentleman surfing. Because in heat strategy, you try to sit on Kai. Yeah. Kai's going to get to his feet one more time. That's a small wave. That's not going to be the number, although he's going to display the brilliant surfing that he's capable of with that nose ride.
Yeah. Wow. Looks like a shutdown on him. Wow.
Whew. We have had a pretty fun little run here of people going down early or, when the world title scenario is wide open, someone loses, it's just.
We got Tony Silvani out in the back on a set wave. Watch now the waves start coming after the end of that heat.
Well, we're going to switch our attention to Tony Silvani and Justin Quintal now in the priority heat. And we know already that Ben Skinner, with a win over Kai Salas, will be in semifinal number 1 against Harrison Roach. And Silvani with some nice time on the nose all the way down the beach.
Tony milked that one. That thing provided.
Well, Ben Skinner happy. He's on to the semifinals. More quarterfinal action to follow this short break. Please stick around. Back at the Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas. Quarterfinal number 4 in the water. Joel Tudor in that heat on the nose. And the stylish surfer from San Diego is showing style, flow, grace, all above here. Switch dancing through this inside section, Tudor. Timeless, ageless surfing.
Yeah, Joel is just absolutely smoking that wave.
This is so fun.
Yeah, he's ripping.
This is so fun to see these guys. This is all you could ask for. Props to Devin for getting Malibu on the docket, because this is incredible.
Smooth surfing from Tudor to open up his heat against the young Kaniala Stewart. We talked about quarterfinal number 4 previous to this, that we were looking forward to this matchup. The Master versus the Apprentice in Joel Tudor and Kaniala Stewart. And the Master just took the first swing of the sword and chopped down a branch, I'm telling you.
That was an insane opening wave for Joel Jitsu, dude. Wow, that was very impressive.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that score come in, because I think it'll obviously set the tone for the heat. But that is one of the better waves we've seen ridden today. So
I agree.
Yeah.
As we wait for that score, let's catch up for the last heat winner. He's in the semifinals, Ben Skinner.
Well, Skin Dog, you've taken out Kai Salas in a tough battle. Congratulations on making it to the semifinals.
Thank you. Wow, that was a crazy heat. I mean, for it to go flat for that long, I really felt for Kai. But you know, we had the same amount of time each. I got busy early and got my scores. And, you know, I was just praying at the end like there was not going to be some magic set that came to him. But Kai's one of the best in the world, no doubt about it. You know, one of my favourite surfers, good friend. So it's always tough, but I'm stoked. I told you I'd get you back, Kai.
Well, beautiful surfing from you, Ben. You're often underestimated, I think, by your fellow competitors and by yourself. But you took out Justin Quintal on his road to his world title back in 2019 in a really critical moment at New York. You have everything that it takes to win here at Malibu. How are you feeling heading into these next couple of rounds, knowing that you have what it takes to walk away?
I mean, right now I'm just going to take heat by heat. I mean, there's nothing else to really do at the moment. I don't want to get too far ahead and think about that. The waves are pumping and I'm surfing like Malibu with no one out, so like that is just a gift on its own. Winning would obviously be the ultimate, but you know, I've just enjoyed myself, surf good, and see what happens.
Anything to say to your friends and family back home?
Yeah, if I don't cry. Love you all. You. Thank you.
Ben Skinner into the semifinals.
Ben Skinner, I'm telling you, I got Thor vibes off of him right now, but instead of a hammer, he's got a longboard.
That's right.
You know, and he's coming out like a superhero right now, father of 4, you know, has that touching moment, shouting back at home. But Ben Skinner is in form, and I can't wait to see semifinal number 1 against Harrison Roach and Ben Skinner. It's going to be the style and grace of Harrison Roach versus the full power of Ben Skinner.
Yeah, and you know, shooting out instead of lightning bolts out of his eyes, he's riding lightning bolt technology.
Oh,
right.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thunderbolt.
Yeah. Thunderbolt. Whatever. You know.
It's a bolt. All right.
It's a bolt.
Hey, we're still waiting for what we anticipate as a big score for Joel Tudor in quarterfinal number 4 against Kaniala Stewart.
Yeah, still waiting on that score, and then. During the interview, Justin Quintal got a really solid wave too, so looks like we're gonna drop a score for him any moment now.
Yeah, they got it. They must be deliberating on Joel's wave, trying to figure out where to set it, because that is going to be important here. There's Justin.
Beautiful nose ride to start, just showing some patience and grace, waiting for that wave to kind of stand up for him. Another beautiful nose ride. Quick 5 to 10, little cut back to set up this little inside section. Got a little double up right here. And then just stalling out a little bit for a quick nose ride. Beautiful little cut back, bottom turn, drop knee bottom turn, back up to the tip. Nice surfing from Justin. Just keeping busy, great footwork. Looking solid.
Yeah, that was some textbook Quintal right there. The wave was a little warbly, but
let's
still
enjoy this again right here. This was an 8.33 for Joel Tudor.
we almost don't need to say anything. I mean, just watch it. It was so beautiful the way that he approached this thing. It's like Joel's approach at Malibu too. I feel like the calmness. You've seen a lot of other surfers kind of trying to figure out that next move or whatever. I don't know how Joel does it on his backhand, but he's always in the right spot of the wave, and that was the wave that he needed to kind of showcase what he's got. That was beautiful. An 8.33. Yeah, I mean, excellent score for sure.
Excellent score for excellent surfing from Joel Tudor. Early pressure to Kaniala Stewart. Tony Silvani in the priority heat. He's got the lead over Justin Quintal. Wants to extend that lead, and he's extending it into a nice 5 to 10 on the nose. Quick footwork. Critical section. Well done so far by Silvani. Maximizing the time on the tip. Tony Silvani really coming to play here, looking to better his 5.5 that he has in his score line. A finish is really going to help that cause, and he kicks out on the sand. Kaniala Stewart, we're catching up for the end of his ride, and Kaniala gets bucked off, unfortunately. Not able to close out that wave.
Uncharacteristic for Connie, but he'll get out the back.
Time for a skeg reverse start to a switch stance. A little tricky by Joel Tudor. The wave kind of doesn't push him along, but I like the intention right there from Joel.
Yeah. The old man's got some tricks up his sleeve.
There he goes. That's like 16-year-old Joel Tudor.
That's right.
That was really cool. I'm going to refer to you, Troy, on the criteria and scale. Are you going to get extra points for those fin first takeoffs?
I think that the judges will throw you something for it, just to.
I mean, it's difficult
switching it up. Oh, for sure, yeah. And I think where it gets awkward is when it disrupts kind of that, like, I don't know, helicopters used to be a huge maneuver back in the day, and we've kind of walked away from them because they just, unless you're Herbie, like Herbie Fletcher, that is, yeah, you're probably not really making it look too amazing. But I think that had he been able to, like, slip right into the wave and get to the nose, then it's kind of a fun, little switch up to the start.
In Brazil, they call Hawaiians Havaianas. And Havaianas is presenting this event. So I want to catch up with Havaianas. I think Shannon's right over there at the van. Or maybe she's nearing the van.
Welcome down to the Havaianas Combi. They've got so many options for a fun day down at the beach, specifically in the flip-flop category. Havaianas has partnered with the WSL, and we have an amazing collection to take a look at. We've got flip-flops, we've got towels, they've got WSL ponchos, your towel poncho to throw on after you get out of a cold surf in the morning, especially here at Malibu on those cold mornings. There's also some really great, really cute flip-flops available. And Havaianas is running a raffle, and the entire collection is available to view online at Havaianas.us is their Instagram handle, Havaianas.us. Thank you so much to Havaianas for partnering with us for this amazing event, the Jeep Malibu Classic, presented by Havaianas.
Yeah, you want to get your Havaianas. You can get them here at Malibu. You can scan the QR code here to get a free pair of Havaianas, or you can go to Havaianas.com to order them online. Havaianas been friendly to your feet since 1962. Good stuff.
1962, that's a long time.
8 minutes and 40 seconds, you guys, in the priority heat. Tony Silvani, we're still waiting for a score for that last wave, but I have a feeling that Tony's going to extend his lead over Justin Quintal. Now, given that heat and in that quarterfinal, we've seen a lot of upsets so far today. I would consider Tony Silvani taking out Justin Quintal an upset. What do you think, Troy?
Yeah, I mean, Justin's the reigning champ, and he's been almost impossible to beat basically over like the last decade. So I would definitely argue that that's an upset. I mean, Tony probably coming into it more looking at it, as we alluded to earlier, as like him surfing against his home, his buddy from childhood amateur events. But Justin's a world champ. Tony's been up there though. Tony's had some serious success competing in the WSL. So I think he's pretty confident But Tony, he's a classic, humble dude, always fun to talk to. So I'm sure he'll be excited.
Well, his confidence is going to grow, Chad, because he just locked in another 6.83, so pocket 6.83s.
Nice.
Twin scores for Tony Silvani, and he's got Justin Quintal up against the wall and leading a 7.63.
Yeah, which Justin is totally capable of achieving. He's just got to, sitting with priority out the back, he's just got to be, patient and wait for another set wave to roll through with 7:20 left on the clock. We'll see if he gets another opportunity.
Yeah, Justin he just unfortunately hasn't had the better waves in a lot of his heats. Like even his 6.3, 6.03, he surfed it super well, but it just wasn't there was like a little warble in it. He had to navigate a few things. And so I feel like if we get Justin on a proper wave, even similar maybe to the wave that Joel had for his 8, he's going in the excellent range as well.
Yeah. What's super impressive too about Joel's 8.33 was under priority of the other heat too,
Right.
So he was lucky enough to be out the back when, the other competitors had already gotten waves around the inside. So luck of the draw.
Nice switch stance takeoff. I'm sorry, this is Connie Alice Stewart. And Connie getting some heels there, but again,
a little pearl.
Getting bucked.
I mean, I don't know if Joel got into his head or what's going on, but a few mistakes. Oh,
Quintal.
Little side slip.
Ooh.
Beautiful recovery.
And so the fin gets loose on Justin Quintal. He's able to recover, but that did impede some of his flow through this wave. Gets a 5. Skips through that section on the heels. Nice turn for Quintal. Trying to muster a comeback over Tony Silvani. Light-footed and some fancy footwork on the inside, guys.
Yeah, it was a beautiful little hanged heel reverse walk back as he finishes this on the sand. Little switch stance kick out.
I'm really interested to see what the judges do with that because there was a little disruption in the flow, but he almost never lost his balance. Like there was one little moment, but he got the fin to catch back in and still kind of he kind of rode out of it in a way. We're talking about Herbie's side slip, like he was kind of almost doing that accidentally.
Do you think that was a manufactured side slip or was that actually a recovery from the air?
Yeah, I think it was a recovery. Just nose riding a little too high up in the pocket and fin slipped out, but. Yeah, I was just super impressed with, like you said, like as he came, caught his fin and regained control, he wasn't caught behind the whitewater. He kind of pulled himself back.
Well, let's see what happened, guys.
See right here, you can see as he's nose riding's a little high up in the wave. Wave kind of bowled out, fin slid out, and see how he recovered and was still in the face. It's not like he put him behind the section or anything.
Right.
That was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I don't even. It's hard to tell like what really happened. It looked like that wave was just hollow so deep behind him that his fin had no chance to stay in it, and he lost it. But good recovery. The end section here was a little small, but he worked some technical footwork, little reverse walk in it, and so certainly milked it. I think it'll be hard for that to beat his 6, but. Again, we'll see what they do with the side slip boogie.
Oh, well, waiting for that score for Justin Quintal. The judges also owe us a score for Connie Alice Stewart. It's going to be a small score for Connie Alice Stewart. It's not going to affect that situation in quarterfinal number 4. Waiting for the score for Quintal, which is an important number as we take a look at the shiny day that we have here at First Point Malibu.
It's a pretty one.
Sure is.
Sure is. Got a couple tanker ships in the background. Plenty of those out there.
And you guys, today is a stark contrast to yesterday when we were looking at all the qualification rounds where the surfers really had to battle that front that came through about midday through the afternoon where we got some strong winds and some chopped up weather.
Yeah, that south wind that was blowing yesterday is Malibu's Achilles heel. So, total different day. There was the many faces of Malibu yesterday, and today is just this beautiful, picturesque day.
So what that tells me, Troy, is whoever wins this event for the men and the women, we're also having to be really versatile surfers and surf through a variety of different conditions.
Yeah, for sure. We've seen, like Chad was alluding to yesterday, I think we saw probably 8 different versions of Malibu. It was all over the place.
Definitely a lot of adapting to the conditions, for sure.
All right, so down to 2 minutes and 55 seconds on the clock. So, wow. If Joel Tudor, we got still some time for Tudor, right? And he's looking good with an 8.33. But if Joel happens to lose quarterfinal number 4, Harrison Roach
will be world champ.
Wins the world title.
Way.
So we got a lot on the line in quarterfinal number 4, and we got 22 minutes and 20 seconds for that story to play out. So we'll see. I think Harrison Roach is going to be watching this as we see him on screen very intently. Quarterfinal number 4.
I like he's rocking the George Greeno hat. I'm feeling that.
Yeah, thanks, Harrison. The True Ames George Greeno hat. What a legend.
Okay.
Shout out to Chuck and the team.
Yeah, Cosmic Charlie.
Some incredible fins come out of that place.
So Joel wants to keep his world title ambitions alive. He's got to get through quarterfinal number 4, starting off good with an 8.33. Meanwhile, his potential opponent in quarterfinal number 3 could be Tony Silvani with those 2 6.83s. Tony's got the lead in quarterfinal number 3, as well as first priority, guys.
Yeah, and that last one for Justin locked in at a 5.13 for that side slip boogie. So
chipped away at it, but still needs a score of a 7.63.
Yep, correct.
And in the context of today, under priority, 7.63. Troy, how's Justin going to get that?
Yeah, I mean, with a minute left here, that's going to be a tough one. And it looks like it's pretty flat out there. So this might be at the end of Justin's run. He like I said before, I feel like Justin just got a weird short end of the stick in a lot of his heats so far this event. He did great to get into the quarterfinals, and even just in this one, you know, Tony was active and he got those really consistent waves that stood up from top to bottom of the point, whereas Justin had to deal with a little bit more lumpy and kind of pullback slowness. So it's part of the surfing, part of what happens.
Yeah, it's the rhythm of the ocean, and it's, your priority rotation sometimes comes into play. We had a full 40 minutes out there for Tony Silvani and Justin Quintal. It just seems like the rhythm in that heat went to Tony Silvani, as well as Tony stepped up when he was given the opportunity on the wave. I mean, 2 6.83s, that's some great surfing. We're going to count quarterfinal number 3 out right now. And Silvani, always competitive.
There we go.
Does the last-minute paddle. Make sure that Justin has no chance whatsoever. We're going to see Tony Silvani in semifinal number 2.
Yeah, I feel like I want to know what happened with Joel getting that 8.33 set wave under priority.
That was wizard stuff.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be an important heat when we return here, because it's going to be the conclusion of quarterfinal number 4 with world title ramifications. Don't go anywhere.
The Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas is brought to you by Jeep, official vehicle of the World Surf League. Hydro Flask, official insulated drinkware of the World Surf League. U.S. Army, official partner of the World Surf League. Aviator Nation, official apparel partner of the event. Firewire Thunderbolt, official surfboard partner of the event.
Welcome back to the Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas. We're in quarterfinal number 4 for the men, and we got a lot of action to get caught up on. When we left, we were talking about Joel Tudor and his need to come out of this quarterfinal to keep his world title dreams alive. Joel Tudor opened up with an 8.33, but during the break, we saw some action, guys. Here's Tudor, Troy.
Yeah, there goes Joel on this beautiful set wave. He goes a little switch stance to get onto the inside here. That thing was bowling up hard. Gets a little off the top. That's classic Joel turn. Back to the nose. A little shuffle, another little lip whack. Kind of a fun maneuver for such a big, solid board. Gets himself up to nose. A little switch stance. That was a pretty critical switch stance walk back. Gets himself up to the nose. Tight 5. Joel rarely does anything but a tight 5 and kicks himself out.
Chad right behind him, Connie Stewart.
Connie got a screamer from the top of the point. Beautiful roundhouse right there. Really showing the judges some rail skills, and then back up to the tip. You know, just really ticking all the boxes. Beautiful nose ride right here. Nice 10 as he's coming through the inside section. Little cutty, get back into the steep part of the wave. A little sleepy on this inside section, but back up to the nose as he's hanging 10 right in Joel's face and kicks out.
Great exchange between the two.
What a
This
set.
is the final quarterfinal number 4. We're waiting for the digits to populate to give you the assessment and the situation out in the water with 15 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Really important heat here. And we talked about the last time that these two met up, Connie Stewart ended up on top with his challenge against Joel Tudor, Troy.
Yeah, it looked like, as we talked about it, Joel definitely wants this one back, and he's in the driver's seat even after probably that exchange with the 8.33. Connie made a pretty slick move there to kick out of his wave, just like half second early, didn't take it to the beach and beat Joel out to the top of the point for a priority, and that could end up being a pretty savvy decision there.
Yeah, you know, I'm excited to see what the scores come in at, because there was such a contrast in the way that they were both riding. Joel was super composed, taking his time, super fluid, but Connie kind of had a little bit more progression in his surfing. So we'll see who got the better of the exchange. Both surfed lights out, but yeah, we'll see who gets the nod.
Judges are taking their time deliberating on these scores. They're going to be important scores in the framework of quarterfinal number 4. Winner of this quarterfinal will face Tony Silvani in semifinal number 2. And let's hear from Tony, because he's right up against the glass with Shannon.
Tony Silvani, this is currently your career best result, a semi-final at an event with 10,000 points on the line. You must be feeling over the moon.
Definitely. Like some not so good results in my first 2 events, especially in Australia and then also at the wave pool. And I was coming here just with good spirits, just hoping that I could, get a good result and be able to shine here at Malibu. I've had a lot of experience here surfing in the MSA Classic, and I know the wave, but it's always nice to see this level of surfing where everyone's just ripping, and the luck of the draw of catching some good sets when they do come in. So I'm really happy.
Well, congratulations on that. Is there anything that you'll change heading into the semifinals?
No, I just want to stay consistent and put myself on the best waves, and hope to find that wave that shapes up and it runs all the way across. But yeah, I got a lot of people here supporting me, and I'm really stoked.
We're stoked for you. Well done, Tony.
Thanks.
Well, there you go. Tony Silvani is on to semifinal number 2. Scores came in during that interview. A 7.43 for Joel Tudor, at 8.27 for Connie Stewart. Connie right back in the game right now. And Troy, you pointed out the fact that Connie kicked out of his wave early to regain priority. So he's really given him a chance. He's got an excellent score. Now he owns priority. He needs a 7.5. So Connie Stewart poised to turn this heat.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if we see another set like they just had, it'll be really fun to see both of these guys get a chance to put their heat totals like up into that 16-point range. Man, awesome. I love it. So cool to see some high scores coming through. Kind of figured that might happen with a little cleanup and swell, but yeah, it's really fun.
Well, Chad, we anticipated this matchup being a banger, and guess what? It's delivering right now.
It sure is.
I almost feel like I need this kind of lull right now to put things in perspective, calm down, get ready for another big exchange, because look at the numbers, 8.33 and a 7.43 for Tudor, an 8.27 for Kaniala Stewart, and a need of just a 7.5. We know he can get there because he's already gone past that.
Yeah, I'm freaking out. This is sitting on the edge of my seat, literally. This is rad.
Here's our leaderboard. Harrison Roach, number 2 on the leaderboard. Joel Tudor, number 3. If Joel was to lose in this quarterfinal to Kaniala Stewart, Harrison Roach is going to be our 2021 world champ.
Harrison's sitting over there, and he's like,
he's
come
losing
on,
it.
Connie. Come on, Connie. Get away.
You know, Harrison Roach right now is the biggest Kaniala Stewart fan on the beach.
In the world.
In the world. Easily in the world, yeah. Yeah, I mean, as a viewer, I want to see the Joel Harrison final.
Of course. That's what we all want to see.
Yeah.
And it's set up for that way. We look at the brackets.
Yeah.
It's right there in front of us.
Yeah, opposite ends of the draw. Wow, this is intense.
Oh, that would be the most amazing storyline too. Just Joel and Harrison going at it for a world title. I love it. I think it's great. We're stoked how this has unfolded here.
Yeah, again, a big thanks to all of our crew at the World Surf League and Devin Howard and everyone involved with the longboard tour to make this all happen under difficult circumstances. Again, 3 stops on the tour to crown a champ this year, but we're looking back to 2020 to Noosa for that first stop and first points. We're going to take another look at Joel Tudor on this Jeep recap, Chad.
Yeah, this was his opening wave, the 833, and just Joel Jitsu and just his amazing style. Just ripping. I love that casual switch stance through that section right there. Just ripping. That's just quintessential Joel. Been watching this our whole lives. Amazing. Such good style.
Troy, it's almost like we don't even have to call this, and we can just let the surf music play in the background and watch Joel Tudor.
Yeah, I mean,
classically surf.
This is it's a surf movie wave, right? Like you're watching Longer or Thomas Campbell film. It was beautiful.
Yeah, some seedling vibes right there.
Kaniala Stewart.
Yeah, this was Connie's 827. And you can just see, like I was saying earlier, a little contrast between the two styles where Joel's kind of taking his time and drawing everything out, and Connie's definitely putting the board a little bit more on rail.
Yeah, Connie kind of surfing the top half of the wave a little bit more. Joel maybe taking the board all the way down to the bottom and back up, which is a little bit of a differentiator. But on this one, Connie just got all of the maneuvers in, hanging 10, whipping it back. So I do like that there's like that 0.06, although, you know, I mean, obviously would factor in the very end, but I like that there was some separation between Joel's first 833 and then Connie's 827.
And that leads us to this. Just 9 minutes on the countdown. Kaniala Stewart with priority and an opportunity to take the lead off of Joel Tudor. Looks like we got another Malibu legend in the water paddling away and keeping the crowds at bay. That's Alan Sarlo, the wave killer.
I think that was actually Andy Lyon that was paddling out.
And Alan Sarlo lookalike.
Andy, yeah.
Wow.
You know, another Malibu.
Hey, thanks to the, you know what, by the way, Chad, and you're part of it, thanks to the whole Malibu community for embracing this event and letting us take over First Point for 2 long days.
Yeah, man, no worries. But, yeah, Andy was in all the old Runman videos, if you remember those.
I remember Runman.
Yeah, man. Super sick movies filmed around Malibu and Hawaii.
Yeah, on that note, I feel like the amount of times that people have thanked or just at least been so stoked to be surfing Malibu with only another guy out, it's or a gal. That's like, yeah, it's amazing. It's so amazing to be here at Malibu.
Well, it's an appropriate venue for a world championship right now, you guys. Again,
Yeah.
Kaipo Guerrero, Chad Marshall, Troy Mothershead, and it's our pleasure to be calling these heats with you at finals day at the Jeep Malibu Classic, presented by our friends over at Havaianas. And we're in heat quarterfinal number 4, and we've had to take a breather because there's been so much action between Joel Tudor and Kaniala Stewart. Anticipating the conclusion, Chad.
Yeah, well, not only has Malibu been delivering these amazing waves, but the competitors, right? They've just been surfing lights out too. So it's been an epic day.
Yeah, no question. Yeah, the waves could be pumping, but they also still got to perform.
Yeah,
we've definitely seen it. It's been really fun. I definitely felt a couple times like I was watching a surf movie, and that is ideal when we're checking into a surf contest.
I agree. The escapism that you have watching both the men and the women perform here, and I really, coming from the championship tour world, I really love the contrast that I'm seeing here and embracing the full spectrum of surfing and really embracing things that make longboarding special.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's a big difference between the shortboard and the longboard. Although a lot of these guys, even Joel himself, rips on a shortboard, and there is kind of a little different approach for them on smaller equipment. But yeah, it's really cool to come to Malibu where there's always been single fins in the water. Chad and his brothers and Dane and there's an endless list of incredible surfers that have really committed to single fin surfing out here, and it's really fun to see a lot of these guys, commit to that and fit into the style flow, grace sort of, criteria and show us what they got.
You must be proud of your hometown, Chad.
Yeah, dude. Malibu rules.
It's showing. It's
Yeah.
showing. And
Yeah.
it's been embracing us.
Yeah, well, I'm glad. It's pretty amazing, man. Surfing been going down has been top tier.
Yeah. And not to mention, when we talk about Malibu, we talk about literally decades upon decades of surfing happening on this point.
Yeah, you got everything where 60 started, the birth of style, and Mickey Doras and Lance Carsons, and then the whole Beach Boys and Gidget all started down here, man. Like the whole surf culture. So pretty amazing.
And if you think about it, when you talk about the TV era, the Beach Boys and the Gidget era, that really pollinated surfing.
Yep.
Globally at that time, because that went out on the airwaves at the time.
Yep.
That went on the movie theaters, and that made people curious about surfing all over the world. And in countries where they had no surf industry, they were just figuring out how to make surfboards at that point.
Yep, it's pretty amazing. So you get that, and then then you go to the Big Wednesdays, and there's just so much heritage and culture that has come off this beach that we're blessed to be from around here.
Yeah, who are some of the guys? Like, was Farborough? Who were
Josh Farborough. I've been looking up to him and Dane. Were kind of my guys that I grew up looking up to. So
Farborough.
Yeah, one of the best surfers I've ever seen.
If there was a wild card here, I was like, hey Devin, can we get Farborough?
He would. He's one of the best longboarders I've ever seen.
Yeah, and you're talking about Dane
Peterson. I'm talking about Josh Farborough, but both of them,
and
they're
Dane
incredible.
Peterson,
Dane Peterson.
I just wanted to get the last name in there.
Dane
the
Peterson.
full credit to Dane.
For sure. Peto.
Yeah. Because when we talk about legends, we want to give them full credit. And that's another thing that, we can celebrate in longboarding is the history and the characters and the legends that brought us to where we are today.
That's it.
I think longboarders as a whole, and Joel's a prime example of it, are actually better surf historians than any other group of surfers.
That's it. Agreed. You nailed it right on the head.
Yeah, and passing down those fun stories too. Like, it's so fun to chat with Joel because you get little tidbits that you probably weren't going to get elsewhere because a lot of the time he was there, or at least he presents it as if he was there.
Joel's been around for a long time. I remember this kid with a ponytail riding Donald Takayama boards in a pink wetsuit.
Tinkerbell.
And he was just, and I'm talking, this is the 90s, right? And I'm talking, people were just like, what is going on with this kid? And at that time in surfing, a lot of people were surfing from the tail.
Yes.
Right.
Correct.
And Joel came out with that classic approach, under the tutelage of Nat Young.
Yep.
And just kind of blew minds.
Yeah, I mean, kind of embodying that, David Nueva, beautiful, just classic single fin style that we've, grown up loving and shaping our styles after as well.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
Here we have a shot of Harrison Roach watching quarterfinal number 4, hoping that Kaniala Stewart with priority, can get a set wave and get that 7.5, because if Connie takes out Joel, then Harrison's the world champ.
Crazy. Yeah, this is it's like the fire at the circus. It's intense.
It's intense. I know. The only thing that I wish, if that was to happen, is that we could have Thomas and Edie and the whole crew from Noosa here to shower him with beer and chair him up the beach. But I'm sure that Justin and some of the other crew will be plenty willing to celebrate.
They got his back.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you right now, it's 2 minutes to decide this.
Yep.
And it is all Connie Stewart as far as opportunity, because he's in the right place. He's capable of that number. He's got priority. It's really going to take Malibu to serve up a wave to him. Joel looking extremely calm right now, sitting next to Connie Stewart, however.
Yeah, I wonder if they're talking or what's going on out there.
Well, you know Joel.
Yeah, I do.
I'm thinking he's going to have a couple of phrases to Connie
He's like,
right now.
dude, like, whatever, dude.
I think he knows how to play the game.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, well, with a minute 30 and not seeing much lines to the horizon, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think at this point you probably would see something further up the point, or at least a little lump on the horizon.
Yeah, you can see Connie just wishing for a wave with priority. Let's see, there looks like they're making a move up the point. I don't know if anything's coming.
Well, right now, I mean, I would think a good strategy would be, and it's not really happening, would be Joel Tudor try to move Connie a little bit out of position.
Yeah.
I mean, we're under a minute, and look at, here they come.
Yeah, a little glisten on the horizon. There could be a couple waves here.
Oh, here they come.
Yep, here comes a wave.
And we got time, 40 seconds.
And it looks like more than one wave, so they might both get an opportunity to better their situation.
Lining this up. Never mind that. That's just a non-competitor. Pretend you're not seeing that.
Yeah, that's Andy.
Here we go. Connie.
Connie way up on the point. Nice fade to start. Gets up on the nose. There's some time on the tip. Little foamy wave and a little refraction off the point. So a little bit of a warble through the inside here. Not a ton on the inside. Remember, he needs a 7.5. And the horn is going to sound, and that's going to be Connie Stewart's last strike to take this heat off of Joel Tudor. The number he needs again is a 7.5. And I'm going to reach out to you, Troy. What do you think?
I don't think he got it.
I love how you say that in a whisper.
Well, I just, because it was a great nose ride out the back, but just the wave wasn't there, So I think it's going to be hard for the judges to push that over a 7.5 when we've seen so many incredible rides from, outside the back all the way to the beach.
Yeah, I mean, the way I picture it is I don't think that wave was better than Joel's 7.43.
Okay, there you go. Just to put things into perspective on this, and that's what the judges are doing as well. And you know what? You're spot on. A 4.5. Joel Tudor moves on into semifinal number 2, and the battle for the world title continues here at the Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas, and I love the way the story is playing out for you.
Incredible. That's so cool. Wow, Joel walks up the beach. Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
He cares.
Little emotion from Joel Tudor.
Yeah, he's fired up inside, no question. He's a competitor. The guy's a master.
Well, let's take a look at our brackets now, guys. Harrison Roach versus Ben Skinner, semifinal number 1. Tony Silvani versus Joel Tudor, semifinal number 2. We could have a dream show. Harrison Roach and Joel Tudor making it to the final, and that world title decided in the final here at Malibu. We'll see what happens with that scenario. When we come back, the women are going to be in the water. Stick around. More action coming your way.
The Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas is brought to you by Jeep, official vehicle of the World Surf League. Havaianas, official partner of the World Surf League. U.S. Army, official partner of the World Surf League. Athletic Brewing, official non-alcoholic beer of the WSL LB Series. Welcome back to Malibu, coming off a huge heat. Joel Tudor getting past Caniella Stewart to move on into the semifinals to keep his world title hope alive. If he went down, it would have been over. So it's getting very exciting on the men's bracket as we transfer over to the women's quarterfinals. We'll be kicking things off with quarterfinal number 1. Alice Lemoyne and Natsumi Taoka kicking things off for us, followed by Chloe Calmon from Rio de Janeiro, taking on a local from North Shore of Oahu, Kira Seal, now calling California home. And then the big world title heat we'll be focusing on is Honolua Blomfield taking on a former world champ named Lindsay Steinreity. If Hono can win that, she'll be a 3-time world champ. Tons of world titles when you get to this part of the draw. Kalia, 2-time world champ. We'll have Zoe Grospiron before we close out this quarterfinal. What a day we have here as Malibu continues to fire, crowning world champions for the men and women today. Joe Drappel with Shannon Hughes and local Frankie Seeley here for the call. Doesn't get much better than this, you guys, to have the best of the best competing different generations like we just saw with Tudor and the Caniella matchup. Shannon?
Yeah, incredible to see that sort of history being made. Right here today, we're making history. We're going to crown world champions, and we couldn't be doing it in better conditions, Joe.
So great, Frankie, just to see all the crowd show up as well. It's a real sunny day, and the atmosphere after every ride is pretty electric out there.
Yeah, everyone's stoked on the beach. It's a beautiful day. I'm so happy to share my love with my community, with you guys and the WSL. So it's going to be a great day of competition.
Well, we had a lot of scenarios on the men's side, and it was kind of wide open after Del Perro lost yesterday. A little bit more kind of easy to get our head around the situation, that's on hand for Honolua Blomfield. Frankie, in your mind, is it a little bit closer than people might think today to clinch a world title?
I think it is. I mean, all these women have the ability. They are trained almost every single day. They've been training throughout the competition year. So I think that it's anyone's game for me.
As we kick off the overlapping format once again, they just counted them into a fresh clock, 40 minutes, scored on their top 2 rides. Alice taking on Natsumi. And it's interesting, Shannon, because they've kind of competed for about the same amount of time, over a decade on tour. They kind of kicked off their heats back in longboard form over 10 years ago. They're about the same age. Now they're sharing Malibu together. So they kind of had similar career paths leading up into this point.
Yeah, I really love seeing these two match up here and those similarities behind them in the longevity that they have. While they're still younger competitors, they're not, hitting into those 30s yet, where we see some of those other women on tour in that 30-year-old range. But for Alice and Natsumi, they've had that kind of rise together, and they're starting to really make it into the important rounds in competition, into those finals day conversations more often than not.
Well, one man is keeping things very exciting in the world title race, maybe one of the best ever to do it. Joel Tudor is with Kaipo.
Yeah, thank you, Joel. Into the semifinals, and your strive for a world title continues here at Malibu. Your thoughts?
So the last time I surfed the world contest here was 27 years ago.
That puts things into perspective.
Yeah, it's been a minute, I haven't surfed a professional event here since maybe 2002. So probably, 19 years on that one. But I do all the club events. I'm lucky we have 2 events a year here that kind of and I come up here all the time with my kids, so I kind of know the wave a little bit, It helps, because Malibu's super tricky. While it looks super perfect, it's very sectiony, and you need to know where to take off depending on the tide, what time of the day the tide, what tide, you know what I mean? It makes a huge difference here. So, one for the old guys.
Well, talking about tricky Malibu, you got an 8.33 under everyone's priority.
So that was pretty funny. They mistakenly didn't look beyond the 2 waves they were going for, which I couldn't believe when it was happening, because I was watching them all paddle for it, and I was like, are you guys not noticing the shoulder high wave behind this, And they all went. And when they went, Sarlo started laughing, because we were looking at each other, get over there, Joel. So I started paddling, and that was my best wave. And I caught one other wave, and I just sat the rest of the heat. I mean, if you have two and you have priority, the thing with priority that's kind of nice, even though I missed the days when you could still hassle people because there's strategy involved, you know. The priority is a nice, like, compromise because you have to, like, take turns. You can't, you know, be a jerk. But, you know, sometimes it's nice to have both. Do you know what I mean?
What about the master versus disciple conversation? You and Connie Alice Stewart. He got you in New York. You got him back.
Yeah, well, that's the fun with this stuff. You're always going to have another round. Do you know what I mean? And in longboarding, your career path is a little longer than shortboards. You can age kind of gracefully, where like getting older riding small equipment tends to not mathematically work out so well. You know what I mean? So for us, I remember when I was a kid, Takayama told me, he goes, "Look, man, you're going to make it up in the end with longevity." You know what I mean? He was like, "Trust me, you'll be stoked that you chose to ride a longboard when you were a kid," you know? And I now that I'm 45, I'll be 46 in June, I can understand what he was saying, you know?
Well, there you go. The longevity continues. Joel Tudor into semifinal number 2, Joel.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Incredible to see his form, his style, and grace. Obviously, that knowledge that he's gained over the years. He said, "I think I know the wave a little bit." He's obviously had a ton of experience and just identifying the right wave at the right time, depending on the tide. I mean, I think for an average everyday surfer, they just paddle out. It looks perfect. They just hope they get one. And you can see how that experience can pay off, knowing which waves to let go and knowing which waves to capitalize on. The 833 he got early against Connie Alice Stewart, and it helped him stay in contention with Harrison Roach. Shannon.
It's so exciting that Joel made it through that heat. You know, obviously he surfed exceptionally well into that excellent category, so he deserves it, if nothing else. But it keeps that title race alive up against Harrison Roach, and I think that's going to be a really exciting story, obviously, that we're following throughout the day. And I'm going to be now seeing that performance from Joel on finals day. I think it's a lot harder for Harrison Roach to win a world title than I initially walked into it thinking.
It's a good point, because now, you know, we have scenarios where they could be going head-to-head, and how would you handle that? Experience seems to pay off, you know, when you've had a lot more reps under your belt in those pressure situations to close out a world title.
Yeah, they definitely need to battle it out. There's a lot of people that are, especially Harrison. It's on the line for him. He needs to do the best that he can in these conditions and really stick it to, I mean, Joel, he's a seasoned competitor, and he knows this wave like the back of his hand. I mean, there's a mural of him in Malibu, so that just shows you how much of a master he is.
Such a special venue that always honors the people that came before and set the bar here at Malibu just decades ago. Meanwhile, just the pictures on your screen setting up quite well for Alice and Natsumi to take over perfect Malibu. Remember Alice from Reunion Island, Natsumi from Chiba, Japan, stretching out this beautiful wall right out in front. There's the 5. I love all the steps it took to the tip of that board. Alice will now just set that one off the top. Beautiful 5. Goes to the 10 quickly. Is able to ride out of that one. Swinging that big board back into the pocket. There's the 5. We'll fade that one quickly on the inside, and we'll step off on the sand. That's a Malibu dream right there, to be out the back and get a bomb that was that clean and rippable. And the surfer from Reunion could potentially be doing a runaround now.
That was an incredible performance from Alice. What a way to get her heat started on a wave that goes all the way into the sand, and you can just, you know, feel that energy from her coming out. A little smile, but also that straight face, pulls it back in, and she knows she's got a lot on the line to try and make it into the semifinals. So it's not all just fun and games of catching some of the best waves out here.
Yeah, she definitely she knows she needs to build her house, and Natsubi is also a fierce competitor, and we have an amazing wave from Alice. Look at this replay. She definitely knows how to take her time. She's been working on her hang 10s, her hang 5s, really reading this critical nose riding section on the inside. There's that hang 10 that the judges want to see. So really composed, beautiful surfing from the surfer from Reunion Island.
It's pretty cool when you just see that footwork executed there. It's pretty easy to take one big step and just get there. You can do that, but it's not as difficult, doesn't look as good. She's just sticking to that technical foundation of take that walk all the way up, using the entire board. The judges love to see that. That was a really good start. And also, Natsumi Taoka getting a 117 at the start of the heat.
Yeah, she just goes down, you know, board pearls on that first opening nose ride. Quick steps for her as well. But that's such a great point, Joe, about the footwork. You know, taking 2 steps to get to the nose, it's functional, it works. But actually, the more steps that you take, the tighter they are together. If a surfer can get in those 6 steps to sometimes even 8 steps up, depending on where they're positioned when they stand up on their board, that's actually adding to the fluidity of their surfing. And you're able to keep a lot more flow by taking more steps.
And that's what's great for the judges, like really emphasizing that in the criteria. You know, they obviously know what's easy. They know what, you know, disguising a 10 might look like. And the numbers have been really spot on today. The judges are doing a great job upstairs. We do have a world champion on the panel in Tori Gilkerson, which is just adding to the status in our judging panel.
Yeah, Tori knows her stuff pretty well. She is a great competitor herself, and she's going to try to pick apart each of these ladies' waves, and she knows what she's doing, and the judges definitely have their work cut out for them.
Natsumi Taoka, born and raised in Chiba, Japan, which obviously saw a lot this year as the venue for the Olympics for the first time. Natsumi's really proud of their seasons when there's typhoons. Another surfer as well that's not just surfing in small waves, loves when there's a lot of energy in the water, and kind of had a reputation for being pretty fearless, you know, and always putting in a lot of work into bigger conditions as well. And I love that act where she's really well-rounded. I mean, you think about Natsumi, another similarity with her and Alice. They actually competed on shortboards and like small QS events in the past. So 2 incredibly well-rounded surfers going head-to-head.
Yeah, I love that kind of nod to their performance on other types of craft. Natsumi specifically, you know, talking about that history of surfing within Japan and the current competitive pedigree that's coming out of there. She had 3 consecutive wins on the JPSA Tour this year in 2021, which was incredible for her to just get some consistency, getting in that jersey, surfing some heats, preparing herself for these world title situations.
With now 30 minutes on the clock, it's interesting how important a wave can be to your career. You know, we see it time and time again. International surfers will move to a location because they see the benefit of actually learning the ropes at that location. And speaking of Japan, there's a local to Malibu named Takuji Masuda who was actually trying to look for a school to go to, and the Paskowitz family showed him all these schools up in the coast and said Pepperdine would be the place where you'd go. Malibu became his training ground, his everything, and he went back to Japan, won a national title, but it was really like one wave that really just catapults your career. To spend all that time on a perfect wave like this, you're going to learn the ins and outs on how to compete, how to perfect your style, and everything else along the way, Frankie. I'm sure on, you know, every swell that comes through here in Malibu, there's so many great talents and characters with maybe titles internationally to movie stars. I mean, what a place to be surfing every day.
This place has such a variety of characters, let me tell you. And they are, and you see people in the community go up and grow in their careers, whatever that may be. So this is a great place to utilize connections. I mean, there's people from all around the world. Sorry, I have to pause for a second. Natsumi's just got another wave. Unfortunately, not fully sticking to that section.
Yeah, Natsumi just stepping off. Only had the 1.17 before that. So Alice's start, 6.67. And Alice is up again, controlling her lead and the tip of that board. Back to the bottom, and she will end up kicking out. A couple of short waves quickly. Shannon, are you kind of thinking that might be positioning at this moment?
It seems like they've positioned themselves really far up the point at first point, and you can see those waves just rolling down. You know, we caught the end of that wave in screen. There goes Natsumi again on a massive, that actually looked like one of the bigger sets that we've seen coming through the day, but really deep on it. And so now I'm wondering, Frankie, for you, you're the local here, do they need to readjust that positioning?
Usually when the tide is kind of weird like this and it's kind of wonky, I kind of want to sit right at lifeguard tower a little bit further to the south. So you see on your screen here, Alice Lemoyne, she picked off the ones, and she's just carving and doing the radical maneuvers that the judges, again, want to see. Nose ride, nice hang 10 arch. Wow. That was some great style and maneuverability from the Frenchwoman.
Really cool to see that. So I think as she moved down the line, adjusting to what Frankie was saying, to a better part of the wave, this wave continues to provide for Alice, and she will actually cannonball right onto the hard sand. Shakes that one off quickly, but what dedication. She was so in the moment. I don't even think she saw that coming.
That's the call. In the moment. She didn't even see it. She just, I hope her knees are okay, but she seems to be back and running. She was smiling as soon as she rolled out of the sand pit there.
Well, you got to go for broke. I mean, you're going against Natsumi. Like, every moment counts. So she just wanted to ride that thing all the way to the beach, and she did with poise.
A very strong start for the surfer from Reunion Island. Alice Lemoyne completely onto the sand on that last wave, which will improve on a 2.67. So even after you take a spill like that, I think she knows the momentum is on her side. Let's see another view of this wave to see when it went down, Frankie. What do you think?
Oh, wow. This wave was just textbook Malibu for me. And look at that style, that arch back, just completely controlled. Goes right back to the tail end of her board, and see that maneuverability with that drop knee. Just beautiful surfing. And she's going to go right up to a 10. Another soul arch. That style is perfect for Malibu. She knows what the judges want to see. Again, takes it all the way to the beach. Nice little carve there on the inside. She's going to work it to another nose ride. She's just making these sections look so easy. And again, a carve right onto the sand. That was a great ride for Alice.
Crazy how quickly that'll sneak up on you on such a lengthy ride, but doing a great job. Her 6.67 was brilliant. Judges rewarding her even better for that last wave, a 7.83. And now Natsumi in a bit of trouble, needing 2 new waves with 25.5 to go. So she'll be staying calm now as she's paddling aggressively into this opportunity. Just a quiet fade, quick to the 5. Little adjustment in the pocket. Now the wall's starting to stretch out a bit. Throws down the 5 again. Natsumi straight back to the nose again. Holds the 5, and big section's going to shut that one down early. Definitely Natsumi's best so far, Shannon.
Yeah, that was really beautiful surfing. Nice and controlled. I love that, the use of those S-turns to just reposition herself for the nose rides. And she would have heard that requirement come through now, knowing that she's in a big combination situation. Not just that she requires over, those 10 points, but actually, or I guess 12 points or so based on her scores, actually that she's chasing a 7.83 and a 6.77 that Alice has dropped through. So she knows she really needed to stick it on that wave and start building.
And now the battle for priority continues. Joel Tudor, who just won the last heat, kind of was reflecting on the days of no priority, where there was a whole nother strategy of actually out-hassling or out-positioning your opponent. For some people, when the priority system came in, it was a sigh of relief. And for some people, it actually took a little part of their game plan out of the question of being overly aggressive. They could keep people off set waves on demand. And I don't think anything has changed the world of surfing more than that priority rotation. Personally, I love the back and forth. I want to see everybody perform. What about you, Frankie?
I'm kind of in the same boat with that. I'm not a hassler, so I personally like the priority. So yeah, I like to see the trade-offs between the surfers. I think it's entertaining, and I love to see that back and forth.
So after a long paddle back into position, Alice Lemoyne making the quick call to go from a 5 to a 10, back to a 5, and she will just sit on that nose, leans back to change that weight balance on the tip, to just control it all the way through. Another great 5 to 10 for Alice. What an incredible wave just to ride here at Malibu. Throws down a beautiful front side turn. There's the 5 again. So much tip time until the only fall right on the beach. I mean, right in the back of her mind was the previous situation where she fell in the sand. So I think this time she's like, whatever, let me get out of there. I'll head back out. Another brilliant performance.
Yeah, that was just incredible surfing. Alice is in that rhythm. She's got the style, the flow, and the grace that the judges are looking for. She's already been rewarded with that 7.83 on the scoreboard. I'm so curious to see where this one will sit as well. She gets that nice locked in hang 5. The nose of her board does bite into the face of the wave a couple times there, so it's not the cleanest, kind of most levitated nose rides to start off with, but then she makes up for it with those really critical nose rides through the inside, and then great use of variety, throwing in that tail work. All of those elements that the judges are going to be paying attention to, she's doing her best to bring all of that. Even in that little drop knee to kind of finish off with, she obviously pulls out quick, save the sand roll. But I'm really impressed with Alice's performance right now.
It's interesting with that last part of the wave. We've seen some interesting dismounts today. You know, sometimes surfers just want to get out of there and just have the last image to the judges, just a nice clean kick out. What's your thought on that, Frankie? Should you get out early, or does it matter if you do a somersault on the beach?
I mean, if it was a free surf, I would personally just jump off and not care. But typically when it comes to competition, I'd like to see a little bit cleaner of a kick out. So that would be my take on it.
Well, it looks like everything in favor of our surfer representing France. It's now a 7.0 on the last of Alice Lemoyne, putting more pressure on Natsumi. We'll be right back for more after this.
I have 24 hours left.
Let's check out the Jeep Mojave. It can go anywhere and really do anything that you want to do. Great to have Jeep on hand for the Jeep Malibu Classic, as we have a classic ride there, the Jeep Mojave, which would be a pretty stylish way for you to get down to the beach here to surf First Point Malibu with some of the best longboarders in the world. And I'm sure it's a type of vehicle world champs like Justin Quintal might want to get a piece of, because he's got some four-wheel drive tracks over on the East Coast between Florida and Georgia. I guess he calls them secret spots. So I guess we'll let him take it from there, where you could just drive on the beach, find yourself a wave. I wouldn't mind having a Jeep Mojave myself. Quarterfinal number 2 just got started. Chloe Calmon from Rio de Janeiro, current world number 5, takes on a surfer from the North Shore of Oahu, Kira Seal. They're the non-priority heat. Back to Natsumi Taoka from Chiba. Big wall here at First Point. Standing tall, great 10 for Natsumi. Holding down the 5. And an absolute peeler of a wave. There's the beautiful top turn. Taoka calmly and gracefully back to the nose. 5, tap 10, and now she'll just set up the nose one more time. What great control. Natsumi's has great control of the inside, back into a fading cut back for Alice Lemoyne. Stretch 5 there into a committed 10. Already back to the tail. Top turn fade, and she is just can't believe that she is scoring Malibu with nobody out. Natsumi, great signs there. It looked like her best wave by far. That wall section makes you want to go surfing. That looks so fun, Shannon.
Oh, it really does. I can't believe that we are sitting with, you know, these perfect waves. We're sitting on the sand in Malibu. Currently, Joe, myself, and Frankie are like maybe 5 steps and we're in the water, and these waves are breaking out there, and we're getting to see the world's best actually just display what we hope to do with our own surfing one day.
Well, and Frankie, when you're out here on a wall that perfect, you're also directing traffic. You know, you hold a line, and sometimes you don't actually get to go exactly where you want to go. So I saw you kind of shaking in the chair there. A little jealous?
Oh yeah, I'm super jealous. I mean, just to score Malibu with only one other girl, that's unheard of. And usually you have to dodge between so many people. And I also was just fascinated by this beautiful wave of Natsumi. She is doing some textbook surfing as well with that lovely nose ride. And at the critical part of the wave, it's just beautiful, and she sticks it for a very long time. Notice how she maneuvers herself right back into the power source of the wave, and then right back to the tip time. This is what we want to see, and she knows how to perform even under pressure with Alice having 2 7s under her belt. Natsumi still wants to showcase that she can do just as well.
Also, Alice still wants to be involved in the title race, so she's in a must-win situation. 5 to 10. I love that transition, Shannon.
Oh, incredible. I am like, they're both surfing so incredibly well, but Alice, she's just finding those waves. She's making things work. She's really getting those critical hang tens in, as well as that big S-turn to just readjust and get to the nose again. So for Alice as well, remember, she's already sitting on those couple of 7s. She's now looking to improve and try and, you know, almost it's a battle against herself at the moment. As we know, we're waiting for scores. She would have known as well that Natsumi took off on that wave ahead of her with, you know, 2 really beautiful waves coming through the point here at Malibu. But for Alice, I feel like it's almost this personal battle for her to try and reach into that excellent range now.
It's crazy with this overlapping format, 40-minute heats really, scored on your top 2. They can almost feel like a baseball season, 162 games. First half of the year, your team's doing great, but there's so much more to go. It's kind of the feeling I'm getting from Alice. She completely dominated all the energy in the first half of their matchup. Now it's, you know, getting down to the back half, and Natsumi is right back in it. And the first half of their heat was kind of, you just want to throw it away. Now she's in the game, 7-7. Combination is gone. Now Taoka needs an 8.73, right where she wants to be with 15:25 to go. There's a lot of similarities in their approach that I'm noticing. That the way they stretch their 5 to 10, even their turns look very similar to me, Frankie. Are you seeing anything else where you could separate them, or do you feel like they have a lot of similar strengths?
They do have a lot of similar strengths. I think Alice is focused on that arch back style approach. So I think that's going to differentiate her style with Natsumi. Natsumi's a little bit more simplifying everything when Alice is just trying to showcase her maneuvers a little bit more.
Always fun to talk equipment with Kaipo Guerrero as he's checking out some beautiful Firewire Thunderbolt surfboards.
That's right, Joe. I love talking equipment, and I love to talk about relevant equipment as well. This is a Skin Dog surfboard. It's Ben Skinner's model over at Firewire Thunderbolt Technology, and is a beautiful board. This is actually a board, and Ben's riding one just like this on the water. You'll see him in semifinal number 1. Firewire bringing the goods over here to Malibu.
Thank you so much, Kaipo, and great to see everything that goes into that Thunderbolt technology, different types of constructions. You can get a little lost thinking about the technicality of it, from carbon wraps to even PU wraps, just to change the flex patterns, and they've got some great boards. Speaking of Ben Skinner, though, I mean, what a role he's been on today, Shannon.
Incredible. He really has. I mean, literally sitting into the semifinals with 10,000 points on the line for this World Tour event. It's his career best result. He's had semifinals and he's had big wins within his career, but to see him sitting there now into the semifinals is really exciting, as we see some of the women getting ready to paddle out. Honolua Blomfield could be winning a world title.
It's pretty impressive to see Honolua so calm in these situations. She had my quote of the day yesterday, asked about nerves, and she said, "I don't have any." I was like, how
So
brilliant. What a great place to live, in that space where you're so free from nerves. She went on to say she loves competitive surfing. It's just it doesn't take herself psychologically out of the game.
Yeah, she's so composed and she's so in tune with the ocean. So I feel like she doesn't really those nerves just almost go away for her. I wish that would happen for me and I could have some of that energy. But that just shows how fierce of a competitor she is, and she wants to win.
Well, I guess we should get caught up with the world title scenarios because potentially Hono might not have to surf that heat to clinch. We think about Alice right now. She has to win. But say if Alice goes down, Chloe Calmon goes down in the next heat, then Honolua Blomfield would already clinch that third world title before quarter 3 starts. At the moment, Alice is out front. Chloe Calmon just getting started. We'll keep you posted on that run for a third world title for Hono. 12:15. It looks like Alice is taking control, but Natsumi definitely got herself back into play with that last dreamy set. Now chasing an 8.73, Shannon.
Yeah, we just needed Natsumi to find the right wave, and that's exactly what she did.
Now a new heat just getting started. Kira Seal, born and raised on the north shore of Oahu, she will get taken down aggressively, and seeing a fall like that, you can't not think about the broken foot. And maybe it's just you don't really have that same reaction if you're kind of nursing a bad foot. She probably could have easily made that section if she was at 100%.
Oh, it was a small wave. There, it wasn't necessarily a wave of consequence in any scape. And so for Kira, it would have just been kind of also getting that first wave under your belt. It's been almost 10 minutes from when these women paddled out in the water, with those 40 minutes on the clock. So she's been sitting patient for like almost 9 minutes now. I feel like she's just feeling hungry to try and unlock and get a score on the board. She also would know that the surfers in the heat before her, the priority heat currently, there's an excellent score on the board with Alice. There's a couple of 7s on the board. So she knows when the sets come through, she's going to want to capitalize on that, but likely it'll only happen in the back half of her heat.
It's interesting how there's so many celebratory injury moments in surfing where someone's hurt and you go, oh, they're out, and next thing you know, they go on to do the impossible. It's almost like can be a distraction from the energy of trying to win when you actually have to take care of yourself just to perform, and we've seen some great runs with that in history.
Yeah, she's a warrior, so she's always been a warrior, and broken foot is not going to stop her from doing what she wants. I know that of Kira, and that has happened also not with Kira but with Lindsay Steineride. She also has an injury that she's trying to heal, so these women are they're in it to win it.
I suppose that's a big thing you just dropped, naming Lindsay Steinreide, how important that name is to drop, because that is exactly who Honolua Blomfield is going to surf against in quarterfinal number 3.
That's a really exciting matchup for me, because I think if anybody can take Honolua out in the form that Honolua is currently in, off of the win at Surf Ranch, sitting, leading the ranking, she has yet to fall out of that conversation around a third world title. If there's anyone that's hungry enough to still keep herself in the mix and to fight for her own second world title, it's Lindsay Steinreide.
Wow, what an exciting matchup to come in the quarterfinals. They've been waiting all day for the quarters, and I think they're scoring maybe some of the best conditions as we were going through men's round 3 this morning. Natsumi Taoka starting off with a nice nose ride. There's that section, readjust, there's the 5. Big section coming down early. And will make that ride a lot shorter, just missing out on that open face about 15 feet in front of her. Chasing an 8.73, she's still going to need that score with 9 to go.
Yeah, this is kind of the only mistake I can really pull out from Natsumi's heat so far, is that she's had multiple takeoffs where she's been so far behind the section that she hasn't been able to capitalize on an entire wave, aside from that big 7 that she got on the board.
Chloe Calmon calls 2019 maybe one of the best years of her career. Backhand 5 to a quick 10. Back to the nose again, great control, super smooth on her style. Stalls it straight towards the beach. Nice clean fade. I love the balance from turns to the nose with grace. 5 to 10 again. Calmon looking very solid on her opening wave against Kira Seal, Frankie. That was really fun to watch.
That was beautiful. That is everything that I would want to see a competitor do at Malibu. She was a hood ornament on the nose, looking graceful, elegant, with control. She had a lot of control. My friends and I call it drop knee like it's hot. Like she had that drop knee just on point, and that was amazing to watch.
It was a really nice balance, and I feel like it was one of the more connected rides we've seen in the last half hour or so. All that flow from rail to rail was great from start to finish, Shannon.
So beautiful. Nice little rail start off, runs straight up to the nose, beautiful tight cross steps. Those little, you know, those arms just perfectly poised at her side. A great use for balance, but keeping things, you know, a little bit of movement there, but more or less pretty quiet, which is exactly what the judges want to see. Love that drop knee, that bit of variety that she's showcasing as well, Joe. And just looking so in form on her opening wave of the heat. That is really scary surfing for Kira Seal to be coming up against.
Cool to see how composed she is when the bottom's dropping out underneath her and not really making it feel like she's in a rush to get off the tip. Really comfortable with those transitions. So waiting for scores from Chloe Calmon. Kira Seal threw down a 1.0. Now we'll watch a nice 5 that we've been seeing for a long time in the water now for Alice Lemoyne for France. Beating that section, back to the tail, clean wrap. And now setting up this track section in front of her. She'll have to get off the nose real quick. A subtle little fade, a small inside wall here. And there's that famous kind of lean back 5 she's been throwing down this entire heat. Smaller wave there. Her low score is pretty big, a 7.83. And seeing the kind of the shifts in that wave, I was almost wondering if she was going to kick out at any point. Going, okay, I'm not improving. Maybe Malibu's just too perfect. You're never going to kick out early out here. Shannon, what do you think?
I think you nailed it there. She's never going to kick out when there's such a beautiful, clean, open face running in front of her. And how many surfers have been saying that in their post heats today, that they're just so excited to be surfing Malibu with 1 or 2 other people out. And, you know, I cannot condemn her for wanting to ride this wave all the way through. That was an incredible hang 5, though, to start off with. I mean, really deep and critical. Stuck on the nose for the entire time, found a little bit of lift coming out of the rest of it, and then she went in for a nice big kind of wrap back into the pocket. She hits this section and she manages to negotiate around it and really maintain a lot of control. So to me, that's just even getting extra laps out here at Malibu. She's not going to be improving on a high 7 and an 8 in her scoreline, but if she continues surfing like this, she's going to find herself in the semifinals. And maybe in the semis, she doesn't get the sets, and she's battling with smaller conditions.
And you know, it's interesting. It's a great read, Shannon. And also on that second review, you're going, when you do have a start that brilliant, you kind of want to see the judges see that overall completion of a ride. And there was kind of no point for her to exit out. Even when it started looking kind of gutless and the wave was over, she had such a great start. It was really smart to her to finish the whole wave.
I think that was a good call for Alice. It's also just showing momentum, again, building her house. That is textbook surfing heats. I think she's doing a great job of positioning. That's going to be, I think, the make or break moment for these competitors, is positioning and picking off the right waves.
Well, now we see the score for Alice, 5.83. Okay, so not even close to improvement. Shannon, do you see maybe less moves with priority towards the tail end of a heat on the longboard tour? Do you see people chasing people up the point to shut them down early? I haven't seen a lot of that today. It seems more like everyone's got their space, they can ride waves. Or do you think it'll happen when something really big is on the line?
I think when there's something really big on the line, we're going to see a lot of that priority come into play. And looking at a woman like Alice in the lineup, she's a really keen athlete. She's a competitor. She's very driven. She really approaches surfing. You know, she's got that graceful style and that full feel as a longboarder, but she's very competitive. She's got that shortboarding pedigree behind her as well. So for her, I think using everything she has to her advantage in a heat like this, understanding how priority works, the number of heats she would have surfed in with priority, maybe more than some of the other surfers in the draw who have come from more classic longboarding contests, more club events than the WSL Tour. But for her, she understands priority so well, she's going to use it to her advantage.
Here's the Jeep recap. Alice Lemoyne and Natsumi Taoka looking for a spot into the semifinals. It was really all about Alice taking control very early, getting a 6.67. There's a 7 she's not even using. A pretty healthy combined total out in front, Frankie.
Yeah, she didn't even really need this wave. I mean, she has one of the biggest heat score totals of the women's. And she's just, right now, this is just a happy run. And we have Natsumi out the back. She also knows how to utilize the whole board. A great hang 10. She sticks it, put her hands up to show style, grace, that beautiful longboard essence. There she goes again. Nice cutback. And yeah, both of these women know how to showcase their skills.
I just loved when this wave came in for Natsumi, because then I realized we definitely had a lot more to watch in the back end of the heat. Natsumi kind of struggled with positioning, really, for the first half of the heat, was pretty deep up the point. And that 727 turned everything around. And with Alice going on a very small wave, we have Natsumi with priority in 2:15 with the lineup, really, that she can call her own right now.
Well, with 2 minutes on the clock, if we see another set, Natsumi has that big requirement of an 8.73, but we know she's capable of getting that. The surfing that she showcased on that wave just before Alice. Alice's wave quality may be a little bit better on that exchange between the 8.17 for Alice and the 7.27 for Natsumi. And so Natsumi also knowing now what she needs to do, maybe just to get that extra point into her scoreline, should the right wave come through. There's a little set now. Something's rolling in. It's a huge ask to get into that, excellent range, that 8.73. But we've got something coming. And Natsumi's in priority.
Oh, she certainly does. And what a place to be, chasing an 8.73. It has to be the best ride of the matchup here in the quarterfinals. Quick to the nose, now just roller coastering down the line. Great high line position. There's the 5. Pedals back for that nice fade. Wraps it through the inside. Needs to stay on her feet and finish strong if she wants a shot at the semifinals. This one's going to set up well. Nice quick 5. Digs in a bit harder on the wrapping turn. Natsumi under pressure, looking very comfortable on that last wave. Frankie, you were holding your breath through every single moment. How are you feeling? An 8.73 is a massive score. Will it be close?
It's going to be very close. Unfortunately, she didn't really get that hang 10 that is how it has a lot of women going to the next round. But she surfed it really well. She was very in control. A lot of great in-between carves that looked flawless. So that's going to be really tough for the judges.
I think the positives are definitely her composure, knowing when the heat's on the line, holding priority for a long time. And she looked very comfortable. I suppose when it's an 8.73 and it's the best wave of the heat, it didn't give you that automatic reaction to go there, at least for me. But I just loved how calm she was through her turns, stayed on her feet as we're already counting this one out, Shannon.
Oh, an incredible performance from both of these women. I think they can be so proud. Alice is just, I can feel that relief coming from her. The excitement, but also the relief, making it through another big heat, another tough competitor, Natsumi, making it to the semis.
That's right. Alice Lemoyne will keep Hono honest. Honolua Blomfield will now have to win that quarterfinal, with Alice moving on into the semifinals. As we'll take a quick break. Up next, Chloe Calmon and Kira Seal will continue to battle.
I have 24 hours left.
It's a world title day here at the Jeep Malibu Classic, presented by Havaianas, as you're seeing a big paddle battle to get priority Here on the inside, Chloe Calmon wearing the blue jersey, representing Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Opened with a 6.83. She's got the heat with Kira Seal from the North Shore of Oahu. They're the priority heat. Non-priority heat's a big one as well with world champs. We've got Lindsay Steinreide and Honolua Blomfield going head-to-head. If Hono wins this heat, she will officially be the world champ. Not once, twice, but for the third time in her career, being what could be the youngest three-time world champ in history. We'll see how this one plays out. Hono, world number 1. Lindsay, 16 in the world, coming off a pretty heavy injury run this past season. As we get started, deep up the point. Always such a cool, calm style to watch. Things always kind of get started really up the point. Priority gets established, and things will open up. Hono now into a fade. There's a nice little Hawaiian support crew on the beach going crazy on every single move. Hono steps off, and we are loving finals day here in Malibu. Joe Trappell, Shannon Hughes, and a local, Frankie Seeley. Things always look calm for Hono, Frankie. You know, even on those smaller sections, she is so composed. Always looks like she's in the right spot at the right time.
Again, and very in tune with the ocean. She definitely knows how to make sure that everything is just aligned. So that's what we really want to see from these surfers. And on the replay, two beautiful rides from Lindsay and Kira on the other heat. And Kira is no stranger to Malibu. She lives here now, and just really taking her time on this wave. But she definitely knows these sections, and trying to get a little cover up there. Nice carve. And she goes straight to the nose on the inside. Nice hang 5. Again, little smaller cars, but just to position herself into like more of the meatier part of the wave. So that was a great wave for Kira. Nice hang 10 at the end, just to tap it off.
Oh, what a great ride for Kira Seal as we get caught up here with Chloe Calmon as well, Shannon.
Yeah, perfectly poised hang 10 to start off with. Just notice how tight she had her feet and her knees together there. And then she gets that nice S-turn, lines up for another perfect hang 10. And she comes through to this sort of middle section. It's not even really the inside yet. There's so much wave left for Chloe to just negotiate through, to keep that style going, to throw in that little cross-step cutback. Again, showcasing her control and variety to the judges with that sort of technical footwork. That's what Chloe brought into competitive longboarding years before the rest of the women in the field. She's really kind of changed that pattern in what we're seeing in women's surfing.
And also world number 1 getting started here, Frankie.
Yeah, even with these small waves, you could still see how in control she is, even with that section in front of her. She's still on her board. She's still ready to do some pretty radical maneuvers on the inside. So that's amazing from the former world champ and champ hopeful.
Love the footwork, and I love the commitment to stick with this small runner. She definitely knew it was going to line up really far down the line. And I guess Hono and Kira, they're in opposite heats. They have a lot in common. They really grew up together on the North Shore, competed together, pushed each other, and they both have recently moved to Southern California. And so that definitely finding a lot of great waves to ride longboards. Both were competitive on shortboards as well. Kira found there was a lot of aggressiveness in the shortboard heats, and she was like, I might go, the longboard route. And I mean, for Hono, she was probably Brisa Hennessy, who's been on the championship tour, maybe Brisa's biggest rival and sparring partner in those shortboard divisions growing up. So what a foundation to have to get where you are today competitively.
It's really incredible to know that sort of history behind Honolua and what's primed her as a competitor now in the longboard tour. I remember years ago her telling me that she chose to stick with longboarding as she got older because she felt like she had a little bit more opportunity for success, which has clearly paid off in 2 world titles and a potential 3rd out of this specific heat. But incredible to see her have that balance between. I also know that as she was growing up surfing, she actually alternated in years between a longboard and a shortboard. So between ages 5 to age 12, She would spend a year surfing a longboard, then a year surfing a shortboard, then a year surfing a longboard, back and forth to really learn how to surf each of those boards the best.
That is so impressive to that dedication. As we now see some great footwork again. Here's a world champ in motion, Lindsay Steinreity. Went to Dana Hills High School down in Dana Point, which is just about an hour south, I'd say, close to waves like Doheny, San Onofre. As we see a quick perch there. Hono lines up the nose again. Coming off a win at the Surf Ranch with maybe one of my favorite rides performed at that venue. Amazing switch footwork, amazing tip control. Hono back to the tail again. So casual, makes it look so effortless. A world title on the line for Hono. If she wins, it's all over. There's the nose ride, and that's a nice clean way to get out of there. Carve your way on the back of the wave and step off with grace. Well done for Honolua Blomfield.
Oh, incredible performance. I have a feeling things could go in her, in her direction, in her way here to win a world title in the moment. That flow that she has throughout that wave, incredible.
It's interesting when you're the talk of the town, the talk of an event. Hono still looks calm, like she's just in her own world doing what she loves, Frankie.
She knows how to showcase her talent, and she has so much momentum coming from the Surf Ranch with that switch dance barrel ride. That was so impressive, and it doesn't look like she's slowing down at all. It looks like this is going to be a great ride. And she just is, again, so composed. She knows what she needs, and she's going to perform to her fullest capabilities.
Love that work back into the nose. There's always so much more wave to watch when Hono's up. You know, that wave didn't look like it was really doing much, and she got another nose ride in, turned her way out of the inside section. As scores are in for Lindsay Start, 2.5177, and Hono, 3.33. Her better score is about to lock in. Well, we'll see that lead change in just a moment. That's the non-priority heat that's underway. Remember, Chloe Calmon, still thinking about contention. She's got to really focus on her own heat. There's a lot of energy when a world title's on the line. She knows if Hono wins, it's over. But if Lindsay comes back like a world champ can do, Chloe's got to be focused, because if she wins this heat and say Hono doesn't get out of this quarterfinal, situations will be changing quickly in the title race.
Yeah, it's pretty wild to know that Chloe still has that opportunity. She has been the runner-up to the world title 3 times in a row. First time in 2016, back-to-back in 2017, and then again in 2019. And she lost those, that second place world title went down to Honolua Blomfield. It was an incredible matchup when Honolua won her second world title in Taiwan. She finaled against Alice Lemoyne, which was Alice's career best result as well, walking away with a second there. And if Honolua had not won that heat, if Alice had actually won the heat, then it would have forced a surf-off between Chloe and Honolua for the world title.
That's amazing history, Shannon. As we see on screen, Hono has got a chance to win a third world title at just 22. Her parents are amazing, Mom Lynn and her dad Kolohe. Just an incredible surfer on the North Shore still, but obviously he really made a name for himself through the 80s and 90s, through some great competition, surfing big waves on that 7-mile miracle, which Hono loves to call home. But now her second home here in California, looking comfortable. Frankie, her last wave of 5.83. So still with a lot of excitement and world title energy. There's really a lot of room to move in this matchup.
Yeah, she just needs to get one of those set waves. I mean, that wave was a little bit on the smaller side. That's probably why it wasn't in that 6-point to 8-point range. So she just needs to be patient. And with Honolua and her mindset when it comes to competitive surfing, she is going to do that, no doubt about it.
Lindsay with priority in that heat. Meanwhile, Kira Seal needs an 8.73 to keep this heroic run going with the broken foot. She said there's no way she was not going to surf in this event where she's earned her spot at her favorite wave in the world. And if you guys have ever been to the North Shore of Oahu, as you get into Haleiwa, there's a place called Haleiwa Cafe. You'll be greeted with aloha by Kira's mom there with a big happy smile. She's so happy to talk about where her daughter's been traveling around the world. And it's great to see, obviously, her parents with so much support. I mean, that's how Kira started, jumping on her parents' shortboards. You know, at Pipeline, there's always those tide pools out there, and they would just push her in the tide pool and get her, like, the feeling of just riding on water. Next thing you know, there's floaties on her, and she's on the front of their longboards. And I think it was always going to be this for Kira. This was always going to be her life. And I think she knows she's one of the luckiest surfers on the planet right now.
Yeah, and she's really, I mean, come into a great competitive season here in California. There's been 3 major club events, or 2 major club events and an event at the Surf Girl Pro, where in Oceanside, where they brought in a longboard specialty for the first time. And Kira took the win in 3 of those events just over the last couple of months through the summer. So she's really been on fire. The only unfortunate thing is that she's literally battling a broken foot at the moment. I mean, it hasn't seemed to stop her yet, so she could clearly still get some good waves and take out Chloe Calmon. But I feel like that's the only negative to what we've been seeing from Kira this entire year. There's so many great injury moments. You think of Julian Wilson a couple of years ago, broken shoulder, mountain biking, ends up winning the first event of the season, turns in his best year to date. Yeah, more recently, Morgan Siblick hurts his foot, beats John Florence the next day when everyone's like, can you surf? You know, are you going to be able to walk? And so Kira kind of living through one of those similar roles where you're like, broken foot, good luck. And she's here on finals day, earning her spot in the quarterfinals, has a 5 already. So even though she's in second, she's feeling a nice little rhythm. She needs an 8.73. Now we're starting to get to the time where maybe you're not thinking 2 new waves anymore. Maybe she's just going to focus on one big set if she can. But Chloe's definitely got this lineup locked up at the moment, Frankie.
Yeah, Chloe, out of that exchange, definitely is putting a lot of pressure on Kira. But Kira knows how to be patient, and she knows the wave Malibu really well. So even with 6 minutes on the clock, anything can happen.
Opportunities now setting up the priority heat. Is watching this one set up for Kira Seal. So Chloe Calmon kind of opt out of that one. A short ride for Kira, needing an 8.73. Frankie Seeley, part of the locals heat this morning to kick things off. Let's go to some of your personal favorites in Malibu that maybe people don't see everyday surf. Who do you really love surfing Malibu with?
Cassia Amador. I mean, as a woman surfer, as well as she's also an amazing competitor. I love watching her surf. I watched her surf when I was a kid. Anyway, sorry, Hano is just killing it on the screen right now. I have to stop for a second. I'm kind of in awe of this wave. She is surfing it flawlessly. Look at that floater, and unfortunately doesn't complete the maneuver, but she did the damage outside.
Kolohe just has to smile and laugh, you know, watching his daughter perform. A 3rd world title on the line. And we'll see if Hono is going to put up a huge number. The 3.33 is gone. It had so many incredible sections. I think she danced on that float a bit and was just anticipating the beach, going, do I ride out or will I end up breaking myself on the sand?
Even the fin, like having in a longboard, a fin is 10 to 12 inches long typically. That's a lot. That's a foot of fin that could get stuck into the sand and break out of a board.
The analysis happening there with Kolohe, also Garth Tarlow on the side there, working with her for a very long time. And so it's all about the nervous energy that they feel as they look at the time on the clock, the scores. Sometimes it's just as entertaining watching the parents during a big world title moment, Frankie.
Oh, I've seen some waving arms. I've seen some pacing. My dad would make little weird wax sculptures when he was nervous. I mean, the parents are at least super supportive, and they are all for their kids, and they want to see them do well. So having that support system is so important, especially when you want to be a world champion.
Oh, it's got to be the best thing in the world. So once again, situation for Hono, a win in this quarterfinal. It would be official as she would take her 3rd world title, but she is dealing with Lindsay Steinreide, who has the broken foot, but she won a world title many years ago. It was pretty emotional. I remember when Lindsay took the big trophy back in the day. She was talking about her late father and everything she had been through at the time. It was one of my favorite podium speeches I've ever heard. And really cool to see her recovering from an injury to put herself in this position. But Hono, her best wave so far here, Shannon.
Wow, incredible surfing from Honolua. I love the speed. The speed is the difference here between what we've been seeing from the waves from so many of the other women so far in this round. She had so much speed coming into that finishing maneuver, just pulls out the back of it. But that was incredible, beautiful surfing from her.
And I suppose it's going to be pretty close still. I mean, that last wave, 5.83 is her best, but she actually equaled her wave before. So she's got pocket 5.83s at the moment. Steinride now needs a 9.16 with priority and still with plenty of time on the clock. We saw Kalia getting prepared earlier, a two-time world champ. Has Zoe coming up in that last quarterfinal heat. The men's semis are incredible, really focusing on Harrison Roach and Joel Tudor to decide a pretty incredible world title race. Hono's got her backup surfboard on the beach just in case. Shannon, couple of boards for these longboard events. I mean, how deep are some of these quivers for some of our world title contenders?
I mean, they're so big to travel with that you really can't travel with too many, but usually 2, maybe 3. Depending on, the kind of conditions for a lot of these surfers coming over from Hawaii for Honolua, from, some of the other surfers coming internationally, knowing that they were going to be surfing the surf ranch, the wave pool, and Malibu, similar waves. A little different, but fairly similar. They're not dealing with a beach break. They're not dealing with anything that's really going to have any bully sections where they maybe want some very different kind of longboard equipment under them. So for this kind of tour, these 2 back-to-back events, it's been pretty easy to go with similar equipment between the 2.
Frankie, what's the Malibu special? What do you think goes into a perfect longboard for a wave like this?
Personally, I ride CJ Nelson longboards, so it has a lot of shape in the nose. It's a single fin, obviously. So the heavier the board, in my opinion, the more you're gonna have that levitating nose ride that the judges want, and what looks great at Malibu.
I love it. Great breakdown. Kira Seal sets up the nose again. Quick 5, and will now redirect to this inside track. She's got a little room, thought about getting a cover there, and she'll step off. Seal down to 55 seconds, chasing an 8.73 against last year's runner-up in the world. Now in the non-priority heat, Lindsay Steinride will now pedal back and kick out of her third ride. 20 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock in the heat with Lindsay and Hono. And Chloe Calmon looking pretty comfortable with now 25 seconds on the clock, Frankie.
Yeah, Chloe's in a really great position. She's in priority as well, so she's just going to be waiting out the back and for these last couple of seconds to wind down. But out the back, on the replay, we see Kira. She is looking on fire. Very stylish, as always. She definitely knows how to go to those inside maneuvers, back and forth with that variety of maneuvers as well. And she's going to try to set up for this nose ride section on the inside. Nice little cutback. Tries to get a head dip there. And yeah, she kicks out.
So Kira Seal kicking out of her final wave. Not enough to catch up to Chloe Calmon as Chloe gets the win to move into the next round. And Lindsay trying to throw a little shakeup in the title race, getting her third wave ridden. 4.33 is her best so far in the heat, Shannon.
Yeah, it's really time for Lindsay to, string together something a little bit better. She's had great footwork. She's had, some really great maneuvers overall, but that wave size, not super critical, nothing that's really explosive for the judges to pay attention to. Honolua Blomfield. She also hasn't been able to get out of those 5s, but she's looking really good.
World number 1 and needs to win this heat to win her third world title. Still controlling the matchup against Lindsay. Quick 5, back to the tail. Nice fade into the pocket again for Hono. Back to the tip for the 5. Nice top turn. She'll sneak that one in before she hits the beach. A ton of support for Hono. She's trying to break the scale there. One of those 5.83 she's trying to ditch to put more pressure on Lindsay. Lindsay getting a bit closer with that 4.33. So Bloomfield's trying to make things a little bit more comfortable in the back end of the matchup. Kolohe doesn't look too stressed as he has a chat with Garth Tarlow, saying nice and calm. I'm sure he wouldn't mind this thing, you know, open up a little bit in his family's favor here, Shannon.
Yeah, he really just needs one of those sets to roll through. That Honolua can really paddle into something with a bit of size, a bit of, you know, that critical section for her to really showcase and reach into that excellent score range.
Lindsay, as you mentioned before, coming off an injury. We've been talking about that with Kira, but Lindsay definitely was sidelined for much longer than she really wanted to go through.
Yeah, longer than anticipated for sure. She was out for the entire summer. She actually had a trip to the Maldives planned, get some waves, chase some heavier surf as well. Lindsay's a great shortboarder. And she had to cancel everything, spent the entire summer hanging on the beach, foot in a boot, up with some elevation. She had a whole setup that she would rock up down at San Onofre with. San Onofre is great because you can park right on the shoreline. And she had, you know, her friend crew around her supporting her. And she had a lot of opportunity to just watch from the shore, but got into the water about a month ago and has had a month to just continue doing that rehab and get herself into the quarterfinals here.
Also spent some time kind of like redoing a van. Just, I mean, vans are important in longboarding. You have huge equipment, but you want to hang at the beach all day. So Lindsay was like, well, now I can put time into that, you know, since you can't actually get in the water and perform. So a long time sideline, but Steinride has a lot of sports behind her. In high school, she did the pole vault. She was great in track and field, an amazing soccer player as well, along with winning national titles and surfing along the way. She was extremely busy. So that was probably the hardest part. When she can't do something athletic, that might be her biggest challenge.
Yeah, she loves competing, and she loves being in the water. She is a water woman. I've always looked up to her as a young Grom, and she really sets the bar. She set the bar for me when it came to nose riding and being able to pinpoint like the nose riding positions on a wave. So she's super technical and really wants to do well right now. And this injury is not going to stop her.
So many great world title moments in surfing history. Are we seeing one unfold right now? Honolua Blomfield, a heat win away from clinching a third world title. Took out her second in 2019. Her first world title in 2017. So sort of getting in between there was local Sole Erico, who was kind of thought to be her biggest competition coming into this event. Sole being the local, and everyone was pretty shocked to see her go down yesterday. Lindsay again. Trying to make this title race very interesting. Nice calm approach. There's the just locked in 5. Her stance always looks so solid when she gets into a 5. Now lays low, beats the section. Another clean 5 again. Getting around this section, some water just rushing into her face, but a nice composed performance for the former world champ, Shannon.
Yeah, that was a really beautiful performance. It was exactly what she needed to do, to connect multiple maneuvers together to get those really critical nose rides and put herself back into that equation, especially with that requirement at the moment being a 7.33. She's not likely going to get that high of a score on this wave, but if she can build on that 4.33 that she has, she puts herself right back in the mix with Honolua.
So we saw a huge heat win just moments ago for Brazil's Chloe Calmon. Chloe's with Troy.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Chloe, got to be stoked. Empty Malibu, couple high 6s. How'd you feel out there?
I was cold. The water's really cold today, but I'm just super stoked to make it through the semifinals. There's never a heat draw when you come to finals day. All the girls are surfing amazing, and I'm just so excited to get to surf one more time at Empty Malibu, just one more girl out, so pretty stoked. All the girls are ripping, and I'm still enjoying this birthday gift.
Yeah, for sure. Did you have a good birthday yesterday? Get into a good dinner or what?
We got a cake down here at the beach, and but we had no knife. Like, no one thought about bringing a knife, so I got my fin, my spare fin. It was in my bag to cut the cake. It was extra special. Just had a little bit of salt from Malibu, but yeah, I'm super stoked to spend my birthday doing what I love, which is compete and just to be reunited with everyone. And yeah, I've been getting so much support from home, my family, friends, everyone watching. And yeah, I'm stoked.
Awesome. Well, we're stoked for you. And there you have it. Use a surfboard fin to cut your birthday cake. Back to you guys in the booth.
That is incredible, Troy. Great thinking, Chloe. We're going to definitely think about that next time we need something.
Well, I'll tell you what, Joe. Frankie and I got a piece of the cake. It was also Ophelia Akuin's birthday, who's a competitor from Reunion Island that lost out yesterday. The two of them celebrating birthdays on the same day. A chocolate cake, a vanilla cake. Frankie and I dug into both straight out the fin. It was great.
Anything left?
No.
I knew it. You guys. I love it. Birthdays are special, especially when you're competing and doing what you love. And gosh, Chloe looks so happy. She's scoring perfect Malibu. You can just see that a world title is in her future. She's so smooth in her transitions. She's been a runner-up in the world, and it's a bit out of her hands now. So she's doing what she's supposed to do. She can control that. Thing out of her control is wondering what's going to happen with Hono versus Lindsay Steinreity. Frankie, this will be interesting.
Yeah, she's this Honolua Lindsay Steinreid. It's so everything's on the line. So the world title, Honolua is probably trying to just keep composure, and Chloe is definitely watching this with intent. So it's gonna be it's a battle.
Frankie, I guess what's interesting is in longboarding, we look at the tradition of it that has been around since the beginning of how you ride bigger boards with grace, style, flow, especially on the point in Malibu, where we have so many rides to compare, going back to even the early 60s to what we see today in 2021. You know, in your young lifetime, how have you seen the evolution change or the progression of this traditional act of riding waves?
Well, it started off with Mickey Munoz. Like I've always loved to see that guy's style, and he is such part of Malibu culture. Then it evolved into Joel Tudor, one of the legends that is competing today, who's competing today. So I comparatively just seeing the evolution of longboarding, bringing in also shortboard maneuvers, and trying to utilize all of the board like what we're seeing from Honolua right now. That is what is the future of longboarding, and she is displaying the next generation of longboarding and longboard style right here on our screens.
Oh, it's so beautiful to watch. The generation now is the best to watch. Honolua Blomfield enjoying this inside of the first point of Malibu. Nice footwork, sneaks in that touch 5 before she steps onto the sand. Her last score was a 5.77, didn't change her lead. So she's hoping she can break one of those 5.83s. Lindsay's just building. Started with a 2.5, then to a 4, now to a 5.10. It's probably just a little too close for comfort for Hono right now. 10.23. Steinreity trying to change this whole script of a world title being clinched. I think there's something about that. You don't want it to be against you. You want to have things get more interesting. Send it to a later round. She doesn't want to have any celebrations happen too soon, Shannon.
Absolutely not. And thinking back to when Honolua won her first world title in 2017, as we take another look at this wave. Beautiful. So second into her second nose ride already, and then she gets that nice bit of rail work, and she just continues to set this one up. Nice little pocket in front of her as well. And I love that patience of waiting to get to the nose, waiting for that really steep section to kind of stand up for it. And then that wave went pretty soft, and she found that little reform on the inside. We saw Lindsay with that nice little crouch 5 on the outside as well. Just goes down, unable to hold on to it. And that was an important moment for Lindsay too, as Honolua came through to the inside section. And the battle between these two, Joe and Frankie, has been really exceptional within their competitive history. Lindsay Steinreity went down to Honolua in the final in 2017 at the Taiwan World Longboard Championships, and she handed the world title to Honolua Blomfield. She now has that opportunity to once again hand Hono the world title or take her out of that contention.
So cool, flashing back on surfing history as we see a 2-time world champ setting up the nose, Kalia Moniz. Nice casual 5. Fading cut back and just perching quickly. Back up to the nose again. and she will fade out. So a nice clean way to start. Always shows off that style and grace. One of the funnest people to run into behind the scenes. Very charismatic, always down for a laugh. Never seems like she's under any type of pressure. Kaylee is always living her best life, huh, Frankie?
Oh yeah, and she's doing this as a new mom. She is one of the she is the star of Hawaiian surfing. She is one of the best backhand surfers I've ever seen. I love watching her surf. Even when I was a kid, I would watch her and try to emulate her nose riding while watching her surfing in movies. So she's so graceful under pressure, and I'm excited to see her in this next heat against Zoe, who's also had a great performance yesterday against Soleil Erico.
Oh, she certainly has. We always want to send our love to the Moniz family. We're still thinking about Josh Moniz, who went through a terrible wipeout at Super Tubos in Portugal and had to go through a neck surgery. All signs that Tammy's sending us through her Instagram is that things are going well, and they're keeping such a positive attitude there. And also a big happy belated birthday to her big brother Micah Moniz, who just joined the 30 Club as well. And so they're all watching Kaylia, bringing them a lot of joy right now. Back to this wave. Shannon, what'd you think?
Oh, I just love this approach, the flow throughout the entire thing. She got that little tip time, but she really does well to just kind of stay a step back from the nose and keep that nice trim point going forward. That really speaks to me in the patience in her surfing, the reason why she has those 2 world titles. And I've just really enjoyed seeing this performance overall. Great footwork, got that last little hang 10 on the inside section too, which was really critical and dynamic.
It was interesting to read a post from Kaylia Moniz up at the last event at the Surf Ranch, because there was all about qualifying for that big day to be a part of the big final show. And she mentioned how she didn't qualify, but she was quick to acknowledge that how she wants to put in more work, that she wasn't mad at the result. It was actually inspiring her to watch everyone that was pushing her in that event. And it was just such a mature reaction to wanting to do better and knowing that you wanted to work on a few things. And Moniz was able to now regroup for this event here in Malibu.
She's a class act.
And now Lindsay needing a 6.73 here. World title on the line for Honolua Blomfield. 6.73 or better. Could change that whole script around here. Laying low, Lindsay just trying to hang on to her board. Last for Bloomfield a 6, so did improve slightly. And now Zoe getting started in the heat against Kaylia. Nice stylish footwork to the tail. Directs this one towards the beach. There's the 5, digs in for the fading turn. Beautiful to watch there. And a fun inside section. She'll sink on the last 5. Openers out of the way, and that'll be compared to Kaylia's 5.67.
So first wave out of the belt for, under her belt, I guess, for Zoe Grospagnon. Great to see her get some good footwork in, and that wave just looked maybe a little bit smaller, like it didn't quite have the juice that Kaylia had on offer. That 5.67 was a really good start for Kaylia, and definitely just gave her a little bit more to work with than what we saw from Zoe's. And there's Zoe's score comes through as just a 3.27.
So just a warm-up wave there. And the fun part for these surfers, they can hear the numbers, so they know what they're being compared to, and they can make their game plan. They can adjust on the fly. And it's great to have that addition in basically all the events that are run these days, where you can play strategy. It's not a surprise at the end of the day. And you can know if you got to sit for a set wave or if you can chase something on the inside to turn your heat. 4:25 to go. And Hono really looking to create an amazing class for herself. We have a lot of great surfers in our history. Corey Schumacher, a 3-time world champ on the women's side. We have a lot of 3-time world champs on the men's side. One of them here upstairs, Colin McPhillips. Focusing on Hawaii, Rusty Kealana. Actually won titles switch and regular. Incredibly talented surfer there. And sometimes you just want to continue on a streak that feels incredible. The 10 that we saw at the Surf Ranch from Hono. one of the most incredible rides I've seen there. That barrel section is so hard. I can't imagine doing it with a gigantic surfboard and switch to top it off. You can get stuck in that so easily and get flipped around a few times. And also to look so comfortable switching 10. It was so composed. So she's still feeding off of that incredible ride we saw at the last event of the season. 3:15 to go. World number 1 getting started. Hono hearing the hoots from her family and friends on the beach. Will she see her 3rd world title to her name in 3 minutes? Quick to 10 for Honolua. Nice little check fade there, back to the nose, runs back and styles in the hollow part of the wave. Sets up the wrapping turn, quickly back to the nose. So much patience through that midsection. She'll kick out to a huge eruption of applause on the beach. Right into a wrapping turn. Lindsay Steinreity trying to play spoiler in the title race. 5, and she'll end up running out of room. Everything looking pretty solid for Hono with that last wave.
That was everything that surfing should be. The feeling that came through in that wave from Honolua, and now the paddle battle afterward. You get the most soulful surfing coming through from Hono, now matched up with that competitive angle of the paddle battle back out to the top. I'm so excited to see where the scores come through with this one. Zoe getting a piece of that set as well.
Here we go. Zoe in the non-priority heat. Kind of calms us down with a nice clean 5 and then redirects. She'll end up losing control of that turn with that big closeout section. But how interesting is this whole event where you have a long ride, very demanding ride where you have to pay attention to every section, and then it turns into a paddle race that Lindsay Steinreity is really getting some room right now, Frankie.
Yeah, Lindsay Steinreity wants to have that little bit of edge, even with 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. She knows that she has the capability to still get possibly a good score, but Hano's wave was just phenomenal. It was beautiful, and I was so stoked to watch a wave like that being ridden in that way at Malibu.
And they know that it can come down to the final exchange. It happens all the time.
Yeah.
There were buzzer beaters yesterday as well. And so they'll continue to paddle for the horizon until they hear some sort of announcement from Colin McPhillips. And still no decision on priority. 52 seconds.
Hano's gaining some ground on her, and no priority established yet. They're still like kind of midway up first point. They have a really long way to paddle, and Hano is really starting to come through with it. Lindsay has stopped now. And there we go. All right, so Lindsay gets priority.
And now they're just going to try to catch their breath. I mean, if a set comes now, they have to be able to whip right into another wave. That would be maybe the most incredible exchange in the world title race. Ocean's taking a little bit of a break. Honolua Blomfield, a 6 and a 5.83 in a battle of world champions. Lindsay has to make a move on something. Not much really popping up. It's going to be a small wave if she gets it. 5 seconds to go, and she won't be able to catch up to that wave. We'll run out the clock with Honolua Blomfield, who now is officially a 3-time world champion, as she takes out Lindsay Steinreity here in the quarterfinals of the Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas at just 22 years of age, the youngest to ever get 3. Frankie, what a beautiful day for pro surfing.
Oh, this was a moment in women's surfing that I'll never forget, and a lot of people on the beach will never forget. Hano deservedly winning that world title. Look, a lovely sportsmanship hug there, just spreading the aloha, coming from Oahu. Just so much excitement on the beach. You could hear the crowd cheering, and it is a moment for us on the beach right now.
Kaylia is in the middle of her quarterfinal, by the way, and just has to take a moment to share that experience with another Hawaiian. Kaylia, 2-time world champ. Honolua breaks that tie. She now has 3 and is your 2021 Longboard World Champion.
That is such a special moment for Kaylia to be able to give her that first hug. For Honolua to beat out Kaylia's 2 world titles as the Hawaiians, and now for Honolua to take home a 3rd world title. An incredible performance. I mean, even that last wave, that was just picture perfect surfing here at Malibu. It was that soul surfing. It's the same kind of style and grace that we saw come through from her 1st world title, and now we're seeing it reflected again in her 3rd.
So great to see all the support for Hono, a 3-time world champ, born and raised on the North Shore of Oahu. And what a celebration. You talk about chairs up the beach, a ride into the sand. This has to be one of the greats right here, Frankie.
Oh, she is over the moon right now. Look at her little happy face and just doing the little pump up with her hands. She is just so stoked to be winning a world championship for 2020. And with all of her friends, all the family just coming out to support her at Malibu, one of the most iconic longboard waves in the world.
And hats off to Lindsay, who definitely made that heat incredibly exciting. So close. We know she's been through a lot on her recovery, so we know there's more great battles for those two to come. And now the hugs start beginning for Hono. She was so calm and casual with her win at the Surf Ranch. She's got such a mellow, happy demeanor. This has to be the best feeling in the world for all the work that she puts in behind the scenes.
And look at that, Kaylia just ran in. Kaylia's still surfing in her quarterfinal, and she's come in again to celebrate with that Hawaiian crew. That speaks to that family environment, the environment that has raised Honolua to 3 world titles, aside from her own personal family, and now to see the crew cheer her up the beach.
Waving that Hawaiian flag behind her. That is a special moment.
Oh, so great for the entire Bloomfield family on the beach supporting her here today, and all of her close friends and a lot of her competitors. Honolua Blomfield today here in Malibu becomes a 3-time world champ. She could do it her own way today, just had to win the quarterfinal. She accomplished that, and now it's all over. And now let's hear from our newly crowned world champion as she backs it up from 2019. Now make it 3. We'll send it to Kaipo.
Oh boy, you're the 2021 world champ. How do you feel right now?
I feel amazing. I really didn't expect this to happen, but I'm so grateful and thankful it did. It feels amazing to be the youngest 3-time world longboard champion.
You've had quite a 2021. You took a win at the Cuervo Surf Ranch. Here's Dad. Chloe, let's give this up. Chloe Bloomfield, the dream team right here. And you know what? Dream team.
Hey, so what did I tell you? What did I tell you? Give me a hug.
Okay.
That's my girl, boy.
All right.
I told you.
Hold on, let's get back in here. Okay, 2021, big year. You took a win over at the Surf Ranch at the Cuervo Classic with a perfect 10. Now you got another world title. Talk to me about your year.
Yeah, I didn't really do so good in Noosa, but I guess I got 5th, and that's all right considering. And then I won the Surf Ranch, and then I was like, okay, now I actually have a real shot at this. So I just took it heat by heat. I didn't have that many great heats this contest, but I kept making it through, and then I just made it through the last one, and apparently I won the world title.
No, you're the world champ, okay? And Dad Chloe's here. What about a message for all the supporters at home? Mom Lynn's at home.
Oh yeah, hi Mom. I wish you were here, and yeah, I have no words. I'm so happy.
Enjoy the moment. You're world champ 2021, Honolua Blomfield. Enjoy it.
It's all sinking in now for Honolua Blomfield, who I feel like really embraces that moment of being present and in the now. Talking about no nerves, she said she didn't think that was really going to happen in that moment. She's just surfing waves at Malibu, doing what she does best, and for the 3rd time in her career, she's proved to be the best in the world.
An incredible performance all around, and just the humility that comes with that. Honolua really embodies that humility within her surfing and that grace all around, just in her personality and who she is. And I'm so excited to see her as a 3-time world champion.
Oh, and just how composed she is in a moment like this. Let's all get behind Honolua Blomfield and continue the celebrations. And we have much more action to come at Malibu. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
I don't want to say mix getting comboed.
For me, going to Chopu, I kind of say bring it on.
Billy is being treated in a hospital.
You look famous.
I look famous.
Yeah, you don't.
You're ruining my vibe, man.
Oh, yeah.
Show you guys some of the secrets.
Come check it out.
Well, it is a joyous day here in Malibu, California. The fans are on the shoreline, and we have just seen Honolua Blomfield crowned the 2021 World Longboard Champion, and she has taken away a third world title, and she is the youngest competitor to ever do so at 22 years old. We're just, I mean, the energy in the booth, the energy on the sand, the energy in the water is absolutely electric, and we cannot wait to see more of that coming through as we start looking towards crowning a men's world champion, with Harrison Roach still in the running to maybe walk away with the inaugural one. Current situation in the lineup, we've got 12 minutes on the clock in quarterfinal number 4 on the women's side of the draw. We've got women's semis coming up next after this. Currently, Kelia Muniz is leading over Zoe Grospignon. Kelia in the lead with a 5.67 and a 4.83. Zoe sitting in second with a 6.3 and a 3.27. She's chasing a 4.2 to advance. There's so much that's been going on, so much excitement. Joining me in the booth now, Chad Weber, Frankie Seeley still in here. We just got to witness that. How cool is it to be on the shoreline when stuff like this goes down?
Wow, I almost cried. It's so much energy, and Honolulu has been working for this for so long, and to see her walk away with 3-time World Championship Longboard Tour, it's amazing, and I'm so happy for her, and she deserved every second of it.
Well, there was definitely no dry eyes between the two of us. Thankfully, Joe could carry the show. Chad, your reactions to it all?
I was right here watching it all go down. It was pretty insane. Tons of energy, super electric. Yeah, it was a beautiful sight to see. Proud Hawaiians everywhere. They're stoked, as they should be.
So exciting.
Beautiful moment.
Such a beautiful moment, an incredible thing that we'll all get to remember from today for Honolua. And she's still in the draw. She gets to compete in the semifinals. Maybe we'll see her take out the Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas in just a little while here.
Yeah, she has all of the strength and all of the Hawaii behind her to definitely keep that momentum. I mean, she doesn't look like she's stopping anytime soon. She can definitely take this.
Well, out in the lineup with 10 minutes on the clock, 2-time World Longboard Champion Kelia Muniz is currently sitting in the lead, and she has just increased the situation, the requirement on Zoe Grospignon from Anglet in France. Kelia just dropped in a 6.03, and Zoe is now chasing a 5.4 to advance. Frankie, yesterday we got to witness her with an incredible heat for Zoe, so we know she's capable of getting a big score like that.
We know what she's capable of, especially under pressure. Right now she is going to catch this wave, this exchange. She goes right up to the nose. Very difficult in maneuvers, especially under priority. She is going to just maneuver back and forth on doing these nice carving maneuvers. These are super critical.
Yep.
Again, she trying to maneuver to the inside so she could get that really good nose riding section right here. That is what she wanted. Little bump, but doesn't seem to phase her.
Oh, that was a beautiful wave. A little bit of a decent set that came through there, Chad, and gave her some good critical opportunity.
Totally, especially with this high tide, it kind of has a tendency to kind of get soft on that inside. That one kind of had a good wall to it through the whole inside, so she's stoked. It was a good surfed wave, and it looks like there's some more lines coming out the back.
Could give some opportunity to Kelia. Kelia got a little bit lost in the emotions there. Middle of her quarterfinal is when her friend and fellow Hawaiian Honolua won the world title. We saw Kelia give Hono a hug in the water. We also noticed that she caught a wave and then ran into the shoreline during the chair to continue cheering on.
Yeah, she actually mid-wave turned to the beach and started cheering and shouting out for her homegirl, and then surfed to her, gave her a hug as she was getting chaired up the beach, and then paddled back out. And here she goes again on another sick one at First Point Malibu.
The signs of a true champion in Kelia Muniz. Beautiful approach to the opening. Couple maneuvers on that wave. Nice nose rides. And then she just gets unstuck there. Chad, what went wrong?
You know, I think there's just a little bit too much air got trapped underneath her board, and she kind of got caught in a weird little awkward bubble and kind of pushed her out the back. But she made the wise decision to kind of just, you know, turn around and paddle out as she sees some lines kind of coming in, and she'll hold on to priority.
So scores still to come through for last of Zoe Grospagnon. Zoe had an incredible performance yesterday, knocking out one of the favorites and fully playing spoiler to Soleil Erico's hopes of getting a second world longboard title with the WSL. And Zoe making it into the quarterfinals is her career best result to date. Frankie, your thoughts on, you know, that kind of achievement behind Zoe?
I mean, she's going for broke. She wants this. She wants this more than any, like, just as much as all the competitors. And, you know, a big name like Soleil definitely feels like it would have some pressure performing, but it doesn't seem to phase her. She stuck it to a really great strategy. She got that really great set wave that gave her a 7 yesterday. So she is putting it all on the line today, and it looks like she's not holding back. Very similar scores to Kelia Muniz. She doesn't need that big of a score to take the win.
Yeah, it's not that much of a difference at the moment, which is kind of nice, knowing that, you know, we just saw that last set come through. We might have a little bit of break, a little bit of lull in the action, and we may be relying on smaller waves for the rest of this heat, Chad?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's kind of been pulsing for the last couple heats, so we'll see if they get another, you know, set or two to come through. Time's winding down with 6:40 on the clock, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, I mean, what a beautiful afternoon here in Malibu. The conditions are kind of unreal. So yeah, we'll see how this transpires.
Yeah, how does it feel for you being at home, you know, seeing all this unfold with such great conditions on offer?
I just wish I was surfing.
But you had some waves this morning.
I
You expressed
did.
in session?
Yeah, it was fun, but now I'm just like all warmed up. I'm like, I just wish I was surfing.
Yeah, Frankie said you got a few.
Yeah, he got a few.
Frankie got a couple.
Not like you, man.
Oh, that was fun.
You definitely wowed the crowd.
Oh, I don't know. But yeah, let's hopefully see some action. So are we going into men's semis after this or women's semis?
We're actually going to go into the women's semis.
Oh.
And then back to the men's semis.
Okay.
So we're rolling through with a bit of women's competition, and then we'll be back to the men's side after this.
Okay. I was just asking because I just saw Harrison Roach with a jersey on behind us, so I don't know if he's paddling out or not.
Well, my apologies for that situation update. Devin Howard, our commissioner, has made the decision that the men's quarters are going in next. Great spotting to know that Harrison is in the journey.
Men's semis.
Men's semis.
I threw you a curveball.
All right, so there's
sorry.
a few things going around. My bad. 5 minutes on the clock to finish out the women's quarterfinals. Up next is the men's semifinals. Very exciting.
Yeah, super exciting.
We're going to take a look at the Jeep Heat recap so far. Well, we actually just had a little situation change with Zoe Grospagnon jumping up into the lead. Zoe opening up with a beautiful hang 5 to start off.
Yeah, this is a beautiful first section for her. Really good wave selection here. You can see a little bit of whitewater on the face from the wave previous, but still has a really good curvature to the face, so it's not really affecting her ride that much. Super locked in right there. And then coming into this inside section, back to the nose, fully perched. Back to the tail for a sick little cutback as she hits the sand.
And then we saw Kelia Muniz open up with that 5.67. Frankie.
Yeah, this 5.67, she really knew how to read the wave. I love like the backhand attack. She's putting a lot of pressure on the outside rails, so that's really helping her stay in control. Look at her going all the way to the inside section and just waiting for this wave to really line up correctly. And nice carve right there, and she's gonna make it all the way to the beach. Flawless surfing from both competitors.
Beautiful surfing from both of them. So those were those high scores. Kelia 6.03, and Zoe has now jumped herself up into lead because she's just dropped a 6.2 on the scoreboard, Chad, and it's put Kelia Muniz into a pressure situation coming down to the last few minutes.
Yeah, well, a little change in the leaderboard right there. Yeah, Zoe's putting on a pretty solid performance here. She's looking like you guys were talking about earlier, like pressure doesn't seem to be affecting her performance at all. So she seems pretty locked in and poised to make it to the semifinal. But we'll see if Kelia has anything to say about that.
3 minutes, anything can happen.
Yeah, it's still, you know, really anyone's game at this stage. As long as we get another set that rolls through, Kalia chasing that 6.47 to take the advancing position. And it's been an incredible run, though, for Zoe Grospagnon. Her career best result on the World Longboard Tour was an 8th place finish back in 2019. And great to see her with that solid of a result coming into, you know, a new format on the World Longboard Tour. And for her, fresh take at competitive surfing.
Yep.
And walked away with a really solid result to secure herself into that position through 2020 and into finishing out that season now in 2021.
Yeah, she can walk out of this year with, like, you know, a little bit of confidence, and going into next year, she's going to feel pretty solid with this result.
We know that she's traveling alongside good friend Chloe Calmon, and it's been really great, I think, for Zoe to be able to have that relationship with Chloe. Chloe's been, you know, a couple-time runner-up to the world title. She was right in that race up until Honolua took it a few minutes ago.
Yep.
Once again, and for Zoe to be able to learn from the competitive nature of Chloe Calmon and how to structure beautiful surfing like that into heat surfing must be working to her favor.
Yeah, she's definitely learning from her. As you know, as you can see, I feel like every heat she's getting a little bit stronger, a little bit more confident, and just, you know, her game plan seems to be working, obviously, because she's, with 2 minutes left in this quarterfinal, she's in the lead. So she's looking pretty solid.
Looking very solid. 2 minutes on the clock. Kalia sitting with a decent requirement in that 6.47 range. It would actually be her biggest score that she would need in order to take that advancing position away from Zoe. But I feel like for Kalia, she feels that she's already won.
Yeah.
She's seen Honolua get that 3rd world title, the entire Hawaiian family down here, that Oahu family specifically from the North Shore and Waikiki, there to celebrate the Hawaiian taking the trophy.
Yeah, that was pretty beautiful. It's funny, you could actually be like, I wonder if in the back of her mind she's like, well, maybe I shouldn't have celebrated on that wave and actually surfed it to finish, because maybe that could have been, you know, an extra point or two that she needed for advancement.
Yeah, it was exciting to see, but obviously coming down to these last few seconds in the heat, Frankie, maybe a mistake just within competitive surfing?
Within competitive surfing, yes, that might be a mistake, but in life in general, that is like a moment you'll never forget, and you might cherish that, and it could be a little bit something more than just winning a heat. So it's more of like a precious moment to her.
Yeah, I really love that. And that's really what Kalia is all about. She's really all about those life moments that matter so much in those relationships. And you can really see that coming through in her support of her fellow Hawaiians. But here we go. Priority with Kalia Muniz, 35 seconds on the clock. She's chasing a 6.47 to advance to make it into the semifinals. That wave looks a little bit wonky at the start. There's some of that backwash involved in it, and she's doing a really beautiful job to just stay with it, stay close to that pocket, but it hasn't offered her any kind of scoring potential as of yet.
Yeah, and it kind of shut down on her on the inside, so that won't factor into her top 2.
Unfortunately, only 10 seconds remaining in this heat. I don't think that's going to improve any situation.
I love that the Ocean gave her that last opportunity to have a try to take out a win over Zoe Grospagnon, but she's unable to get the score she needs on it. And a huge result for the French woman from Anglet, Zoe Grospagnon, into the semifinals. Up next, we'll be into our men's semifinals. Right back with more action after this.
I have 24 hours left.
Welcome back to the Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas. We're down to the semifinals for the men's. Let's take a look at our bracket. Semifinal number 1, Harrison Roach, a title contender, versus Ben Skinner. Semifinal number 2, Tony Silvani versus title contender Joel Tudor. It is going to be decided this afternoon, and we got a big show for you. You want to check this out. I'm Quintal, joined by Chad the Night Snake Marshall and Troy Mothershead to talk you through this action. And I couldn't be more excited because Harrison Roach can win his first world title. And people have been talking about this guy, you know, deserving a world title for a long, long time. So this is where it goes. We saw some incredible action in the quarterfinals. I'm hearing the start of the heat. So the clock is going to be counting down. We're clearing the water actually right now from the women's quarterfinals. And let's cut here to our wonderful set on the sand at Malibu. Kaipo Guerrero, Chad Marshall, Troy Mothershead, and Troy, what a setup we have.
Oh, dude. Yeah, you just kind of gave me chicken skin on that Harrison Roach moment. I got to say, I mean, Harrison's a good buddy of mine, and it's just so cool to be here in the presence of his potential maiden world championship. And then on the other side, to have Joel as our other option of world champion.
It's kind of insane.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I'm really fired up. I think this is incredible. Such a cool setup to crown our 2021 world champion.
2021 world champion. We got a beautiful day here at Malibu.
Yeah, I'm seeing a line coming over your shoulder.
We got something, but I want to talk about scenarios with you, Chad.
Yes, sir.
Harrison Roach, if he were to win this semifinal, he puts Joel Tudor up against the wall because Tudor would have to win the entire contest. But speaking of Harrison Roach, quick to the draw, right on cue. Here we go with Harrison Roach.
Yeah, Harry, that was a sick start to this wave. Amazing positioning, and just you can just see he's all lit up. He's all puffed up right now. He's ready. He's not shying away from this moment. He knows what he needs to do, and he's ready to lose his board to the beach.
Right behind him, this is Big Ben Skinner on his Skin Dog cherry picker design. He's been powering his way, the surfer from Great Britain, and just poised on the nose with the hang 5. That power cutback illustrated by Ben Skinner. And again, gets 10. Great trim line, great footwork. Fades through. Skin Dog with a nice roundhouse cutback. Drop knee for variety. Why not? Hang 5 to the sand.
Beautiful, beautiful surf. That was amazing.
Yeah, the dismount was as amazing as the rest of the ride. That was pretty solid. I got to say, I don't know what the situation was and kind of their positioning out there, but Ben just definitely picked off the best wave of that exchange.
Yeah, for sure. Actually looked like the best wave of the set, too, because there was a few waves after their 2 rides, and that one definitely looked the most solid. So, yeah, Ben definitely, in my opinion, getting the better of the 2 in that exchange, and he's fired up. That's how you want to come out swinging.
We saw Harrison running up the beach.
Yeah.
I wonder how priority will work if he's paddling out off the bat.
Well, maybe he's trying to cheat priority that way. We'll find out once they get to the lineup. Meanwhile, let's hear from final number 4 winner, Zoe Gaspron, is with Shannon.
Well, a very special moment for you, Zoe, to take out a win. You're into the semifinals, which is a huge achievement, but also against your close friend and mentor in longboarding, Kalia Muniz. Yeah. How did it feel to take out a win over Kalia?
I am super happy and I can't believe it. But I did my best out there. I have no pressure and I have nothing to lose, so I enjoy it. And I mean, I watch Kalia since I started longboarding, and she's one of my idols. I'm very proud and I'm very happy to surf against her, with her, and we were talking in the water. It was a very fun hit.
Yeah, an emotional heat as well with Honolua winning the title. How did you manage to keep your composure while still having to surf through your quarterfinal?
It was amazing. I mean, she was like so happy in the water, and we were all like, congrats her, because she did a great job. But also it was not my heat and not my title, so I was like, okay, it's good for her. I congratulate her, but now I'm gonna get back to my hit. And yeah, but it was amazing to see all the crowd and everyone cheering on the beach, so it was good.
Incredible. Anything to say to your friends and family back home?
Thank you very much to my family, my friends, and thank you to the Wax Head for coaching me here. And yeah, big kiss. Thank you very much.
So proud of you. Well done. Back to you, Kite.
All right, yeah. Shouts out to the Wax Head, by the way. Hey, Troy, you mentioned something about Harrison Roach and his runaround. You know what? The tricky runaround worked because Harrison Roach does have first priority, and he's out of the peak again. He's on top of the point.
He knew something.
Yeah, that's a daily routine for this old guy over here.
So, you know what? Chad, explain it to us a little bit what the runaround does here at Malibu when you see a surfer run up the beach and run up the point.
I mean, basically, instead of having to paddle out and around to get to the top of the point, you can, if you surf one to the beach, it's just quicker to run up the beach, and then it's just a straight paddle out instead of having to go out and around. Kind of conserve your arm strength. And yeah, it's just a faster kind of direct line out to the top of the point.
Yeah, and then when it's crowded, it gives you some nice little positioning status.
Right. Yeah,
it's kind of like it's the sneaky back paddle, isn't it?
It is.
It's the polite way to back paddle. Actually,
it is.
It's not so in your face. It's hey, I just happen to be on the inside of you again.
Yeah, you're just like, I don't know what you're talking about. I've been waiting for this one for 30 minutes out the back.
Here we go, Ben Skinner on the replay, Chad.
Yeah, beautiful got a little hung up on that first little nose ride, but comes around that little whitewater section. And then just locked into this beautiful nose ride. Look at that Malibu wall. Just so iconic. Nice little cut back. His little signature power gouge into another beautiful 10. Just utilizing rails, nose rides, everything in the criteria. Looking super solid. That's why he's here in the semifinals. He's been doing this all day and yesterday. Beautiful roundhouse cut back into a little drop knee. Get a little double up action right here, back to the tip. And then body sacrifice, coming up with the hair flip for extra style points.
Troy, talk us through this opening ride for Harry.
Yeah, Harry, he got a little behind that, but actually did super well to navigate that little bully section off the nose. Got a little 10. That wave was kind of cool. It had a really nice little almond to it. Unfortunately, it was a little smaller than the one that Ben ended up picking off and had kind of this little kink warble section in it. He navigated it super well, but then there was just a little lump, and there it is, running up the beach after that to maintain priority, which will probably be a big move at this point when set waves are the key, and Harrison's going to need one.
Well, the numbers are in, guys. From that first exchange, 5-point ride, a flat 5 for Harrison Roach. Ben Skinner comes on top with a 7.67 advantage to Ben Skinner with 23 minutes and 10 seconds. And I want to talk about Ben Skinner a little bit because, we've always known him as a talented surfer, but he's been taking down some big names. He took down in the round 3, took down former world champ Stevie Sawyer. Then he took down Salas in the quarterfinals, and now up against a worthy opponent in the way of Harrison Roach. And here we go again with Ben Skinner, Chad.
Yeah, beautiful nose ride to start. Super locked in, and then I saw that little rib in the wave coming. I knew he was going to pearl right there. He should have walked back and gone up and over, but, no harm, no foul. That was under Harrison's priority, so he'll get back out and wait for another wave. But a little breakdown right now with the men's scenario for the world title.
Yeah.
So if Harrison loses this semifinal number 1 and Joel wins the next semifinal, Joel will be world champ,
yeah.
Right? So if Harrison wins, Joel loses. If Harrison wins this semifinal number
Joel
1,
needs to win the
and
entire
Joel
event.
has to win the entire event to win the world title.
But it's a dream scenario as we see Harrison Roach putting on a challenge right now to Ben Skinner is if both Joel Tudor and Harrison Roach make the final,
the winner wins all.
It's
That's kind of what I'm hoping for, aren't we all?
That's exactly what we're hoping for. Well, Harrison on wave number 2, and it is going to be a better backup score than Ben Skinner is going to get. So we'll see what the digits come in for Harrison Roach on ride number 2. Take another look at it, Troy.
Yeah, I think that this is going to turn out to be a pretty critical wave in the heat. I mean, it was a great wave. It might end up being one that he keeps in a score line, but it just got him back in the groove after that first one. That turn right there, man. I don't know. I don't think there's a better cutback than Harrison right now on tour. It's so clean and smooth. gets a tight 5. He's just constantly working the board, which is really exciting for us to watch, and flows well into what the wave is offering him. So he's got to be stoked on the paddle out. Hopefully for him that comes in at a score that kind of gives him some confidence. I mean, even I was thinking for Harrison, getting a 5 on that wave that he fell was actually kind of a decent score. Like, he would have to be like, okay, cool, I did enough in the beginning that I know I can get scored here.
Well, he said before already, it shows his potential, but coming off getting a 9.33 over at the Surf Ranch, he knows he can get the numbers. He knows he's capable of stitching together a performance on a wave to get into the excellent range, Chad.
Yes, correct. He knows, yeah, the talent's there. It's just a matter of getting the right wave. I mean, that in-betweener that he kind of got, he just surfed the snot out of that thing. So, I mean, that came in at a 6.33, and that wasn't even a set wave. So imagine putting him on, a set with some lines approaching. He can easily turn in an 8, a 9, with his eyes closed.
Little flutter in this wave for Ben Skinner as he paddles in and fades the takeoff before pivoting on that bomb turn. A little bit of tip time there. Nice nose ride. Some footwork back to the tail. Again, illustrating the power that he has in his surfing. Steep section here and gets the 10. Long, controlled nose ride. There's the drop knee. Continues on with a beautiful line and just poises himself on the nose. Ben Skinner coming back in a big way.
Wow. Ben's throwing it out there, man. That was solid. That is, in my opinion, going to improve on the 767, mostly because he really hung those 10s. Like, I think on that first wave, they were a little more tapped, whereas on that last wave, he got that properly curled section to nose ride through. That's going to be a keeper.
How important is that for the judges to see?
Yeah, I think that it's just, one of his nose rides is a little further out in the flats, so it just doesn't, it's not as critical. It's not as challenging, also doesn't feel as good. So I think that, as you want to see basically your feet getting tubed, that's the ultimate nose ride.
Here, Chad, talk us through this.
Beautiful little nose ride right here. A little sleepy start, actually, for this wave, though. As it hit the inside, the thing stood up and started to really start to run. Like Troy said, right here in this section here, you can see how he's got a little bit more curvature to the face and a lot of lateral movement down the line. It's that speed and positioning is what's going to set, that score into that excellent range. And that was a beautiful 10 right there. So, yeah, that was, he surfed that as well as you could surf, that wave. That was insane. He performed very well.
Troy, you know what I'm feeling right now? It's a speculation on this feeling. But in the last heat, Ben Skinner against Kai Salas, there was a lot of consequence for Kai Salas in that heat. And just open air for Ben Skinner. And he was able to free himself and surf really, really well. I feel that same scenario is playing out right here, where there's consequence for Harrison Roach in this heat. Ben Skinner, again, he's just strolling down the sidewalk. You know what I mean? Looking at the flowers.
Totally. Yeah, I think
sniffing them along the way.
I love it, Kaipo. Yeah, I think that Ben is definitely feeling free, and there was even a wave in that last heat where you mentioned almost looks like Ben kind of freed himself up on that one, and kind of after that and since then he's sort of ridden waves with a little bit more looseness. There were a couple waves in a few of his earlier heats where he maybe, I don't want to call it safety surfing, but that's kind of the term we use, where he was kind of holding things and just trying to get a score, which, hey, we're in a contest, so more power to him. But I think Ben has the ability, and Shannon even alluded to that, of if he loosens himself up, he can get some really big scores. And check this one out, dropping in.
Here we go. 2 judges go 8.5, 7.75. One more score, and it's going to be 8.17. Excellent ride for Ben Skinner, and pushing Harrison Roach in a corner. Harrison needs a 9.51. We got 16 minutes and 50 seconds, tons of time, but Ben Skinner, Chad, looking free, looking powerful.
Looking dangerous. Yeah, I'm eager to see how Harrison's going to bounce back from this, because I don't think that he's been put in this situation this whole event. He's kind of behind the 8 ball right now, so let's see how he bounces back as we see Ben on another one.
Yeah, he's just surfing under the priority right now. Now he's just having fun. Surfing under the priority of Harrison Roach. That wave closes out. Doesn't want to lose his board, however. And looks like he got the grip on that one. Goes back out. Harrison Roach doing the meerkat, standing on his feet and trying to peek over. Joel Tudor intensely watching semifinal 1. He'll be in semifinal number 2 against Tony Silvani. Trying to read Joel Tudor's lips right now.
He's like, dude, it's sick out there.
He's got some classic breakdown right now of the scenario, but yeah, I think you might be right, Chad. I don't know if Harrison has been this, at least not a few waves in, needing a 9.5.
Yeah.
So I think, though, his best strategy might just be to hang on and wait, because he's going to need to better. The more likely scenario is he's got 2 waves in front of him, and so bettering that 6.33 and then hopefully getting something in the 8 range.
Look at Harrison. You know, he started off with round 1. That was a 3-surfer heat. He dominated that heat, went right straight to round 3. Round 3, he was matched up against Jefferson Silva. That was, again, kind of a one-sided battle. Harrison dominated that heat. Then in the quarterfinals, Harrison Roach was matched up against Kevin Skvarna. Again, he dominated that heat. So this is uncharted territory in this competition for Harrison Roach, matched up with Ben Skinner, because, to your point, he hasn't been in a deficit like this in this competition yet.
Correct. So that's what I'm saying. With his back against the wall, I want to see how he reacts. You know, is he gonna get aggressive, or is he gonna sit and wait for the bomb? You know, I don't know.
Yeah, this is almost when it's hard to have priority, because you're, especially with this amount of time left, you're kind of trying, you're in like these middle grounds of different scenarios in front of you, trying to figure out what you're going to do. At the end of the day, you just play whatever wave comes, right? But I mean, and then on the other side too, Ben, this is by far the most dominant he's had, having a 15.84 heat total already. He's This is not necessarily how I scripted it in my head when I, you know, coming into this heat. I thought that Ben would definitely be on his game, but I didn't expect Harrison to be in the hole like this.
And I really feel that Harrison did have a strategy coming into this heat. He wanted to get a quick start. Now, hindsight's always 20/20. That quick start, that was a mistake. Wave number 2 was much better. Ben Skinner got that wave number 2. Started off already with that great score of a 7.67. And then the priority rotation starts. And Ben Skinner's in priority again and gets that another wave, which he surfed excellently.
Yep, Ben's kept it moving too. He's got 2, you know, ones, which I think at this point he's almost like he's just surfing a normal session, right? Just kind of picking off waves as they come to him, having a good time. The other thing that might start to factor in even more here is the backwash.
And the tide, right?
Yeah,
tide. We're topping off high tide right now as we look at Ben Skinner again. Doing the dance, getting to 10. Again.
Yeah, he is looking loose.
He's looking like he's having fun. A lot of speed and style. Look at this. Skips through that section on the nose. No problem for Ben Skinner.
I'm seeing a little set out the back. We'll see if Harrison can get a wave as
And
Ben's coming
Skinner,
to the,
he's going
to
to
the shore.
Hang on all the way through here. Will this top his 7.67? I don't know, but it's just showing me a surfer that's free and loose and enjoying what he's doing.
Yeah,
look at
it doesn't
him.
look like there's any weight
He's not
on
even
his
rushed on
shoulders.
the beach.
No, he's feeling it.
Yeah, I mean, how could you not though, right? Like I think there's like one generally contests kind of take you into a weird part of your surfing. You don't feel as loose and free, but when you are nearly comboing someone, there is this kind of like very interesting euphoria potentially where you're like, okay, I'm surfing well. Yeah, here goes Ben, hanging 10 out the back. This one had a funky little start, but it kind of slingshots him into this section, and then couple 10s, tapping 10. I think this is where he really holds it, cruises through. That was pretty elevated in that little tubey section. And look at that. You can tell by his body language, he's just cruising. Another 10 through the inside. That's a little softer section, but he's still holding it. He almost plugged the nose there, actually, and then figures out a way to nose ride back onto the sand. And, yeah, that's like that Ben Skinner move right there. He's just like, yeah, I got it.
And, you know, you said it earlier. In the earlier heats, you know, you can tell his body language, but yet his nose rides, like you were saying, they were almost like little taps of 10s, right? Where now you can see he's actually really committing to his nose rides, throwing both feet up and holding them, right?
Yep.
So it's just like you can tell that he's just feeling it. He's locked in.
Yeah, and I think that, like, for me, even personally, there's that shakiness that comes if you're not feeling loose and comfortable. And the key thing with hanging 10 is that it's like there's a really subtle moment of, like, stalling or being in the right spot where you can really hold that thing. And it's hard to do when you're like nervous
You're
or
just
when
being
you're
timid.
you know, yeah.
Like you said, you got to commit. It's 100%.
Yeah, and it looks like Ben's kind of opening up to that right now. So,
well, so far, Ben's been Thor on a board.
Think about Ben is just that last one came in at a 7.23, and that's his throwaway.
Wow,
I love it.
Ben's surfing a heat right now for sure. Here goes Harrison.
Okay, Harrison Roach on the comeback, fades into this wave. Nice pivot to start. Working the board. Just a mid-board rail riding before getting some nose time. Back up to a 5, skipping through this section here. Building up speed down the line. Has to get around this section. And Malibu does him in.
Oh, he made it, but
that was way too much downtime. He got kicked out. Right behind him, he's going to see Ben Skinner again with that powerful turn. And again, Ben just, like you said, relaxed, able to really maximize his time on the nose. And Ben combo that with some giant turns.
Joel Tudor is the biggest fan of Skin Dog right now. He's so fired up watching him dominate.
There he is.
He's like, dude, he's ripping.
Joel Tudor, 45 years old, still doing the thing.
Yeah, it's an amazing run he's been on these last few events.
Well, what a heat we got going. We're going to take a quick break, but you know what? You don't want to go anywhere. It's the semifinals here at Malibu. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas. Taking a look at this beautiful Jeep Rubicon. You talk about a stable chassis and some power under the hood. Jeep, don't let adverse weather keep you off the road. Drive a Jeep and you can go anywhere, especially in that Rubicon. I want one.
That thing's shiny.
Back to action. Up on first point, Malibu, Harrison Roach. Stroking into this one, big fade to start off, setting himself up for a nice nose ride. Highline trim. That beautiful arcing cutback. And let's make it 2 for Harrison Roach. Why not 3? Kind of searching now for a wall to get back up on the nose and finds it. Hanging 5 through this inside section before kicking out. Wants to get back in the game. Right now, trailing Ben Skinner and looking for a 9.51, Troy.
Yeah, that was a solid wave. I think the main thing, I know the judges can't hear us, but the turning still, no one's turning like that. Yeah. And so I think that I hope when the judges are watching that those turns are getting kind of the points that they deserve. Yeah. Because even compared to Ben, Harry is on rail and really driving that. So 3 in a row, maybe a little repetitive, but then he gets back on the nose. I think that wave could potentially get him back at least into the game for these last 5 minutes to not need this 9-5 anymore.
Take another look at it, Chad.
Yeah, beautiful fade right here to throw himself a little deeper into the pocket, straight to the nose. Beautiful 10. Just, I love the speed he's carrying down the line, and just that turn right there. That was so mental.
That's huge.
And then just another one. And a couple cross steps, then you can see this cross step back straight into another beautiful cutty, setting up this nose right on the inside. I mean, dude, yeah. And this one drops in at a 7.53.
There we go.
So that brings him, lowers the requirement to an 8.31.
So Harrison Roach reeling in Ben Skinner a bit right now, a little over the 5-minute mark, and really giving himself an opportunity to take over the lead. Like Chad said, he needs an 8.31. You can see it in the last column of the score bug in the corner. Now he's going just paddling right into the zone of Ben Skinner. Maybe those guys are having a little conversation right now.
So, yeah, I mean, earlier we asked how Harrison was going to bounce back with his back to the corner, you know, and, you know, he just made a move and he performed super well. So now he lowered the requirement, and now he's just going to have to wait for a beautiful one.
I want some more insight from you, Chad. I saw you talking to Harrison Roach earlier. What was the conversation about?
Well, two things, actually, that were pretty important is, A, he told me he was pretty winded after that last heat. He said he was pretty worked. Like, he was like, dude, I'm tired, man. That was 40 minutes. That was a lot of surfing, and there was a ton of waves. And then the other thing was is that he was kind of tripping that he couldn't get out of the 7 range.
Yeah.
He was kind of like, dude, I was kind of throwing everything at those waves, and I couldn't break, you know, get into the 8 excellent range, you know. So he's going to obviously need that if he's going to want to move into first place and move on to the final and, you know, try to still, you know, go towards that world title. So we'll see. But yeah, man, but his headset, I mean, his headspace, he seemed like he was super fired up and ready to go. So yeah, we'll see how these last 4 minutes shake out.
Yeah, that's an interesting point on the stamina, because you had mentioned that, Kaipo. Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier today. The overlapping heats, while they do extend the heat time to 40 minutes, that's 10 more minutes of energy you're expending per round. And now, and you get out of those rounds, and you still got semis and finals.
Right, and Harrison's score looked kind of like Ben's here, where he had 2 8s, or he had an 8, a 7, a couple other throwaway 7s. So, yeah, that could be a factor.
Harrison's going to force the issue right now. He's surfing under priority of Ben Skinner, so he paddles past him to a little inside wave. He's really going to have to work this wave over if he wants that 8.31. Starts off with a nice nose ride.
Yeah, let's see how this thing stands up on this inside.
He's going to have to really hope for a big
Looking
section.
pretty deep.
That one closed out.
And just insult to injury, might have to take a short swim. He wants to get this board before the next. Look at, that's the Australian crawl in full effect right there. To get that board before the next wave gets it. And that'll wind you as well.
Yeah, exactly. I was just thinking every single one of these waves is just he's expelling so much energy. So we'll see. He's got to get out the back and wait for.
Looks like
I mean, that one he wasn't going to get an 8 on that wave anyway. So he needs to get out the back and wait. Hopefully get another quality set. Hoping that, you know, with Ben with priority getting the first one, him getting on, and I've noticed that the second one has been better. So, you know, hopefully he can try to sell the first one to Ben and then get his opportunity to pounce.
Looking like some lines out here, and it's going to be decision time for Ben Skinner if he's going to, you know, drop the anchor and control the lineup, or if he's going to, you know, try to pull the trigger on any of these waves coming through. Standard heat strategy at this point would be control the lineup. You have the lead, you have priority, you got 2 minutes. Don't budge.
Yeah.
But we know.
But look at there's multiple lines here.
Ben Skinner, we know he's been showing us gentleman surfing throughout this competition. And here he goes. He's going to hand over priority, but first he's going to do some damage on the nose with a big 5 to 10. Nice line in front of him. Again, just beautifully hanging 10 through that steep section. Big carve for Skinner. Again, fluid footwork from the surfer from Great Britain. And again, Ben Skinner feeling the vibe at Malibu, even through a little backwash bump. No
Malibu
problem.
has come alive. There is just tons of lines. Harrison on the wave behind him. The waves are firing right now. Beautiful nose ride. Getting the crowd into it.
Big old turn.
Big turn to finish for Harrison Roach. 8.31, again, the requirement.
Yeah. Those are two tired dudes, man.
We got a minute on the clock. We got two surfers on the beach, and neither of them want to paddle back out. They're just going to wait for the numbers to drop and see how the cards play out. And the crowd loves it.
People are fired up. What a heat.
Man, what a and being on the judging panel, I'm just trying to think back like generally on this whole heat and how both of these guys surfed. They had relatively different approaches, and it is crazy. Yeah,
And I think that last of Ben's, or no, I think he's still waiting on another score.
Yeah, Ben's waiting on a score. If he can better the 7.67 that Ben has, he will increase the requirement for Harrison Roach. If he doesn't increase the requirement, Harrison Roach just has to wait and see if he gets that 8.31. So we got a little bit of math to do. The judges got some big decisions to make right now.
They do, for sure, because Harry put some big maneuvers in
sure
on that last wave.
I feel he bettered his 7.67, and I feel that's going to be a bigger requirement for Harrison Roach. I didn't see the beginning of Harry's ride.
Harrison kind of got hung up on the first section. He went to the nose and he kind of got hung up and then was kind of behind the section. So the opening to his ride was a little sketchy.
Okay, let's take a look. This is the beginning of Harry's ride.
Yeah, see how he got this beautiful nose ride, but see how he kind of got hung up and then was behind the section? Look how beautiful that wave is. And then from this point on, it was flawless. Huge cutty. Back up to the tip right here. You can see him negotiating another beautiful arcing turn. Back up to the nose, and this nose ride was the money shot right there. Beautiful. And then that cut back right there. You know, is that an 8.31? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if we're looking at Ben's waves.
You know what? It's not.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you right now.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you early news that Harrison Roach got to 6.8. That's not going to be enough. Ben Skinner did not improve upon his score, but it doesn't matter. He's our first finalist at the Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas. Ben Skinner coming through. Thor on a board, continues to throw hammers at first point. Who's going to meet Ben in the final? We'll find out when we return. Semifinal number 2 will be in the water.
Welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
I don't want to say Mick's getting comboed.
For me, going to Chopu, I kind of say bring it on.
Billy is being treated in a hospital.
You look famous.
I look famous.
Yeah, you don't.
You're ruining my vibe, man.
Oh, yeah.
Show you guys some of the secrets.
Come check it out.
Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas, and we saw an emotional semifinal number 1, Ben Skinner taking out a title run for Harrison Roach. Ben Skinner is our first finalist here. One of these two surfers are going to meet Ben Skinner in the final. Tony Silvani versus Joel Tudor. And an even bigger conversation than that is Joel Tudor has a chance to win a world title if he is able to advance out of this semifinal, Troy.
Yeah, this is huge. Tony can play spoiler. Harrison has another fan, or is now a fan of Harrison, of Tony.
Yep.
I got twisted on that one.
Yeah. Well, with Harrison's loss that last semifinal, it kind of took the ball out of his hand. So now all he can do is sit back and watch and wait and hope that Joel kind of chokes in the semi, and Tony takes the win. Otherwise, Joel's going to, you know, clinch his world title.
Yeah, I mean, Joel, of anyone in the semis, for sure has the most experience out here at Malibu. So you'd probably have coined him the favorite of the 4 to make it into the final. But Tony, he figures out ways, and so I wouldn't, you know, I would not put it past him to pick a couple good ones and really give him a chance to beat Joel. But this is huge. This is what we wanted.
Yeah, with this high tide, I think it's kind of starting to turn around right now. And with that flurry that we had at the end of that last semifinal, I feel like they're going to have a little lull right here. So they're going to, you know, sit and stew on it for a minute.
Right, yeah.
And looking out the back, it looks like Tony's got the inside track on Joel. So
As he would.
Just super, super competitor.
But watch Joel somehow like get the first wave. I don't know. He's also, Joel is mysteriously.
He does some Jedi mind tricks.
Yeah.
All right, well, as we wait for the opening exchange, let's throw it to Ben Skinner with Shannon.
Well, Ben, it's easily the best day of your life. You're into the quarterfinals. Sorry, into the finals. The finals. This is the biggest result of your life. An incredible performance. How does it feel to be making it through another heat?
That heat was just unbelievable. I mean, like Harrison is just, he's the best in my eyes. You know, I wanted him to win the world title. Hopefully I haven't completely took that away from him, but you know, at the end of the day, I've worked a long time, many years coming to these events, so I definitely earned it too, so I'm pretty stoked, yeah.
Incredible, and you did it with a 15.84 heat total. To find waves like that out at Malibu in a really consequential heat must feel amazing.
Yeah, I mean, at this point for me, I've got nothing to lose. It's, you know, everything to gain and nothing to lose. So, you know, just having fun and, you know, I kind of speechless.
Love it. Speechless is a good thing in this moment. Yeah. Good luck in the finals.
Yeah, thanks to everyone at home. You know, the support's been unbelievable from everyone. So, yes, here we go. One more.
Ben Skinner, as we take a look at Tony Silvani with a lot of time on the nose. It has to beat through this section here, and it's going to be a long road to some open face if he even finds it.
It's high tide enough. He might squeak in.
Yeah,
that's a lot of downtime. Yeah. And in my opinion, right there,
you kick out.
He just added a paddle.
Yeah, multiple.
And you don't want to do that when you're against Joel Tudor, who's a wily competitor and has really, really good wave selection as well.
Yeah, Joel's kind of got that silent killer mentality, you know? He's playing it super chill and mellow, but he's an assassin for sure.
Tony just duck dived that board.
Wait.
It's a Stewart, dude. Of course you can duck dive it.
That thing must be pretty light and it's tiny.
Here we got the replay, Troy.
Yeah, Tony got a good nose right out the back. I mean, that's a beautiful 10. He's definitely in the spot of the wave that you want to. And then this thing just ran. I don't know. It doesn't really look like even had he come off it earlier, he would have been able to make it.
Yeah,
and then
the way it came in and just hit the West Bowl right there, you know? It was a little, he was a little deep for that.
I think that was just one of those waves that on a normal day, it's just, you know, 2 people get a fun ride. I don't know if he was going to connect that regardless of what he did.
Got 4.17, so that's the start for Tony Silvani. Joel Tudor with priority in 23 minutes, 45 seconds. Plenty of time on the clock, and Tudor patiently surveying the lineup here at first point. He's definitely done some time here, surfing-wise. But with the rising tide, this is going to affect the break a little bit, isn't it, Chad?
Yeah, gets a little can get a little fat on this inside section, or like that one with Tony, it can kind of run and kind of close out on you in sections. So you got to pick the right ones. You got to put yourself in the right spot. Where Joel's out right now looks pretty promising. He knows what he's doing. He's surfed out here for years, so he's just got to wait for a set wave. And like we said, his competitive prowess is out and about right now. So we'll see how he can do with this 23 minutes left in this heat.
Well, Troy, I mean, let's just talk about Joel Tudor. he acts real casual on land. Like, you know, it doesn't really matter to him. But I guarantee you, when he's out in the heat, he's naturally a competitive guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think he has to be. Didn't he win a gold medal in
Sure
jiu-jitsu?
did.
So he's a competitor.
He's a warrior is what he is. Okay?
Yeah, he's definitely a guy who goes out and knows how to play the game, as casual and calm and collected as he seems.
He's the skinny guy that you don't expect to choke you out, right?
That's right.
That's Joel Tudor
Yeah,
in
he's
a
like
nutshell.
he's like a snake.
There's Tosh, chip off the old block.
Yeah.
And a great surfer in his own right. And as you talked about, Troy, you know, maybe has inspired Joel Tudor a little bit, you know, to get back in the game.
Totally. Well, look, the first year he actually went for it, and look, he's up for a world title.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, that's just saying so much right there.
So we're at 2:23 local time Malibu. 2:28 is a 5.4 high tide. So we're at the peak.
Yeah, and that's a pretty high tide
of
for
everything filling up
Malibu.
right now.
Yeah.
So that's going to affect what's happening. And Chad, I have a sneaking suspicion that this is going to be one of those. This is going to be one of those back-end heats. Again, Joel Tudor must win this heat to become the 2021 world champ. It's coming down to these 21 minutes on who's going to be the world champ.
Yeah.
Shoots.
Oh, it makes me nervous. I'm getting nervous. Yeah, it's for Joel, it's got to feel pretty crazy to have come back to the tour from such a long hiatus, to kind of have it his way now too. I think that's the other thing. I mean, we haven't really touched on that too much, but it is. I think Joel is really stoked that that you know the tour's gone to where it is, and he's. I think it was really nice actually for Joel to show up and kind of surf in it and be like, cool, like this is you know what I was after, and I'm stoked that it's here, and I want to party.
Yeah, you gave it the nod.
Yeah,
the seal of approval.
Well, this is what you really got to be, the peaceful warrior, if you will, because Joel's got to keep his wits about himself when a good wave comes through, and he's got to perform. Somewhere on the beach right now is Harrison Roach watching this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we haven't seen Joel bobble much in this event so far. I think there was one wave where he maybe took off and faded himself out the back, but other than that, you generally expect Joel to pick a wave and surf it to its maximum potential.
Now, on the reverse of you know Joel winning this heat and winning the world championship, Harrison Roach can win the world championship on the sand.
Yep.
If Tony Silvani happens to defeat Joel Tudor in this heat, Tony's got 4.17, so straight math right now. Tony's in the lead. Strange thing happened in the ocean.
Yeah, you never know. That's the beauty of it.
Does Harrison have to jump in his clothes and then get chaired up the beach? How does that work?
I think there's going to be a lot of stuff dumped on Harrison Roach if that happens. But we're all early on that conversation because Joel Tudor is a guy who's competed for literally decades here at Malibu.
Yes. Yeah. He knows a thing or two about surfing here. I just can't believe that it's literally come down to this heat. World title on the line. This is gnarly. You can look at Tosh, nervous for his pops. You got little Lola right there on the bottom of the screen. Little Keeney. Avalon, bunch of rippers.
Crew. That's the crew.
Yeah, and like you said, with this high tide, this kind of shut down, especially like I was talking about the flurry of that last heat. I knew it was kind of lulled out after that. So how long? We don't know. We will soon find out. But hopefully these surfers get some opportunity pretty soon here.
Interesting play as we look at Joel Tudor and the graphic on the bottom with the scenario. Joel Tudor wins this heat. He becomes a 2021 world champ. If Joel loses this heat, Harrison Roach will become the 2021 world champion again. So ticker on the bottom telling you the story. And we can look at Joel Tudor. and his road to this semifinal. Got second place, advanced out of that into round number 3. Round number 3, Joel Tudor against a multiple world champion the way of Taylor Jensen. He took down Taylor Jensen. Then quarterfinals, Joel Tudor coming up against Kaniala Stewart in a rematch of a classic master versus disciple type of scenario out there. Joel defeats Kaniala, and that's how he made his way into semifinal number 2.
You know, what was amazing is I was chatting with Joel when he came out of that heat, and he looked at me and he's all, dude, my hair's still dry.
Yeah.
Pretty epic that he took that last heat and just didn't even get his hair wet.
Some of his friends on the beach were saying, hey, your hair's wet. And then Joel said, no, that was just splashing when I got out of the water, bro.
Yeah.
I didn't get it wet outside.
That's some serious bragging points.
Joel's doing the
your meerkat.
That's the meerkat right there. Looking over, seeing if number 1 in the set's going to be the best, number 2, and having that discipline to actually maybe let some waves go. We'll see.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to let Tony paddle for this one. Here at Malibu, though, we'd call it da meerkat.
Da meerkat.
And Silvani just had to just really, really try to get into that wave, unable to do so.
Yeah, it looks like some lines coming out the back, though. It looks like a pretty solid set coming down the point, marching its way down to first point. Whoa, yeah, here comes a solid one.
That wave probably just did Tony some good service to himself by not getting into it, because I think that he would have been stuck on the inside for what looks like a pretty decent set coming.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Tosh is anticipating. That's Joel's son, Tosh Tudor, anticipating the set coming through, and he's willing Dad to pick the right one, and then he's going to have to do some Tudor magic. Here we go.
Yeah, let's see if he's going to swing on this one or wait for the one behind it.
Tudor makes his move.
There he goes.
Long fade.
Beautiful surfing from Joel Jitsu.
Up on the 5. Casual footwork. Perched on the nose. Joel Tudor, beautiful arcing backhand turn. Again, trim and style through this inside section. Why not switch stance? Get around the whitewater, showing some versatility. Switch stance, cut back, cross step to go back into his goofy foot stance. Back on the nose again. Beautiful footwork and a controlled kick out for Joel Tudor.
And Tony was on the one behind him, and I don't see him anymore. I don't know if
Here's
he
Tony
fell, but
Silvani.
we'll find out.
Just scratch into a little inside one. Gets the 5. Some whitewater sections. Little downtime there for Silvani. Gets bucked.
Wow, well, fortunately the board went out the back for him so he doesn't have to swim to the beach. But, yeah, that was a costly mistake right there, especially after the wave that Joel had to the beach. Surfing that wave flawless.
Joel Tudor, the casual paddle back out. I wonder what his heart rate is right now.
Wow.
Here we go. Troy, talk us through this replay.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we were expecting, right? Joel sitting out the back, waiting for the set wave. He picks the one he wants. He's high and tight. That's the classic Joel hang 5. Swoops it back into the pocket, and yeah, I mean, this is just Joel doing Joel. He's been doing that all day. A little switch dance through the run section. Even throws a little cutty switch, and then gets himself back into his normal goofy foot stance, a tight 5 and a kick out. I mean, Joel just makes it look so easy.
And Tony Silvani was right behind him. And just got a 2.5 for this ride, mainly because of that.
Yeah, right there. It seemed like he just hit a little bump in the face and skipped out.
Yeah, even the fin maybe did a little wiggle or something. That was kind of funky looking.
Yeah,
7.5 drops for Joel Tudor, and he goes into the lead with just one wave priority to Tony Silvani. But Joel Tudor putting himself in a really good position.
Yeah.
You know something, Troy and Chad? One thing I noticed about Joel Tudor surfing is he doesn't rush it, and he waits for that opportunity. Same with waves. Another practice of Joel Tudor, he's a black belt in jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu is all about waiting for that opportunity. When you're grappling, you're not forcing your issue, because that's when you expose yourself.
Yep.
You're waiting for that opportunity, and when that opportunity happens, That's when the martial artist strikes. Right when someone lets their guard down or opens themselves up. It's an analogy for Joel Tudor surfing.
Yeah, correct. I see the parallels for sure. I mean, yeah, that patience, that, you know, that's mentally strength. I mean, he's yeah, he's amazing, dude. He leaves me speechless sometimes. It's crazy. Like, obviously, growing up and surfing, riding longboards and stuff like that, you know, you look up to Joel, obviously, for style-wise and just his whole approach to the culture. But yeah, dude, I mean, look at him now. Like, yeah, I'm speechless. And I'm never speechless.
Well, here we go. 12 minutes on the clock. Priority with Tony Silvani. Advantage to Joel Tudor early on. Silvani can turn this heat with a 3.34. And there's Pops.
Papa Joe, dude. Yeah, last time Joel was in this world title race was at the Oxbow.
1995.
Yeah, and his dad
was here.
Punched somebody out in the water.
We don't want to talk about that. We don't want to talk about that. But we do want to say that, you know, Joel Tudor was in a title race here. 1995 right here at Malibu. And fast forward to 2021, and here's Joel Tudor with another opportunity.
How rad is that? And then his son on the beach watching. That's so cool. Oh, Joel going for a fins first takeoff here?
Why not? Showtime.
Let's see. Let's see what he's got.
Little skeg reverse. Zoom.
Oh, that was a trippy one.
So smooth, so casual.
You got to love it. Why not? He's under priority. Well, hang on. Oh, no. That's going to cost some time. A little bit of monkey business might be costing you some time. Okay. Plot thickens, guys.
Judah. That's awesome.
Wait,
Yeah,
well,
there's his microgram.
Microgram.
That's his youngest son.
With pants on.
And a cell phone seemingly in his armpit. Oh, that was cool.
So that's Judah Tudor, right? Joel's youngest son.
His shredding skateboard son.
Making sure dad gets his equipment.
Question. I heard some people on the beach saying don't touch it. Is it against the rules for people to save your board?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Here we go. Replay. Beautiful, smooth skeg reverse.
Yeah, that was sick. Super sick. I love that he spun it at the whitewater, too, instead of your typical spinning it towards the pier.
Yeah. Now, I do want to confirm something. Someone cannot paddle your board back out.
Ah, see, I knew there was some
stay
sort of
on the beach, okay? But you couldn't have someone grab your board and paddle it out to meet you. That you cannot do.
Gotcha.
So no harm, no foul. Again, the scenario on the bottom of your screen. If Tudor loses this heat, Harrison Roach will become your 2021 world champion. If Tudor wins this heat, he will become the oldest world champion in the history of surfing.
Wow. That would be a pretty cool one to notch up there on a list, a long list of epic accolades.
There's Mom making her way down to the beach. She heard her son's in semifinal too. I might just win another world title.
So cool.
You know, we're so focused on world title, right? But if he wins this, he's into the final of the Malibu Classic. You know what I mean? Like, that's a huge accomplishment in its own.
Yeah.
So
Joel Tudor won a world championship in 1998, came back 6 years later, won in 2004. What a spread if he was to win another one in 2021.
Yeah. Wow.
Talk about going through generations.
I was just going to
of
say,
surfers.
3 different decades?
Yeah, well, I'm sure 3 different generations of competitors.
Yep.
Of surfers.
Oh, easy.
Yeah, but you would be right. 3 different decades.
Yeah.
That would be impressive.
Yeah, won his first title at 16 years old.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, Joel.
I kind of like that he did the fins first. Like, it was just, I mean, it was such a silly thing in the context of the heat and what's at stake and, like, doing it. And it's just kind of just a fun little moment to be like, yeah, whatever. I'm just going to do fins first on a, on kind of a nothing wave. Awesome.
Hey, thank you, Malibu, by the way. Taking a look at the beach. It's served up a beautiful finals day. The weather couldn't be any better.
Yeah.
And the surf is provided And all the locals here at Malibu, we want to thank you again for all of the hospitality that we've enjoyed, putting up these structures, running these heats. What a great beach town. Legendary beach town, actually. So thoughts right now, Chad? I want to
tense moments. Tense moments. I know. I was kind of just sitting back and kind of just actually taking this all in. It's pretty. It's crazy. There's some energy on the beach right now. It's obviously Harrison's probably tripping right now, and yeah, Joel just seems like he's totally calm and collected.
But you know what, Troy? We can't put the champagne on ice yet. Tony Silvani only needs a 5.51 to take this heat. And if the clock keeps on running down, and Tony with priority, if we get into, kind of the 2-minute mark and no waves are ridden, Tony gets a 6.
Yep.
And Joel can't answer back.
Yeah,
it can happen.
That can all be in the cards.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. We're getting into the time frame where, you might only have one wave left. So be interesting to see how that plays out, even for Joel under priority. I mean, the thing is in earlier heats we had seen kind of some more insiders where you could probably grab a, higher 4 or 5, even we saw a couple 6s.
Let's take a look at our Jeep recap and how we got here, starting off with Tony Silvani.
Yeah, beautiful nose ride here to start. Look how beautiful that wave is. Totally locked in with that 10. Holding through that little whitewater section, and then as he kind of came into this inside section, the wave just kind of ran away from him, not giving him much more scoring opportunity. And then this was Joel's 7.5, and this was just such a beautiful wave. So well served.
Yeah, he was. I love the patience, like you were saying. He waited for that second section for the nose ride. He's in the critical part of the wave, doing that switch stance. I was thinking too, the switch stance that Joel, when he tore his ACL, he started surfing a little sooner, and he was only out here surfing regular foot, right?
Yeah. I remember him surfing the club contest.
Yeah.
And he was only surfing switch.
That's right. I think he actually made a few heats, if not probably the final
Yeah.
regular foot. Yeah, and I mean Joel has always stood switch in certain moments, but I feel like he even included it a little more, especially out here at Malibu after that.
No.
Well, still an empty lineup.
All right, so under 5 minutes on the countdown, and as we alluded to, this is going to be down to the wire, and it's actually getting a little bit scary and emotional for me, guys, because Joel Tudor has far but sewn this up. Look at, he's even sensing that too now, going for a microwave on the inside, and but still performing well, getting some tip right. He just wants to improve and bank up better than that 2.17. That wave's not going to allow him to do that.
No, and it's like what Troy said earlier with this super high tide, it kind of took out those in-between waves, where when the tide was a little lower, they would kind of run on the point, and you could kind of, get those 3s and 4s. But right now, I almost feel like it's either just those set waves or nothing.
Yeah, and I think at that point, I'd probably, if I'm Joel, I'm gonna sit out the back and just wait. I don't know if chasing those little, because he's just gonna take him out of position, right?
Yeah, he looks like he's back in the lineup, and here comes a set. So
all right.
Looks like the boys are gonna get another opportunity here.
So here we go. Tony Silvani eyeing up which wave he's going to go for. 3 minutes, 45 seconds. He's going to pass up on this first wave. Joel Tudor's not going to squander that at all. Tudor taking a long fade before getting to his feet. A little bit of footwork here, waiting for the section to stand up. Touches a 5. Nice cut back and fade into the whitewater for Tudor.
Oh, Tony out the back.
A little switch stance here through this inside section. And clears the section on the switch. Gets back to the nose again, Tudor. Kicks out with style and control. Tony Silvani catching the nose a little bit, goes for the roller coaster, gets that. Just has to plane over this dead section of water. Goes up for a 5. A little bit hung up on that. Silvani is going to kick out. We'll be waiting for two very, very important scores.
Yeah. These are going to be so hard to judge, and honestly, I think Joel maybe made a little mistake there.
That first
wave
one.
after.
Yeah, because there's about 5 more waves coming through the point that are, you know, double the size of the one he just got.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and you know, hopefully we get to kind of see the full length of Tony's wave here. Yep, there we go. Tony, a little bobble at the start, but got a 10, and then that's a pretty good nose right there. Tony stretching it out, dropping the knee and cutting back into the pocket. He is surfing this wave pretty well so far. That was a little bobble negotiating, kind of a little roller coaster rocker. And then this here on the inside, he makes his way to that next section. And like Kaipo said, kind of a little hung up there before he kicks out. I don't know. It's going to be really interesting to see how these scores drop.
Joel's getting out into the lineup, and it looks like here comes another wave. So he might get
Here we go in
opportunity.
replay. 4.17 for this score for Joel Tudor. Still waiting for the score for Tony Silvani. So Joel Tudor did distance himself from Silvani. Silvani needs a 7.5 to take the lead. 7.5 is the number. Numbers are coming in for Tony Silvani. 5.8, 6.5. Looks like it's going to be under for Silvani right now with 1 minute and 30 seconds. 6.1 for Tony.
Wow.
Not enough. He remains in second. Joel Tudor remains in first place. Tony Silvani now needs a 5.58. 5.58 is the requirement.
He's all fired up.
The Tudor camp feels it right now. Joel Tudor has priority and control of the lineup.
Wow. Wow.
Man. That was a solid exchange. But I mean, see, it's kind of interesting because had Joel taken one of those other waves, it wouldn't have been close. Because the 417, that's what he needed. So
here we go. We are under a minute of witnessing the 2021 world champ in the water, history's oldest world surfing champion, Joel Tudor.
Wow.
Wow.
35 seconds till that moment happens. Look at him.
He's screaming.
He's so fired up. I don't know what to say other than wow, because honestly, it's like, what is the word for the story here is so crazy, especially for him to have won the first event, kind of lost it a little bit at the surf ranch, and now
everybody feel it.
Stoked.
Everybody feel it. We're feeling it on the beach. They're feeling it in the water.
Oh, he's losing it.
Let's enjoy the countdown.
Oh, my goodness.
3, 2, 1.
There it is.
And now it's official.
Yeah,
so
Joel.
Cool.
Joel
Sick.
Tudor is your 2021 Longboard World Champ. Absorb this, guys.
Yeah. I can't. I don't think I can.
Pretty amazing.
Man, I definitely feel for Harrison. I hope he's down there and lifting Joel up the beach. But that is what an incredible battle. Wow. This is special moments, no doubt.
Yeah, I just got a text from Dane Peterson saying congratulations to Joel, and he was super impressed with Tony surfing.
Yeah, Tony put up a fight for sure. There was no doubt that Tony was going for it. Just got a little hung up on a couple of those waves, and yeah, Joel the tactician. I mean, it's funny because he knew better than we did. He was like, I can take this inside wave, and all I need is the 4.
Yeah.
You know, all I need is that 4.
You know, it was all about that first wave that he had. That was it, man. He set himself up for success. That was it.
He's taking the slow paddle.
I love it. Hey, relish the moment, Joel Tudor. Soak it all up. Soak it all in. Well-deserved. And just the calm, cool, collected act of Joel Tudor should be celebrated.
They're going to chair him up the beach or what?
I want to see Tosh and Judah
chair
him up the beach. What do you think? Can Judah do that? Joel's pretty light. Kaimana, Takayama down there. The log wrap. Mr. Ryan getting the action.
So Joel Tudor
Tosh
makes his way up the beach. And let's give it up for Joel Tudor, 45 years young and a 3-time world longboard champ.
Yeah. Congratulations, Joel. You put the competition in a headlock, bro.
Oh,
I love it. Jude is getting the chair too. I guess that's what you get as the youngest son. You get to be chaired with him.
He helped. He was part of the inspiration. I guarantee you that.
Oh, no doubt. So
and
cool.
a hug from Tosh. Hugs all the way around for Joel. This is a great moment.
Yeah, Justin Quintal passing off the world title.
Hey.
That's a pretty cool moment there.
Yeah.
Guys, back in 2020, after he won Noosa, he said, "Hey, I kind of showed up here for fun. I may as well go for a world title."
Look at him and Harry.
Yeah, that's cool. Right on, Harry.
What a good sport.
Such good surfing from both of them.
And don't forget, Joel made it to the finals.
Yeah, I know.
We still got a final to go.
Yeah.
We got so much more going on right here. But we're going to relish this moment right now for Joel Tudor, and just an absolute legend of the sport. Showed up here, lighthearted on land, always just wanted to talk story about stuff, you know, talking some old stories, sharing some history. When he had to put the jersey on, did it, and went out there and calmly took out a win here.
That's the thing. He's just so consistent. There wasn't a heat. He took a second early on in his first heat, but it was more wave catching than anything.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a break, but we'll be back with more. When we return, it's going to be the women's semifinals. Stick around.
Welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
I don't want to say Mick's getting comboed.
For me, going to Chopu, I kind of say bring it on.
Billy is being treated in a hospital.
You look famous.
I look famous.
Yeah, you don't.
You're ruining my vibe, man.
Oh, yeah.
Show you guys some of the secrets.
Come check it out.
Welcome back. You are watching the Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas. Our world champs have been crowned, and we still have more heats and finals to finish out what's been an incredible day. Here in Malibu, California, Joel Tudor just clinched his third world title at 45 years of age. What a special moment that's happening on the sand. Also, Honolua Blomfield capturing her third world title as well. Interesting to note. You know, Hono being the youngest to clinch 3 in her lifetime, and Joel Tudor now being the oldest world champion, now with 3 world titles. Joe Turpel with Shannon Hughes, Frankie Seeley, a lot more on the line as well as we transition into the semifinals. Alice Lemoyne from France, Chloe Calmon from Brazil going head-to-head for a spot in the final. Now, it's got to be pretty interesting, Frankie, for all these celebrations to be happening on the sand, the world title moments, and you still have a contest to win. For Alice and Chloe, they've got to really pay attention to the lineup in front of them because the party's already started on the beach.
Oh, yeah, you can hear screams from miles away of just the celebration on the beach. Everyone's stoked, but these competitors are competitors, and they know how to focus. And I know it's distracting, but I'm pretty sure the Alice and Chloe are both going to just move their focus over to the water and the task at hand.
So now looking at positioning for these two, they're staying calm. We had quite a few lulls that made the last heat pretty dramatic. There was a moment where we saw Joel and Tony just kind of sitting out at sea until that last set was so incredible and made it official with Joel Tudor, now a 3-time world champ. Tudor is with Kaipo.
Yeah.
17 years since the last one.
All right, so I'm here with Joel Tudor. Joel, you're the world champ right now. You're the world champ right now. How's that feel?
Kind of surreal. I didn't really have expectations of winning coming here. Do you know what I mean? I just wanted to kind of do well and finish. You know, there was all kinds of different elements that came into play. My dad hasn't come here to watch me compete in 27 years. Him and my mom were here, so that was kind of like, I had an emotional second there. No tears, you can't cry. Never cry, even if you win. But I don't know, I don't even know what to say. This was for Donald Takayama. I said it right before I paddled out. I told Kai that. He kind of mentored my whole existence, and I wouldn't be here where I am today if it weren't for him, so that was for him.
We love you, Uncle Donald. What about having your sons on the beach, Judah and Tosh?
Yeah, right here. Here's my littlest munchkin. Rocking his favorite hat. It's so cool to have your kids here and have them watch you. And the last time I competed in an event here, he wasn't born or Tosh, so that was kind of cool. And, you know, when you're a dad, you don't really kind of talk about your accomplishments with your kids, do you know what I mean? And especially if it's stuff prior to their existence. So it's nice that they actually got to see their dad, still has a moment of bliss every now and then, do you know what I mean? But the most proud thing of all of it, I finally beat Kelly at something.
That's right, you're the oldest world champ in history.
So remember that.
Joel Tudor, our 2021 world champ and 3-time world champ. Let's give it up for Joel.
So special to realize this moment. His title's pretty stretched out, even between the first two. 1998, Joel Tudor won his first world title. There was quite a few years in between. Joel Tudor won his second world title in 2004. Now it's 2021, and Tudor at 45 clinches the third. Lots changed in between in his life. He became a black belt in jiu-jitsu. You know, he accomplished a lot at waves like Pipeline on the North Shore of Oahu. He kind of went into what was thought to be a retirement in 2007, started hosting his own events, and then ended up winning Noosa, which gave him this momentum to go for a third world title. And it wasn't like he was going through the motions, not trying to put it out there. After that first win at Noosa, he's like, I'm going for my third world title this year. To do in front of his family, that's got to mean everything to him, Shannon.
Well, it was 17 years ago, Joe, that he won his last world title, and now to be able to do that with his kids on the shoreline, with his parents there to witnessing, it really is, I feel like this is the crowning achievement of his life. He's got so many accolades. You've just spoken of those incredible accomplishments throughout, and then the amount of time that he has now spent pouring back into the next generation of longboarding and shifting things and a new approach to our traditional longboarding here on the World Surf League. And now to see Joel Tudor in the mix there, I think that's something that no one ever expected and could have predicted a day like today.
It's like the end of a classic movie that you're watching, where he comes out, you know, from retirement, gets back on tour and wins it all. And Frankie, as you know, Joel Tudor has probably been one of the most influential surfers for maybe every single surfer that's in the draw today here at Malibu.
I mean, his style is impeccable. It's beautiful. Like everyone wants to emulate some sort of style that Joel has put to the table throughout the years, and it's amazing. He, with his kids right now, you can see on screen, just living in the moment. And I think that's what Joel's message is: just to live in the moment and take these steps to, yes, win a world championship. But that's not what it's all about. It's also about sharing the love of longboarding.
So many great memories for Joel Tudor right here on this wave at Malibu. And looking at over a 2-decade hiatus from putting a serious jersey on. He's participated in club events, so he's had those moments here and there, but nothing compares to a world title moment where the best in the world are competing for that #1 prize. Things now getting started here in the first semifinal. We've got Chloe Calmon just fading out, multiple-time runner-up in the world. Missed out on the title this year because Hona already clinched, but still a lot at stake with the event title on the line, Shannon.
Yeah, this is a moment for Chloe to step up and rise. We've seen her win events of this status. We saw her win in Papua New Guinea back in 2017, and then she's come runner-up in events when there's so much pressure on her that it's a world title she's after. Now that pressure is gone because she's just seen her friend Honolua win it, and I feel like these are the moments when we really see Chloe Calmon able to shine, is when she is totally on her own out in the water, able to just catch waves and surf. without the pressure of a world title looming overhead.
And you know what this is really making me feel like right now is when the Pipe Masters is going on, the title's been decided, but you need to win Pipe. You know, to have that trophy at home, that is one of the most important things to do. And that's almost, I was talking to Devin Howard, and he's going, so is this like the J-Bay or is this the Pipe, you know, of the longboard tour, looking for a direct reference point. And I thought, well, a little bit of both because they're both insane, but it has that kind of end cap feeling of you've got to win Malibu. If you're on the longboard tour, that would be an absolute dream. Title's decided, but still a lot on the line.
A lot of the line because this is the break. Malibu is the break and the spot to win because of the history, because of the community, the heritage that is embedded in this beautiful place that I am lucky enough to call home. So there's a lot at stake, and a lot of longboarders come here during the summers, spend time here. So this is a very heartfelt event to win.
So many amazing world title runs. Remember last time they had a full year, Justin Quintal won the title in 2019. Hono also achieved that second title, now 3 this year in 2021. So it's traded hands quite a bit since the Tudor story. Stevie Sawyer, Taylor Jensen has had a few in there, Piccolo Clemente, Harley Ingleby. It's like we've seen these different generations kind of fill in all these world titles kind of in Tudor's absence. And he said, you know, longboarding makes you kind of mature well and kind of grow old gracefully. And he really showed that today here in Malibu with real clean reactions to the sections. That local knowledge really paid off. And it'll be fun to see how Joel kind of takes his breath, how Hono takes her breath. They've achieved the ultimate goal, and they still have some surfing to do today.
They still have finals ahead of them, which is so exciting to see. Well, semifinals for Honolua Blomfield, she'll be coming up in the next one. But I love that reference that Joel made earlier on in the day to, you know, Donald Takayama telling him if you take that longboard out at a young age and you make that your craft, you have that longevity in life. And, you know, it's pretty incredible, that witness now to really speaking to that, and him being able to win a world title at 45 years old, to take that nod ahead of Kelly, and to be showing surfers that if they adopt a longboard, even, you know, thinking of our viewership at home, for anyone interested in getting into surfing, even at a later age, a longboard it's manageable for anybody. It's such a graceful, it's an easier sport to learn how to do, not to learn how to do this well, obviously at this level, but really just speaking to the longevity of being a surfer and the, you know, that aspect when it comes into riding longboard.
There's so many great uses for it. It keeps you in the water. If it's really small, you get so much great glide. You can ride a wave for a long time, but like you said, to get to this level is a whole nother journey, which you dedicate your life to. I mean, it's for yourself, Frankie. It's like you're always waiting for your next best wave. That's what makes this whole thing so brilliant.
Yeah, this I'm always looking for the next best wave, and everybody here is just waiting for this wave at Malibu, the most beautiful, one of the most beautiful, longest open-faced right-hand point breaks in the world. And to win here is just so magical.
Well, it's interesting now as we look at the start here. It's getting a couple of lulls now at this part of the day. Chloe Calmon just a 1.23, and Alice holding down priority. In the previous heats, I've just have Alice just rapid fire in my mind, getting a lot of really busy heats, a lot of set waves in her heats previous today. Shannon, how does she handle kind of changing up her strategy throughout the day?
Yeah, she's got a lot of, you know, kind of that keep that mindset, keep that mental attitude alive and okay, especially considering that we've seen Chloe up and riding smaller wave for Chloe, not going to amount to anything there for her. But now for Alice, you know, she's sitting with priority. She's in a good position actually, because Chloe's just going to have a couple of very small scores on the board that she's going to need to wipe away. It's really now a 20-minute heat instead of a 30-minute heat.
Oh, it's so true. Alice coming from some great parts of Reunion Island, but also when you travel around there through Europe, you kind of get your feet wet through the European series. And I believe Alice's first longboard event was in Nuki that she was able to final in, I think, her 4th try. But she made the quarters early, which gave her this kind of early run to commit to this longboard craft. And year after year, that result got better, made her first final there, and then finally won it, where she had that early connection with an event and saw it through to the finish line to get that big win. Then multiple wins started coming in the same season. After that happens, the next step is to hunt down a world title.
Yeah, she's been really hungry for that world title for a while, and I think especially for her to have made it into the final back in 2019 in Taiwan up against Honolua Blomfield. That was a massive accomplishment for her, reaching this level where it is different than, you know, those European Tour events, those lower ranked longboarding qualifying series events, which hold their own accolades on their own and have really fierce competitive fields. But now Alice has that taste. She knows she can make it to the finals. She's just looking for that next notch to get those wins and the points she requires to get a world title.
What a great scene on Frankie's favorite beach in the whole world. Seeing a lot of your friends, your family's down here, Frankie, and it just got so electric when Tudor clinched that third world title. Before that, with Honolua Blomfield as well. Did you get a chance to see Hono after she clinched that third title?
Oh yeah, I saw Hono actually hanging out at her van, kind of decompressing, really taking in that moment that she had, winning that world title. She's worked so hard, and right now she's just focusing on keeping it simple and just surfing throughout the day.
So interesting, right? When you win the ultimate accomplishment, you've got media asking you questions. People want to give you a hug that you've never met before. And she goes, hey, I've got a van. I know exactly where I'm going. Hide out a bit. The job's not done. She wants to win this event as well.
Oh, she's still hungry for it. I love, you know, that little bit of insight, Frankie, from you just checking her down there in the car park. And that's such a classic zone as well, just here at Malibu. I mean, you have to, if you can fight your way through to actually get a car park, it's usually because you got to the beach before sunrise. That's the only way to generally secure one if the waves are on. But so much van culture and van life down there. Honolua has just found her space in that little secluded area that so traditionally is what we see here from surfers traveling all over the coastline of California, finding that same little seclusion after a nice surf out at the point, get away from the crowds, catch your breath, and get ready to go back in the water.
So cool. As we see some photographers getting shots, Alan Sarlo in the distance there, who kind of runs point out there on any given day when Malibu is pumping. Great to see all the great waves he's still getting today. Definitely one of the biggest names in this region. Colton Sarlo rips as well. Great presence for them in this Malibu area. I was talking to Kevin, though, who did great in this event. Really fun to watch his form. He said, yeah, I spent a lot of time warming up. Didn't have to look for accommodations. Van life is a great life. He said he just spent 8 days in the parking lot. And he said, yeah, the waves are great, but the people watching may be better. Frankie, you could probably speak to that.
Oh, it's entertainment to a T. The characters you see here, especially in Los Angeles, you get so many different people from so many different walks of life that it's that you meet a lot of amazing people and sometimes little interesting ones, but it's all about like. There's so many stories in Los Angeles. We're so near the city, so that's why I love this place. So many different people and different avenues.
It's everyone's brought together. It's like this is that meeting place, if you will, for movie stars, for people who work at the restaurant down the street. You name their walk of life. It feels like the one thing that is the common thread is riding waves, or maybe even just this beach that just brings this balance together. And maybe it's just that beautiful part of uniting humans, you know, no matter where you come from. You know, you come to the beach at Malibu and you're going to be entertained.
And there's almost this little mini amphitheater set up on the beach here. You know, the way the point runs down, the way the sand actually kind of builds as it heads back to that famous wall where the longboards are always stacked against. It gives this great feel and energy just on any day of the week. As long as there's waves here, you can get the family set up, the towels on the beach, the umbrellas. You get surfers that will plan to spend the whole day here because they had a long drive from home down south or from up north. They got a car park, and they're going to be, you know, packing their lunch in and setting up for just a really good overall day here in Malibu, and hopefully scoring some of the best waves of their life.
Oh, exactly. That's worth the trip for sure. To even get one wave out here in Malibu, it's worth the drive. Semifinals are still on, 14 on the clock. Chloe with a quiet lead, couple of ones. Salas with priority. Back for more here in Malibu right after this. rubber ducky time. You think about that in your bathtub at home, but also here in Malibu, just keeping things entertaining all the time. Chloe Calmon still trying to keep the business face on, even with that flotation device going by. She's got a 1.27 and a 1.23. And everyone's just enjoying the action here. Frankie, is that yours?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I just bring that everywhere I go.
It's been quite a lull. So competitively, Frankie, just thinking about what these women are going through right now, are the nerves getting kind of crazy right now because you just want to surf so bad? I mean, we're talking about a couple of ones so far, 12 minutes to go.
Well, I was first, if I was them, and I mean, I'm nervous for them because both of them are my friends. But if I were them, I would try to move a little bit in, just a little bit. That high tide I think we're seeing right now is a little bit off and making the wave a little weird. Not that much action right now, but yeah, honestly, these women surf so well, and I love watching them surf. Obviously, I want to surf too, but it's still a treat.
And now 3-time world champion likes her van for some quiet space, headphones on to kind of find her own little world, and I think that's what brings out the best for Honolua Blomfield. She'll have a heat with Zoe in the semifinals, and we'll see how she's going to continue this momentum on. Sometimes there's this big pressure release, and then your next heat, you can't even feel your arms. So we'll see if Hono can get right back into gear and pick up another big win of her career.
Yeah, it would be really incredible to witness her walking away with the event win as well as the world title. I think that would be kind of the ultimate day, one of those that she would remember forever, but she's already going to remember it forever with a world title. And heading out in the lineup up against Zoe Grospion, Zoe has been on fire this heat. She is 100% the underdog coming into things. She's been that dark horse that has just slowly worked her way through heat after heat, and she's found herself in the final.
There's sometimes that beautiful place when the spotlight's on somebody else and you can kind of hide behind the scenes. Hono probably would want that, but that's long gone. When you won 3 titles, everyone's talking about how amazing you are being the best this year. But for Zoe, she might be able to capitalize, flying under the radar a little bit.
Yeah, she was quite a standout with especially under pressure. So, and I feel like that's where she thrives is under pressure. Being the dark horse, I think she is just putting everything aside, being like, I deserve to be here just like anybody else.
Frankie, have you tried shaping boards at all?
Me?
Yeah.
I did once, and it wasn't
did it work out?
No.
But you did it. That's really cool.
I did it. I tried. It was hard.
It's interesting with I think the longboard craft and on tour, you start diving into those surfers that will kind of make their own boards or have a very serious input in that design as well. For Chloe and, well, it looks like Alice, they might get a little opportunity here. First wave of the semifinal now at the 9:45 mark. Alice will get started.
Yeah, this is a great wave for Alice. She's going to try to do the most she can with that one.
And just a quick float, so she was hoping it was going to run a little bit further.
I thought it was going to, but unfortunately, that wave just didn't hold up what we thought was going to happen.
And sometimes after that long wait, it's decision time. You have to ride waves to win the heat at some point. Knowing it's top 2 scores, it was about time that she made a move.
Well, at the moment, Chloe's winning with a 2.5 heat total. So definitely great opportunity for Alice. You know, lovely little bit of footwork straight up to the nose. Got that tap, not an actual hooked in hang 5, but got that little touch to the nose. And then did a nice, kind of that little floater re-entry on that section. So she connected through the best wave of the heat so far, but we're definitely hoping we see these women lock into something a little bit longer.
Frankie, are these two aggressive when it comes to competition? Is it pretty serious out in the water, you'd think, right now? Because they've had a lot of time sitting next to each other, or do they kind of just let things play out surfing-wise?
Knowing Alice, she's very competitive. And Chloe, even though she's all smiles, she is still all business. So I think that they are both just ready to pounce at any opportunity that comes their way.
I love that. Hono getting herself all ready for the next heat. Scrapping into this one, representing Brazil, former runner-up in the world, Chloe Calmon, styling into the 10. Perfect position to lock that one in and quickly running back to that tail, but she will go down. She was counting ones before, so achieving that 10 will probably see that subtle adjustment of improvement. 7:55 to go.
Yeah, she's looking for just a 2.07 to take that advancing position over Alice. And I love that conversation of the competitiveness between these two, Joe and Frankie. They actually matched up in a really critical moment back in 2019 at the Taiwan World Longboard Championships. It was the semifinals, and Chloe was leading the rankings that year to win a world title based off of a couple of huge wins early in the season, and Alice took her out in that event in the semifinals. So if this one goes in Chloe's favor, she's got one up back on Alice.
That is huge. I love those little rivalries that come into play. So exciting. Obviously, what comes into play big time is equipment, and we've got a legend down here. Wayne Rich is now hanging out with Troy.
Yeah, right on. Thanks, Joe. Here with legendary shaper Wayne Rich. Wayne, making a world title surfboard for Honolua Blomfield. How's it feel?
Pretty blessed. It's been a long journey, and we've just been playing with stuff, but her surfing ability is just kind of makes everybody shine. I just can't believe she's done it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Is there anything specific about the board she was riding that you want to point out that was kind of something you changed or did for even maybe this contest specifically?
Well, we don't want to give away all the secrets, but really it came down to trying to maintain tradition, but also have that flow and power when she needed it to move the board around, moving it around in the pocket, be able to still nose ride the board incredibly well. And it's based on a lot of really old stuff, actually based on some stuff done with Cole Robbins. So we've done a lot of testing of that stuff here. So it was a good board for here, you know.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I mean, Hana looked really good on her feet on that board and still now surfing super well. The other thing is you've had a pretty good influence on some of Joel's boards, and Joel just won a world title. So we won't necessarily give you credit for the board he was riding, but anything that you've been working on with Joel that was kind of fun that maybe gave him an opportunity to win here?
Well, it's been about 12 years straight, and so that board he was on, there's been a lot of people working together, so I feel proud to be part of that. But yeah, we're trying to keep longboarding where we'd like to see it go with the way the board, the capabilities of the board and what we're putting into it. A lot of little things, a lot of subtle things, so I don't really want to talk about it.
I like the secrecy. Yeah. Well, thank you, Wayno, for all of the epic effort and influence you've had on board design over the years. Appreciate it.
It's been an honor, and it's all about the love, the respect, and the soul.
Right on. Cheers. Back to you guys in the booth, Joe.
Thanks so much, Troy. And what a great chance to catch up with a legendary human like Wayne Rich, and a master craftsman. You know, was such a standout up and down the coast and through the 60s, and he's had his hands in a lot of surfboard design, fin design, and if you're kind of up north, especially towards that Rincon area, you kind of lose count of how many boards shaped by Wayne Rich through all the points basically in California. They definitely stand out. As we go back to this one, 4:44 on the clock. Some great tip time, and just losing it in transition was Chloe Calmon. She was off to such a brilliant start, and that last wave really ran away from her. Wave before was a 2.57, and Alice had taken the lead with back-to-back threes. So that was an important ride for Chloe, which really was close to just getting the lead back.
That was such a shame that she fell. Just an uncharacteristic slip up from Chloe in what looked to be such a beautiful wave starting to unfold. And I really was thinking we were about to witness, you know, the exciting moment in the heat with that wave.
4 minutes on the clock. Alice's goal for Chloe's fall is to really make you pay for it here. So she's hoping for improvement by leaving that lineup position with priority. Great footwork. She'll kind of just step down to the bottom. Inside track's looking fun. There's the 5. Nice extension on the wrap into the pocket. Great pose right there with the 5 again. She likes to arch the back and look at the beach. She's never been afraid of just rolling into the sand on her finishes. And that'll be tough for Chloe, seeing Alice improve on her situation out there, knowing that she missed a big opportunity, Frankie.
She did miss that opportunity. When you're going against a competitor like Alice, you kind of can't make those mistakes, but there's still time. There's still 3 minutes, but yeah, Alice definitely made the best out of that situation. She put the pedal to the metal and performed.
As we look at the famous Malibu Pier, it's been there for over 100 years. Back to the action. Some people watching from that pier as Chloe just misses this wave with a pretty huge effort. If Alice was close to her, that would be potentially losing priority, but Chloe's got some space up the point. Alice, last wave, a 5.5. Calmon now needs a 5.08. So kind of put herself in a tough position. I mean, it's easy to say a fall is a mistake. There's a lot going on with pressure, reading the wave correctly. We know Chloe's history, runner-up in the world. But, yeah, there's a lot going on. It's not like a normal wave you're riding in a free surf. It's a totally different situation for Calmon right now, Frankie.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors within this heat. Chloe needs to utilize what she has going for her, which is she's on the outside, so she can maybe sneak under Alice right now. But she definitely needs to capitalize on these moments right now as we're counting down to the last only 2 minutes left in this heat.
And I guess that's what you dream of all the time when you are in a free surf situation. You're imagining the scoreboard kind of running down with time. You know you need the score, and you paddle in and you get it. You go through that motion all the time in your prep work and your training. You paddle out in a crowd and you're like, okay, get a 5 now. And you just have to turn it in. Chloe's been through that type of training for a long time. She's won some major events. 2019, maybe her best of her career, where we're seeing this steady climb of improvement. Chasing a 5.08, minute 20. Not much happening on the horizon, but she has a steady look at something up the point.
Still just over a minute on the clock. I feel like there's still going to be time for Chloe. I'm pulling for it. There's going to be another wave, and she's going to have an opportunity to see if she can get that 5.08 and redeem that moment. That fall was really critical for her, as she only got that 3.83. I think had she been able to just stick with that wave right all the way to the shoreline, she could have matched something like what Alice had put down.
Down to 45 seconds. Chloe deciding to take this wave. Needs a 5.08 for a spot in the final. Quick 5. There's the fade. She'll set up the tip again. Back to a 5. Bit longer this time. Quick 10. She will recover. That pedal back to the tail. So far, looking solid for Calmon. Will she turn it on her final wave? Quick tap 5, and she's run out of room. Chasing a 5.08, 15 seconds. Alice not on a wave, but she does have priority. She looks back, and it might just come down to Chloe's last effort, Frankie. Is it giving you that feeling that it may turn the heat?
It might turn the heat. That was a really well-executed wave from Chloe. She did what she needed to do, so it's in the judges' hands, but it's definitely going to be a nail-biter.
What a close moment. And I think every heat, you're always hoping there's another shot. You want to see, just for the element of sports, someone get that chance to answer back. Shannon, well, you willed it. It came through. One last wave for Chloe. Do you feel like it was enough?
I feel like it was an excellent opportunity for her. Really well surfed, totally redeemed that moment from the fall in the previous wave. Like Frankie said, just very well surfed overall, nice and smooth. She had that style, that flow, and that grace. My only question within it is that size of wave. It wasn't quite that set wave that we saw Alice get, that bigger score in that 5.5 from. It had some of those nice pockets, and she did really well to stick with it. But that would be my only question on where the judges would go with that score.
It's so cool just comparing and contrasting. You could see some elements where maybe Alice has the edge, and then with Chloe, I feel like her flow and connectivity is great. She did have a little stumble back to the tail. We'll take another look. This wave could potentially decide who will be in the final. 5.08. Frankie, what do you think?
I think that she had a lot of flow, a lot of grace. She definitely knows how to put herself in the meaty part of the sections. She's just trying to get herself going. Again, great style, great flow, and did a couple nose rides. So that's going to be a contesting wave.
Yeah, it's interesting when you kind of recover your footwork going back to the tail, when you kind of almost stumble a little bit, you're worried about her flow being disrupted. We'll see how the judges react to that section for Chloe Calmon. Last score now coming through, and she turns in a 5.0. Just under the requirement. Calmon still left chasing a 3.91. Incredibly close decision. 8.9 to 8.83 in the combined total. And we will see Alice move on to the final here in Malibu.
Very excited to see Alice into yet another final at this level. Back-to-back finals for her at world title events.
Really incredible composure for the surfer from France into the final, as we'll enjoy the action from a 3-time world champ Honolua Blomfield in this next semifinal.
I have 24 hours left.
You're watching the Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas. 28.5 on the clock. Honolua Blomfield, a 3-time world champ, is #1 in the world. She's got to let that sink in. That was special earlier when she got through the quarters. She was able to clinch that 3rd world title, being the youngest ever to get 3 cups. And she takes on Zoe Grasperon, who's got a chance to maybe make it an all-French final. We'll see how that works out. Zoe, obviously, we talked about being under the radar. I mean, you're always going to be if you're surfing against the freshly crowned world champion. Can you see an upset happen in this heat, Frankie? Is it possible for Zoe to take out Hono at this part of the game?
I mean, she took out 1 world champion. Why not 2? I mean, it's possible. She is looking very in form. And same with Hano. She just won a world championship. So I mean, it's either or. I think Zoe has a little bit of grace under pressure. I think that's her strong suit, especially going against Hano, who is a very accomplished surfer. And speaking of Hano, an amazing surfer, we're gonna get onto the action with her, going up to a really nice nose ride, very critical section. She carves it back into the power source of the wave. And another beautiful nose ride. She does get a little flare there. That was very great when it came to showing variety, and that's what the judges want to see, and that's what's going to separate her from a lot of the competitors.
And just to note quickly, that wave that we saw from Hono as we went to break did not count. The semifinal hadn't started yet, so it was actually right before the horn went off to start the heat. So that officially,
I apologize.
The wave we just saw, we were just getting the information from upstairs. So we're all getting that info that was actually before the horn went off. Hono just getting started here, and now Zoe on her opening ride. Just trying to get out of that section that will tackle her and take her down. There's kind of that technique you feel, Shannon, you know, longboarding without a leash, that's pretty standard. How to save your board when you feel like it's going to be a fall, but then there's that fine line of if you could recover it without just ejecting and hugging your surfboard. I mean, there's that commitment level, right? When you feel like you should chance it and ride something out in a critical part of the wave.
Yeah, there's always that question, do you kind of go almost prone again just to save the board and keep that trim line in some way? Always worth, you know, sacrificing the body for the board, in my opinion. And I think that's what we see from a lot of longboarders actually, is that willingness to reach out and grab that board, make sure that the board's not going to slide away. They're not going to have to do that swim, especially when there's rocks around possibly. Here at Malibu, even when we get to that low tide, there's always a little bit of potential for some board damage, and we've seen it. I've seen a few of the surfers posting, you know, they needed some last-minute ding repair because of those moments in the lineup when they knock a rock, knock another board again.
It's so true. It comes in handy when you can fix your own boards because it can happen on the fly. Well, we have a finalist standing by. Alice into the final. She's with Troy.
Right on. Thanks, Joe. Alice, you were just telling me that you were missing something in the lineup at the end of the heat. What happened?
I lost my fin and my board is ding. on the plug, so I was like, at the end of the heat, I can do nothing if the set's coming because my board was done. So yes, I was so stressful and I can do nothing.
Right on. Well, you're in the final. You took out Chloe Calmon in that last heat. She didn't get the score at the end. Kind of nerve-wracking. We just need to find you a fin for the final, or what?
I need to try a fin for the final, yeah, of course. But yes, I'm super happy to make the final. I'm super stoked, and yes, it's a good result already.
Yeah, awesome. Really proud of you. Is there anything other than getting a fin that you want to do in the final different from the last few heats you've been in?
I hope there are more waves for the final because it was very slowly, and I held like 10 minutes and I didn't catch one wave, so I was like a little bit nervous. But yes, I made it, so I'm very happy, and I hope for the final it's going to be better, the wave.
Awesome, yeah, got to be proud of yourself. Yeah. Do you want to give a shout out in French to some of your friends at home?
Yes, of course. Un gros bisou à ma maman qui me doit me regarder depuis la Réunion, et ça doit être la nuit. Je te fais de gros bisous. Bisous à tous les Réunionnais. Bisous aussi, j'en sais qu'il y en a qui regardent de Biarritz, donc je vous fais de gros bisous. Et voilà, je vais mettre la Réunion en l'air comme toujours. Merci.
Awesome, congratulations. Back to you guys in the booth.
Right on, Troy. Wow, that was big insight that we just heard from Alice there. We were just kind of coming off ding repair talk, and then we realized that she actually went through maybe the most destruction to her equipment in that last heat, realizing she had no fin, and if it came down to one more wave, there was nothing that she could have done unless she went friction-free surfing on us and changed the whole program, Frankie.
Yeah, that's a lot of stress on anybody. She was really great at just like being composed in that really stressful situation, especially in a heat. So kudos to her on that.
Yeah, that is stressful. Now she's got to make sure she could throw another fin, and hopefully the fin box is okay, and she just can grab a fin, get ready for the final, because that's going to be a big one. It'll be between either Honolua or Zoe. During that interview, we had an incredible exchange. How was Zoe here, Shannon?
Wow, that was such a beautiful opening nose ride. Just really stuck into that 5, gets that little bit of combination, and then a beautiful big gouging S-turn. Keeping that flow and style right there in the criteria, the grace as well, and another 5 to 10 combination on the inside. That wave had such good pocket to it all the way throughout, and she just ducks out before hitting that sand.
And then the 3-time world champ right behind her. How did Hono do on this one, Frankie?
Well, Hono, she definitely knows how to manufacture the score. She got a really nice hang 5. She's going to make her way into the inside section, do a couple little turns there. She's really using the rail back and forth. You can see on that last exchange on her maneuvers, she kicks out, and that was a solid wave for her opener.
Cool that we were listening to Wayne Rich before, her shaper, and actually not tell us a lot about these boards, little subtleties that I'm sure for a lifetime of making boards, when you come up with something that's really working, you got to keep that locked up. And last thing you want is a bunch of copies of that getting sent around to the people competing against you. Reminds me of so many scenarios on the championship tour where people have a relationship with a shaper, and before they take on more team riders, they actually have to have a conversation. You're like, what if we're battling for a title? You're making boards for the different sides. That surfer-shaper relationship is extra special.
Yeah, it's a really important aspect, you know, especially in the longevity of someone surfing, to have someone that knows them well, understands how they surf. For Hono and Wayne to be working together for so many years now and really just refining that equipment for her. I feel like that is, you know, so much of it. I love his nod to Hono's specific ability. No matter what board she's riding, she could be on 3 world titles for sure. But knowing that she's had that support in the background, and she is someone that's really engaged with her equipment and would have been having those direct conversations with him. Not just pulling a board off the racks that says Wayne Rich's name in any surf shop, but really spending the time with him to dial things out.
Frankie, how do you feel about the state of the World Longboard Tour now that WSL is putting on? I mean, every year does feel different from different locations, obviously having to be very flexible in the last couple of years, but obviously having venues like Malibu, the Surf Ranch, Noosa, and, you know, and sometimes years before it was a single event world title run. How are you feeling about where things are going now?
I like how things are going. Everything seems to have a lot more structure, which I really like. And a lot more structure, a lot more freedom for these surfers to be able to have opportunities that they didn't have before and be competing against each other on the world stage and showcasing what longboarding is all about, which is grace, style, flow, and the community. And I'm really happy that it's going this direction.
Yeah, it feels really balanced, you know, with multiple different events in a season, having a kind of a clear path to qualify. And I feel like there's so much room to even make more improvements in the future. With a guy like Devin Howard around, he listens to everything. He kind of took feedback even from the surf ranch into the criteria coming into Malibu. And just like the championship tour, I don't know if any other sport is so open to change for the better. It's, hey, this is come into the office. If you got an idea, let's hear it. And they'll have meetings about it and just try to make the tour even better. So it's a treat to seeing where it's come today.
Yeah, it's been a really exciting shift to things. You know, having Devin behind the scenes and that engagement from the surfers, hearing what the surfers want as well on the longboard tour. And that really speaks to, you know, who we're seeing showcased here. To see a Joel Tudor return to competition after so many years from retirement is incredible. To see surfers, you know, some of those older surfers sticking around, some of them changing up their equipment, but really wanting to stay engaged, knowing that they get to surf multiple events around the world to win those world titles, and really getting to finally see surfers also surfing longboards at the world's best longboarding waves. I think that's a massive shift that we've seen within professional longboarding, and really the crucial thing to gaining more followers within it.
I would have to second that. I am really happy with that. When I first saw the shift was in Spain. I thought Spain was one of the best events I've ever been to in longboarding. In Galicia. Sorry about my pronunciation. But that was the first shift I saw of professionalism in longboarding. Then New York. I felt that they were just building blocks, and Devin really helped with the communication between the administration and the surfers, and I think that relationship is really telling, especially in this event.
That is so cool, and those events are so fun to look back on as well. I mean, I couldn't have had any more FOMO watching New York go down and just seeing this change, this culture, this group just taking over with kind of almost like a rock star feel, but also just the individuality. It's like you didn't have to be like the next person, yet they all get along in this space. Knowing that, I think they're on the pulse of something really brilliant that's really changing in such a positive way.
Yeah, it was such a special event to be a part of there. So much fun in New York, and to start seeing, you know, that was, I think, the third event within the series that year, because we had Noosa as well, and then Galicia and Spain, and then New York, followed up by Taiwan. And by that stage in New York, the third event of the series, we could really start to get a feeling for the family and get to know so many more of the surfers that were brand new to the World Tour, that hadn't competed for the WSL, but came into competition in 2019. We saw Justin Quintal get his inaugural world title, also his first year competing for the WSL. We saw some big shifts like that. Frankie, you were a part of that movement as well, and it was really exciting to start see things now grow from there, from 2019 season all the way through to 2021.
Well, there's a lot of things we have been celebrating today, but you've got to be feeling for surfers like Harrison Roach, who, I mean, has a lot to be proud of, but again, was so close to getting a world title. Harrison's with Troy.
Yeah, cheers, Joe. Harrison, solid run in the event. Incredible surfing. I mean, even though you didn't get through and win that world title, I got to say you were the most informed guy. How does it feel to come runner-up? Joel Tudor as the champion. What are you feeling right now?
Yeah, obviously it's bittersweet. Fuck, excuse my French. I would have loved to have brought it home for my friends at home, like Thomas and Edie and my parents and everyone who has supported me so much. But Joel's the GOAT, and I couldn't leave the door open like that, and it was never going to work like that. So, you know what? Skin Dog surfed as good as Skin Dog surfs. He nailed it, and you know, it's unfortunate, but I'm happy coming second. I really am.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you'd had to feel good going into that heat after having a solid one, big scores coming up. Was there anything that went down in that heat that kind of felt like it took you off guard, or what was going on?
You know, that heat in the quarters was huge. It was 40 minutes and it was constant waves. And I feel like I got a little bit tired, but this next one, the conditions had changed a little bit. It was a little more windy. It was a little bit more high tide, but I had a few opportunities. I feel like I would like to have again, but that's the way it works with competition. Second is quite good when it's with Joel. I feel like that's fair to say.
Yeah, for sure. I think that from a runner-up perspective, being runner-up to Joel in his third world title is going to probably cement you somewhere on the list rather than some of the other runner-ups in the past. But yeah, it's awesome. So, any plans for next year? Like, what are you going to do? Are you going to stick to this?
No, I'm not sure. I feel like right now I just want to enjoy watching, and I want to enjoy cheering on Ben to get a little jab in against Joel. I feel like that'd be really nice to see. He's an English guy with the Commonwealth. I don't really care too much about it, but we just get along really well. And honestly, losing to him, if I lost to many other people, I'd be really upset. But he deserves it. He's been doing this for years, and he hasn't won one yet. So I'd really love to see him win. And cheers to Joel for being, like I said before, maybe once or twice, the GOAT. And go Skin Dog. Come on, let's see it happen.
Right on, there you have it. Harrison's rooting for Skin Dog in the final, but still very stoked to come up second to Joel. Back to you guys in the booth, Joe.
Right on, Troy. I think that was one of my favorite runner-up to the world title interviews. I mean, to say, yes, I'm happy with second, to honor Joel, but then to want Ben Skinner to go all the way. It was really nice to enjoy that entire place of mindset of feeling the disappointment, that heartache, but initially looking at the overall perspective. Well done to Harrison Roach for an incredible season. And we have a big replay to get caught up with here. Zoe Grasperone and Honolua Blomfield going back-to-back here, Shannon.
Yeah, beautiful exchange between these two. I love seeing that we've finally seen some sets rolling through. A little stumble there from Zoe on the inside. She'll grab that rail and just continue trimming along. But nice, well executed out the back. Great footwork, really nice and clean. And then this is what we saw in the background, that set coming through.
That was insane. Quick 5 to start. There were some chunky sections out there as well, Frankie. She did so well to hang on.
Oh yeah, she took their time to go through those sections, and she did it really gracefully, especially right now with that hang 10 and that hang 5. She's making it look so effortless. And then she just swings into a nice roundhouse cutback and doing it just with style. And then she goes again, nice fade, nice cutback. She just knows how to utilize everything and all the board, and it's a great ride for her.
It's a world champ in motion. Honolua Blomfield turns in a gigantic number, an 8.83. Zoe also right in there with a big number, a 7.67. Her last of 4.43. So a very competitive second semifinal. Zoe with priority needs a 7.0 to take the lead. And when they're chasing a score that they've already got one better, you can tell how close that heat is. If they're chasing the best score of the matchup, that's sometimes a little bit more daunting. This is a good back and forth battle as Zoe not showing any nerves against the 3-time world champ.
And we've seen Zoe dropping 7s throughout competition. She dropped that 7.33 in that heat against Soleil Erico, knocked out Soleil's world title hopefuls, which was an incredible performance for Zoe. And I would not be surprised if we see her get into that result again.
Running through this section and kicking out quickly, Hono. How heavy was that loss felt in Malibu, Frankie? Seeing Soleil go down yesterday.
That was a definite upset for sure when it comes to she's just very consistent at Malibu. She knows where to go. She knows the wave insanely well. So to see Zoe just somehow just sneak under and grab the trophy, not trophy, grab the win from right under her was a huge wake-up call, I feel like, to the other competitors. I mean, like, this girl is coming and she's the dark horse and she's not afraid of anyone.
It was so interesting, the impact of this event in the early rounds. Talking about Soleil, being the local, being a world champ, how much time she's put in, and then also talking about Kelis Keleopa'a being this young surfer that could do it all, and then having her run into Kelia really early. But it's almost like the two names that were coming to mind quickly were gone very early yesterday, and the whole idea of the world title race completely changed today.
Yeah, it really opened things up for Honolua Blomfield, which I think is an exciting thing to see, you know, to see her get that 3rd title. She also has just been the most consistent surfer throughout, you know, the year, which is incredible. Starting off with an okay result at Noosa and then backing it up with that win at Surf Ranch, and then now to win the world title with that. Really great to see it go to the best surfer this year.
Hono at the moment with the lead over Zoe with 10 minutes on the clock. They're both trying to get a chance to surf with Alice in the final here in Malibu. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
I don't want to say Mick's getting comboed.
For me, going to Chopu, I kind of say bring it on.
Billy is being treated in a hospital.
You look famous.
I look famous.
Yeah, you don't.
Ruining my vibe, man.
Oh yeah. Show you guys some of the secrets.
Come check it out.
Welcome back to beautiful Malibu, California. We're in the semifinals. Honolua Blomfield, a 3-time world champ with the lead over Zoe Graspiron, who has a 7.67 and a chance to upset the freshly crowned world champion to get a spot in the final. Speaking of finals, the men's finals already set. Joel Tudor, a 3-time world champ now, clinched earlier today, will take on Ben Skinner, who might have the best post-heat win reactions I've ever seen. Yeah, Shannon Hughes told me about them before I actually got to witness one. And the look of disbelief, the reaction, catching his breath, his heartbeat. Those are really special moments with Ben Skinner. He's got one more to go.
Yeah, it's really exciting to just be able to, you know, experience that with Ben and to see how much this means to him. He's been a competitor on the World Longboard Tour for so many years, and to see him finally making it into these finals. We want to see him walk away with a win and get those huge results behind him.
That's going to be fun to watch as we look at the Jeep recap. Hono versus Zoe battling at Perfect Malibu. They've had a couple of great opportunities in this one. We saw Honolua Blomfield completely show off what it like to be #1 in the world. An 8.83 for that effort, Frankie.
Yeah, this wave was surfed flawlessly. She definitely knows how to put it to the competitors, the other competitors. Look at that style. Look at that, like, just complete control of the board and maximum maneuvers. She deserved this 8-point ride, and she knows it. Look at that body language, calm, cool, relaxed. And just that arch back is just style points just to give it a little flair. And then out the back was Zoe, who's been kind of the dark horse of the whole event. Look at her with that beautiful nose ride from the beginning. And she definitely knows how to, again, maximize the maneuverability on the wave. And she knows also how to do this tip time. This is what we love to see at Malibu, that arch back, that stylistic approach, just completely flawless from the young French woman.
Really cool to see how patient she was. That first initial section was so critical. Had that lift underneath her feet, was great to watch. 7.67 right behind Hono. Hono has that 8.83, 6.15 to go on the clock. And priority is with Zoe. A 7 would create a huge upset.
She's capable.
And we've seen such a great rhythm from her as well. Her timing's great, doesn't rush things, which is fun to see. I think Hono's got that a bit more adrenaline in her now, like accomplishing that big goal and trying to push herself to go to another event win. Hono's up now. There's that perch into a 10. Nice 5, controls it back under that section. And now heading back to the tip. Love how she extends that 5 to a 10. Nice controlled nose work for Honolua. Another clean 5. And the 3-time world champ will set up the end section finish. Clean float for Hono. Behind her, Zoe in motion. Nice 5. Dances around with that fade. That was cool. And there's the 5 again. She's able to position it nice and tight to the pocket. Plenty of room to throw down the cutty as well. Rail went under for a moment, but nice easy recovery. Her fundamentals are so in sync. Real patient, tail end of the ride. She'll get out of there. Great back and forth. Hono to Zoe, 4:40 on the clock.
That was an incredible display of uninterrupted flow. We want to see uninterrupted flow throughout an entire wave. It's what Hono has demonstrated, obviously getting that excellent score, that 8.83. But that last exchange between the two of them was so beautiful. Their maneuverability, all of the use of that footwork in those transitional moments is so crucial to keeping that flow within their surfing, and they both executed it so well.
Let's have another look, starting with Zoe here, Frankie.
So you can see the variety between her maneuvers. She goes to a nice little fade, using the most out of those cross-step maneuvers. She's using the front of her board the most, besides this backhanded maneuver. She keeps going, and she knows how to utilize this wave. And a lot of flow, a lot of capability from this young up-and-coming surfer. She is just putting it on rail and knows how to just show the judges what they want. But right behind her was our champion, Honolua Blomfield, just a nice hang 10. See how she does that completed arch of the back? That is quintessential surfing at Malibu, and she did that little wiggle to just keep her balanced, keep her in the space in the great part of the wave. And then that nice fade again. She knows how to make sure that she just brings it to the inside, and she finishes off really perfectly, almost very graceful.
So great to watch that last exchange, and Hono coming through with multiple 10s and 5s. She'll turn in a 7.43 to extend her lead a bit further. Zoe's now chasing an 8.6, 2:50 to go.
That wave from Honolua may be my favorite wave of the event, this last one. It wasn't the biggest. It's obviously a great score coming through as a 7.43, but I love that kind of longboarding in a waist-high wave. To me, it's so fun, it's so graceful and so beautiful, and you could really feel what Honolua was doing as she went through the motions on it, getting those little trim spots, finding those little bottom turns out of things, really just getting that board to be perfectly in sync with the pocket the entire time. That was incredible surfing from Honolua.
And it's so spontaneous here in the moment. There's a lot of exciting action sports in the world where you're waiting for a certain type of move to gain certain points because they're on a repetitive canvas that they can rely on. Surfing, it's so different. It's like the 10 we saw at the surf ranch. She's not doing that every wave. She has to react to that wave at hand. She didn't actually even go to switch on that last wave, but she was so connected to it. It was such a fun wave to watch. Honolua looks like she is continuing to improve round by round in this event.
She's sitting with a 16.26 heat total, Frankie, right now. I mean, improvement. She's on the way to the final.
She is on the way to finals. That's Honolua's game plan. A lot of the time she will start off kind of slower, just making sure that she gets those scores to kind of build her house, build momentum. So really, like, this is her game plan and textbook Honolua's surfing competitively. And if she keeps doing this throughout the event, I don't see any deny that she might actually take this as well as the world title.
So in tune with her game is Honolua Blomfield, proving to be the best for the third time in her career as she took out her third world title. 55 seconds to close this one out. Tough one for Zoe as well because she doesn't have priority. So Hono's going to take this wave quickly to the 5 and controls it through the backwash. Incredibly difficult to do. A short ride there, but continues to put on a show for us
That
today.
was wild. That was like not just controlled. She was on the nose, like full hang 5 through the backwash that doubled the size of that wave.
And it's kind of typically, it'll knock people's boards out from under their feet. There's a huge distraction coming your way, and Hono just shows, hey, just stand there, lock it in, and you'll be fine. Impressive stuff. 10 seconds to shut this one down, as it looks like it will be Honolua Blomfield, the 3-time world champ, going for an event win here at the Jeep Malibu Classic, presented by Havaianas, as she'll be taking on Alice Lemoyne in that final. Coming up after the men's final, it's an 8.83 and a 7.43 for her top 2. And I feel like she's just improving every step of the way. Coming up next, it will be Ben Skinner taking on 3-time world champ Joel Tudor in the final here at Malibu. Waves are looking incredible as we look at our road to that final. The famous Malibu Pier in the distance. We've got the road for Alice Lemoyne taking out Chloe Calmon. That was a great heat on paper. Alice moved on even with losing her fin in that heat. She grabbed a new fin and she'll prepare for Honolua Blomfield to try to win the event. Up next, Ben Skinner takes on Joel Tudor here in Malibu. We'll be right back.
I have 24 hours left.
Back at the Jeep Malibu Classic, presented by Havaianas, and it's finals time with Joel Tudor. Quick to action here. Joel Tudor has been displaying brilliant patience, brilliant surfing, and is our 2021 world champ. Does he want a title here in the final? Oh yeah, he does. Let's just watch this smooth footwork of Joel Tudor on the switch stance coming through here. Back to his natural goofy foot stance. And again, Tudor. The balance, the poise, and the style, flow, and grace of Joel Tudor. That's the opening ride. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, joined by Chad Marshall and Shannon Brooke Hughes to bring you this final. Gang, I'm excited.
I'm excited too. This is amazing. Joel Tudor just won his 3rd world title. Didn't see that one coming at the start of the year when he entered in Noosa, and then he won Noosa. So then we started to think, well, maybe he'll do something exciting here. And now he's into the finals against Ben.
Yeah, he almost made a joke, right, at Noosa. Like, I just kind of showed up. Well, I won the thing. Maybe I'll win another world title. Chad, Joel Tudor actually, he's a classic personality. Comes out and he goes, hey, you're the oldest world surfing champ at 45 years old in history. And he said, hey, Kelly, I beat you at something. What do you think about that statement?
I think it's pretty amazing, dude, you know? And he paddles out here in the final and drops a 6.33 on his first ride, just smooth and casual, just like Joel always is, in and out of the water. And, yeah, just super impressive. He's so pumped, and the whole beach has just been electric. As soon as he clinched that world title. So, but here on this replay, you can see just silky smooth coming onto this inside, trimming through that little whitewater section switch stance, setting up this inside for another beautiful nose ride. I love this beautiful 10 right here, perched right in front of the judges tower. Total control. And just, yeah, he's not done yet.
Well, the feeling that I got of the celebration after semifinal number 2, once he confirmed his world title, as a community, the longboard community already celebrated with him. It was like everyone won when Joel won. I mean, I saw so many happy faces in the crowd there, Shannon, and some old-time classic faces.
It really is a win for surfing. Seeing Joel Tudor win another world title right now with where we're at, with where longboarding is at and where it's sitting in that surfing conversation, to be able to see Joel walk away the champion, you know, the best in the world at the end of the year, it's a really good thing for surfing overall. And I love just hearing that, you know, that's the vibe on the beach, and that's the feeling all around.
And speaking of world champs, let's hear from the 2021 world champ, Honolua Blomfield. She's made her way into the final, and she's on the glass with Troy.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo. Honolua, okay, world title, but also now into the final. What would it mean to win the Malibu Classic?
Yeah, I mean, it would definitely mean a lot. I'm really stoked already with what I got today. Another world. That heat was really kind of challenging for me. I stood up before the whole night, and there was like sets going by before our heat, and then I don't know, Zoe got a 7, and I was kind of just like, whoa, it fired me up. So I was like, what can I do? I'm like, oh yeah. And then I got an 8.83, I guess. And I really like kind of relaxed more on that one and just like surfed. And yeah, so I'm really stoked to make it to the final.
Yeah, awesome. Joining Alice in the final. Have you surfed against Alice before?
Yeah, I actually surfed against her in my second world title final. So I actually love her as a human being and as a surfer. So I'm really stoked to share another final with her.
Awesome, there you go. Honolua Blomfield on to the finals here at the Malibu Classic. Back to you, Kaipo.
Thank you so much, and look forward to that final coming up right after this men's final. Honolua Blomfield, I guess I got an 8.83.
Yeah, just so nonchalant. Just like, okay, yeah, no big deal, I guess.
That's what they told me.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
I love. Look at Joel Tudor right now and his body positioning out in the lineup. Talk about relaxed.
He is savoring every moment right now. He's just so stoked. He's just like an elation.
Yeah. And another stoked person, Shannon. Wait, we got to get this. We're getting this shot right now of Joel, and you know, the archetype of cool and relaxed, Shannon.
Oh, he is just on top of the world right now. He was so relaxed on that first opening wave. He was adjusting his hair, just tucking it back behind the ears, you know, flying through. I don't even know if his hair's wet yet. We've seen that through him, you know, the last few heats.
I don't think his hair's gotten wet all day.
I think he prides himself in that.
He's very proud of it. Making those dry paddles back out. That's one of the beautiful things, actually, about Malibu, Kaipo, is that opportunity to get a great wave all the way from the top of the point here at first point, all the way into the shoreline, kick out clean. No need to duck dive. You just paddle a little bit wider those sets, and you're right back at backline with dry hair, just like Joel Tudor.
I'm not mad at channels. I like them. It makes surfing easier. I'm telling you right now. Another guy that's excited, though, is Shannon, is Ben Skinner. Came here with probably like low expectations, and now he's finding himself in the final. And he's 2 good waves away from winning this thing. And here we go with Ben Skinner, Chad.
Yeah, little setup work right here for this nose ride in this inside section, and just getting those extended nose rides, which he's been doing all afternoon. Another beautifully placed 5 right there. Back to the tail, kind of waiting for this wave to stand up, back to the tip. And yeah, he's just, he's feeling it. Yeah, I talked to him before he paddled out, and he's just same thing, just like Cloud 9, just so fired up where he's at, and just, you know, exceeded his expectations, and he's just so fired up. So we got 2 fired up bros in this heat that are just having fun. You know what I mean? They're staying loose, and it's like, it's not, I don't think they're coming into it with that competitive edge, and they're trying to, like, you know, really one-up each other. They're just out there having fun and surfing.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I feel like for the 2 of them, it's just this opportunity now to enjoy being at Malibu, catch a few good waves, and one of them walks away with an event win. I love that nose ride from Ben Skinner, that levitation that he gets coming out of the pocket. And that board is looking so good underneath his feet. He's riding the Cherry Picker, one of his models from Skin Dog Shapes. and a lot of the crew from the UK riding that board as well. And he's done good to kind of adjust some of his shapes actually over the last couple of years. And it's really working well in surfing that we're seeing from him that's different from what we've seen from him in the past.
Again, another angle of Ben Skinner. And we'll be waiting for this number to populate our screen and pass it on to you.
Just cherry picking his way through the lineup right now. Getting those perfect nose rides. Oh, that was such a beautiful wave.
Well, I propose a question to you, Chad Marshall. Is that going to be better than Joel Tudor's opening of a 6.33?
I'm going to see it probably around a mid-5 in my opinion. But I'm not a judge, so we will find out. But yeah, these dudes are just so stoked, so fired up. But then, you know, at the same time, it's like you almost want to click into gear and be like, okay, I can win this thing.
Of course.
You know?
Yeah. At the end of the day, everybody wants to be the winner. Everybody wants to be on the podium, hoisting up the big trophy.
That's right.
Get the paycheck.
That's why they're here.
So we'll wait for those scores. And Malibu has been so great to us these last 2 days. Again, thanks to all the crew at the WSL. Devin Howard over on the Longboard Tour, and everyone who's supported us, including all the Malibu locals here. And it's been just such a friendly vibe, and it's been stuff that it's been a wonderful experience, actually.
Yep, it has. It's been an amazing 2 days. Oh, I was wrong.
6-6 for Ben Skinner. He takes an early lead over Joel Tudor. Maybe this is going to motivate Tudor to get a little bit more serious right now. You can see him on the left of your screen doing a knee paddle to Ben Skinner. Say, wait a minute.
Yeah, he was getting blown out to sea. I don't know where he was sitting or where his mind's at.
Well, he's probably, you know, and so this is a thing, Shannon, is how do you motivate yourself? You've just won a world title. You've almost finished, like, it almost seems like you crossed the finish line, but you haven't yet. You can still win this event. What's Joel Tudor need to do to stay motivated?
Yeah, I feel like for Joel, it's just knowing that he could actually take a win at a World Longboard Tour event now. You know, he's got the world title, which is incredible. But to get 2 wins in the season as well, that would be a really great thing for him to be able to walk away with. Ben, once again, just glued to that hang 10.
Such a good job of managing his nose rides. As I say that, he just kind of pokes the nose and is unable to go further down the line. But Chad, he's been doing a really good job of being, and you said it, being relaxed on the nose, and being able to make those adjustments to maximize that nose ride time.
Yeah, I talked to him in between the semifinal and the final, and I was like, dude, your body language is so relaxed now, and you're just kind of just freed up and surfing, and you're not, you know, and like I was saying earlier, like he's extending those nose rides. His 10s are a little bit longer, a little more relaxed, a little bit more in the critical section. He's not being tense at all, and it's translating to these big scores, you know. So he told me straight up, he was just like, dude, I'm having so much fun. I'm just enjoying surfing Malibu with nobody out. I'm not even thinking about, you know, the scores or where I'm at in the heat, or, you know, he's just like just having fun, which is kind of the proper mindset that you think you want out here.
Well, isn't that ultimately in competition what you want to be? You want to be in the moment and not distracted in any way, and be 100% present. Again, the crowd here has been wonderful. It's been a beautiful day. We're down to the men's final with 2 well-deserved finalists in the way of Ben Skinner and Joel Tudor. We have seen extremely beautiful surfing. I mean, when we talk about style, flow, and grace, that's been 2 days full of it, Shannon.
Oh, that's exactly what we wanted to see, what we were expecting to see. And a wave like Malibu facilitates that really well. A perfect right-hand point break. It's got those nose riding sections, but it also has those little flat, soft spots that really allow a surfer to put the board on rail and to be able to showcase that with that uninterrupted flow throughout. That's what those judges are really paying close attention to. And I mean, it was a challenging day of conditions yesterday. Actually, we saw like multiple different wind directions. We saw different swells hitting. It was really interesting kind of witnessing what the surfers had to deal with overall. But it's been really incredible to just see these surfers rise to that occasion and keep that style, flow, and grace within their surfing.
Yeah, a lot of personalities, multiple personalities yesterday, Chad.
That's right.
To Malibu.
Just like the people surfing it. They all have multiple
True.
personalities. But yeah, I mean, today just seems like a total different surf spot. You know, it's been super clean all day. You got your typical west wind. This is more of a stereotypical day here at Malibu.
And a larger conversation when you talk about the personalities on the WSL Longboard Tour is there's so many personalities. I honestly feel that there could be a whole nother like reality show with this crew here.
Yeah.
Because we have personalities, we have really good fashion.
Yeah.
And we have people who are really enjoying and embracing, Shannon, just the pursuit of surfing, you know?
Yeah, it's really a lifestyle, the longboard tour. I mean, you really see that coming through in surfers that, you know, there is prize money available, but the tour isn't 10 events long. There was 3 events to win this world title. That's not an annual salary for these surfers, especially for the surfers knocking out early on. There's really this element to the longboard tour and to professional longboarding overall that's really surfers doing it for the love of it. It's very different than the approach, that kind of athletic, competitive approach that the championship tour has or the qualifying series.
You know what? That's exactly what I'm feeling, Shannon. That's you hit it on the head, and it's tangible. You know, when you're around this group of people, it's tangible, and I'm hoping that this success this year is gonna bring more of this to the public.
That's the thing within longboarding and competitive longboarding specifically, very few of these surfers are competing full time. It's completely different than what we see on the qualifying series and the championship tour, where that is their career, that is their annual income. For a surfer like Ben Skinner at home, he's a shaper. He works, you know, he works full time to provide for his family, his kids at home and his wife. And then when he has the opportunity, he paddles out on a longboard in a contest because he loves it so much, but he's working to feed his family with different meats.
I agree. And here we go, a little bit of movement in the ocean. We'll see if Ben Skinner is able to pick one up over here, or he's just repositioning. Looks like he's just repositioning. All right, well, you know what? I want to hear from Joel Tudor on his take on the difference between, you know, shortboarding and longboarding and the lifestyle. Here's Joel.
Yeah, if you want the difference between longboarding and shortboarding, one's a dance and one's athletic. With smaller boards, you stand in one particular zone and your speed comes off of exactly how much your body's maneuvering to keep the board up to speed with the wave. But with a longboard, you have so much area that there's a lot of different gears, right? And now that it's kind of shifted back to the more traditional side of it, you're seeing a lot more people use different parts of the board to like gain momentum, to step back to turn, to like mid-trim through sections, where a lot of that stuff kind of went away in my time of competing because the surfboards were so high performance, and the rocker, the multiple fins that created drag, all of that particular dance, that's the whole enticing thing that makes longboarding different from shortboarding, had pretty much been removed. Now it's kind of come back with this new generation of kids that have sort of embraced that style of riding, kind of based around all the waves and little niches in the world where the longboard community sort of sticks themselves to. This is the end result.
There you go. Brilliant explanation by your 2021 World Longboard Champ, Joel Tudor.
Yeah, that was a really beautiful description of it, that it's a dance rather than that athletic approach. That's really what longboarding is all about, and I love that Joel's, you know, he really encapsulates that, even in his approach. I mean, right now he's just kind of hanging out, sitting out at backline, literally sitting on his board. But when we see him on that wave, it's Joel just doing a dance, taking this approach, and that dance can look different depending on what different waves these longboarders are riding.
Yeah.
Yeah. It comes into, you know, in his approach on a wave too, you know, like you just said, it's almost mechanical for him in a weird way, where, you know, it's every time you watch him ride a wave, you're like, wow, this is so beautiful. But at the same time, every wave is different, and he's reading the wave different. But his positioning is so spot on that, you know, it almost looks like it's mechanical.
This is Ben Skinner with a 4-point ride. That happened during that little piece that we were talking to Joel. And Skinner out in a lead with a 6.6 on a 4-point ride. Joel Tudor with a single wave of a 6.33, 16 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock and the countdown. Tudor with first priority. And Shannon, what Joel has showed us in the semifinals and the quarterfinals is that he's got this patience to him too. He's like a snake in the bushes, just cruising, ready to strike. You know, he's just still as can be, but then when a wave comes through, he's going to put on a performance.
Oh, he's really going to put on a performance, especially sitting with that priority. I mean, you know, he's like, I have to think he is crazy competitive. I mean, he just won a world title. He's got to be competitive to get that kind of accolade, as much as Joel is Joel and what, you know, his whole aura is around him. Using priority in his advantage right now. There's still plenty of time to go, 15 minutes on the clock, but we could see 1 or 2 decent sets roll through before this heat finishes, and he's going to make sure Ben is not on those waves.
Why do I just have a smile on my face, Chad, when I just see Joel Tudor with his feet up on the board like that?
Because it's amazing, dude. He's just so stoked and just so in the zone that it's just like he doesn't have a care in the world right now. You know, he's in the midst of a final, but he's just cruising.
So if this is competition, but this can be applied to your everyday life in surfing.
Yep.
Which is, it can be a sport, sure. But you know what it's more helpful as? As an escape.
Totally.
As therapy. You know? As all of those negative ions out there that can populate your body and balance you out, and that the rhythm of the ocean, I mean, it's truly something to be celebrated.
Yeah. And like you just said, it's, you know, like the dance, like Joel said in that little piece, it's the dance of life. It's just like, you know, trying to just seamlessly make your way through day-to-day life, doing it in the lineup. It's you know, it translates from in and out of the water. It's amazing. And I'm totally feeling Joel's vibe right now. It's sick.
We're going to take a break while we're vibing out over here. But when we're back, it'll be the conclusion of the final. And we're going to crown ourselves a champion here at the Jeep Malibu Classic, presented by Havaianas.
Welcome to the show.
Let's do it.
I don't want to say mix getting comboed.
For me, going to Chopu, I kind of say bring it on.
Billy is being treated in a hospital.
You look famous.
I look famous.
Yeah, you don't.
You're ruining my vibe, man.
Oh yeah. I'll show you guys some of the secrets.
Come check it out.
Returning to the Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas, and Joel Tudor's up and riding on wave number 2. The newly crowned 2021 World Champ is showing the footwork that took him there. Smooth flow, style, and grace all exhibited here by Joel Tudor. Some beautiful turns from the tail, and once again maintains that trim through the inside section, Chad.
Yeah, and maintains that dry hair.
Shannon, I'm loving what I'm seeing from Joel as he continues just to be poetry in motion on the water.
Oh, poetry in motion. That is like such a good description of Joel's surfing. Ben Skinner answering back.
Yeah, big Ben Skinner has been powerful in his approach, and he's been steady on his nose rides throughout this entire competition. That's how he earned his way into this final. And again, Ben doing what Ben does, throwing down the hammer.
Nice surfing from Ben. Both of them, actually. That was a great exchange. I feel like after that exchange, they kind of locked into the heat of battle now. I feel like they kind of shook off the little, you know, chill vibes that they had. And, yeah, they're going to start battling it out.
So we'll be waiting for those 2 scores to give you the situation. Joel Tudor just dropped a 7.67 and takes the lead. Still waiting for the score of Ben Skinner. He needs a 7.41 to retake that lead off of Joel Tudor. Joel Tudor, 7.67.
Yeah. I mean, look at, he's caught 2 waves this final. And he's sitting on a 6.33 and a 7.67. Beautiful start to this wave. Nice little tip time right there. And I love how he's just showing that super patient, chill approach, picking his spots for his little nose rides. Beautiful cutback right there. Beautiful adjustment and positioning. And then same thing right here, just using that stall tactic, waiting for that wave to pull up for him. And just beautiful read. And if you just notice, his upper body is not moving it at all. It's just, yeah, like you guys said, poetry in motion.
Yeah.
That was super fluid.
Well, as I was, congratulating all the efforts that the whole crew made to make this happen, I want to hear from the tour director, Devin Howard, and the guy who really put all the screws in place to make this happen. Devin's with Troy right now. Take it away, Troy.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo. Devin, you got to be stoked and proud of all the hard work coming to fruition here at the final day of the World Championships at Malibu. How are you feeling about it?
Feeling really good. We put a lot of work into this. This has been a couple-year project to get to this point. The championship tour has their finals in, really special places. And for us to have it at Malibu, we feel like we've kind of elevated the whole presentation of being at the best longboard break in the world, Malibu. Pretty stoked.
For sure, couldn't agree more. Not a better place to finish off the tour for the year. Is there anything you can tell us about next year that may be fun or coming down the pipe?
Yeah, well, our plan is to come back here. We want to finish up here, and what we've shaped up is like a 3-event scenario, and so we have the opportunity to return to the ranch to here. We have a opportunity in Hawaii. It's not official, but we're reaching out and we're talking with the community. If they want us there, we'd love to be there. The birthplace of surfing, be a pretty amazing place to have longboarding, especially with so much talent coming out of there. I mean, you saw the field today, and the surfers just coming out of Queens and Ala Moana on that stretch of beach is insane. So I think it'd be appropriate. And if that doesn't happen, we've got another spot. But our goal is to do 3 events again. But none of it's official. We're still in development with it. But we're really happy. Even if we just had Malibu at this point, I think everyone would be happy with just Malibu.
Yeah, for sure. The amount of time surfers got out of the water today, and we're just stoked to be out here at Malibu with only another person out. It's incredible. Well, we super appreciate all the effort and definitely agree on the success of the tour this year.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for everyone who's tuned in. Thanks to the community of Malibu, Alan, Sarlo, and the crew kind of keeping the water safe for us. And we hope we'll be back next year, and maybe we can match as good a waves as we had. I mean, it was insane. So thanks, everybody.
Yeah, right on. All right, back to you guys in the booth. Thank you.
All right. Well, there you heard from Devin Howard. He's worked endless hours to make this happen. And I'm going to consider 2021 a success for professional longboarding.
Yep.
It's not over yet. We still got the rest of this men's final. We got our women's final. But I'm going to pre-claim, Chad, a success.
I concur. Totally. Yeah, this was an amazing event. Actually, all 3 that were for this year's world title were pretty insane as we watch Ben streak across a beautiful first point wave. Totally perched. Beautiful nose ride.
Now, Shannon, remember, he needs a 7.41. And upon giving that number on the broadcast,
commentator's curse,
Ben loses his board.
He has to go for the swim now. That's so unfortunate because that perched hanged 10, he kind of got that speed coming out of the pocket. That was incredibly good nose riding, and he was looking like he was on his way to a good score. Maybe not that 7.41, but he was definitely on his way up. Nice bit of body surfing from Ben, though, to make it into he'll hit the shoreline before his board even hits the shoreline.
One thing I can tell you about longboarders, when you don't wear a leash and you lose your board, you end up becoming a really good swimmer and a really good body surfer. And Ben just did the dolphin act right there.
Yeah,
No
and I love how Harrison Roach just grabbed the board for him. Just lost the world title, just got beat by Ben, and he's saving his board for him.
Ben with the biggest smile running up the beach. He's currently chasing Joel Tudor. But we heard from Harry. Troy chatted to Harry after that loss, and Harry shared, kind of a heartfelt losing the world title to Joel, but a really incredible loss to Joel. And then he said now he's pulling for Skin Dog, for Ben to win the final. He really wants to see Ben walk away with Ben's already in, currently the biggest result of his career, making it into this final at this level of competition, like 10,000 points on the line. If Ben walks away with it, this is a career highlight for him. and for sure one of the best days of his life.
Yeah, and, you know, I got to attest to Ben's been on the grind. Earlier in the week, as we started the waiting period for here, and all the warm-up surfs are happening, I happened to see Ben in his van, parked on PCH, after a surf, getting a little bit of food, and I'm all like, yeah, cool, bro, like, what's going on? He's all like, mate, I'm just surfing, and this is where I'm staying. And he's staying in basically like a normal-sized minivan.
Yep.
With his boards, the food, little sleeping pad.
Amazing.
And that's the grind.
Yeah,
you
that's
know?
that's commitment, you know. And look where it's got him, man. He's sitting in the finals right now of the Malibu Classic. It's pretty amazing, man. That's super cool.
And another cool story, as we look at Joel Tudor on screen, this is the first time his dad has come down to watch Joel in a surfing competition live in 27 years.
Crazy.
That's, I mean, you talk about a chicken skin day on so many levels and all these backstories. We're presenting you the visuals to that, but a lot of these backstories, Shannon, are really, really, really incredible and heartfelt.
Oh, it's so heartfelt. I love knowing that Joel's family was down here. I also love knowing that Alice Lemoyne, there fixing up her hair, getting ready to paddle out into lineup, is matching up against Honolua Blomfield for the women's final. These two matched up in the final the last time we had a world title event for longboarding, back in 2019 in Taiwan. And the conditions there were crazy. It was massive. It was so big that they had to move from the original venue at Jensen Harbor across to the left, this secret left-hand wave. And it's this crazy left-hand barreling point. Heavy rocks, a lot of consequence. And Alice and Honolua met up in the final there. Honolua got the win, walked away with the world title. But I really like seeing that they're going to be in another final there and building more history into that storyline.
I love the rematch. And the rematch is coming up in just under 5 minutes right now, because we're down to just 4 minutes and 19 seconds on the clock with Joel Tudor in front of Ben Skinner. Skinner again needing that 7.41. Joel Tudor with priority, so he does have a bit of heat control right now, Chad, with the lead and that priority in this final 4 minutes.
Yeah, I think he's just going to sit and wait for a set. He knows what he needs to do, and he's just going to be patient. Kick his feet up and just chill like he's on a lazy boy.
Let's check out the Jeep Heat recap to catch you up to all the action in this final.
Yeah, beautiful opener up right here for Joel. Just, you know, typical Joel Tudor right there. I've been seeing that backside hang 10 my whole life. Just coming through this inside section, just perched. I love that right there. And then back onto the tail, little sweeping cutback, putting himself back into the power source. Back up to the nose on this inside section. And I believe that this was his 637. And then kicking out right here, hair still dry.
Hair still dry and only 2 waves on the scoreboard for Joel Tudor, taking him into the lead. But Skin Dog answered back with these ones. Beautiful perched hang 10s. Chad, I love that nod to you of Ben really sticking out for the length of ride on those hang 10s. And some really graceful surfing from him overall. I love that little roller coaster feeling, that kind of top to bottom on the wave. Just keeping that board in the pocket and keeping that feel all right. He's got a 6.6 on the board and a 6.37. And has done really well to get himself into some good waves, but he's chasing a solid 7.41 to take the win away from Joel Tudor. Incredible to see Joel sitting in the win, actually, at the moment with only 2 waves. He spent half of the heat sunbathing out the back, but was able to get the right wave selection on that next one and take that bump ahead Ben.
Hey, talk about efficiency. That is efficiency illustrated with Joel Tudor. If he hangs on and wins this final, the same day he wins his 3rd world title, and he does it in this final with just 2 waves being ridden, that's how legends are made.
Yeah, true. And what, this is his fourth heat of the day, right? Did we start?
4th heat of the day.
Yeah.
Ben's around a 16
you
to
know,
start.
So not putting out too much energy. And, you know, these guys are probably pretty worked right now. So he's just kind of chilling in the driver's seat and just kind of letting it come to him.
Now, Ben looking like he wants to take a different road at this moment and get some separation with Joel Tudor. And we're going to see some action in this last 90 seconds, I have a feeling. I'm looking at some lines coming through, and I'm looking at both surfers on the paddle.
Yeah, it looks like a little wave coming through. Joel taking a look. Let's see where Ben's at.
Now remember, if Ben goes, he's going to have to yield to Joel Tudor.
Yep.
So
And
here we
looks
go.
like-
Ben's takes off. He sees Joel. He has to yield the position. And here's Joel Tudor on wave number 3, Shannon.
Yeah, beautiful approach to start off with. Excellent decision to go ahead and take a chance on this one. Gets to that really nice tight hang 10. There's another one and just accelerates through it. Goes switch through the pocket and the curl. That wave's going to shut down on him and he is heading into the beach.
He's calling it quits on that one.
He's smoked. He won the world title today. He is looking like he's about to win the final unless another set rolls through.
Yeah, and I'm looking out the back, and there's 40 seconds left in the heat, and I'm not seeing much coming as Joel hits the sand.
I'm just, okay. This is too much. Joel Tudor, in reality, 2 waves in a block, okay?
Yeah.
So that's what just happened. 2 waves for a score and a block at the end. We're down to 20 seconds. Ben Skinner is out to sea right now. And, you know, he's going to be happy. Well, I mean, hey, congratulations with a runner-up finish for Ben.
He's got to be so proud. Look at that. That's that moment of me showing Ben is so stoked with this result. It's been an incredible week for him, an incredible performance. He was the spoiler. He took out Harrison Roach on his road to the final, and that opened up the door for Joel Tudor to get that world title.
True that. And here is your 2021 Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas champion Joel Tudor. Talk about a big day at the boo, Chad.
Yeah. Yeah, man, he's stoked. This is gonna stick with him for the rest of his life for sure.
Age ain't nothing but a number, gang. Joel Tudor got it done with a lot of surfers pretty much mathematically half his age today in the draw, and he walked away with a 3rd world title. And he took all the marbles. He also is the champion of the Jeep Malibu
He's
Classic.
super fired.
What a day.
Look at him with Wayne Rich and Malibu Carl. Dream team right there.
All right. It's not over. We got more for you. Coming up next is the women's final. Stick around.
Joel Tudor takes it all, his 3rd world title and the event win of the Jeep Malibu Classic, presented by Havaianas, one of the best to ever do it, has had one of the most influential styles and voices in longboard history, period. What a day for Joel Tudor and his family, his parents here, his kids are here, and he just did it all here in Malibu. One more final to close out the season. Joe Turpella, Shannon Hughes. It's Alice Lemoyne versus Honolua Blomfield. Is it going to be the same story that we just saw on the men's side as the world champ takes the event win? Or does Alice has a surprise for us today?
We could definitely see Alice get some solid surfing underway, but I just feel like the air today, there's something in it for the world champions. There's something in it for the surfers that have had those consistent seasons throughout. And I would be surprised if we don't see Honolua rise to that occasion, especially seeing what she, brought to the table in that semifinal, the grace, the flow, the connection with the ocean that she's feeling.
And it's interesting when you are a multiple-time world champion watching surfers like Carissa Moore. It's like they want to close out everything. Even if the title's clinched, there's like unfinished business if they're not holding that last event trophy as well to really feel like the world champion. I remember a heat with Stephanie Gilmore. Stephanie, by the way, is on hand, the 7-time world champ, supporting all the champions crown today. She got lost in the quarter. She was so down on herself at Honolua Bay. She said, I don't even deserve this title. She was that hard on herself. It was a brilliant year. She still went on to win the title, but she just felt like she left something open. So you can see how those world champ type caliber minds work. Honolua Blomfield is not done yet.
Yeah, it's a very different mindset to your average competitor, those surfers that are able to rise, not just to get a single world title, but hearing that from Steph with 7 world titles to her name, that 7th win there at Honolua. And, I mean, just incredible to know that sort of tenacity, that sort of drive behind a surfer like that. That's exactly what we're seeing from Honolua Blomfield as well.
Now let's hear from Joel Tudor once again, standing by with Kaipo.
Joe, hey, guess what? I got 2 great success stories here. Ben Skinner, I'm going to talk to you first, okay?
All right, I'll stay on the side.
Well, wait. Great job. Great job. Made the final. You took down some big names, Ben.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, what an event. Amazing surf all event. A little bit slow in the final, but man, the new champ, it's amazing. Say new champ, you've been, I mean, you know, it says it all. I've just a pleasure to surf with him, and out here it's sick.
Three-time champ right here, and I'm calling you Thor on the board, throwing down some hammers. This guy right here.
When he was a kid, I used to drink in his dad's pub when I was a kid in Jersey Island. It's pretty wild. Like I was basically the same age Tosh is now when I went, and then to surf with Ben out here today was pretty cool. It's strange how the world works like that. You know what I mean? It's like it's odd. It's a lot smaller than you think. You know, and it's connected, and all the little intricate people you meet in your lifetime and the relationships you make, it all kind of goes in a circle. And you know what I mean? Today was that circle, so I don't know. I'm beside myself. I can't even believe I won.
He signed me a poster when I was 8 years old, and you know, so I had it on my wall my whole childhood, you know. So to be still in a final with him is just mental. Let's go and have a beer anyway.
Let's go have a beer. Do we owe your dad one? Let's go.
All right, hey, let's just celebrate the final right here. Joel Tudor, you're champion of the Jeep Malibu Classic, and Ben Skinner, you're runner-up. 2 champions right here in my book. Back to you, Joe.
What a special moment. Thank you, Kaipo. The energy is real. And yes, coming full circle for Joel Tudor. What a cool connection story for himself and the Skinner family as the final has officially begun. The 3-time world champ Honolua Blomfield getting started, turning in a 4.5 on her opening ride. As the congrats continue for Joel Tudor. Everyone getting a chance to talk to the best surfer from this season, well, counting last season as well with that big win at Noosa that started the entire world title campaign. Joe Turpel, Shannon Hughes, Chad Marshall, the local boy stepping in once again. I guess we continue to tell that story of influence, impact, but then walking the walk once again. That Tudor story of just being so vocal in such a great way to put longboarding in a great place, and then to be able to stand tall on top of the world again. I mean, I don't know if it gets better than that, Chad.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I mean, talk about not having an ego or anything like that. That kind of comes into play. He's just always kind of giving back to the surf community, and just like he's such a pillar of just positivity for longboarding. It's so rad to see him back on top.
Gosh, and the banter between Joel and Brothers Marshall is unbelievable. The conversations that go down to talk about everything relevant and just straight up hilarious in the surfing world. Alice picking up a nice section to throw down the 5. That was critical.
Yeah.
Section was landing on her feet, got back on her board, and now, unfortunately, she's going to lose connection with her equipment. Shannon, remember, she had to get another fin quickly, lost it in her previous heat. Hopefully she can get there before it hits the beach.
Yeah, I even feel like that's a different board, actually. There's so much rocker in it that it seems slightly different to what we were seeing her ride in these previous rounds. So I think she would have properly damaged that fin box, not even been able to just replace the fin, but had to replace the board overall. And now have a big swim. I could hear those groans from the crew on the beach when that little wave kind of hit it and carried it back in farther into the shoreline, creating that long swim for Alice.
Do you ever feel like the ocean's laughing at you sometimes?
Yes, totally.
It's just the sort of like you almost have your board,
Yeah.
and then a little wave takes it further. It's just like
Yeah.
that was on purpose, you know. And
Not only that, after surfing 4 heats today, your arms feel like you're swimming in molasses.
yeah, a lot of big paddle battles as well, and that is a huge effort when you're trying to regain priority after you just had a long ride here at the first point. Let's have another look at Alice here, Shannon.
Yeah, you can see that little perched hang 5 to start off with, nice and stuck in the pocket, and then that's where things just go a little bit funny. Her, she nearly slid out there actually because her weight was in that front third of the board. It's really hard for the fin to stay engaged when the weight is all the way at the front. That caused her to lose that flow, to lose that speed and projection to make it through that section.
So that'll be held to a 2.67. The difference, Honolua Blomfield, a 4.5 as she starts off with the lead in this final. Chad, how do you kind of put into words Honolua's season becoming the world champ now for the 3rd time when you add up all the performances she's had?
Yeah, I mean, at her age, her performances that she's locking in are just so confident. Like, she's going into these, these events with the headspace that, like, I can win and I should win. And it's showing in, the confidence in her surfing and the scores she's getting. And, she's just rising the bar and level of performance out there, and it's amazing to see because obviously the generation below her are looking up to her and seeing what's possible, and she's just it's pretty amazing to see.
It's really cool. I was bringing this up earlier, the idea of progressing this traditional act and how cool it is, because I see people doing it better as well. This next generation,
Yep.
You see it, Sano, all the waves in California are amazing. Really globally, there is this movement to improve this traditional art of riding waves.
Yeah, it's really been an incredible thing to witness over the last, it's been going on for years, obviously, but specifically here in California, so many young kids riding heavier and heavier boards, riding boards with just that single fin within it, and really trying to embody what traditional longboard surfing is all about in that style, flow, and grace.
Yeah, and there's been some great surfers out here in Malibu, especially a lot of great women that have really put on some incredible performances. Chad, some local favorites in Malibu history that come to mind?
Yeah, I mean, in the female side, for sure, I grew up looking up to, like, Cassia Miedor and, Carla Rowland and Ashley Lloyd and Julie Cox, girls that kind of my generation, that I was a little younger than them, but, surfing the point with them since I was a kid.
So cool. I think Ashley Lloyd was the first surfer I saw where I didn't know if she was goofy or regular.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was the first time going, hang on. Was that switch?
Yeah.
Or was that just...
she's a goofy foot. But yeah, it's incredible.
It was really cool to see that, then became an amazing shaper that she is today. Hono impressing us with switch footwork throughout this entire year. Really stayed to her standard stance in her last heat, extending that perch real quick, laying incredibly low. And she'll sit down to get out of there. So a short ride, 4.5 was her start. That'll be her backup for the moment in the final. Condition update, Chad, what are we looking at this afternoon?
I mean, tide's starting to drop. We could see a little bit of maybe a increase. I don't think the swell's starting to drop a little bit, so we'll see the frequency of those sets, but at least the shape of the wave, I feel like it's going to have a little bit more push, not be so fat when it hits this inside section. So yeah, I mean, it's just going to be that predominant west wind, which is super clean on this inside section.
Just want you to put it out there. What's your lineup marker when the conditions are like they are today? Let's just share it.
Yeah, well, they're kind of sitting in front of the bathrooms, in front of the opening of the wall. I sit up at the top of the point, which is some flagpoles. There's a lineup spot for sure. So they're definitely way inside of where I would be sitting.
That's cool. It's always interesting, especially with locals that sometimes want to reveal them just enough.
Yeah.
And there's actually some funny stories of locals actually sitting off their mark, so they're not giving away too much. Then they move into position when a set comes.
Yep.
I mean, you got to keep those close to your chest.
Yeah.
You've got to. Actually, having Frankie Seeley in the booth the last couple of days, I've asked her multiple times what those marks are, and she has not given it away. She knows her place in the lineup here. She wants to, keep that thing a secret. And I like where you're standing with that one, Chad Marshall.
Nice fade to set up just some footwork quickly for Hono. Now there's the 5 to the 10. And just so calmly back to the tail of that board. Wayne Rich really proud of her world title run, and he wants her to go a step further and get the event win. Nice calm performance on that 5.
So Wayne, I believe, has shaped Joel's board as well, right? So yeah, both world champs.
It's a big day.
That's insane.
That's a big day for Wayne. As you know, equipment's everything.
Yeah.
With the glide and the feel to allow these surfers to do everything they can do, they want that perfect board. that's going to respond. And I think that's such a compliment to the craftsman that Wayne is.
Yeah.
When you have a mind like Tudor, that's in the shaping bay with you, on the phone with you, and you come up with a world title board and an event-winning board as well.
Yeah, and obviously all of the Joel's childhood and raised by Donald Takayama making his boards and taking all of that knowledge and everything and working with Wayne is pretty amazing. And obviously Wayne reigning from Santa Barbara and holding down the heritage, like Rennie Yater and stuff, who kind of took him under his wing. And there's so much history up there, so it's cool to see the tradition continue.
It's really cool, and especially knowing that Hono's now made that move officially to Southern California. She can rely on Wayne Rich as a shaper that she can visit. She can head up the coast and work out her equipment for more titles to come. 22 years of age, Shannon, and how much she's accomplished. It's incredible. She's going to be breaking her own records in the future.
Oh, I mean, she's already tied, with the most longboard world titles on the women's side with Corey back in the day. And now to see her at such a young age have that opportunity to get more. I really love that she's taken that move across the ocean, across the Pacific from the North Shore of Oahu here to California, specifically to continue honing in that longboarding. There's so many great waves on offer here for her to get into.
And I also feel like with the tour that we're enjoying today, we're going to start looking at that list, I feel, of women's longboard champions and see more dynasties. There are so many years where it was maybe a one-off, maybe it was in a random location. You mentioned earlier, Shannon, at longboard venues, which was a key takeaway. Now I'm starting to see a little bit of a formula for repeat champions probably to happen more often than not.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure.
Especially on the women's side of the draw, women traditionally have just won that single world title. We saw that from Soleil Erico, from Tori Gilkerson back in 2016, Rachel Tilley in 2015, Chelsea Williams in 2014. It's been since 2013 when we saw Kalia Muniz get her back-to-back world titles that we've seen anyone walk away with multiples until Honolua came around and got that second world title last year in 2019, and now to back it up again.
So true. So many great stories at Crowning World Champions, as we just had a moment seeing Eduard Del Perro on screen, and you got a feel for a guy coming into an event #1 in the world, coming off a win. All the quotes in the papers were saying, one step further, keep this momentum alive, and to be upset yesterday, I mean, the dream just vanishes right in front of each other.
Yeah, that was pretty tough, but he stuck around today to watch his girl Lindsay Steinwright surf today, and it's cool. That's what's so rad about this longboard community, is everyone's got each other's backs. Even if, they're losing, they're sticking around and rooting on their friends, and it's a really good scene.
And they're pushing each other incredibly well in performance and events as well. 3-time world champ. It's going to give us a show now here at the first point of Malibu. How's that perch? Swiss style for the Hawaiian.
Beautiful surfing right there.
There's the fade, fills it in with grace. So far, perfection for Hono. There's the 5 section, lays down on her.
We got Alice in the back with a beautiful tip time. Really good positioning right here. I love that 10 right there. Nice. Coming into this inside section. You almost get a little slingshot right here. You can see that speed carrying her down the line. Beautiful nose ride. Fully locked in with that 10. Gorgeous surfing.
So committed, right in front of Honolua.
Yeah.
And one of the better 10s we've seen through the inside wall.
Style master right there. That was beautiful, right on the shore pound.
I hope she has a lot more boards, because she's been pretty reckless with that inside shore pound throughout the day today. But that is such a fierce way to answer to Hono. So much commitment, that air underneath her board. When you talk about being perched, that was brilliantly done.
Yeah, that was really incredible nose riding. I love seeing that distance between the tip of the nose and the face of the wave. Sometimes you can see that shadow depending on, where the sun is sitting in the sky. Honolua, I mean, beautiful composed surfing. Love that hang 10 soul arch. And, she really has just been pushing the boundaries for where women's longboarding is currently sitting. And she just got stuck behind that section, which was unfortunate. I would have loved to see her be able to connect it through to that inside of the point here.
And then right behind her, this was the moment Alice took over here, Chad.
Yeah, this was all setup work for this inside. Beautiful 10. I mean, I felt like this whole wave, the majority of the wave, she's on the nose. Another beautiful 10, driving off the bottom right here, just set up work for this little inside section. And like I said, that lateral movement that she has coming through that, like into this inside is just unbelievable. And then like you guys were talking about, that little levitation act right there with that 10 was just superb.
You get so like just hypnotized by that motion where there actually is that lifting feeling. I'm sure Alice had to check herself real quick to be like, you're in a heat in a final at Malibu. Does it get better than that when you're actually lifting on the nose and there's nothing underneath you? You're just flying.
It's honestly the best feeling in the world, Joe. I mean, it's similar to getting a really deep barrel, getting a really good air on a shortboard. Getting that actual levitation out of a nose ride is what it's all about within longboarding. And then to be able to execute that under the pressure in a heat, in a final conversation, for Alice especially, if she walks away with a win here, this is the biggest win of her career.
Well, everything is challenging at this level with world titles on the line. There's all these heats that they make look easy, but there's a lot to it. This might be the most pressure Hono's felt in this event, with Alice getting a lead change and an 8.57 with 17.5 to go.
Well deserved. She surfed that wave, like, I mean, in my opinion, from start to finish. As soon as she dropped into where she body slammed on the shore pound, she surfed that wave perfect.
That is a crazy shore pound section. That's actually very entertaining. When the club contests are there and they have that paddle race around the buoy, there are some big wipeouts that happen right there before they hit the water.
That's right.
It's a big day, though, for Alice. 8.57, and this is where the opportunity comes into play. The opportunity of not fearing a world champ, the freshly crowned surfer that showed that she was the best in the world, from Noosa to the surf ranch to Malibu, and now you get a chance to kind of spoil that finishing part of the movie when Hono's supposed to win it all. This is big, Shannon.
Yeah, this is really an important moment for Alice. Now she just needs to find that backup score. You know, how often do we see a surfer walk away with an excellent score on the board and they can't find the backup? I feel like that's what really differentiates those competitors that can keep that mental aspect in check and really need to stay focused in the moment. There's so much time on the clock that, you know, there's not really any doubt that there's going to be some wave opportunities for her. But to really now put that pressure on Hono, she's going to need that backup score.
Yeah, you can see Alice flipped her board over and is giving her fin check to make sure that she didn't lose it.
Gosh, I can't believe that happened to her in the semifinal. She actually was finless, was hoping she didn't need to answer back in the dying minutes, and she was lucky she hung on to the win because she's like, I would have had nothing, and did some quick change, maybe even a board change. And we'll see if she can hang on to this lead. Definitely would be one of the biggest wins, if not the biggest of her career.
Oh, it will be the biggest of her career for sure. She's made it into that second place finish. Just the last time that we had that World Championship crowning event where Honolua won her 2019 world title, it was in the final against Alice, and Alice went down to her. But I was just remembering that was in Taiwan, that event for those two. Another Longboard World Championship event at Taiwan, there was at least 30 longboards broken between free surfing. I mean, that speaks, it was not quite the best longboarding conditions.
Oh, that's when it went mobile to actually find a place to surf during a storm.
Exactly. They had to go mobile. They had to find a new spot to surf because so many boards had broken. And one of those things that's really incredible about the longboard community is that willingness to now share a board. I mean, we literally had surfers in competition that didn't have boards left to ride in competition because they had snapped clean in half. Not even just damaged, but in really big, sizey conditions. Longboards snap. They get put in the wrong position on a wave. It breaks them right in half.
Not something that you see every day. And to have a big enough quiver, that's almost impossible. Carrying lumber that big around the world and then trying to search for backup. That was an incredible moment in longboard history. As you think about the weight of the surfboards, for a day like today in Malibu, do you think everyone's kind of on the heavier side, Chad?
Yeah, I would think so. You know, the surf's in the, shoulder high range. So, yeah, a little bit more weight. That's what you want to ride out here. A little classic single fin log. Here we got Honolua doing what she does. Beautiful nose ride to start. Coming through this inside section, setting up this good patience. Good little stretch 5, holding it through there. And then just a little too much weight on the front end of her board and pearls.
Tough fall there for Hono, chasing really just a 5.25 for a lead change. But I love her patience in between maneuvers on the first part of that wave. But Alice probably heard the sound of the fall from the crowd. Everyone just on the edge of their seat right now. And a lot of Hono fans trying to cheer her on to a win. So Alice can kind of probably feed off that crowd energy, knowing that Hono probably fell. So we'll get an update from 3-time world champ Colin McPhillips upstairs on the situation. So now she'll be smart with priority. Frankie was telling us how competitive Alice is. So maybe we'll finally see a little bit of defense with priority. Hono, meanwhile, on the inside, Chuck.
Just perched, beautiful. She kind of got on the other side of this little inside section so she can actually kind of stall out and set up these beautiful nose rides in here instead of having to drive through that midsection. Beautiful little cutback right there. Let's see if she can get up. Yeah, another beautiful little nose ride right in front of the judging stand and kicks out right before the short pound.
That was so cool. Every once in a while, part of the day, you see this little wedge kind of going with the wave down the point. Hono got a little wedge off that section when she took off.
Yeah, we got Alice out the back stroking into a really good looking set wave. Beautiful nose ride to start. Good speed coming through here. A beautiful 10. Wow.
So
great
composed
position
with that perch. 5 once again. Alice is having the heat of her life at the moment. Another big 5. She has so much time on the critical part of the wave. This wave is going to put a ton of pressure on Hono to come back now. Quick to 5 again, and she's already celebrating, Shannon.
She is so excited. She is feeling it all the way and so hungry to walk away with a win against the world champion. I'm so excited for her in this moment. She's had incredible results in her past. She's the 5-time French longboard surfing champion, the 6-time European longboard champion, and she is the 2019 ISA gold medalist for longboarding. If she can walk away with a win at a World Longboard Tour event here in Malibu, a crowning achievement within her results so far.
As we see Alice do the runaround, what an incredible performance, waiting for that last score. Sometimes I feel like you can only really be hard on wave selection in hindsight, you know, sometimes, but depending on the heat. Thing was, there was a lot of empty, perfect waves going unridden. I feel like Hono's kind of been hustling through the inside as we take a look at this last one, Chuck.
Yeah, beautiful nose ride to start and then kind of carving. Like I said, she kind of caught this one on a little bit more of the inside section so she could kind of stall out instead of having to drive through that section. Beautiful little cutback right there with some flair. And then sets up this nose ride right before she kicks out on the sand. Great ride from Honolua.
And it's interesting because this was kind of the beginning of a dreamy set, and Alice makes the impossible look possible today. Great 10s and holding them with confidence, Shannon.
Yeah, that was such a beautiful wave. Wave selection, absolutely on point. Found that 5 and just decided to stay there forever. Got that quick tap to the 10. Locked in on that 5, that weight just holding on her back foot to make sure that she could really keep that trim line going well. That nice S-turn and variety, and then I can't believe she made that last quick touch to the nose and the claim back to her friends on the beach.
Super fired up. What was impressive too is, like, you going back onto her wave selection, she let probably about 5 or 6 waves go and waited for that one. So, you know, I feel like that was this, obviously, you know, one of the best waves of that set, so she made the right decision.
There's sometimes this feeling where you just can't wait to win it. You just want to rush that, and then your wave selection goes out the window. You're just ready to, you know, you feel great, boards feel great, and you're just ready to throw a bunch of big scores on the board. Alice has been patient, picking off the bombs, probably knowing she needs to do that against a surfer like Hono, and if she can keep Hono off the best waves, which she has done, you know, she's got a good chance at winning this thing. 950 priority with the 3-time world champ, now needing almost a perfect score, a 9-9 to win this one.
Well, we saw her get that perfect 10 at Surf Ranch, but this is a very different situation. At Surf Ranch, she was guaranteed a perfect wave, and she got to choose her approach to that. Now it's all about the ocean, and this is what we love in competitive surfing, is that opportunity to wait it out and see if Mother Nature is going to deliver.
It's such an awesome comparison, that thing that you know you're getting the chance, it's just up to you to get out of your way. I think Hono's great at that. She can just stay calm no matter what the situation. I feel like her nerves at bay at the moment. There's a lot of energy on the beach. With priority needing a 9-9, she's got perfect Malibu and waves on the way.
Yeah, it looks like she's going to stroke into this one. This one looks pretty promising.
Quick to the tip for Hono, and she'll get tangled up.
Yeah, just kind of drawn that line, stalled out a little too high on that one and just pulled her out the back.
This one's going to run through. Alice cannot help herself. We'll take the back end of this thing. Quick 5 to a 10. And she'll just take a look at what would have been Hono's wave. Now Hono up and down. Maybe the energy of the day is getting to her at this point.
Yeah, it seems to be going that direction. 2 waves in a row, 2 falls, just missing the timing on that first takeoff. Then on the second one, just stumbling, catching that rail. There is some more wind out there to factor in with, Chad. Do you think that would be factoring in too to that?
Yeah, I mean, that could obviously, like I said, that one, she kind of stalled out, exposed a little bit too much of the underneath of her board, which I kind of think pulled her out the back. But, I think fatigue's setting in for these ladies, you know what I mean? It's been a long day, a lot of surfing going down, a lot of energy expelled. So, yeah, with 8 minutes to go, we'll see if they can, dig deep.
Yeah, it's true. And with Hono, growing up on the North Shore, and there's these longboard days, at the beach park, there's these little running peaks everywhere where the wave has a lot of surprises, where there'll be a big chop heading your way, there's a current going the other direction, and she makes it look so easy. So even when there's a surprise at Malibu, usually she's just ironing out that crease and getting through it. She's had a couple awkward falls, down to 730. Still has priority since Alice decided to take that wave down the inside, and chasing down to 9.9 with 7:25 to go.
Yeah, that's a really large requirement on the scoreboard. For any surfer, it doesn't matter if you're a 3-time world champion or, a newbie to competition. If you hear that you need a near perfect score, a 9.9, to be advancing in, the winning position, not even advancing, but to win the event. We're in the finals.
So true.
That's a big requirement.
It's a huge requirement as we check out the GP recap here of the women's final. 3-time world champ now, the youngest ever to do it, Honolua Blomfield, the favorite to win, but she has the pressure that's been put on her by Alice Lemoyne from Reunion Island. Opened up, looking really smooth. Her best score so far, a 6.6 at the moment, Shannon.
Yeah, I mean, she's surfed so well. She's had such an incredible event, but it's been the wave selection from Alice that has really taken her out on top. She started out with, some place to build from, and, has done an incredible job, locked in that 8, and she's backed it up with a 7. And Alice's surfing has been really good. She's really committed to those nose rides. I love that she's thrown in her own taste in that style with those soul arches really consistently as well.
There's that risk involved there. She had a great 5. She
Yep.
could have moved on from there, but she's going, no, I'm going 10. And she did that so brilliantly. It's almost like that element of surprise when you see someone do an air and they go bigger than you thought they'd go, where someone gets barreled and they get deeper and they're staying longer than you expect. That was that same feeling for me with Alice, where she's on the nose, but she's perched even longer. I felt it got more critical the longer she held that line.
She's almost using those 5s to stall out and set up those 10s. So she's using that as like a functioning maneuver to get those really extended long 10s.
Down to 5:30 on the clock, a 9.9 required for Hono to sweep the entire event. World title accomplished back with her win in the quarterfinals. Looking insanely strong through her last heat in the semifinals. And remember, it's been quite a historical day. Joel Tudor beat Ben Skinner in the final. And this is the last event of what's been a very flexible, surprising season. And I just got to hand it to Devin Howard and the crew for being so mobile, figuring out a great game plan to crown world champions.
Yeah, it's been really incredible that they've been able to pull this together. Starting out with a great kind of sight set at the start of 2020 with Noosa on the calendar, it was really an exciting start to competition and to crowning the world champions in 2020. And having to readjust things, it's really impressive that they've been able to pull together, especially the crowning event here at Malibu. Like Devin was saying, the history here, the feeling of just wanting to crown world champions at the pipeline of longboarding. Joe, you said it yourself. This is what that is, for longboarders. This is their pipeline.
It's such a cool comparison because it is that feeling of where everything started, really, with competition, with hot dogging, with being better than each other, everyone trying to make a list of who was the best at the time at Malibu, and to have everything come back here, it's a wave that's going to be relevant for the test of time. And I think that was proven in a lot of ways, and more specifically with Tudor's reign, once again returning to a wave that he knows like the back of his hand.
Yeah, he's, you know, spent so much time out here over the years and calls it, you know, like a second home. Pretty amazing.
Which is great. A lot of great Malibu locals hanging out, watching the event go down. World champs like Steph Gilmore enjoying all the action as well. Brunazon hanging out as well. Championship Tour competitor. Was also on the Ultimate Surfer. She's hanging out. It was really cool to see all the people that came down to see these world title moments. With 3:30 on the clock, we'll see if the event title will go to Alice Lemoyne. Will it be the biggest win of her career? 8.57 and a 7.93. When your top two are better than your opponent's top two, that is a very dominant performance. 3:15 for her to hang on.
Oh, so dominant throughout, and just, you know, that great wave selection again. But I love that commitment that she has taken to making sure that she's really doing those most critical maneuvers in the most critical sections of those waves, finding those 5 to 10 combinations and just putting it all on the line. That's full risk. She falls in those hang 10s, the whole wave is gone. That also means that's a wave being unsurfed at Malibu, a perfect wave running down the point.
It's interesting, too, when you think about what Hono might be able to achieve, Chad. So does Hono need to outmatch her on the nose? Are there other ways to get a 9.9 than just trying to outdo what Alice did?
Well, I mean, I was at the surf ranch, so I witnessed her switch stance barrel and her switch stance nose ride, and she's capable of, you know, her arsenal of tricks. She's got so much to offer. So she's just going to have to really put it all out there if she's going to want to go for it in one single score as she paddles for this one. We'll see what she's got for us.
Priority with Honolua Blomfield, the 3-time world champ, chasing a 9.9 and looking uninterested with the rest of this wave. She won't have priority. Now she's down to 2 minutes.
This is where we're going to see that competitor in Alice. Look at her. She's not paddling for that wave. She's paddling for Honolua Blomfield. She's making that switch, that mental switch to get down to her and use that priority on top of her.
Interesting move for Hono. Chad, I saw you watching the rest of the wave. A good decision for her to kick out or
You
bad?
know, I think she knew that with needing a 9.9, she needed something dynamic on that first section. So when she came out of that and was kind of caught behind the section a little bit and she came out to clear water, she realized she had lost so much ground and scoring potential that the score wasn't there.
So a big move there for Hono, picking a wave that kind of missed a critical section to start. She'll kick out, and it'll be really challenging now with a minute 15 to come up with a surprise finish. What a day for Lemoyne. Back-to-back big scores, 8.57, 7.93. But I like the way you broke that down with some room to move. It's like not like Hono had a view of Alice's waves. You know, you never know if the opponent can see the whole ride. But if she's going, okay, Alice didn't do anything switch, maybe that'll be my point of difference.
Yeah, exactly.
To throw up a score to be comparable to turn the heat. Now she has to hope the ocean pumps, so Alice will have to make a decision with priority quickly.
Yeah, she's going to definitely need a multi-wave set.
You can see the two of them. They're having that paddle. You know, Alice is obviously sticking just underneath her. Anything that Honolua actually has a look at, Alice is going to have to pull the trigger on and go.
Down to 30 seconds on the clock. Decision time. Looks like Hono will make a move with Alice paddling right in front of her. Hono still gets the wave here. Quick tap 5. She'll lay low. Bit of downtime. Another section's going to delay her entry into the open face. And Honolua Blomfield has a lot to be proud of. A 3-time world champ today. But Alice Lemoyne, representing France, accomplishes the biggest win of her career and is the champ of the Jeep Malibu Classic.
So proud of Alice. She's going to take that victory lap now, and this is a sweet wave for her. No more pressure on, no scores to chase, just that opportunity to cruise on the nose as the 2021 Jeep Malibu Classic champion. Look at that perfect perched hang 5, and the excitement now as she meets her friend Honolua Blomfield out in the water.
Probably her favorite ride of the event in a lot of ways because there's so much stress involved in the heat of competition where she got to just let go and enjoy it. And there is something about winning the last event of a season. You're the last person who held that first place trophy. You feel fantastic. Sometimes it starts a momentum boost for a world title campaign for the next season. Hono, the world champ this year, and Alice taking out the last event. And Hono's going right back to congratulate her on that performance.
Yeah, that's really wonderful sportsmanship. And she's going to chair her up. That is so wonderful to see the crew down there. Alice has been staying with Frankie Seeley. Frankie there has been in the booth with us throughout this entire event, and they've been roommates throughout this week. And what a sweet moment to see those two friends chair Alice up the beach.
It's been really cool just seeing Frankie's reaction as a local and a good friend to a lot of competitors, in tears throughout the day when some of her friends have reached a really incredible moment in their life, their career. And that's what's happening right now for Alice. The chair up the beach by the 3-time world champ who is in the final. All smiles as they'll prepare for a very special presentation.
How exciting to see Alice walk away with that win, to start feeling those emotions there. You can, just see those tears coming out of her eyes, that friendship, that moment too of really connecting with someone that sees you and knows you well, for those two to connect together now.
Oh, so special, and a lot of incredible moments to break down from the last couple of days, crowning 3-time world champs on the men and women's side, and our event champions as well. The WSL post show is coming up next here at the Jeep Malibu Classic, presented by Havaianas. We will see you then.
All right, here we go.
I kind of say bring it on.
Hey, brah. This is the Lineup Podcast.
Cheers, dude.
We're here with Coco Ho,
Hi, Lenny.
Jamie O'Brien, John Florence.
Put it up there like alley-oop. I was like, oh.
We drop new episodes every Tuesday, wherever you find your podcasts.
I have 24 hours left.
Welcome to the WSL Post Show at the Jeep Malibu Classic, presented by Havaianas, as we fly by this jewel of the California coast, beautiful Malibu, California, the venue before the final stop of the longboard tour for the World Surf League. And it was a great day, a historic day in surfing. I'm Kaipo Guerrero. This is Chad Marshall. That's Shannon Hughes, and we're going to talk all about what happened today, Chad. I'm without words right now.
Speechless.
I'm speechless.
Speechless. Yeah, that was a very emotional, amazing, electric day that we got to witness firsthand. That was amazing.
It really was amazing. We made a lot of history today. We're going to go over all that stuff in the post-show. Shannon, what was your favorite part?
Wow, I mean, seeing two world champions crowned, both winning their third world titles on the same day, and the influence between those two surfers on each other, that was my favorite thing.
Yeah, and we got another thing to celebrate. We have a surfer winning her first major event. Alice Lamont, I want to hear from her. She's on the glass with Troy.
Kaipo, thank you. Alice, it looked like you found a fin for your board.
Yeah, I have another board, so yeah, I try it. I never surfed, but yeah, I'm super happy. I'm stuck, and yeah, I don't realize.
Well, yeah, the highest heat total of the event in the final, taking out the world champion. I think you might want to keep that board in the quiver, huh?
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm gonna surf every time with this bird. Yeah, I'm so stuck. I say I don't lose nothing, so I wait for the bomb and I do it. So I was happy to win, and I'm stuck for Hono win the title, and yeah, I'm super stoked to win the final.
Yeah, the final. You won it, last event of the season. Super proud of you. Anything you want to say to your French compadres at home?
Ah oui, je suis hyper contente d'avoir gagné pour la Réunion, mais aussi pour la France. Merci à tous ceux qui ont regardé, tous ceux qui me supportent et qui m'envoient des messages. Franchement, ça me fait vraiment chaud au cœur. Et je suis vraiment fière de représenter la Réunion. Je porte une casquette avec le centre de sécurité requin parce que c'est des gens qui nous protègent pour qu'on surfe à la Réunion, et c'est grâce à eux qu'on surfe. Donc voilà, je voulais remercier le centre de sécurité requin et tous mes sponsors réunionnais qui me soutiennent. Gros merci à vous, merci maman. Putain, je suis trop contente. Merci.
Love it, Alice. Congratulations. Have an epic night.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Wow, thank you, Troy. And really impressive final, really impressive performance put on by Alice. Let's take a look at our women's bracket and how we got there, Shannon. And we had some really, really cool matchups in the quarterfinals. And we had some world title matchups, potential world title matchups in those semifinals. But Honolua Blomfield, quarterfinal number 3, she already wrapped up the crown.
She already wrapped it up. Early days. Well done to her. That also speaks to, you know, the excellence of her surfing throughout the entire year. Noosa, the win at Surf Ranch for Honolua to walk away with a win and the world title in the quarterfinals is really incredible. And then to see Alice Lemoyne get that win finally, to get a win on the World Longboard Championship Tour, that stage. She's been competing here for a long time, Kaipo. She's had so many great heats, so many great results. She's had that second place finish last time around in 2019. She finally walked away with the win.
And a well-deserved win for the French surfer. Let's take a look at Honolua Bloomfield's road to a world title, Chad. And it started with this and some excellent surfing.
Yeah, this is a beautiful wave right here. A nice little cutback right there, readjustment. Just surfing so solid. I mean, really raising the bar, you know, not only for just women surfing, but for, you know, men's and women. Like, just so solid. Look how beautiful that wave is.
Well, Shannon, coming off some momentum at a win at the Surf Ranch, Honolua Bloomfield kept the ball rolling here at Malibu.
Yeah, for me, she really is the standout surfer of the year, men's and women's side apart. Chad, I love that nod to her there, and to be able to watch her walk away the world champion, to be cheered up the beach by her friends, by that Hawaiian contingency and that family feeling around her. We know that her dad was here. Her mom was back home with the siblings in Hawaii, and she's got plenty of, you know, so to speak, Hawaii siblings down on the shoreline to cheer up, though.
Oh, yeah. It's one big family from the islands, and everyone's celebrating that world championship, Chad, for Honolua Bloomfield. That was a great moment.
Yeah, special moment. She'll cherish that for the rest of her life.
Alice Lemoyne, she had some great moments too. She had a great final, and let's take a look at her performance and what it took, Shannon, for her to take a big W here.
Well, she's surfing a board she had never surfed before in this final because she damaged the fin box, lost her fin in that semi, and that speaks to her competitive nature, to that mental composure for her to be able to surf this well, to get that dynamic of those nose rides, those 5 to 10 combinations, that full commitment on equipment that she'd never paddled out on. That was really incredible to witness, Chad.
Yeah, super, super solid. I mean, that was one of my favorite waves of the whole competition. Yeah, the end of that one, and then almost took the board to their head, but yeah, that's her getting cheered up by, you know, Honolua and Frankie. That's so cool. So cool.
That friendship of those women, they've spent so many years battling it out together, you know, between Honolua and Alice, for her to finally get that win away. So special.
Yeah, she's fired up.
That's got to make you smile. We're going to switch tracks right now and take a look at the men's bracket. And most notably that I'm looking at this men's bracket is the performance, Chad, of Big Ben Skinner making it all the way to the finals.
What were you calling him?
Yeah, I'll call him Thor on a board.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, he did some serious damage, you know, crushing Kai's hopes for a world title, then Harrison's, which led the way for Joel to, you know, win his third world title.
Yeah, and speaking of Joel Tudor, going down in history as the oldest world champ in surf history, and this is some of the surfing that Joel did, Shannon, to prove and win his third world title.
He is officially the king of Malibu. He's had wins out here in his early career, and now to come back with that sort of comeback at 45 years old to take one to the great Kelly Slater and to just put on this incredibly classic performance. It's what he has shared with that new generation of surfers to showcase that bit of variety, that lovely use of a longboard, and that dance that we can see on waves. That's exactly what Joel brought through. And he could not be more fitting to walk away with the world title crowned at Malibu.
A world title, an event win. It was a big day, Chad, for Joel Tudor.
Yeah, he's gonna do some celebrating tonight for sure. And then this was one of his best waves in the final to win the event. And just, you know, stereotypical Joel Tudor right here.
Efficiency in the final. He got 2 waves and then did a block.
Yeah, exactly.
And came in, and you know what? I'm going to take the world title, and I'm going to take the Jeep Malibu Classic trophy as well.
Yeah, well, he is just, yeah, he's on cloud 9 right now, man. What a day for him. He is so pumped, having his mom and dad down here, both sons. He's stoked. What a day for Joel right there, just knowing. Heck yeah.
That's a feel-good story, you guys. But you know what? Let's make it official. So let's have Joe Turpel hand out all the hardware at our presentation right now.
Thank you so much, Kaipo, and thanks for everyone being here. What an incredible 2 days of competition here at the Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas. It is so incredibly important for longboarding, for surfing history, and also the longboard community right here in Malibu. So all the fans that stuck around, thank you so much. You saw some brilliant surfing, the best in the entire world for the last couple of days. And to crown the world champions here at Malibu is beyond special. The best longboarding in the world has happened at Malibu for decades and decades and decades. So it really, truly feels like Devin was talking to me before that this is like the pipeline. It has that kind of essence for the longboard culture. And to see everyone thrive in the conditions we had the last 2 days was absolutely amazing. And I want to hand a big round of applause over to Devin Howard, doing such a great job, you know, at the helm. His passion for longboarding runs deep for many, many years, and he's also talented enough to win some events. So thanks for all you did. Obviously, there's a lot of flexible movements in the last couple of years, reflecting back on the Noosa event and then what we saw at the Surf Ranch to right here in Malibu. A truly incredible season that we had to crown our titles. Big thanks to all of our sponsors. First of all, big thank you to Jeep for our titles partner for this competition. Give them a great round of applause, making things possible at this incredible venue. Our longboard tour partners as well, Havaianas Hydro Flask, Athletic Brewing, U.S. Army, Aviator Nation, Firewire, and Expedia. Thank you so much. And also the incredible local community here in Malibu for hosting us, sharing your lineup with us as well. It really means a lot. We know how perfect it is, and we got to see the best in the world get a piece of first point. Also want to thank the City of Malibu, Los Angeles County Beaches and Harbors, and Captain Grisby, and the Los Angeles County Lifeguards. Thank you guys so much for keeping us safe and keeping everyone on the beach safe as well. Also like to make a land acknowledgement at the moment. WSL would like to formally recognize that Malibu is the traditional homelands of the Barbaño Ventureño Band of Mission Indians, who are one of several bands of the original Chumash people of this area. Malibu is anglicized version of the Chumash word humalo, which in Chumash language means the place where the surf sounds loudly. The Chumash people have been here for over 14,000 years and are still here stewarding the land alongside surfers, environmentalists, and others who care about our shared coastline. We thank them for their ongoing presence and participation of this event. Big round of applause. Thank you so much. Now, connecting that big introduction of land, I'd like to invite a couple of very special people that are here today. Julie Tuma Mayet Stensley, Chumash elder, and Brenda Guzman, descendant of the Chumash people, to speak. Please come up. Thank you so much.
Thank you. What a beautiful day. I am so grateful for all that I've witnessed today. The love of the sport, bringing everybody here into our sacred landscape. As I watch the grace in the performance and the spirit and the ultimate courage and persistence of these people in this journey, we've both been just amazed at what we witnessed today. And we are thankful that you have come to our area and to our sacred land. And we wish you well in your journeys and on your way home, that all will be well when you get there. And to remember that as we have been residing in our homelands for thousands of years, the other people in other parts of the world, for those of you who are here, those residents of Malibu, and those people watching through the internet from other parts of the world, we are separated by one sacred body, and that's Ninishamin, Grandmother Ocean. So as we move about, we may call this ocean here something different from somewhere else around the world, but is what holds us. The power of wind, fire, and water we cannot mess with. But the courage that I saw today, that challenge, and the patience that comes from being in that vastness. So we look at the way we see the world coming to right now and how we invest in our life here on this earth, Hutash. We sing a song for patience, for protection, and to look at the things that we need, not that what we want in this world, and to look at the protection of all living beings. I'm grateful that all are safe here in this place, and that your journey be safe, and Creator always be with you with good health and happiness. I'm going to keep See, we knew, hi, ya, ya. See, we knew, hi, ya, ya. 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 See, we knew, hi, ya, ya. See, we knew, hi, ya, ya. 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 See, we knew, hi, ya, ya. See, we knew, hi, ya, ya. 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 See, we knew, hi, ya, ya. See, we knew, hi, ya, ya. 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 Oh, to all our relations, may we continue indefinitely. Iseriwa, Iseriwa, Iseriwa. Join me. Iseriwa, Iseriwa. Oh, thank you very much. We are honored. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie and Brenda. That was incredible. Making us feel so welcome. That was special. Hope you guys all felt that right through you. Look at these people up here. Some incredible people that are going to help us out with some big trophy celebrations. I mentioned Devin Howard. He's going to hand off some big trophies. Right next to him, the CEO of the World Surf League, Eric Logan. Let's hear it for Elo. Put us in such a great place this year on so many levels. Jesse Miley Dyer, thank you so much for all that you do for the sport of surfing. They're going to help out, hand the trophies. As you look behind them, they're brilliant. Wow, this man really blew me away with his enthusiasm, the kind of awe-inspiring performance he gave himself as he caught his breath after taking down big name after big name. A guy who finished runner-up in the final today here in Malibu. I'd like to welcome up Ben Skinner. Ben, I love your energy, your enthusiasm, and for me, what I can tell, you feel like the people's champ. The way people talk about you, watching the way you perform. Some beautiful words also are passed from Harrison Roach. The list goes on of how much they feel you deserve everything coming your way. And when you get a reaction from your peers, the people that push you the most, like that, what does that feel like?
Yeah, I mean, what a community we've got. It's just amazing, you know, and it's just real special to be out of, coming out of the pandemic and being back with our friends and family around the world from the longboard community. So thanks to everyone that's been here today and supporting, and everyone at home, just thanks so much. It's been insane.
One more time for Ben Skinner, runner-up in the event here at the Jeep Malibu Classic. This woman has changed the game really in a very short period of time, breaking records at the young age of 22. You're runner-up in the final here in Malibu, Honolua Blomfield. Hono, so special seeing you do your thing. I can tell it's a true love. That's probably been around ever since you were born. The way you shake off nerves and perform is really, really special. But one thing I thought was super cool was how you kind of forgot everything, your surfboard, and you wanted to meet Alice quickly on the beach. What did that final mean to you to share it with her?
Yeah, I've actually shared a few finals with Alice. My last world title, her and I were in a heat. And I love her as a human being, and I love surfing against her. And it was really special for her to win. She's my friend, so I'm stoked for her.
That is so cool. Honolulu Blomfield, runner-up in the event, which was so brilliant to see. The winner on the men's side is maybe one of the most familiar faces you'll ever see in surfing, period. Doesn't matter what kind of craft you're riding. The champion of the event at 45 years of age. Let's hear it for Joel Tudor. So many memories for you here, and I know it's been a long time from competing at this level and coming back. I remember something you said at Noosa, having your son there to win in front of him way back at that event when you went on to say you're going for a third world title, but then to hear that your parents are here, your whole family's here, both kids are hanging out. Does it get any better than this for you?
No, that was kind of I kind of stopped competing a long time ago. I didn't really ever expect to do this again, to be honest with you. Noosa obviously changed my opinion of maybe competing a little bit more, and then the last event was cool. I kind of thought I had an idea that maybe I could win, but I didn't know for sure, And then here, this whole weekend has been like, were you stressed out? Like, I was super stressed out, nervous, stressed out. I had all these feelings that I hadn't felt in a really long time, so yeah, that was different. And it ended up working out. I got lucky. Mother Nature provided when I needed it, and you know, obviously experience here kind of plays into it a bit too. This wave's super tricky. It's really perfect looking, but if you don't practice and like spend time and figure out the sections and which ones speed up and which ones slow down, and then you factor in the tide and you have 2 different swells running at the same time, it's difficult. So, you know, thank you to the powers above for giving me the chance to win. And ow.
Let's hear it for our champions of the event. That was really special. Joel Tudor doing such a great job taking out that event win. We've got more to talk about with Joel and Hono in a moment, but I'd like to introduce your event champion all the way from Reunion Island and France, taking out a huge win, maybe the biggest of her career. We'll find out. Let's hear it for Alice Lemoyne. Alice, that was really cool to see you in this kind of form. Throw that up one more time. The energy that you had, seeing your fin get knocked out in the semifinals, digging up your board, heading into the final with Hono. How was that change? Did you grab another fin? Was that a different board in the final?
Yeah, it was a different board. It's the first time with this board, so I was super stoked. I think I'm gonna take this board for the next session. But yes, I'm super stoked to win my first final on the WSL, and it was very great to share a final with Hono. And yes, congratulations to all the girls, and thank you WSL and Devon for making this happen. It was so great to compete again. And yeah, thank you.
I don't want to speak for you real quick, Alice. Is this the biggest win of your career?
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, it was special to win in Malibu. It's a perfect wave, and yeah, and everyone, like, I love everyone on the beach, so yeah, it was great.
Cool. Congratulations. Let's hear it again for our event champions, Joel Tudor, Alice Lemoyne. So now this is going to be pretty cool to now talk to our world champs. We'll just kind of make some room on the stage real quick as I can get over to you real quickly here. We'll have Alice move over, a little bit of stage management. Really cool to talk about surfing history with yourself, Joel, on what you've accomplished in your career, to coming back into play with people that you've mentored, people that you inspire, you coming up with events so they'd have a platform, and then to kind of re-enter this realm, you know, at 45 and win a world title. We often like to ask multiple world champs how you compare them, but now with your perspective of being a grown man and everything you've accomplished, how does that feel to be the best in the world again?
A little odd, right? I mean, I normally compete in the 40 to 49 division of the club events, right? So, you know, to be in the regular division was cool. It's humbling too, you know, because everybody's so good. So I feel like the level's changed from my heyday. Like, it's much higher now, you know? So that can be a bit stressful sometimes when you're making a return back to competition kind of deal. But, you know, I got lucky. It was cool. Waves were good. It was somehow meant to be. There were a lot of people here, not just my parents, that showed up who've been, like, involved in my career that I randomly have not seen in, like, 15 years. Like Steve Huerta, Kevin Kinnear right here, who's been taking pictures of me my entire life, showed up. He's photographed just about every moment I could think of. You know, it was just weird. Everybody kind of, I didn't call any of you. You know what I mean? I didn't kind of, like, organize any of you to be here. You just showed up. So that was awesome. So to everybody that showed up, to the Chumash who let us use the beach today, thank you, everyone.
Really special, Joel. I know you have special tributes. You always look to your heroes, dedicating your first one at Noosa to Sino, and now this title dedicated to
Donald. I want to say one thing. I used to press bullets with her grandpa on the North Shore when I was 15. I would sit with him. He was a black pearl diver, crazy fisherman. It's really cool to be up here with her and to see her win a world title, and I've been friends with her mom and dad forever. So it's just strange how the world works. Do you know what I mean? I don't think we would have ever had this conversation that his granddaughter would have won 3 world titles and I'd be standing next to her. Do you know what I mean? So strange.
Strange and beautiful. We got a trophy for you, Joel. Hold that one up. Joel Tudor, a 3-time world champ from 98 to 2004 to 2021. Now your 3-time world champ as well, and the youngest to ever accomplish 3 in this short period of time at 22 years of age. Let's hear it for Honolua Blomfield. Let's grab that trophy early. Oh no, the wave you had at the Surf Ranch, which was a 10, blew my mind. I watched it 17 times, and I still don't understand how you did that. That was insane. Coming through with now your 3rd world title and this kind of momentum, you've got to be on top of the world. Can you put into words what you've accomplished today?
I mean, I really don't have any words, but I love surfing, and I'm super stoked that my dad was here with me. He's my good luck charm. And thank you, Dad. Thank you, O'Neill. Thank you, Wayne Rich, for shaping my boards. And it's really extra special to win with Joel. I've looked up to him my whole life. And, yeah, I'm just really stoked. I don't really know what to say.
That's brilliant. No, I think about your world titles, won in different venues in different ways. For you, with all the history here at Malibu, what did it mean for you to win here?
Well, my surfing career actually kind of started here at Malibu. I was doing coalition events here since I was 10 years old, and it's one of my favorite waves. So it is really special to win a world title at the place that my surfing career started.
Really special, Hono. Enjoy the moment. You're the best in the world. Put those trophies up high. Honolua Blomfield, Joel Tudor, 3-time world champion. Congrats to Ben Skinner, runner-up in the event, and also Alice Lemoyne taking out the event title here at the Jeep Malibu Classic presented by Havaianas. We'll continue the party here and continue on the post show. I'll send it back to Kaipo. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Joel. Thank you, Joe, and all of our champions from a great couple days over here. And this is the end. This is the end of the tour for 2021. And I want to take a look at our overall rankings for the year so we can see where everyone ended up. Joel Tudor on top, Chad, Harrison Roach, Kai Salas in 3rd, Ben Skinner jumped all the way up to 4th.
Yeah, what a top 10, man. So much talent. What a year everybody's had, or 2 years obviously with the 3 events, but yeah, man, it all shaken out with Joel on top.
Yeah, Joel Tudor making history as well. Same thing happened on our women's leaderboard, where Honolua Blomfield ends up on top, Shannon, and Alice Lemoyne jumps all the way to number 2 in the world for the end of the year.
That's her career best result as well as her career best finish in competition. So great to see Alice up at number 2. Love seeing that Chloe Calmon is just outside of that striking range for world title once again. She is so consistent. And then we've got some of that fresh blood coming through with Khalees Kaliopaa finishing out in 4th. Former world champion Soleil Erico in 5th. I mean, the top 5 there are incredible. The bottom 5 are women that we're expecting great things from in the future.
And I look forward to that future and the continuation as we look to 2022. But we're just going to celebrate 2021 right now. And another thing to celebrate is every post show, we like to highlight the Army Wave of the Day. And let's take a look at today's Army Wave of the Day. U.S. Army Wave of the Day here at the Jeep Malibu Classic, and it was semifinal number 2, Honolua Blomfield, Shannon. This was an 8.83.
That beautiful Soul Arch hang 5 to start off with puts that board on rail, looking so silky smooth coming through to that next section. She found that nose ride, and this is why she is a world champion. She's at one with the ocean. You've really got that feeling of soulful surfing that came through with Honolua on this wave. I mean, even her approach there towards the finish, just as classic as it can be to take out the wave of the day here at Malibu.
There you go. That's excellent surfing for excellent score for the U.S. Army Wave of the Day. And we're back. Well, guys, I got to say thank you, Shannon. Thank you, Chad.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone involved. Remember, we got more coming your way. Challenger Series, Quicksilver and Roxy Pro France. That starts October 16th, is the waiting period for there in the south of France. Tune in to worldsurfleague.com to keep updated and watch all of that competition. And with that, I'm going to bid everyone aloha and enjoy today's highlights.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf